What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4NC 132, Top 10 Shocking Battle Scenes, Katakuri vs Luffy. In this way, will it be not good, if my strength is exposed to the world in this way, others will have countermeasures against the enemy in the future. After the video introduction, the picture began. I saw Katakuri and Luffy in a world full of mirrors, it seemed. Well, they were fighting again. Everyone was speechless. Straw Hat Guy, does he have some kind of fighting mania? This is the number of times, every time Luffy appears, he is fighting, what a ruthless person. However, many people present have become Luffy's younger brothers. At this moment, no matter what happens, they all start to cheer for Luffy. Brother Luffy, come on, beat him, don't care about his ability, we are optimistic about you. You're dangerous, Straw Hat Luffy. Katakuri stood beside Luffy and said calmly. Haha, sure enough, this Katakuri has also seen brother Luffy's martial arts Haki, is he about to lose? And among the Big Mom pirates, Katakuri is a godlike existence besides Big Mom. How could they endure these trash ordinary people slandering their respected brother like this, and immediately turn back? Shut up, you sycophants, you'll be able to see our brother in a while, and punch out the big brother Luffy you're talking about. Huh, everyone sighed. After changing his tone, Katakuri continued. However, in terms of strength, you are far inferior to me. Let me teach you what it means to be someone beyond others. Haha, well said, teach this ignorant kid a lesson, how dare he fight our second brother Katakuri, he doesn't know how to live or die. Katakuri's siblings applauded loudly. Would you like to see the fight between Luffy and Katakuri? The voice of the supreme being of the universe came. Think. What answered him was a uniform shout from the audience. Well, this video is part of another series, so I'll show it to you in advance, one of the top 10 shocking battle scenes. Charlotte Katakuri vs Monkey D. Luffy. Evaluation. I always feel like someone is letting go. The battle begins. Luffy armament Haki was lingering, and with one step forward, he rushed towards Katakuri, and came to Katakuri in an instant. Advertisement Luffy swung his fist and threw it towards Katakuri. The speed was so fast that the fist formed countless afterimages in the air, as if Luffy had countless hands. However, Katakuri's reaction speed seemed to be faster. He looked calm, stared at Luffy coldly, turned his head a few times and easily dodged Luffy's attack. Seeing that the level it didn't work, Luffy backed away quickly. The second gear was turned on instantly. White smoke rose all over his body, his skin gradually turned red, and he retreated with his right hand. Jet pistol. Boom. On the field, smoke was everywhere in an instant, and Luffy's pupils shrank slightly, but Katakuri precisely bombarded his attack with his fist. Luffy retreated again, throwing his arms back. The stretched arms stretched and rotated together continuously, and just entangled with armament Haki, Luffy threw it forward forcefully. Rubber Eagle Bombshell. In the second gear, the speed of this move is several times faster than before. However, when the attack was about to hit Katakuri's body, with a shua, Katakuri disappeared from the spot. This move didn't work, not to mention it worked, even Katakuri's clothes Kakuzu didn't touch it. Luffy raised his head suddenly, and Katakuri suddenly appeared in the sky above him. Extremely angry, Luffy kicked the ground suddenly, jumped up, raised his arms back, and the armed color was entangled again, which was another powerful move. Vulture Bazooka. Boom. The field was blasted to pieces, but Katakuri was still missing. Luffy didn't give up. He raised his right foot and stretched it out, chopping towards Katakuri. Rubber Eagle Tomahawk. This time everyone saw it clearly. Before Luffy's legs fell, Katakuri had already slid sideways and escaped from Luffy's attack range. What a quick response. Everyone exclaimed. This kind of enemy is too difficult to deal with. No matter how strong you are, if you can't beat someone, you will be angry. On the other hand, those who are stronger, such as Rayleigh, Roger, Whitebeard, etc., can tell at a glance that it is observation Haki, a very strong observation Haki. Ha ha ha, this is your big brother Luffy. Look and look, it's amazing that Kakuzu didn't even touch our brother's clothes after fighting for a long time. Bree and Katakuri's brothers and sisters sneered. 0. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. This. Huh, that's because our eldest brother hasn't used his full strength yet, let him go. The crowd is arguing. Luffy saw that the single body attack was ineffective, so he stood with his left and right feet slightly apart, and his armed-colored lingering fists swayed out like a storm. Eagle Machine Gun. I saw fist shadows flashing all over the sky, forming a cylindrical attack range between Luffy and Katakuri. This is Luffy's countermeasure. Since a single target attack is not enough, let's use a range. Oh. With Luffy's roar, the speed of punches became faster and faster, so fast that many people couldn't see clearly at all. Can Katakuri escape this time? Everyone wondered. Suddenly, Luffy's eyes widened and his pupils were trembling, as if he had discovered something incredible. Oh, the screen moves, gradually slowed down. I saw countless strips of rice cakes growing from Katakuri's back, forming countless fists. Every attack of Luffy he met with his opponent with incomparable precision. Boom. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. The sound of countless fists clashing in the air caused the surrounding space to tremble uncontrollably. After fighting for a long time, Luffy gradually began to lose his strength and stopped because he was attacking with his own fist as the core. On the other hand, Katakuri's fists were formed by his own fruit power. Standing in place without moving, so the consumption of physical strength is almost negligible. Seeing that Luffy's attack stopped, The fists formed by Katakuri rice cakes were entwined in the air, and the appearance of Scholar Luffy turned into countless afterimages, rushing towards Luffy. Luffy had just stopped, still panting, seeing Katakuri's attack coming towards him, and had no time to dodge, so he had to use his arms to block in front of him. Unlike Katakuri, who easily blocked Luffy's stormy attack before, Luffy resisted for a while because of lack of physical strength, and was directly knocked out by countless fists, smashing hard on the ground. On the wall, countless cracks were smashed into the wall and spread around. Boom 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 boom. But Katakuri's fist still showed no sign of stopping, violently and quickly bombarding Luffy's body. 133. The strongest sense of knowledge, crushing Luffy. The berserk attacks unleashed on Luffy's body like a flood, and Luffy's pupils began to expand. After a long time, Katakuri stopped attacking, and Luffy slowly fell down the wall. Seizing the opportunity, Katakuri landed a heavy uppercut on Luffy's chin, and Luffy flew towards the sky with a scream. Boom! Another big pit covered with cracks like spider webs appeared. Luffy landed on the ground. The second gear used his feet as an air pump to pump up his body. He dodged, and rushed towards Katakuri again. Still the same, Katakuri disappeared from the spot before Luffy's attack came, and when he reappeared, he was tens of meters away from Luffy. Luffy's figure flickered, and he chased after him again. So, in this world full of mirrors, a big chase was staged. Luffy's speed is also very fast. He keeps flashing his figure. The next time, 327, appears as tens of meters away, but no matter how hard he chases, he can't hit Katakuri. Every time he is about to hit when Katakuri dodged and disappeared ahead of time, Luffy was suddenly in trouble. Oh, when will you big brother Luffy start to use your full strength? If you don't use it, I'm afraid we will be defeated by our brother. Bree jeers at Luffy's boys. Everyone was silent, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that Luffy had really fallen into a disadvantage. But how did Katakuri react so fast? Rarely, Luffy was not eating chicken legs, but was staring at the video. He wanted to see his shortcomings through this battle. For him, Katakuri was definitely a formidable opponent. Hey Roger, Katakuri's observation Haki should be able to foresee the future. Rayleigh said to Roger beside him with a solemn expression. Well, this kid is very strong. Luffy has encountered a tough problem. Roger nodded, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Luffy still hits Katakuri with a hit or two every now and then, but he blocks them all, and he takes a lot of beatings. Being kicked out again, Luffy took a deep breath, bit his finger and blew wildly into it. With Luffy's blowing, his arm began to expand continuously, 3 times to block it. Advertisement: the huge arms are all wrapped around armament Haki. It can be seen that Luffy's attainment is relatively strong at this time, and he swung it backwards suddenly, and everyone can feel the violent area contained in this blow through the screen. Katakuri's expression was still calm and terrifying. He stretched out his right hand and gradually turned into a rice cake. Like Luffy, it began to grow continuously. Ding! Armament Haki covered the huge arm in an instant and faced Luffy's huge fist. What shocked everyone even more was that Katakuri's fist was several times bigger than Luffy's fist in third gear. F***K. Katakuri and Luffy aren't two brothers, are they? Could it be that Luffy is the illegitimate son of the ant who has been separated for many years? Seeing the surprisingly similar moves between Katakuri and Luffy, someone sighed. Long. She scolded me again. Believe it or not, labor and capital will not revolutionize the world government, so let me give you to the revolution first. The two huge fists meet, and the red and black energy shoots out from the junction like lightning to the surroundings. The space is constantly trembling, and strong winds are blowing up. It is enough to imagine how terrifying the power is. Luffy's and Katakuri's fists were deadlocked in the air. Luffy's face was ferocious, and he kept exerting force. Boom! There was a loud noise. This time the collision. Luffy failed to win, and was bombarded on the wall by Katakuri's giant fist, and countless smoke enveloped most of the venue. Luffy didn't give up, got up again. Both hands became bigger at the same time, grizzly cannon. Katakuri also imitated Luffy's appearance, and his moves are exactly the same, but they are several times bigger than Luffy. Everyone. Is it really the illegitimate child of the ant? Dragon. This time, after just a brief contact, Luffy was sent flying. Katakuri's giant hand turned into a rice cake again, stretched continuously and rushed towards Luffy, grabbed Luffy's hands, and violently towards the surrounding walls. There was a mess on the ground and the ceiling, and Luffy screamed again and again. Luffy's legs suddenly became bigger, and he smashed towards Katakuri fiercely. Boom! Hit it? From the video it looks like Luffy's blow finally landed on Katakuri. Advertisement: the next moment, Luffy suddenly raised his head, and a foot bigger than his was hanging above his head. F***K. This foot. If you have athlete's foot, you can't escape the devastation within a radius of 10 miles. Luffy used the fist of the third gear, repeating the same trick, like a machine gun. This time, it was different from before. The huge fist burst and waved into space, causing such a huge momentum that the entire field was smashed to pieces. Gulu, in the projection space, there were countless voices of swallowing saliva. I don't know how Luffy swung such a big fist so fast. The destructive power is too amazing. However, what shocked them even more was that Katakuri easily shuttled between the gaps between Luffy's fists without hitting him. A heavy punch sent Luffy flying again, and Katakuri used the same move as Luffy just like the previous few times, hitting Luffy with bigger, faster and denser fists. It's so exciting, the battle between these two people. Someone in the crowd gasped, shocked by Luffy and Katakuri. Afterwards, every time Luffy used a new move, Katakuri could quickly use exactly the same move, and it was stronger and stronger than Luffy tried. Every time they collided, Luffy ended up being knocked into the air. Finally, Katakuri stopped dodging Luffy's attacks and began to fight head-on with him. Every time Luffy punched violently, he punched back with more violent attacks. Luffy's hands were deformed by Katakuri's beating, and his face was distorted due to the pain. After Katakuri started to attack actively, Luffy has been passively beaten, one punch, another punch. Luffy has been beaten all over, but he is powerless. Ha 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 ha. What's the matter with your big brother Luffy? Why is it so miserable? 3.9, still letting our brother go. Seeing that Luffy didn't get any benefits from Katakuri, Biyue and the others became more arrogant, but Luffy's new recruits were speechless to refute. Luffy can't do Katakuri, this is in their hearts already admitted. Rayleigh shook his head. This time, the loser is not strength, but time. Give Luffy time. Luffy comprehend observation Haki, let alone Katakuri, at least not much weaker than him. Otherwise Luffy's attack Katakuri couldn't be hit at all, so he could only be beaten passively. If this consumption continues, sooner or later the physical strength will be exhausted, and it is only a matter of time before losing. Once again, Katakuri's heavy punch hit Luffy. Just when the fist was about to hit his face, Luffy's pupils suddenly widened. 134. Fruit awakens. Scared all the big guys. Luffy seemed to have seen Katakuri's next move. Then, for the first time, before Katakuri's attack came, Luffy leaned back and successfully avoided its attack. While leaning back, he kicked up and hit Katakuri's leg, jaw. Everyone was shocked. The Straw Hat Boy actually hit Katakuri. What's going on? I didn't hit him before, so Katakuri's reaction speed can easily dodge Luffy's attack. Why didn't he dodge this time? Rayleigh, who just thought Luffy was about to lose, was stunned. This is, Luffy evolved on the spot. Observation Haki? He and Roger looked at each other, and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Good guy, this kid actually broke through during the battle, and the situation became blurry again in an instant. Ha ha ha, aren't you all awesome? Brother Luffy is about to show off his strength. Your Katakuri is waiting to be beaten. Ha 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 ha. As for the boys who saw Luffy standing up, they could finally feel proud this time and shouted at Bree and others. HMPH, isn't it just a hit? Look at how happy you are. Have you forgotten how many times Luffy got hit by his brother before? Katakuri's other sister, Franpy, snorted coldly. In the video, Luffy himself was shocked. How did I do this? He didn't dodge or kick him. What's going on? Luffy murmured. Katakuri didn't pause and charged at Luffy again. Luffy stared blankly at Katakuri who was charging towards him. He seemed to be able to clearly see the location of his attack. He easily retreated and avoided his attack. Escaped. The attack didn't follow immediately. Luffy stood there, seeming to be reminiscing about something. He remembered that when he was fighting Katakuri, no matter how hard he hit him, he could not hit his body. His body was as invulnerable as the Logia fruit, but he clearly used it. Hakis? Suddenly, Luffy noticed Katakuri's scarlet eyes and his eyes lit up. This was, observation Haki. I understand. Your ability, Luffy said to himself. I'm going. Fourth gear, advertisement. Feeling that he had discovered a way to deal with the enemy, Luffy was instantly full of fighting spirit and his confidence returned. Transformed into a giant bouncing man, flying in the sky with jets of air from his legs. Katakuri moved his hands, and the ground in this world full of mirrors turned into rice cakes and threw them at Luffy. This scene shocked countless bosses. Anyone with a bit of discernment can see the awesomeness of this operation. Roger showed an extremely solemn expression for the first time. Has the fruit awakened? This kid's talent is actually so strong? Whitebeard and Kaido narrowed their eyes slightly and looked at Big Mom. This guy actually has such a person under his command. He really shouldn't be underestimated. But this time, it was completely reversed from the previous battle. Katakuri's attack did not hit Luffy at all. Instead, Luffy used the flexible speed of flying in fourth gear to perfectly dodge all the attacks and suddenly appeared behind Katakuri. It can be seen from Katakuri's surprised expression that he did not expect Luffy to appear here. Then Luffy rushed towards Katakuri quickly. Before Katakuri could react, his fist tightened towards his wrist, and then he violently popped out and hit Katakuri hard. Body. Rubber King Gun. Katakuri only resisted the red-black energy blast for a moment before being hammered away by Luffy. The violent impact caused him to be smashed into the wall of the field, and it was not over yet. His body was along the wall. Keep flying deeper and deeper. Brother Luffy is mighty. Kill that arrogant B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* now? Your brother is obviously unable to withstand it. The younger brothers cheered for joy, as if they were fighting Katakuri, and a joy of victory surged into their hearts. No one in the Big Mom Pirates was fighting with Luffy's younger brother anymore. It was Katakuri himself who stopped them. He was watching the battle scenes in the video seriously. From being calm at the beginning, his expression was now extremely solemn. This Straw Hat Boy actually understood observation Haki during the battle, and he seems to be not weak at all. This is amazing. You must know that Katakuri's observation Haki has been trained for many years. Luffy can tell from the beginning of the battle that observation Haki is not very strong. How come he suddenly broke through in the battle, and the breakthrough was not small, directly reaching to the extent that I can foresee a small part of the future? In the video, Luffy rushed towards Katakuri again, muttering, Armed color is obviously the power that can capture entities. Advertisement, army colors also work on Logia. It went straight through your body before, but I was wrong, because even if it's you, actually, you can hit it too. At this time, Luffy had already arrived in front of Katakuri. Katakuri had a serious look on his face, and Armament Haki wrapped his arms in front of him. Boom! Luffy used the power of the jet to hit Katakuri's arm with a heavy punch containing explosive power. As soon as it made contact, Katakuri flew backwards and hit the wall hard. Then, Luffy began a series of beatings against Katakuri and pointed out, "What's really strong about you is not your ability to make rice cakes, but your ability to see, hear and see." In the video, Katakuri was shocked and was seen through. What? Seeing and hearing S**X? What level of observation Haki does it take to be able to dodge every enemy attack? Gulu, what a pervert. I thought it was because of his fruit power. Even Haki couldn't hit him, but it turns out it should be that he predicted Luffy's actions in advance. When the attack came, he covered his body with rice cakes to form a hole for Luffy's attack to pass through to avoid the attack. 27 Robin held his chin and said slowly, "This Katakuri is really a talent. If it weren't for Luffy's temporary breakthrough, it might be difficult for anyone to discover this secret." The enemies who fought him were probably frightened to death when they found out that even the weapon colors had no effect on them. After Katakuri was briefly absent-minded and was beaten violently by Luffy, he recovered. Then he awakened his color and fruit and violently attacked Luffy with his abilities. However, this time, it is no longer a one-sided suppression, but a back-and-forth fight between the two sides. 135. The curtain ends. Explosion. Showdown between men. However, Luffy had only just made a breakthrough, and his knowledge and skills were far less skilled than Katakuri's, so he still received a lot of praise. Both sides used the superb observation Haki to constantly dodge each other's attacks. At the same time, they took advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness to launch the most violent attacks. You punch me. Punch to the flesh. At the end of the fight, both sides gave up on observation Haki. Katakuri's pupils trembled as Conqueror's Haki swept out and crushed Luffy. And Luffy was not afraid. The equally powerful Conqueror's Haki rushed out and pressed towards Katakuri. The red and blue Conqueror's Haki collided in the air, forming a powerful aura, and the whole space trembled uncontrollably, as if it was about to be unable to withstand the coercion. At the junction of the Haki, the red and black energy lightning was extremely violent, heading towards the whole space as lacing everywhere. The entire ground was shattered by the collision of these two powerful Conqueror's Haki, and strong winds flew everywhere. Everyone in the projection space looked at this scene in shock, with goosebumps all over their bodies. Is he still a rookie? Why is he so strong? Newcomer? This is a matter of the future. At that time, it is still unclear whether Brother Luffy is considered a newcomer. Not only do these two people have a level of understanding that is difficult for ordinary people to understand, but Conqueror's Haki is so powerful, it's so pervert. Roger burst out laughing. After laughing, his face changed, and he fell silent for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "Hey Rayleigh, you've seen a little monster, who breaks through in battle, and Conqueror's is also so powerful. Give him time, maybe he can really realize his dream." Rayleigh was stunned for a moment. Apparently he didn't expect Roger to say that. Roger's identity is the One Piece, and what is Luffy's dream? That is the man who will become the One Piece. Could it be that Roger? Just kidding, since Roger has such a high opinion of Luffy, this means that Luffy is likely to reach the height of Roger, or even higher. Roger was already middle-aged when he became the Pirate King, but how old is Luffy now? He is in his early 20s at best. What is this concept? The potential is unlimited. Yeah, I didn't expect his talent to be so high. If he had your personal guidance, no one would be able to compete with Luffy for the position of Pirate King. Rayleigh said. Roger shook his head and didn't say much. He thought about it too, but it wasn't appropriate. If this were the case, everyone would lose the passion for competition and finally enter the age of great voyages. It couldn't be terminated early because of such a thing. In the video, Luffy and Katakuri basically gave up the pervert observation Haki and directly fought in a tough way. Because there are both sides, if we fight like this for a long time, no one can hit the other, which is meaningless. Advertisement. Boom. Katakuri punched Luffy hard in the face. Boom. Luffy resisted the punch, and hit the Kata military commander in the chest with the same punch. Ding. Observation Haki is on. Countless shadows of fists from both sides shot in the air, so fast that everyone couldn't see clearly. This time, not only was Luffy's attack accurately intercepted by Katakuri every time, but both sides were constantly attacking, constantly to intercept the opponent's attack. The fists kept clashing, but they never landed on the opponent. Yeah, fourth gear. Luffy turned on the fourth gear again, and the thick smoke filled the whole venue in an instant, soaring into the sky, forming a snakehead shape. When the smoke cleared, Luffy reappeared in front of Katakuri. It was another Luffy that everyone had never seen before. Shape. Huh? How come there are so many forms in the fourth gear? What is it this time? The one who is most concerned about it is Luffy outside the video. This is his future development direction. If he understands the principle in advance, maybe he can understand it now. Snake Man. Luffy roared. Rubber, jet Orochi cannon. Goo. At this moment, Luffy was almost wrapped around armament Haki, and his right hand was like a whip. Infinitely elongated, it was thrown towards Katakuri, and when it hit an obstacle, it could actually change directions 90 degrees. After changing direction, he rushed towards Katakuri again with faster and more violent force. After being blocked by Katakuri for the first time, this move is not over yet, changing direction constantly in the air, accumulating power, and rushing towards Katakuri again, and Katakuri's entire body has turned into eat rice cakes and keep dodging Luffy's attacks. Katakuri chose to ignore Luffy's attack and attack directly towards Luffy. Boom! Both sides took a blow from the other, but they didn't even blink. Advertisement, Gulu, in the projection space, there was an endless stream of sounds of Ku-Da swallowing his saliva. This battle made everyone's blood boil with excitement and their whole bodies were trembling. This was a duel between real men. After a brief silence, the crowd suddenly burst into violent shouts. F*K. So handsome. Although everyone respects Luffy and Katakuri, and even if they lose, they're countless times stronger than them, but everyone is still curious about which one is stronger between the two. I'm a bit obsessed with Katakuri. P.S. Today's 5th update. The first update is here. I'm burning up. Was it Katakuri who suppressed Luffy from the very beginning? Or did he break through midway, Luffy who broke through the suppression with strength? Who is better? This is the strong man I admire. Zoro patted Luffy's shoulder and laughed. At the same time, there was a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. He is a fighting maniac himself, and he yearned for the duel between these men. This blow determines the outcome. Strong people are always getting stronger and breaking through themselves. Katakuri transformed into a rice cake and flew towards Luffy. The tail of his body turned into a huge bolus wrapped around armament Haki, and violently smashed towards Luffy. Luffy, well done, you are indeed our captain. Whether it's Luffy or Katakuri, they are men worthy of respect. Luffy didn't say a word, and he was concentrating on his every move in the video. From it, he saw a lot of things that he didn't think of before. Cut the rice cake. A real man, and Luffy's extended arm, Haki, is constantly entangled, forming the shape of a cobra, and the huge fist is also smashing towards Katakuri. Rubber, King Snake. Suddenly, all the people present stopped talking and stared at the screen tightly. Luffy, Monos, and Katakuri zoomed in. This time the collision should be decided. 136. Foresight, the foresight of others, standing on top again. Everyone stared at the screen. What was the result? Boom. Boom. Two huge sounds sounded at the same time, and the entire video was covered in a ball of white light. What the hell? What's the result? We want to see the result. Oh, don't worry, this is the white light caused by Luffy and Katakuri's attack, and it's not a problem with the video. Wang Hao curled his lips. Why are you so anxious? You really have never watched One Piece, Chi. The white light gradually dissipated, and the picture reappeared in everyone's sight. Everyone looked at the scene in the video with dull eyes. The originally shattered sight was now transformed into two huge pits, each occupying half of the world. The entire world was filled with traces of battles, scarred, and almost about to collapse. In the pit, Luffy and Katakuri were lying on the ground, their bodies trembling slightly. Is this a tie? You must be exhausted. Such a high-intensity battle lasted for such a long time. Regardless of whether it's a tie or not, they are both strong men worthy of respect. Someone said, but the tone was somewhat regretful that the winner was not decided. Wait, they can still stand up. With an exclamation, everyone looked towards the screen again. In the video, both Luffy and Katakuri walked out of the pit and stood face to face. Katakuri looked at Luffy with solemn eyes. After a long time, he asked, "One day in the future, will you come and defeat Big Mom?" Advertisement. Luffy looked excited, seeming to show his ambition, and shouted to Katakuri, "Of course, I am. The man who wants to become the Pirate King." Hearing this, Katakuri had an indescribable look on his face and murmured in a low voice, "You really saw the distant future." After saying that, his pupils dilated and his body fell straight into the big pit behind. Elder brother. Bree and Katakuri's younger brothers and sisters exclaimed in disbelief. The brother they always admired actually lost. How is this possible? Yes. Brother Luffy won. All of Luffy's younger brothers watched the video in a daze. This was something they did not expect. From the very beginning of the video, Luffy was suppressed by Katakuri. Although Luffy broke through in the middle, they were all bruised, and Katakuri was still in peak condition. The best outcome they expected was a draw, but this actually won? Katakuri himself, watching the video quietly, did not feel dejected about his failure. On the contrary, he thought that he was not wronged by the loss. This Luffy is a strong opponent, but people will improve. He will continue to train himself from now on, and continue to become stronger. When that time comes, let's have a showdown again. Luffy the Straw Hat Kid. The video is not over yet. Luffy looked at Katakuri, who was lying on the ground, slightly out, and then took off the other hat that was on his own straw hat, and gently put it on Katakuri's mouth. Originally resenting Luffy for defeating his respected brother, Bulay's group suddenly froze, an inexplicable emotion welled up in his heart. This Straw Hat Boy. They all know that Katakuri doesn't like others to see his mouth, but Luffy even covered it with a hat. What is the purpose of doing this? Aren't you enemies? Katakuri's pupils trembled slightly. This kid really has the charisma of a king. On the field, the bosses were silent for a while. Luffy's attitude towards the enemy depends on his height and structure. From this small behavior, they can see a lot of things. Luffy's growth, his partners are devoted to him, willing die for him. It's not accidental, it's all caused by Luffy's powerful personality charm. Wang Hao looked excited, as if he showed his baby to others, AGBH, and others liked it too. How about it? Our Luffy is handsome. Luffy's partners are all proud. This is our captain. Even if he is respectful to the enemy, he will not be stingy. Advertisement on the endless void. The Universe Supreme nodded, very satisfied with Luffy's behavior. This is the real demeanor of a strong man, and then he said. Okay, let's distribute the rewards next. Katakuri, the leader, in view of your ability, I will not give you things from other worlds. I believe you will like this reward. You have the world's top observation Haki. You can foresee the future, but if you encounter observation Haki of the same level, you will have no advantage, so my reward for you is. Upgrade your observation Haki. From now on, your observation Haki will become the most powerful existence in the entire nautical world. You will be able to foresee the future for a long time, and even when you encounter the scene in the video again, you can foresee other people's predictions. Hearing this, Katakuri was taken aback. It seemed a bit of a mouthful, but he understood it in an instant. After seeing what others had foreseen, he changed his attack path. Luffy still can't dodge his attack. Good pervert ability. Can knowledge and color really grow to this extent? Everyone's mentality exploded directly. Damn, it was already pervert enough. If Luffy hadn't reached the same level, it would be really hard for anyone to attack him. This F***CK has become stronger again, and now Luffy can't do anything. How to play this? I can't hit it, I can't hide it, it's too embarrassing. Forget it, if you meet him in the future, just turn around and run away. All the supernovas have already made a plan in their hearts, and they will never get entangled with Katakuri, and just flash and run away. The golden light surged and entered Katakuri's body. After a long time, Katakuri opened his eyes suddenly, and two beams of purple light burst out from his pupils. He scanned his surroundings, and the whole world slowly appeared in his eyes. Get down, slow, it's just too slow. He can see even the tiny particles in the air. He looked at the crowd again, and suddenly his body froze. This is it, like before, he used his knowledge to predict the future. Different from the small parts of the past, this time, he even saw clearly the changes in the crowd in the next 10 minutes or so. 10 minutes. What kind of concept is this? Sometimes in a duel between the strong, if you grasp the opportunity, the winner can be determined instantly, but he can predict what will happen within 10 minutes in the future. A huge surprise hit Katakuri's heart. His face began to flush slightly, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Now, he was already strong to a certain extent, and he felt that even in the face of the four emperors, even if you can't attack yourself, self-protection should be no problem. Okay, let's talk about the rewards of pudding for the guesser. 137. Powerful, pudding's third eye. Wonderful, don't miss it. Sir Supreme, I don't want any other reward. Can you please remove this eye of mine? Before the supreme being of the universe finished speaking, Pudding had already spoken in advance. As she said that, everyone looked towards Pudding, and saw that she lifted up her bangs, and a third eye suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Holy shit. What kind of monster is this? Why does it have 3 eyes? A girl who was originally so cute turned out to be like this. How disgusting. Monster. 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 Nausea. Everyone's words were like a sharp sword, piercing Pudding's heart fiercely. This was what she had endured since she was a child. Everyone's disgust, even her aunt, as her mother, was very fond of her. I'm not happy. Therefore, the true character has been extremely distorted. Now that she has the opportunity to get rid of the third eye that makes her different from the world, she will never hesitate even if it is exposed to the public. The Universe Supreme looked at Pudding in a daze, and then looked at everyone's reactions, and then realized that this world is not tolerant enough for his alien race. Okay, let me help you with this problem that's bothering you. If you guess correctly, Pudding, I will reward you with the Eye of Life. Replace the third eye on your forehead. When Pudding heard this, he immediately became anxious. Brother, I said remove it, didn't you hear clearly? Replacing another eye for me will be the same as before? Just as she was about to remind her, the Supreme Being of the universe had already begun to say. The Eye of Life is priceless. It contains endless power of life. The owner can use the power of life to nourish his body. The injuries sustained can be recovered in an instant with the nourishment of the power of life. At this time, she could not speak, her eyes were dull. Obviously she was shocked by the power of the Eye of Life mentioned by the Supreme Being of the universe. Everyone twisted their feet and almost fell to the ground. This and this. A pervert was born, a mortal body. Advertisement, in addition, the owner can also extradite the life force to heal others, and the effect is the same as his own. The Supreme Being of the universe continued. It was like a bolt from the blue, hitting everyone in the head. Emotions such as excitement, greed, shock, etc. were constantly stirring in the crowd. This is the same benefit as Brook. Brook can give everyone a chance to be resurrected, and Pudding makes everyone more tenacious in their first life. As long as you are not beaten to death on the spot, go to Pudding to recover. If you are beaten to death, go to Brook to resurrect. This has become an assembly line. Wait, Brook. Pudding. Are these also a brother and sister? Is it Charlotte Brook? Or is Pudding actually picked up by the ant? Or, Pudding is actually Brook's daughter? Everyone was thinking a lot, but the Supreme Being of the universe hadn't finished speaking yet. Of course, what you ask for can also be achieved. From now on, you can control the appearance and hiding of the Eye of Life at will. Come on, accept your reward. After the words fell, a green light appeared in the sky. From this endless green light, everyone felt that their hidden diseases were getting better, and they were all shocked. Is this the power of life? It's really magical. Roger looked at the green sky and murmured. The green light began to move closer to a point, and continued to compress. Finally, the green light all over the sky formed an eye that exuded endless mysterious power. This mysterious power is the power of life. This eye flashed and came to Pudding's forehead in an instant. Slowly, it merged with Pudding's third eye. As the person involved, Pudding only felt a cool feeling on his forehead without any discomfort. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Above the endless void, a looming female figure appeared, wearing an emerald green classical dress, with green silk swaying like a waterfall in the air. When everyone looked at her eyes, they were all shocked. What kind of eyes were they? Ethereal, deep, and carrying a mysterious power to heal people's hearts. However, no matter how they looked at it, they could not see her appearance clearly, as if they were being captured. Some mysterious power has been concealed. Her deep eyes spanned the endless distance, quietly watching Pudding in the crowd, and her ethereal voice resounded throughout the projection space. I am the god of life. Are you willing to inherit my god's deity? 0. Seeking flowers. Advertisement what? Z. Wang Hao looked at the two people in the sky in the crowd, mouthing Kakuzu to the ears. Oh, yes, you and your wife have finished pretending. As expected of you, Universe, Supreme. The god of life looked at a certain place in the void, and a man's figure emerged. PS, 5 updates today, the third update is here. Holy shit. What happened to the Supreme Being of the universe? Why did his voice become like this? The Supreme Being of the universe spoke to the god of life in an extremely gentle voice. Point 0 Every move is surrounded by inexplicable avenues. In the eyes of everyone in the nautical world, not even a billionth of a shred of resistance can arise. Everyone has the same feeling. As long as this man makes a thought, their entire world will be destroyed. Everyone will die. No exceptions. Could it be that he has some interest in the god of life? The Supreme Lord of the universe shook his head and noticed the reaction of everyone in the navigation world. With a wave of his hand, he and the goddess of life disappeared at the same time, leaving everyone messed up in place with dull faces. What shocked everyone even more was that the god of life actually acted coquettishly in front of the Supreme Being of the universe and called him husband. Bah, it's better not to speculate about these big guys, lest you anger them, we won't get any good results. Husband, why don't I just take her away? She has an appearance that is perfect to the point of ultimate, with her long hair hanging casually, standing there so quietly, as if she is the entire universe. There is no anger in the brows, and an invisible aura that makes people with weaker willpower roll their eyes, passed out. Everyone was shocked. In their world, Enel claimed to be a god before, but compared with the god of life in front of him, he was not worthy of carrying someone's shoes. Gulu, this should be a god from another world. He can do similar things to the universe supreme. He can also travel to our world. His abilities should also be very heaven-defying. I just don't know who is stronger than the universe supreme. Wanchi, you can't dig up the people here yet, the world level is not enough. As soon as he appeared, everyone's breathing quickened. What kind of man is this? 138. Top 10 touching moments, big events unveiled in the Big Mom Pirates. A group of brothers and sisters looked at Pudding in a daze. To be precise, they looked at the eye of life on Pudding's forehead. What kind of heaven-defying thing is this? It even provoked the gods, and let Pudding inherit the throne of the gods. Then don't we become brothers and sisters of the gods? Big Mom looks excited. If Pudding has really made the god of life, then her pirate team will be stronger than the entire nautical world. Even Roger can't compare, because there is a pirate in their pirate team god. The marine executives and the other 4 emperors looked very dignified. The strength changes in this projection space are too fast. Just a moment ago, the Straw Hat Pirates had absolutely unlimited potential. At this moment, if there is no accident, the Big Mom Pirates will become an invincible existence. However, they still have hope. Before the 050, the Universe Supreme said that they could not go to this world to poach people. The specific reason seems to be that the world level is not enough. They don't care what the world level is not enough, as long as they don't let Pudding be the god of life. After a long time, the Universe Supreme seemed to have made a deal with the goddess of life. After the goddess appeared, she glanced at Pudding again, and her figure gradually disappeared, but the Universe Supreme did not appear again. Aunt frowned. What's the matter? What about the promised inheritance god? Then leave. You damn Universe Supreme. Dared to spoil my daughter's good deeds? With the departure of the goddess of life, marine executives and the other 4 emperors breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Fortunately, they did not inherit the gods. Otherwise, the nautical world would have become dominated by the ants family. As if to comfort Pudding, the Universe Supreme explained. It's not that you are not allowed to inherit the gods, but your world is too weak and the world level is not enough. If a true god appears, the Nangwang will crowd the whole world. Don't look at me here. In fact, this is just my shadow clone. If I come in real body, let alone your world, even this universe can't bear it. The Universe Supreme gave a wave of explanations that left everyone stunned. How exaggerated. Just a god's energy can overwhelm the nautical world? This Universe Supreme is even more outrageous. This universe can't bear it? Roger sighed. How big the universe is. These strong people have exceeded their cognition, and they can't even imagine how strong they are. Advertisement. My lord, how can our world be improved? Luffy was outspoken and asked anything. Everyone is also looking forward to it. How can it be done? Well, when there are enough strong people in a world, which brings more luck to the whole world, the natural world will grow, and the definition of this strong person, for your world, you have to say it's Roger's level. I've done some calculations, and it only takes about 20 of them to advance to the next stage. Roger. That level. As long as. Usopp was speechless. To reach Roger's level, it's enough to just say yes. If you can find 10 of 20, it's good. You really know how to joke. I don't know if the others laughed or not. Hiss, everyone gasped. Do you dare to be more outrageous? What? You dare not? No, 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 I think you are too daring. You are the supreme being of the universe. How can there be anything you dare not do? You can say that. You really think highly of us, 20 Rogers? What kind of concept is this? One Roger has already made the entire Marine helpless, let alone 20, even if it is 2, it will overturn the world government. World domination is possible. Kaido said to the ant very regretfully, oh, what a pity, your daughter is so close to becoming a god. Whitebeard didn't think it was a big deal, he said with a smile. It's okay, I think your daughter is extremely talented, even if she doesn't become a god, she will have a lot to do in the future. The ant was so angry that she couldn't speak. You don't need to be too desperate. Before, it was almost impossible for you to have 20 strong men like Roger. Now, with the reward of the deity, isn't it easy? Those who received the reward before, as long as give them time, they'll even surpass Roger. Advertisement and pudding, I have already discussed with the goddess of life, and when the level of this world is enough, she will come to pass on your deity. The magnetic and majestic voice of the universe supreme awakened everyone. Yes, the rewards given by the Supreme Lord are all heaven-defying, and if you get the rewards, you can become as strong as Roger. Hearing the words of the Supreme, the ant's mood is a little relieved. There is still a chance. Kaido, Whitebeard, don't be complacent. When the time comes, Pudding will become a god, you will feel better. Well, the rewards will be distributed here. Although there was a bit of an accident in the middle, it went smoothly. Then it will be the last unexpected fruit. The last one, there will be no prize quiz, let's play it directly. By the way, this time it will be played simultaneously with the first video of the next series, 10 touching moments, let's watch together. Clean and neat, the video starts directly. Wang Hao was in the crowd without saying a word. Aren't you all curious about the big event that happened at the Marine headquarters in the previous video? It's here, wait for the tears. Open black lens bracket top 10 unexpected fruits, finalists. Marshall D. Teach, nicknamed Blackbeard, Admiral of the Blackbeard Pirates, one of the generation of evil. With a bounty of 2.2476 billion berry. Logia dark fruit those who can 4.2 strength. Close black lens bracket. Whitebeard looked at the introduction to the people on the list, and there was a flash of anger in his eyes. It turned out to be him. Beside Luffy, Ace was playing with the blue flame in his hand, and his face was full of murderous intent. He betrayed his father, I must kill him. In the arena, Blackbeard was stunned for a moment, and his expression became a little unnatural. If this video is released, some of his plans may be exposed, which is not conducive to the implementation. Looking at the companions around him, his eyes signaled to retreat to the back of the crowd. Let's discuss it, the plan probably won't be implemented, what should we do next? Marco thought, Blackbeard. What is the connection with the top 10 touching moments? Is there something hidden about him betraying Dad? 139. Summit War starts, Whitebeard Pirates vs Marine. The video starts. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Countless Marine officers gathered here, 5 Shichibukai, 3 admirals, Marshal Sengoku, Garp the Fist. This made the expressions of everyone in the projection space gradually become serious. What kind of big event was it that made Marine put up such a big formation? Garp sighed, what was supposed to come finally came. Ace and Sabo looked at Luffy worriedly. This extremely powerful military power demonstrates the majesty of the world government. They dared to crush all invading enemies, even if the opponent is the man known as the strongest in the world. Finally, in a depressing atmosphere, a figure was escorted to the execution platform. Everyone looked at it intently. This was Ace. Sabo and Luffy's pupils shrank sharply. What's going on? Ace, why is it you, not Luffy? Sabo exclaimed. Luffy immediately cheered up and looked at the video solemnly. Ace, are you going to be executed? When Ace saw that the person being executed was not Luffy, he breathed a sigh of relief, patted Luffy and Sabo on the shoulders, and said to them, "Oh 6. It's okay. As an older brother, as long as my younger brother isn't on top, that's enough. I thought it was you, Luffy, and Sabo and I were worried for a while. It's true. Sabo, don't worry. As long as it's not Luffy, I'll be fine. Besides, this counts as me protecting him, right?" Sabo didn't say anything, but just looked at Ace blankly. However, no matter who among the 3 of his brothers is missing, we can't do it. If this is the case, then I would rather die. Anyway, you thought I was dead before. Garp sighed and whispered to Roger. I'm sorry Roger, I still failed to protect your son. It's not your fault, Garp, you've done a good job, it's his life. Roger looked incomprehensible and said calmly, but behind the calm was a trembling heart. I have just come back to life. Do you want me to watch the video of my son dying? But then I thought about it, I was resurrected. Does that mean that the future can be changed? As long as I am here, will Ace still die? Advertisement Whitebeard's eyes narrowed slightly. Ace was arrested. He and others must also be present. He also appeared in the previous video. Since he went to save people, Ace should not have any big problems. Sengoku took the walkie-talkie and revealed to the world that Ace was the son of Roger, the Pirate King. However, everyone knew it now and had no reaction to it. After the announcement, it is just a matter of waiting. When the time comes, the execution will begin immediately, and the most evil bloodline in the world will be extinct from the world. At this moment, 43 pirate ships suddenly appeared in everyone's sight, and Whitebeard's battleship and the other 2 battleships rose from the bottom of the sea to the sea in an exaggerated manner. Sengoku looked at these pirate ships solemnly, and what was supposed to come has finally arrived. The Whitebeard pirates, with 47 battleships in total, have arrived. The war is about to break out. Ace hopes that Whitebeard and his companions will not put themselves in danger. And Whitebeard just said calmly, "Wait a moment, Ace." Ace was shaking all over and shouted, "Dad!" Hearing his father's words, Ace couldn't help but burst into tears. He thought of the past with Whitebeard and memories came to his mind. At that time, the fledgling Ace had achieved great fame. He rejected Shichibukai's invitation and planned to go to Whitebeard for a duel. During the process, Jinbei fought with Ace for 5 days and 5 nights with no outcome. After that, Whitebeard took action in person, and Ace was defeated in just one face-to-face encounter, and was immediately defeated. However, Whitebeard did not kill Ace, but instead extended an invitation to him. "Be my son." How could Ace agree? "Are you kidding?" On the side, Roger's face looked a little unnatural. "Hey, what's going on? You've been fighting with me for half your life, and finally you took away my son?" After that, Ace boarded Whitebeard's ship. He repeatedly tried to assassinate Whitebeard, but failed every time. Whitebeard never blamed Ace and always kept him by his side. In the end, Ace was moved by Whitebeard's pride, and he officially joined the Whitebeard pirates and became the captain of the second team. But later, Blackbeard killed his companions and snatched the dark fruit for his own selfish purposes. In order to restore Whitebeard's reputation, Ace ignored the dissuasion and pursued alone, which led to today's situation. Advertisement: "So that's the case, but how did you get caught by Marine?" Ace was puzzled. Even if he failed to capture Blackbeard, he should have been killed by Blackbeard. How did it end up in Marine's hands? Blackbeard looked uncertain. Sure enough, the plan should not be implemented. The battle begins. Whitebeard activates Shock Fruit, an extremely huge tsunami, destroying the world and trying to swallow Marineford. Seeing this, Aokiji could no longer sit idly by and took action to freeze the giant wave. Ice Age. Under Aokiji's ice, the entire sea area was frozen and ships could not move forward. Therefore, the naval battle turned into a land battle, and a group of pirates disembarked to fight. At this time, Haki also swung his sword to attack Whitebeard. The huge slash cut open the entire frozen sea. He decided to see the gap between himself and the strongest in the world. However, without Whitebeard taking action, the third captain, Josie, a user with the Diamond Fruit ability, easily blocked the attack. After this collision, the offensive and defensive battle officially started between the two sides. During the battle, Kizaru approached at the speed of light and prepared to attack Whitebeard 617. However, Marco, the captain of the first team, used his Phoenix Fruit ability to block all attacks and directly kicked Kizaru away, showing his domineering strength. This is the source of the clip where Marco beat Kizaru away. At this moment, Akainu couldn't stand it any longer and activated Lava Fruit, raining fire from the sky and attacking the entire Whitebeard group. Seeing this, Whitebeard finally took action himself and extinguished the flames with just a gentle blow. After that, the confrontation became more and more intense, and the pirates worked hard to suppress Marine, but Shichibukai was not a vegetarian either. Shang, Brother Ming, and Moria successively took action, and the giant's little Oz was instantly seriously injured. Although he wanted to save Ace, in the end, his hand fell to the ground weakly. Ace looked at Oz, who was only a little distance away from him. He fell in front of himself and burst into tears. Fortunately, Oz's fallen body crushed the city wall, and the pirates opened the passage to the mainland square. Whitebeard waved Kong Yunki and shouted, "The whole army attacks." Belonging to the Whitebeard pirates, they risk their lives and charge bravely. They will never let down Little Oz. On the other side, Sengoku gave an order to Grandma He, planning to start the execution in advance. Garp came to Ace and slowly sat down next to Ace. 140. Luffy provoked Whitebeard, "Buggy. I was so scared at the time." Recalling everything in the past, going through the past events, it seems like yesterday, he had hoped to train Ace to become a Marine, but the other party still embarked on the path of being a pirate. At this moment, Garp said tremblingly to Ace, "Although bad guys don't deserve sympathy, family members are different." In the projection space, Ace's body trembled. Looking at Garp, he saw his majestic body hunch down in an instant, and a feeling of self-blame appeared in his heart. Ace looked at Garp, who was as strong as Garp. At this time, his body was trembling uncontrollably. Although what was left for everyone was only a back view, it looked very sad. Trembling all over, Garp spoke in an extremely suppressed cry. What should I do?" Garp clenched his teeth. The tears in his eyes were already on the edge of his eye sockets. He couldn't stop it, his head was sweating profusely. Ace UB ******************. Why don't you live as I say? Why? Finally, Garp's tears could no longer be stopped. His teeth were clenched tightly, his face was ferocious, and he burst into tears. Ace looked at Grandpa Garp, who had always been dignified and strong since childhood, and cried for him. He gritted his teeth tightly, trembled all over, and his eyes were blurred by tears. Roger patted the dejected Garp and comforted him. "It's okay, old man. This kid has his own life. You have your own position. You've done a good job in taking care of him when he grows up. Besides, it's me, the father, who didn't take good care of him, and me. His identity implicated him." Garp sighed and said nothing more. In another place, in the crowd, Dayton was staring at the screen, muttering something, and everyone who heard it was startled. "Damn old man, if something happens to Ace, if you dare not take action, I will definitely make you look good." While speaking, his face was ferocious, his tone was depressed, and he was extremely angry. Just then, Luffy arrived on the battlefield. Together with Buddy the Clown, Ivankov the ****** King and others, he descended from the sky with the help of the previous tsunami. Before the figure arrived, the voice came first. Luffy shouted, "I see." Shanks glanced at Buggy in surprise. How did he get together with Luffy? Advertisement. Buggy looked at Shanks and waved his hands repeatedly. Don't look at me. I'm not familiar with the Straw Hat Kid, and I don't know how to walk with him. Ace's pupils shrank sharply, and he looked in shock at this younger brother who worried him so much. How could he come? Go Luffy. This is not a fight for you. The battlefield situation is ever-changing. Because of Luffy's participation in the battle, the balance of Marine's victory seems to be slightly tilted. Suddenly, Crocodile rushed towards Whitebeard, about to settle the grudge. At this moment, Luffy kicked him away with a flying kick, interrupting Lao Shaw's attack. At this moment, Luffy would never let Crocodile attack Whitebeard for the sake of Ace. Whitebeard instead questioned Luffy, "Your strength is too weak, this battlefield will kill you." Luffy didn't take it seriously at all. He regarded Whitebeard as his future competitor and shouted to him, "The man who wants to become the Pirate King is me." When he said this, both the Marines and the pirates were all shocked. In the projection space, countless people took a breath of cold air. Good guy, Straw Hat is really brave. He is so arrogant in front of Whitebeard. I don't know whether to praise him for being fearless or ignorant. Roger laughed loudly and said to his old enemy, "Ha ha ha, how does it feel to be pointed at the nose by a junior and say that, Newgate?" Whitebeard also laughed. Ha 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 ha, Ace's younger brother is really an interesting guy. He's very good. He's not afraid of powerful enemies. He's a formidable young man. Luffy's friends were also worried about Luffy. This was Whitebeard. After Roger, he was known as the strongest man in the world. Luffy's heart was really ridiculous. In the end, since both parties' goals were to rescue Ace, Luffy and Whitebeard had an equal exchange. Luffy. Since we all want to save Ace, I'm telling you this information. Whitebeard. Really? This is indeed very important news, thank you. Advertisement. Luffy. It's okay, you're welcome. Buggy and Ivankov, who came with Luffy on the side, were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. Why can that guy communicate with Whitebeard on such an equal footing? Everyone looked at this scene in bewilderment. What happened to Whitebeard? How could someone still talk to him so calmly after provoking him in front of him? Is this still the Haki Whitebeard we know so well? Sengoku's expression was slightly condensed. Only one battle would be of great significance to the entire sailing world, no matter who wins or loses. Then, Luffy started running towards the execution platform. With his encouragement, all the pirates' morale increased. On the way, Kizaru, Shang, Moria and other good players tried to stop Luffy, but with the help of Ivan, Jinbei and others, they all failed. At this time, Ace on the execution platform saw Luffy risking his life, and he shouted at Luffy duplicitously. I have my own adventure, you have no right to interfere. Although he said that, Ace lowered his head hard after saying that. He valued his younger brother very much. Luffy's strength was very low at this time. He didn't want to see Luffy get into trouble because of him. At the same time, he felt very proud in his heart. I blame it all on my own impulse for causing the current situation. However, Luffy responded to Ace, oh, it's your brother. Under the surprised and uncertain gazes of the marine officers, Ace's pupils trembled and he fell into memories. When Ace, Sabo, and Luffy were young, they stood in front of a tree stump. Ace held a bottle of wine in his hand and told Luffy and Sabo, Lee Nuos, you know, after drinking the sworn wine, we become brothers. Grr. The little Ace filled the 3 bowls on the tree stump with wine, picked up one bowl, and held it in the middle. From today on, we are brothers. Ding bang. In the childish laughter of the 3 people, the 3 bowls bumped together heavily. This scene also evoked the memories of Luffy and the 3 of them in the projection space. Their eyes intertwined, but they involuntarily focused on Ace. Ace, you must not be in trouble. We 3 brothers are still together. He is running rampant in this world. On the other side, Whitebeard was also infected by Luffy's courage. He ordered the whole team to cooperate with Luffy and asked Marco to protect Luffy carefully. After all, this is also Ace's younger brother. Ace is such a gentle person, and he must not want to see his younger brother injured or because of myself. 141. What happened to Whitebeard so badly? At the same time, Whitebeard also said hello to Buggy and invited him to deal with Marine together. After all, Buggy was once Roger's crew member. They had fought countless times, how could they not know each other? However, these words immediately made all the prisoners worship Buggy and became Buggy's fans. Roger, Rayleigh, and Shanks all looked at Buggy with strange expressions. Buggy said without changing his expression. Don't look at me with that strange look in your eyes, they must be conquered by my personal charm. Meanwhile, Luffy continued his charge and faced off against his old rival, Smoker. Since Luffy didn't know armament Haki at this time, the violent attacks hit Smoker's body, which had no effect on Smoker's Logia fruit special effects. Instead, Smoker's Seastone weapon Wolf locked it on his throat. Rayleigh sighed slightly and sighed. Even Haki hasn't learned how to go to the Marine headquarters to face a group of admirals and countless Marine officers. It's really brave, however, he is still too weak to have much effect. Rayleigh is not very optimistic about Luffy's departure. In his mind, even if the operation succeeds, it must be Whitebeard's credit. However, Boa Hancock, who is a Shichibukai, kicked Smoker away and rescued Luffy 593, looking angry. How dare you touch the man I love, I don't want to live anymore. Later, the Empress took out a key from the storage place on her chest and gave it to Luffy, and also stopped Smoker for Luffy. Luffy's friends were somewhat hostile to the Empress before, especially Nami. Now that they see that the Empress will help Luffy no matter the danger, their inner defenses are slightly lowered. However, they are also confused in their hearts. Luffy is in trouble. Why, as a companion, as a companion, not here? This is when Luffy needs everyone. In addition, Ivan learned that the bear had been transformed into PX0 by Vegapunk and had lost his self-awareness. Therefore, Ivan had to fight the bear and let Luffy move on. In the battlefield, Hawkeye blocked the road with a knife to stop Luffy. Hawkeye was Hawkeye. After a few blows, Luffy was severely injured and Jinbei was knocked into the sea. At the critical moment, Hawkeye slashed across with his sword. Luffy observation Haki suddenly awakened and bent down to dodge. Otherwise, Luffy would have lost his arms. However, Hawkeye's sword did not hit Luffy and was directed towards the rear. The ice, AGBCD, mountain is chopped away. Advertisement: the huge iceberg was broken directly in the middle. The break was as smooth as a mirror. The power of the eagle's eye was so terrifying. Zoro stared at the eagle eye angrily. You eagle eye, sooner or later, I will personally remove the head from your neck, and you dare to do such a cruel thing to my captain. Fortunately, Foil Beasta, the 5th captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, took action in time to fight Hawkeye, so Luffy continued to approach Ace with the help of everyone's cover. As for the Marine camp, they dispatched pacifist robots to outflank the pirates from behind. Sengoku also planned to interrupt the live broadcast, execute Ace in advance and activate the siege wall. However, there was a live broadcast room that could not be closed. It turned out that Buggy was lucky enough to get a live broadcast phone bug. Through this, he became famous all over the world for his extremely *********Y live broadcast, and asked the audience to quickly like it and get more gifts. At this moment, an accident occurred. On Whitebeard's ship, Schoolyard, who had been missing for a long time, came to Whitebeard's side. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, he actually stabbed Whitebeard's chest with a knife. A huge earthquake occurred throughout the projection space. Who is this man? He actually stabbed Whitebeard with a knife. Is Whitebeard completely defenseless? Or is Whitebeard really old? Everyone was shocked and confused. Who is Whitebeard? He is the strongest man in the world. How could he be severely injured in such a careless manner? It is so unscientific. Roger, Shanks and others were also puzzled. How could this happen? At the critical moment, Wang Hao stood up and answered everyone's questions. The man who stabbed Whitebeard was one of Whitebeard's crew members. Whitebeard had great trust in his crew members, but he didn't expect that he would be assassinated by one of his own people. Somewhere in the crowd, Schoolyard looked flustered, his eyes evasive, and he pulled the hat slightly lower on his head for fear of being recognized. Whitebeard also stared at the video in a daze, his whole body looking rickety for a moment. His crew clenched their fists tightly. Since they knew this in advance, they must not let it happen again. Schoolyard, you not only betrayed Dad, but you also dared to be so cruel to Dad. I will let you go. Even if you are a stupid son, I still love you. Ace is not the only one who is special. All of you are my family. Advertisement. For a time, there was overwhelming shouting and yelling at Schoolyard and Akainu. Hearing this, Schoolyard was shaken all over, and the long sword in his hand fell to the ground weakly. Only then did he realize that he had made a big mistake. Wang Hao. Come on, you two. Akainu is the only one working hard during the entire Summit War. You two are both bastards. Clang. And Akainu's curses aroused the pirates' murderous intention towards Akainu to the ultimate level. Marine can be calm, but Akainu must die. The video continues to play. What you said makes sense, I think so too. Aokiji looked strange and glanced at Kizaru. Why, no method is too much to deal with you group of vicious pirates. How can we talk about fairness and justice with you pirates? As long as we destroy you, the world will be peaceful, no matter what method he uses. Kizaru and Aokiji said nothing, but Kizaru whispered in Aokiji's ear. I suspect there is a mole in our marine, what do you think? Akainu didn't feel that he had done anything wrong, so he just shouted back at everyone. P.S. 5 updates today. The second update is here. Ace's death is coming in the next chapter. I'm crying. Damn. You can't even hear such a clumsy lie. Is this Scourd's head full of mush? Akainu is really an insidious villain. The dignified Marine Admiral actually used such despicable methods. Despicable. However, Whitebeard did not blame Scourd, but hugged him. It turns out that Whitebeard's pirate group was destroyed by Roger. Therefore, he hated Roger and was deceived by Akainu into saying that Whitebeard wanted to exchange the lives of all the pirates for Ace.142. At the moment of life and death, Dayton is furious. Schoolyard hugged his head and cried. Afterwards, Whitebeard braced himself for serious injuries and threw himself into the battle. With one hand in hand, the shock fruit was activated. In an instant, the sky fell apart and the mountains roared like a tsunami. With just one encounter, Marine's giant vice admiral was defeated, and the terrifying shockwave required 3 admirals to work together to counteract it. This made everyone in the projection space realize once again what is the strongest man in the world, and this kind of offensive is extremely powerful. At this time, Marine activated the surrounding wall and countless cannons, preparing to eliminate the pirates. However, the place where Lil Oz was pressing the surrounding wall tightly and could not be activated. Therefore, the pirates had a glimmer of hope. Seeing this, Akainu took action angrily. Meteor volcano. Countless magma bombs smashed into the crowd of pirates, and the sky was filled with flames and smoke, and even Whitebeard's ships and flags were buried in the flames. Suddenly, Sengoku ordered Ace to be executed in public. Sabo and Luffy's pupils shook violently, and they stretched out their hands weakly to the screen, trembling. "No, Ace." Hearing Sengoku's order, Jinbei threw over his shoulder, throwing Luffy hard, and Luffy took advantage of this force to fly out of the surrounding wall. Breaking through the surrounding wall, Luffy hugged a huge wooden pillar, and standing in front of him were three Marines, Admiral, Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji. On the high platform of the execution platform, Ace, who had no emotion at all even when he heard that he was about to be executed, watched his brother and the third Admiral confront each other. He couldn't help but get excited and shouted worriedly. Luffy. At this time, Luffy faced three Admirals. Luffy wanted to create smoke and escape from interception. However, Luffy was too weak at this time. His speed was far inferior to the Admirals. Kizaru caught up with him in a flash. He kicked Luffy away with his feet. On the high platform, the two executioners standing beside Ace were already holding their butcher's knives high. Ace was about to face execution, and no one had time to react. "Ace!" Sabo and Luffy exclaimed, seeing that the butcher knife was only 1 centimeter away from Ace's neck. They couldn't bear to see the next scene, but they still suppressed the sadness in their hearts and stared at the screen. "If it was Ace, if you die, I will definitely overthrow your marine headquarters, and no one present will be able to escape." Advertisement. Everyone was watching the video nervously. Is the son of Roger, the Pirate King, going to end his life like this? At the critical moment, Crocodile rescued Ace. Everyone was confused for a while. What's going on? Didn't he attack Whitebeard before? Wasn't he from the marine camp? Who would have thought that Crocodile said that he didn't want to see Marine's proud face? For this reason, I give you full marks, you are so willful. Then Luffy and others launched the rescue again. Little Oz also woke up and broke through the surrounding wall with the lurking pirate ship in his arms. Although he fell again under the bombardment of cannonballs, Whitebeard and others were already standing in front of the execution platform. The situation changed again. Whitebeard raised his right hand high and said to the pirates, "Boys, rescue Ace and destroy Marine." Oh. The pirates once again launched a fierce attack on the Marines. Whitebeard and Aokiji fought together again. The injured Whitebeard's strength was greatly reduced, and he and Aokiji were inseparable. Josie took the opportunity to knock Aokiji away, and Whitebeard continued to move forward. On the other side, Marco transformed into a phoenix and flew to the execution platform alone, planning to rescue Ace. Garp watched Marco flying towards him, his body trembled, and he stood up from the ground with difficulty. He didn't want to stop him in his heart, but he had no choice but to deal with his identity and gritted his teeth. Knock Marco to the ground with one punch. Damn it, this damn stinky old man. Even if you don't help others, you actually dare to stop others from saving them. You, how can you bear it? Woo woo woo. Ace. In the crowd, Dayton was furious as she watched this scene. If the people around her hadn't stopped her, she would have rushed up and beat Garp right now. At this time, watching everyone desperately trying to save him, Ace burst into tears and hit his head on the ground. He always thought that his birth was a mistake, but the sacrifice of his companions to save him made him realize that life is a mistake, of value. At the same time, Luffy was attacked in turn by the vice admirals and was already dying. Admiral Kizaru kicked him away and was caught by Whitebeard. He relied on Ivan's hormones to overdraft his body and return to its peak state. Advertisement 0 Whitebeard. Alas, back then, on a night of heavy rain. Taking advantage of his illness to kill him, countless Marines rushed towards Whitebeard like crazy, risking their lives just to add trauma to Whitebeard's body. Roger. Is it your son or mine? Ace looked at the video in disbelief and covered his head. His mood became more and more unstable. Self-blame, guilt, etc. all came to his mind. It was all his fault. He was too impulsive and harmed his father. It doesn't matter if I die, but Daddy is the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Luffy made up his mind to save his brother even if it cost him his life. I'm Whitebeard, but Whitebeard did not fall, he shouted. Roger. Where do you place me as a father? P.S. 5 updates today, the third update is here. Sabo looked at this scene with sad eyes. As a revolutionary soldier, he understood the side effects of Ivan's move. This would overdraw his life. However, Whitebeard, who was seriously injured, suddenly relapsed. With this opportunity, Akainu took advantage of the opportunity and punched Whitebeard's chest with 10 punches wrapped in magma. In the battlefield, Akainu blocked Whitebeard's thunderous sword with one foot. The auras of the two collided, almost tearing apart the space. The energy caused by the collision amazed everyone present. Such level not everyone has the opportunity to see the battle. Whitebeard. Why are you taking it so seriously? This is your son's wish. Then Kong Yunchi swung his sword and knocked back the marine in front of him. At this moment, Sengoku found a new executioner and ordered Ace to be killed for the second time. 0. Dad. At the same time, Marco and Josie saw this scene, and because they were worried about Whitebeard's safety, Setsuna's clone was seized by Aokiji and Kizaru and was severely injured. Roger. Sir, where is my knife? 143. Lore, Luffy will die. One Piece are facing the end. This time, it seems that no one can stop it, and the execution knife is about to fall. Everyone looked at the execution platform with anger and unwillingness, and the execution knife was quickly slashing towards Ace's neck. Seeing this, Luffy could do nothing and could only roar angrily. Stop. With Luffy's rage, a king-like oppressive momentum swept the entire audience. Sengoku looked at Luffy in shock. At the critical moment, Luffy awakened Conqueror's Haki again. The executioner could not resist and was stunned by it. Everyone looked at Luffy in shock. Ace's expression was dull. Damn it, if you want to kill him. He's killed his employer twice. It's endless. He's scared to death. Seeing that there was still a chance to rescue him, Whitebeard immediately ordered everyone to cover Luffy to resist Marine. Not only that, Crocodile and M1 also took action one after another to block Hawkeye. Zoro was shocked. Damn it, did Crocodile lose his temper when fighting Luffy? How could he fight Hawkeye so back and forth? Luffy can beat Crocodile, and Crocodile can beat Hawkeye 50-50, so Luffy can also beat Hawkeye. 1, 4, 3. What the hell? Either Crocodile has let go, or Hawkeye has let it go now. Finally, under the cover of everyone, a road leading to Ace appeared in front of us. However, at this moment, Marine hero Garp once again stood up and stood in the middle of the road. When the grandfather and grandson met on the battlefield, either you died or I died. Wang Hao. Good guy, this commentator of yours is really a kind father and a filial son. Luffy turned on the second gear instantly, and Garp didn't hesitate, hitting Luffy with a huge fist. Luffy looked at Garp, and the warm memories of Garp and Ace when he was a child came back to his heart. At the critical moment, Garp hesitated, and his fist suddenly slowed down. He could not be cruel to his grandson, and he also hoped that Luffy would rescue Ace. The palms and backs of his hands were all flesh, and he didn't want to see either of the two brothers get hurt. Seeing this opportunity, Luffy punched Garp hard and knocked him back. Sengoku watched this scene and knew clearly in his heart that Garp was losing his temper. If you ask how much was released and whether you saw the sea, it's all. And this scene was seen by the heartless people below, who were extremely shocked. Luffy actually punched Garp to death. After Garp was beaten away by Luffy, he seemed to have been fatally injured and could never get up again. Wang Hao. Look, Akainu, everyone else is paddling, but you are an honest person. In this way, Luffy successfully arrived at the execution platform, and when he was about to use the key to unlock Ace's seastone handcuffs, the key was shattered by a light bullet from Kizaru in the distance. People complained, "You are so spicy, why are there so many twists and turns? Do you think this is a barbecue?" At the critical moment, Mr. 3 disguised himself as Marine and appeared next to Luffy. He used the power of the candle fruit to make an identical key. Seeing this situation, Sengoku took action. Advertisement. Most of the people present have never seen Sengoku take action. Before, the 5 elders confidently guessed that Sengoku's ability was unexpected. At this time, everyone was staring at the screen intently. But to see, this Marine Martial is a what fruit ability shield. I saw Sengoku transforming into a huge golden-faced Buddha, which was as big as Luffy's third gear, and smashed his huge fist towards Luffy and others. Ah, this is unexpected. How about playing? When Luffy saw this, he directly turned on the third gear, let his belly swell, and directly chose to resist Sengoku's attack. Boom. The terrifying destructive power shattered the execution platform, and countless bombs followed. Boom. The picture flashed, and a burst of fire swept across the entire screen. This is Ace. On the field, Sabo and Luffy both looked surprised. The flames of Ace's Mara fruit came out. In this case, the seastone handcuffs were released. In this way, Ace is no longer under Marine's control and is safe. Sabo and Luffy gave Ace a big hug. Great, brother is okay. Ace also hugged them gently, but his eyes were still looking at the screen. He was safe, but where was Whitebeard? He suffered so many injuries, can you escape from this battle unscathed? You're still the same. Luffy, in the firelight, Ace turned back into the unruly boy, looking at Luffy with a smile. Luffy looked surprised. Ace held Luffy in one hand, and punched fire in the other. With powerful force, he smashed all the surrounding obstacles to pieces. Take my words as deaf ears, you are still acting like this. Ace was saved, and the situation on the field instantly turned towards the pirates. The two brothers Ace and Luffy were fighting side by side, and Admiral Aokiji waved his palm at them. A wave of ice that was extremely cold was pressing towards them, and Ace's strength should not be underestimated. He also waved a palm towards Aokiji, and the hot flames burned towards the ice wave. The cold collided with the heat, and endless water vapor swept around in an instant. Ace actually blocked Aokiji's attack. This makes people in the projection space who don't know Ace face up to it. As expected, he is Roger's son and belongs to the new generation. He will be able to face Aokiji head-on, which is amazing. Boom. The scene turned, and in order to make up for his mistake, Schoolyard rushed in with a pirate ship, preparing to die with all the Marines. The huge ship was extremely fast and cut open all the frozen seas with Aokiji's ability. Suddenly, the pirate ship stopped. Everyone took a closer look, and instantly broke out in cold sweat. Good guy, he is indeed Whitebeard. I saw that Whitebeard stopped the huge forward ship with just one hand, and then Whitebeard shouted at the pirates. Ace has been rescued, don't make unnecessary sacrifices, all retreat. In order to protect everyone's safety, he will cut off our rear at the gap. Advertisement, I am a remnant of the old era. In the new era, there is no ship that can carry me. Immediately, shock fruit was activated, and the entire Marineford space was densely covered with cracks. Although his family was extremely reluctant, under the captain's order, everyone still chose to retreat, and Ace used flames to create an isolated environment, and slowly knelt down towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked at Ace in front of him quietly. No need to say more, let me ask you a question, Ace. Ace looked up and looked at Whitebeard. I am a competent father. Afterwards, all the pirates began to retreat, and Akainu, the old Yinbi, began to do bad things again. He mocked Whitebeard, saying he was just a loser from the previous era. Boom. Akainu's fist passed through, and countless blood beads scattered in the air. Is Luffy dead? Funny. Whitebeard asked in a low voice. Wang Hao. Ace, are you stupid? So many people are here to save you. Why are you running back? Go quickly. Have you forgotten that the current situation was caused by impulse? With a loud noise, Ace finally lost to the serious Marine Admiral. There was still a big difference in strength between the new generation and the older generation, and was knocked away by Akainu with a single blow. Ace and Akainu actually persisted in this collision for several minutes without any signs of losing. This frightened everyone. P.S. There is a power outage today, so there is nothing you can do about it. If you don't know when the electricity comes, let's work overtime. In order to express my apologies, I will update 6 chapters today. This is the 4th update. It will be counted after 12 o'clock. 2 chapters to go. Boom. This era is called Whitebeard. When Ace heard this, he gave up and turned around immediately, his body ablaze. In order to protect his father's reputation, he gave up his escape and started a fight with Akainu. Holy shit. This Ace is so strong, he deserves to be the captain of Whitebeard. Ace's angry fire fist was thrown out, and Akainu was also a magma fist. The two hot energies collided, and the heat wave 3.5 made all the pirates sweat profusely and covered themselves with their hands. Afterwards, Akainu stared at Luffy, who was at the side again, and Luffy was kneeling on the ground weakly due to exhausted physical strength. Seeing Akainu attacking with a lore-killing posture, Luffy raised his head and stared blankly. Ace, who was just silently looking at the majestic man in front of him, could no longer hold back after hearing these words. His hands on the ground were tightly clasped to the ground, almost embedded in the hard ground, and he cried silently. The drops dripped onto the back of Ace's hand. Ace trembled, lowered his head, looked ferocious, and completely roared. A glimmer of light flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. He smiled, but there was no longer the heroic laughter before. He just opened his mouth and chuckled twice. Everyone saw it and felt a good feeling in their hearts. Suddenly, all the heroes felt like they were dying, spontaneously. Of course, Captain is nothing. You forgot that he has Roger's bloodline. How can he not be strong? 144. The touching moment ends, Yuuzhan of Ace. Ace and Sabo trembled, they couldn't believe their eyes. Luffy, could it be that Akainu gave? The Empress seemed unable to bear such a huge blow, rolled her eyes, and passed out directly. Luffy hurriedly helped her up and said nonchalantly. Hey, Ace, Sabo, it seems that I can't be the One Piece anymore, but my friends, please take care of me in the future. The companions stared blankly at Luffy. Luffy, is he going to die? Nami covered her mouth with her hand, tried her best not to cry out, ran to Luffy's side quickly, gave her a big hug. You idiot, you are going to die yourself, and you still worry about what we do. Although he was scolding Luffy, his words were full of concern. Ah, Luffy is all right. Ace blocked him. At this moment, there was an exclamation in the field, interrupting their sadness. Luffy and the others hurriedly looked towards the video. The picture seemed to be all gray. Luffy looked at the scene in front of him dully. It was Ace who rushed over at the critical moment, blocking Akainu's attack for Luffy. However, 06 use your own body, and Akainu's fist pierced through Ace's body, hit from the back, drilled out from the chest. Ace's whole body was full of flames and could not cover up the magma fist emerging from his chest. On the ground, Ace's life card that fell out gradually burned out. Akainu took advantage of the victory and pursued, preparing to attack again to completely wipe out Ace. Advertisement at the critical moment, Jinbei rushed forward, risking his life to block Akainu's attack. The scalding magma left scorched marks all over his palm. Ace fell forward slowly. Luffy hurried to catch up with Ace, and Ace recalled his whole life. He always felt that his birth was a mistake. He recalled Deiden who raised him, his dead brother Sabo, and finally, he whispered weakly in Luffy's ear. My biggest regret right now is not being able to see the moment when you realize your dream, but I believe you can achieve it. Because you are my younger brother. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and Luffy and Ace seemed to have returned to their original childhood. Standing on the cliff by the sea, the two small figures made an oath that they would become the freest people on the sea together. Looking at this scene, everyone seemed to have uncovered the soft things deep in their hearts. They all remembered that they used to have dreams and looked forward to the future, but when they grew up, they had a lot of helplessness. It has become more and more out of reach. Thinking of this, a dull emotion suddenly filled the projection space. I don't have the strength to let everyone hear what I said. You must tell everyone the next thing. On the field, no one opened their mouths to speak anymore. They all listened to the last words of the elder brother who had dedicated himself to his younger brother. Dad, everyone, and Luffy. Luffy listened quietly. What was about to happen had brought him to the brink of collapse. His pupils were constantly cycling between expanding and converging. When Ace read his brother's name, tears slowly rolled down his cheeks, and then, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said the last sentence with a smile. Thank you. After speaking, he closed his eyes forever, and slowly fell into Luffy's arms. Seeing his brother, in order to save himself, died in front of his eyes, Luffy couldn't control his emotions anymore, and broke out in an instant, shouting, Ace. He looked up to the sky and screamed. His mouth was wide open, and his eyes gradually lost their luster, just knelt down in front of Ace Guoguo. Deiden roared angrily, punching Garp violently in the face one after another, and Garp didn't resist, allowing her to vent. Advertisement, Ace. P.S. The fifth one will be delivered. The next chapter will start with unexpected fruits, and I will write a little more about Ace, because in my mind, Summit War is the peak of the whole One Piece, and I feel that it will become more and more unbearable later on. Up. Luffy's companions looked at Luffy worriedly, and at the same time blamed themselves to the extreme. Why? Why were they not there when Luffy needed him? And when they needed him at 920, Luffy went to the sword and went down the fire for their sake, even disregarding my own life. Where did I go? If you in the future cannot give a reasonable explanation, we will not forgive you. He protects the pirates behind him, while he is on the other side, facing Marine alone. Garp was lying on the ground without making a sound, looking at the void with sad eyes. Ace, I hope you can really understand Grandpa. Grandpa watched you die with his own eyes, but he couldn't save you. Grandpa's heart covered himself, tears slipped down his eyes quietly. This man who has always been tough, after all, has a soft side in his heart. The picture is not over yet. The angry and distressed Whitebeard broke through the siege of Marine, and he appeared behind Akainu in an instant. With a thunderous blow, he fell heavily. The power of the shock fruit twisted the surrounding space, and Akainu's head was crushed. Whitebeard slammed straight into the ground hard. It's alright. Grandpa Garp doesn't want to see such a result. He must feel even more uncomfortable. In front of the furious Whitebeard, Akainu was in a panic and was beaten into a shapeless shape, but his counterattack in a panic also aggravated Whitebeard's injury. Who is this woman? She is too tough. That Garp's strength is unfathomable. In front of her, there is no sign of resistance. In the arena, Sabo and Luffy stared at the video with their mouths open. In the future, Ace is dead. At this time, Ace came up and hugged Dayton. But in the crowd, everyone could no longer stop Dayton, who ran away completely, allowing her to rush out of the crowd and come in front of Garp. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, Dayton grabbed Garp's collar, raised his fist, and threw a heavy blow. It hit Garp in the face, and Garp didn't resist at all. You stinky old man, how did you manage to turn a blind eye to their two brothers at the scene? Didn't Ace call you Grandpa? Speak up. Is your mission or your family important? Roger's eyes are calm, as if he has already seen through everything. The past future is not necessarily the future, but the present future is the future. With the variable of himself, the future has become an unknown. Everyone exclaimed. Dayton looked at Ace, who was still alive in front of him, and immediately burst into tears, and hugged the child he raised with his backhand. Whitebeard punched hard with his right hand, hitting the void. The strong vibration forcibly divided the whole ground, forming a ravine. 145. Blackbeard appears. Time gone. This is the last farewell, and also the father's last protection for the children. In the projected space, the Whitebeard pirates belong to Morning. Daddy. Whitebeard smiled faintly. This is also the choice he felt he should make. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The Blackbeard pirates appeared on the battlefield swaggeringly. Compared with before, they added several new members, and the criminal who impelled down the sixth body was rescued by Blackbeard and pulled into the team. Blackbeard's butcher knife pointed at Whitebeard, who was still in the wind. Whitebeard's subordinates are all looking around, extremely angry. You Blackbeard, it's fine to kill your companion and steal the dark fruit, but you dare to openly make an enemy of your father, and even more so when your father is seriously injured. Take advantage of the fire, get out of lousy. Even if you fight to be wiped out by the Supreme Universe, I will smash you to pieces. However, no matter how they searched, there was no trace of Blackbeard at the scene, and he seemed to have evaporated from the world. Then, in the video, Blackbeard and Whitebeard attacked Whitebeard, and Whitebeard started a big fight with Wanzi with serious injuries. In the projection space, not only Whitebeard's subordinates were angry, but other people also despised Blackbeard's actions. They learned from various channels that Blackbeard was originally Whitebeard's subordinates, but he killed his accomplice and stole it for a devil fruit. Guo Guo now stands up at a critical moment. If he is to help Whitebeard tide over the difficulties, maybe everyone will look at him highly. Who would have thought that Blackbeard would actually come out to kill Whitebeard at the most critical moment? Really ungrateful. A villain through and through. Damn him. Ace is even more furious, wrapped in blue flames. His eyes are constantly sweeping the crowd. Blackbeard has been selected as one of the top 10 unexpected fruit abilities. He will be rewarded. He will definitely not leave this space first. He must be hiding. Get up. Damn it, where the hell is it? Advertisement in an inconspicuous corner. Blackbeard sneered. Wanting to find me? It's too late. My uncle has already hidden, and will wait there for you to take revenge on me. Just kidding. You think this uncle is as stupid as you? Not many people? Boom. Whitebeard used the ability of shock fruit to attack Blackbeard, and the overbearing shockwave spread towards Blackbeard rapidly. But Blackbeard did not rush, and displayed the ability of the dark fruit snatched from his companions, absorbing all the shocks of Whitebeard, and did not cause the slightest damage to Blackbeard. Damn it, this Blackbeard man is a little trashy, but there is something in this ability. Even Whitebeard's attack can be resisted so easily. It doesn't look like a simple character. Everyone watched the video, and they were surprised by Blackbeard's performance. This Whitebeard is said to be the strongest man in the world after Roger is gone. Although he is seriously injured and his strength is not fully displayed, K is not something ordinary people can easily resist. At the next moment, even though there was only one breath left and Shock Fruit's ability could not be used, Whitebeard still issued a thunderous blow, and Kong Yunki slashed fiercely on Blackbeard's shoulder, and made him scream loudly, beg for mercy. Sure enough, Whitebeard is still Whitebeard. It's because we can't see through it. Although the state is not good, not everyone can provoke one or two. Wang Hao just watched indifferently from the side. He didn't want to see the next scene. The end of an era, such a majestic man, buried in the hands of a shameless villain, it was somewhat unacceptable. The shock fruit in Whitebeard's hand exerted force, and firmly clamped Blackbeard's neck. Whitebeard belonged, and made friends loudly. It seems that Whitebeard's condition has not yet reached the worst step. If he wants to break through, several admirals will also stop him. Can't help, Ace has already been buried in the hands of Akainu, they don't want their spiritual pillar to fall too. However, many times, things backfired. In the video, Whitebeard firmly pressed Blackbeard to the ground, but suddenly his heart softened, and he couldn't kill him no matter what. Whitebeard's behavior made everyone feel a sense of foreboding. The father's tolerance for his sons is really nothing to say, but they know Blackbeard. The companion who was with him in the past is a killer, what else is he afraid to do? Sure enough, Blackbeard saw this, seized the gap, and immediately ordered the whole regiment to attack Whitebeard. Damn. This N********* R is really AF******* G thing. Whitebeard has treated him like this, and he can still do it. Advertisement. Yeah, compared with the previous Sky ad, this guy is hopeless. If you meet this person, you must be careful, this is a very good villain. In the end, under the attack of the whole Blackbeard regiment, Whitebeard was on the verge of dying, and he really had his last breath left. Everyone looked at the figure of Haki, who was so majestic before, and there was an indescribable feeling in his heart, and he didn't know whether he was sorry for Whitebeard being plotted against by a despicable villain. It is still a pity that an era is coming to an end. Roger looked at the scene in the video with an inexplicable expression. Whitebeard? I won't let you leave like this. I still need to avenge my own revenge. Your way doesn't work for everyone. Many people can't be raised by relatives. A white-eyed wolf. As for Ace, Marco and others, their expressions were extremely serious at this time. He thinks about drinking with Roger and about turning down Goodley's invitation to Raftel. I also remembered what Roger said about the will of D. When 5 elders saw this scene, their eyes sparkled. They knew that there were not many things about the will of D. Now that the video is released, everyone will definitely inquire about the true meaning of the will of D. It may not be found out in a short time, but paper cannot contain fire, and there will always be a day when the matter of D's will be revealed to the world. Back in the present, Whitebeard said, and the will of Roger and Ace will definitely be inherited by someone, and the day that the world government fears will definitely come. When Sengoku heard this, the fear in his expression was beyond words. D's will, it's really troublesome. 146. Shock fruit changes owners, everyone is surprised. Then, Whitebeard showed the same smile as Roger. One Piece, it's real. And through the only remaining live broadcast room, people all over the world heard what Roger said, and many people looked at the screen in disbelief. Roger said so, and now even Whitebeard said so. Does it really exist? Especially the pirates, they were like chicken blood. Sengoku wanted to defeat Whitebeard and frighten all the pirates, but he didn't expect Whitebeard's words to make the pirates even more crazy. On the field, Roger closed his eyes, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. It was amazing. He used his own death to once again push forward the age of great exploration. Now, the era of pirates is about to enter its peak. Blackbeard laughed when he heard Roger's words. Ha 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 ha, what an amazing last words. And Whitebeard's subordinates all shouted Whitebeard's name. Daddy, with a sad face, and Schoolyard couldn't help crying, blaming himself extremely. If it wasn't because of his knife that seriously injured Whitebeard, where would he be today? Situation. Whitebeard's majestic body, with his straight fighting strength, was on the field. He already lost the strength to speak, thinking in his heart. Forgive me, sons. For leaving behind such an incorrigible 490B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** He thought of the continuous expansion of members since he was young, and the current Whitebeard pirates. It's been a long journey, what a wonderful journey. Recalling that when he was young, he was still a crew member on someone else's ship, and that time they won gold and silver treasures, but he was not interested at all. When other crew members asked him what he was interested in, he was so said. I grew up with one thing in particular that I wanted, family. Advertisement in the projection space, Whitebeard's sons were already crying, their bodies trembling slightly, Daddy. But Whitebeard was unusually calm at the time. He has lived for so long and stood at the top for so long. He has already taken death lightly. As long as his beloved sons are fine, then his sacrifice is meaningful. Even if he knows the ending, let him choose, he will still not hesitate. This is Whitebeard. Farewell, sons. Whitebeard uttered the last sound, and in the shocked eyes of the whole world, he stood there, breathless forever. Even after passing away, Whitebeard still maintains his majestic and upright body, refusing to fall down. At this time, within the projection space, it was so quiet that one could hear the drop of a needle clearly. Everyone was mourning the passing of Whitebeard. His passing was not just the loss of their father by the Whitebeard pirates. It is the passing of an era. As Ace said before, this era is called Whitebeard. Although the four emperors compete with each other, in everyone's mind, whether it is Kaido or Big Mom, they are all weaker than Whitebeard in terms of strength. Whitebeard is a man who has competed with Roger, and Kaido and Big Mom were just trainees on the Rock's ship. On the court, Schoolyard, who was hiding in the dark, tore off his cover, rushed to Whitebeard, knelt heavily on the ground, and kowtowed several times to Whitebeard in grief. Father, I'm sorry for you. My son is wrong. Ace Marco and others also lost their hostility towards Skyad at this time. They saw from the video that Skyad was also bewitched by Akainu, and his brain short-circuited for a while. No wonder all the spearheads are pointing to Marine Admiral, Akainu. Whitebeard shook his head and gently helped Skyard up. Just like what I said in the video, even if you are a stupid son, I still love you. Skyad was shocked, and once again drowned in his own tears. Agba, woo woo woo, daddy. But Kaido and Andy's eyes sparkled, and they didn't know what to think about. Is Whitebeard gone? That Whitebeard's place. Advertisement. In this battle, Whitebeard suffered 267 knife wounds, 152 shots, and 46 shells. As a gust of wind blew, the robe Whitebeard wore fell off, revealing his back that had never been scarred at all. Hey, look, Whitebeard has suffered so many injuries, but there is no scar on his back at all. When everyone heard it, their pupils trembled, and it really was. Facing the attack, haven't you retreated too much? Zoro muttered. He remembered that when he fought Hawkeye for the first time, he was also stabbed in the chest. It seems that the strong have similar obsessions. Everyone looked at the imprint belonging to the Whitebeard pirates on Whitebeard's back, and sighed slightly, a sign of the times, just left. Without Whitebeard, the Whitebeard pirates could no longer be as intimidating as before. There is no strength. 4 emperors. 1 emperor is missing. Someone must rise from them to take Whitebeard's place. I just don't know if he can withstand the suppression of the other 3 emperors. After all, the Whitebeard pirates must still have a lot of wealth to look at. For the other 3 emperors, as long as they make a move, they are almost in their pockets. This is exploring the bag? Look, what is Blackbeard doing? Has his conscience found out? Everyone looked towards the video, and saw that Blackbeard Teach took out a black cloth and covered Whitebeard's body. Wang Hao curled his lips slightly in the crowd, realizing his conscience? You still haven't experienced the beatings of the society? You really don't understand people's hearts. Marco Ace and others are also staring at the screen. Teach, what do you want to do? Blackbeard smiled mysteriously, and also got into the black cloth, and after a long time, he came out. When he clenched his right hand, an astonishing aura radiated out. Whether it was Whitebeard's subordinates on the field or everyone in the projection space, their eyes froze and their jaws fell to the ground in shock. This is shock fruit. Everyone is stunned. How is it possible? Didn't it mean that Blackbeard is a dark fruit capable user? How did he become a shock fruit capable user? And isn't shock fruit from Whitebeard? A new fruit appeared so soon, is it? Or is it still in place? 147. Corrupt justice. Garp wants to quit Marine? Sengoku's pupils shrank. What the hell is going on? After finally destroying Whitebeard, his shock fruit actually changed hands? Such an awesome fruit actually fell into the hands of a pirate again. Give him time, isn't this another Whitebeard born out of thin air? On the field, Blackbeard and his gang, who were hiding behind the crowd, sighed heavily. It was originally a perfect plan, but because this video was played in advance, it was exposed. Now, both the Whitebeard pirates and the Marines, everyone will be on guard. The plan can no longer be realized. Then whose fruit should I seize? The next moment, Blackbeard stretched out his left hand, and Dark Fruit's ability was revealed. One person has 2 fruits. How? How is it possible? How can one person have the power of 2 fruits? Some people exclaimed, expressing extreme disbelief at what they saw in front of them. Others are like him. This kind of thing has gone beyond the basic understanding of the nautical world. A person can only have 1 devil fruit ability. This is well known to everyone. If there are more than 2, they will die suddenly. But the facts are before their eyes. Blackbeard Teach indeed has 2 abilities, shock fruit and dark fruit. What did he do inside the black cloth? Did he rob Whitebeard of his abilities? Everyone remembered that Blackbeard covered Whitebeard's body with a black cloth before, and then got in. Maybe Blackbeard didn't want everyone to see how he plundered the fruit's power. In the video, Blackbeard obtained Whitebeard's shock fruit. He looked excited and used the same move as Whitebeard, 10-fist wolf strike in the void. The void was filled with space cracks that made everyone in the Whitebeard pirates feel friendly but strange at this time. For a moment, a mountain roar and tsunami swept through Marineford again, and Marineford instantly turned into ruins. Everyone looked at the mighty Blackbeard. The same fruit ability and the same moves made people feel dazed, as if they saw the majestic figure of Whitebeard again. While Blackbeard was wreaking havoc on the Marine headquarters, Sengoku took action. He transformed into a golden-faced Buddha and injured everyone in Blackbeard's gang with just 1 move. On the other side, Aokiji froze the sea with 1 move. Akainu also pursued relentlessly. Boom! Advertisement. Akainu attacked Luffy again. At this time, Luffy was still immersed in the grief of his brother's death. He had collapsed and had no response to Akainu's attack. Luffy. This made Ace Sabo and his friends in the projection space exclaim. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Jinbei took action. He picked up Luffy and swept away into the distance in a flash. However, Akainu was also a Marine admiral after all. How could he let them escape so smoothly? With a flash of his body, he caught up with Jinbei in an instant. Jinbei, who was protecting Luffy, was unable to resist. Akainu punched him in the chest and knocked Luffy away, hit hard again. Just as they were about to kill them, Crocodile took action again. He stopped Akainu. Seeing this, Buggy flew over to pick up Jinbei and Luffy and left quickly. Akainu said, he is no match. At this time, with a loud noise, a submarine emerged from under the sea. It was Luo. Luo was taken aback. What's going on? Can it be that I still have some friendship with the head of the Straw Hat? Oh, yes, we were together when Brother Daming was together. It seems that the head of the Straw Hat is more friends than enemies. Seeing this, Buggy sent Luffy and Jinbei to Luo's side directly. Luo immediately ordered to dive into the water, while Kizaru became a stroke master, constantly firing light bullets into the sea. But he hit a target like this, but he failed to hit it 10 times. In the corner of the battlefield, Luffy's early companion Kebi burst into tears. He was saddened by the cruelty of the war, and he didn't know where the courage came from. He stood in front of Akainu slowly, with his hands open, hoping that Akainu would stop. He also hopes that Luffy will be fine, even if everyone is in a different camp, but as an old friend, he doesn't want to see Luffy have an accident. This made Luffy and Zoro outside the field sigh. This guy is a partner worthy of their recognition, even if he is Marine. But Akainu can't control that much. He believes in absolute justice, seeing that Kebi, who is a Marine, actually stops him from dealing with Marine. His subordinates show no mercy. If you want me to say, the celestial dragons oppress us the most, why don't you go and destroy them? Not only did you turn a blind eye, you even helped these beasts do evil and acted as watchdogs for them. Advertisement. He could only bite the bullet and shout to the people. This is the justice that you Marines run through. Killing innocent people indiscriminately, and even doing it yourself without hesitation, is really justice. The pirates are still lamenting that not everyone in Marine is like Akainu, who enforces his pedantic justice and is more humane, but seeing such a good boy about to die tragically by Akainu's hands, they all feel sorry for him. Stand up. Someone hid in the crowd, let the crowd cover him, and shouted out. Ha 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 ha. What a justice, what a good one for us. The celestial dragons robbed the women of the people, causing the wives and children of the people to be separated and the families to be destroyed. Have you Marines taken care of it? No. No matter how earnestly Sengoku explains it, everyone will not follow him. Pirates oppress. I see that you Marines have also oppressed our common people. Under Kebi's horrified eyes, the magma fist hit him fiercely. Folks, Akainu's approach may be a little extreme, but everything is to take the opportunity to destroy the pirates. Have you forgotten the time when you were bullied by the pirates? We did this for you a peaceful day. I'm afraid the common people have seen us pirates and haven't seen you Marine. It's so righteous, I would like to call it the strongest. And those ordinary people are also commotion at this time. Akainu's actions have already angered the public. Even Sengoku thinks that Akainu's actions are wrong, but he can't accuse Akainu of his wrongdoing in full view. It will make his majesty discredited. Returning justice? What the hell, even your own people can kill you. 148. Give me a face again, the secret of dark fruit. Sengoku was even more speechless by these words. He opened his mouth slightly to refute, but no words came out. He let out a long sigh, and finally stepped back without saying a word. These are all facts. Is what they call justice really justice? Haha. Even Sengoku himself sneered, with a slight self-mockery on his face. When the Marine soldiers saw that Sengoku couldn't refute, they all fell into a long silence. Is it justice? They asked themselves. Ding! While everyone was deep in thought, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked Kebi's fatal blow. It's Redhead Shanks. 4 emperors came. This was really a big event that swept the whole world. But even if Shanks didn't come, just the fact that Whitebeard was buried was enough to cause an earthquake in the whole 247 world. In the distance, Kizaru wanted to take action, but was stopped by Shanks' crew member. Beckman raised his gun and said calmly. Don't move, I'll beat you to death if you do, funny. Upon hearing this, Kizaru quickly stopped attacking and raised his hands. Oh my, it's really scary, I'll just stop. Seeing that everyone stopped, the red-haired man spoke up. This war will end here, please give me some face. Damn it, it's appeared. This is Shanks' face-saving fruit in the previous video. I remember that everyone seemed to really give him this face at that time. Hiss, I remember that Shanks also asked Whitebeard to give him a favor before, but Whitebeard didn't give it, so he's dead? Damn it, don't say it so mysteriously, then this face fruit is too bad. If you don't give face, even a powerful person like Whitebeard will die suddenly. Wang Hao snickered in the dark. Haha, people in this sailing world pick up jokes pretty quickly, so he started teasing. Shanks pulled out the sword from his waist and shouted to everyone present. Advertisement. If anyone hasn't had enough trouble, then red hair pirates will accompany you to the end. Come, let us be your match. Everyone didn't know whether it was to increase casualties or to really give Shanks face. Everyone stopped one after another, and the war finally ended. Blackbeard and others walked away, and Sengoku announced that the war was over. The video is not over yet. While everyone is still immersed in the jaw-dropping events of Whitebeard dying in battle, Blackbeard stealing Shock Fruit's ability, and Shanks' face fruit being too powerful, a subtitle pops up. Dark Fruit, known as the most vicious ability in the history of Devil Fruit, possesses the infinite gravity of a black hole. Close black lens bracket. When using abilities, your hands will turn black and your body will emit black smoke. It can suck in everything that comes into contact with darkness, compress and crush it infinitely. Close black lens bracket. It also has the function of attracting people with abilities through the air, and touching people with abilities with its hands, temporarily incapacitating them regardless of their type. Close black lens bracket. You can also seize the opponent's fruit ability after the ability user dies. Close black lens bracket. After eating it, it cannot avoid external damage like other Lobia. Instead, it absorbs the damage and doubles the pain it suffers. Close black lens bracket. It can also absorb fruit attacks, such as absorbing Whitebeard shock fruit attacks, but the absorption range is very small and can only be absorbed by using dark water with your hands. Useless against long range and wide area attacks. Close black lens bracket. I've lost my mind, but there are still such awesome fruits. Can I get more of other people's fruit abilities? Doesn't that mean that he can have infinite fruit abilities? No, even if he can steal other people's fruits, a person can still only have one fruit ability. Wang Hao said lightly, it's this man named Yi Liangshan again, how come he knows everything? Then why can Blackbeard have dark fruits abilities and shock fruits abilities at the same time?
Someone asked Wang Hao. Haha, this is because Huan Zai's body structure is different from ordinary people. I don't know exactly how it is different. Maybe only he knows.
The structure is different. What structure can withstand the power of 2 devil fruits? Advertisement Marine's senior executives were thoughtful after hearing Wang Hao's words. If the structure of the human body can be modified to be the same as Blackbeard, does that mean that 2 devil fruits per person will be able to popularize Marine? Sengoku looked at Garp in disbelief and quit Marine. Why? Is it because of Ace's death? Garp accounts for a big reason 0 at that time. Roger turned himself in and found Garp. The newspaper published it and said that Garp was 3.3 points and Roger was arrested. Although this is not true, it made everyone have a higher evaluation of Marine's strength. Ace and Luffy looked at Garp in shock and exited the sea chamber. Didn't Grandpa always want to execute justice? Why did he suddenly quit? Anyone who has reached a certain level of strength or knows something about the past era knows that Garp is the only Marine who has pushed Roger into desperate situations many times. Boom. Garp's declaration made the whole Marine team go crazy. What? Garp? You? Blackbeard couldn't help but trembled at the back of the crowd. What's going on? Why'd I feel like I'm being noticed? Is it Whitebeard's group? P.S. 5 updates. The 3rd update is here. The 5 elders look solemn. Why can Marine still maintain its dominance despite the gazes of many powerful pirates and revolutionary troops? While everyone was still wondering, Garp suddenly stood up, cleared his throat, looked solemn, and shouted to everyone. Dayton stood aside and looked at Garp with a slightly calmer look. Even if you still have some conscience, Marine is not a good person. Everyone, first, Marine Vice Admiral Garp, now announce that I will permanently quit Marine. From now on, I am just an ordinary person, and everyone can treat me as normal. Once this idea came up, they could no longer stop. They all wanted to capture Blackbeard immediately and take him back to study it carefully. What is the structure? They hesitated to speak, wanting to retain Garp, but they knew that once Garp made a decision, there was almost no room for reversal, so they just looked at Garp blankly. And all this is because of Garp. If Garp quits Marine, then the deterrent effect of the entire Marine against pirates will be reduced by several degrees. Trump card. He even teamed up with Roger to wipe out the Rocks Pirate, the strongest pirate group in the previous era. 149. Top 10 touching moments. The Straw Hats are on the list. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Garp shook his head and stepped back. If it hadn't really hurt his heart, he really didn't want to quit Marine. Ahem. Okay, this long video is over. Next, the rewards will be distributed. The first is the end of the previous series. Blackbeard, as a person on the list, what I reward you is to evolve your body again. Starting now, you can absorbing the ability of a devil fruit. Before everyone could recover from Garp's announcement of quitting Marine, the supreme being of the universe, who had not spoken for a long time, spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark light flashed through and entered Blackbeard's body, which was hiding behind the crowd. It didn't stir up any waves, and no one noticed Blackbeard's location. Everyone heard that Blackbeard could absorb more devil fruit abilities, that is, there were 3 more. They were shocked and inexplicably looked for Blackbeard everywhere, but they couldn't find it no matter how hard they looked. It was strange at the moment. Isn't Blackbeard in this space? In fact, it was the supreme divine consciousness of the universe who communicated with Blackbeard. Blackbeard was still worried about whether to distribute the rewards in public. Wouldn't it be better and save a lot of trouble? Sensing the changes in his own body, Blackbeard was secretly pleasantly surprised. This is good. In addition to shock fruit being included in the selection range, there is also an additional one to choose. I think Shank's face fruit is quite strong, so I can consider it. Then, there are 2 brothers, Ace and Luffy. As the ones on the list of touching moments, I will reward you with the alien fire falling heart inflammation. And the upgraded ability, Jaundization, Luffy, you can turn into a giant directly without starting the 3rd gear, and again, if you activate the 3rd gear and 4th gear, it will be based on the giant's body. Becoming even bigger, as soon as these words came out, Europeans became beautiful again.
It's not that I envy Ace for gaining another kind of strange fire, but I envy that Luffy can also grow bigger, which is too awesome, and I don't know how big his body will be after turning into a giant.
Wouldn't it be a surprise to open the 3rd gear? With one fist, an island will be smashed into pieces. Oh, Luffy, it's great that you got a reward. The Empress smiled and said to Luffy. Wang Hao gave an ambiguous smile. Yes, you are going to enjoy it. 2 golden lights appeared and poured into Ace and Luffy's bodies respectively. Ace's face was full of excitement, and his body was surrounded by falling heart flames. In everyone's eyes, there was no trace of flames, but the people standing next to Ace felt the terrifying temperature, and even their minds were a little unstable. What is this strange flame? Marco hurriedly stood a little away from Ace. This invisible flame was invisible, but its power was amazing. The air around Ace was twisting, and the terrifying high temperature seemed to burn the space. Advertisement. This is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that this kind of flame seems to be able to penetrate into people's minds, make people confused, and start burning from the inside. Just imagine, if Ace attacks with this kind of invisible flame, the enemy may be hit without even seeing it, or it may start burning from within his own body. How can he resist this? When Luffy got a new reward, he gave it a try. He silently said, "Big," in his heart. and his body began to swell in an instant. The people around him quickly got out of the way. In an instant, Luffy turned into a giant dozens of meters tall. Under the expectant eyes of everyone, Luffy started blowing into his hands. Yeah, third gear. Null. As Luffy finished blowing, a huge fist with a diameter of several hundred meters appeared, and everyone was stunned. This is too big. If this punch wraps around armament Haki and hits it. Hiss, I can't imagine it.
Luffy tried to swing his fist a few times, and the fist like a hill swung quickly above the void. Where it passed, a violent gust of wind was formed, blowing the ordinary people on the ground to pieces, but they didn't care that they fell and sat on the ground, watching this scene in shock.
Damn it, this is so fierce, so big. This has nothing to do with being powerful. When a huge thing is in front of you, the sense of oppression is terrifying. Everyone was shocked by Luffy's sense of oppression at this time. Of course, this is only for the weaker people. Although the stronger people are shocked, they are not frightened. Yes, the attack power will be greatly increased, but the speed will be much slower. No matter how destructive it is useless to miss. However, when it comes to head-to-head confrontation, let's forget it, isn't this bullying? After the rewards are distributed, next is a series of videos of the top 10 touching moments. I have already posted several of them before, and I will continue them now. There is no guessing in this series, but those who make the list can still get rewards.
Okay, let's continue the previous Summit War in the next video.
The Universe Supreme said. The video starts. Advertisement. The top 10 touching moments, the ones on the list are the Straw Hat Pirates. What, is there a follow-up to the Summit War? Could it be that Straw Hat's associates learned about this and attacked the Marine headquarters in order to avenge Luffy? Can you take your brain with you when you go out? Whitebeard is already involved. Do you think that Straw Hat's accomplice is better than Whitebeard? That's right. Why did Hanazan-sama say that Summit War will continue? The Supreme Lord must have a reason for saying this. How can we guess what the Lord is thinking? Wang Hao gave a thumbs up. Your flattery is so natural that I have to admire your skills. In front of a door, Chopper was covered in bandages, and the newspaper pigeon flew by and dropped a newspaper. Hey, it's Chopper, Luffy said pointing at the screen. Chopper picked up the newspaper on the ground and opened it. Let me see what's the news. It's okay not to look at it, but when he saw it, his whole body was shocked. His eyes were wide open, his brows were almost furrowed, and cold sweat instantly surrounded him. What did it see? Everyone is looking forward to it, please show us soon. Suddenly, the picture turned and another scene changed. What a shame, you're doing this to us again. On a small sky island, someone recognized it. This is Visalia. Nami was doing farm work. Opposite him stood an old man, who also delivered the newspaper delivered by the newspaper pigeon. He was holding the newspaper in his hand and looking at the weather forecast. Nami seemed to have seen something, rushed forward, grabbed the newspaper in the old man's hand, and Nami, who was still joking with the old man with a smile on his face, suddenly became dignified after seeing something. 150. The transvestite country reappears, and Sanji has become a master of women's clothing? What exactly did you see? Still don't know, the picture changed again. I went to Nima, it really made us clear. Boeing Islands. Usopp is here, it is like heaven, there are countless food. Usopp did not disappoint Luffy and Chopper as expected, eating like crazy. At the beginning, the picture only focused on Usopp's mouth. When the picture was stretched and Usopp was fully captured in the shot, Luffy and other partners were shocked. Holy shit, who is this big fat guy? Where did Usopp go? Luffy doesn't even know anyone. Chopper covered his mouth and smiled. Luffy, this fat guy is Usopp. Luffy is dumbfounded. This shit is Usopp? Do you think I'm stupid? He turned his head to look at Usopp, and then turned his head to look at the fat man in the video. Is this the same person? Even Usopp is ignorant. What's the matter? He doesn't control his appetite too much. How can he eat like this? However, he still defended himself in his mouth. Don't look at me like this, Luffy. Chopper, think about it. If you were on an island full of food, wouldn't you just let go and eat it? Isn't it reasonable for me to do this? When Chopper and Luffy heard it, yes, it makes sense. Who can refuse the food of the whole island? What made everyone speechless was that in the video, Usopp actually put on a pose showing off his muscles and said to the camera, how about this figure? This amuses the crowd. Ha 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 ha, this Usopp is really G talented. How about this figure? Good guy, I'll just double-click 666, old man. The figure is great. Really, I have never seen such a good figure.
Everyone laughed. Zoro and Sanji looked at Usopp with weird eyes. It was definitely him, he could indeed do such inconspicuous things.
Advertisement among the companions, as we all know, the three major comedians, Luffy, Chopper, Usopp. Suddenly a person who looked like an insect entered the country. He patted Usopp on the stomach and angrily said, stop eating Usopp. It's not muscle hash, it's visceral fat. It's definitely a lifestyle disease. Hey, why are you so ignorant? There's no fat in your body, it's obviously a whole body of tendon meat. Ha ha ha. And Usopp slapped the insect man away with a slap and said that as long as it is strong enough, you can get fatter. After finishing speaking, he sucked up the ramen with the size of a swimming pool. It smells so good. Goo goo. Everyone's eyes were fixed, and it was a newspaper delivery pigeon again. What kind of news is it? Damn, I really want to know. When Usopp saw the newspaper delivery pigeon, his eyes were almost straightened, and he showed amazing jumping ability, jumped into the air, grabbed the newspaper delivery pigeon, and shouted in his mouth. Great roast chicken. It's really hopeless. Fortunately, he was stopped by the insect man and knocked Usopp to the ground. Damn it, you can't eat that. The screen turns here again. This time it is the country of monsters. Needless to say, it is Sanji who is in this place. Everyone couldn't help sympathizing with Sanji again. It's really pitiful to be tortured by so many ladyboys. Sanji frowned. Shit. So you are all living such a comfortable life. Why labor and capital are in such a ghostly place? This is Sanji. An exclamation sounded, and everyone looked towards the video, seeing 10 chills instantly permeated the entire projection space. Everyone looked in the direction of the Straw Hat Pirates, looking at Sanji with weird eyes. But when Sanji saw himself in the video, he was stunned. In the video, Sanji is wearing a pink dress, light lipstick, and a woman's makeup. Not only that, but his behavior is almost the same as that of the ladyboys around him. Advertisement holding the newspaper, he said coquettishly, I hate it, it's dead. Whoa, what the hell did I see? Aw, my eyes? Oh my god, Sanji turned out to be like those ladyboys. Spicy eyes. Is this the same chivalrous Sanji? In this scene, everyone's 3 views are about to collapse. And Sanji himself is in pain. No, impossible. This can't be me. How could I? Sanji lay on the ground. G his head on the ground frantically, feeling extremely sick to himself in the video. Nami stepped forward, patted Sanji on the shoulder, and comforted. It's okay, Sanji, at worst, let's be good sisters in the future. It's okay if it's not comforting, it's no different from sprinkling salt on the wound. Sanji just rolled his eyes and passed out. The newspaper delivery pigeon delivered the newspaper to Ms. Sanji, and Sanji blew a kiss back to it, vomit. Sanji opened the newspaper. Well, today's love fortune telling is. Suddenly Sanji's charming eyes widened suddenly, and the delicate expression on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by extreme anger. He clenched his teeth, sweating profusely, and trembling all over his body, as if he saw something horrible things. Afterwards, the other partners also read the newspaper, but they still didn't see the contents of the newspaper. Although they couldn't see it, everyone still had some guesses, probably because of Luffy's participation in the Summit War. Since it's a touching moment, there should be a reaction. What's going on? Why does the picture disappear as soon as the reaction is reached? Everyone is itchy. This is the so-called information gap. They all know what happened to Luffy in Summit War, but their partners in the video, Liku's video, don't know. Everyone also knew that the relationship between Luffy and his companions was extremely deep, and they really wanted to see the reaction of Luffy's companions when they learned about Luffy. Although they had already guessed that they must be very worried and sad, they still endured. I can't help but want to watch it. This damn video editor is simply too good at ambition. This damn sense of anticipation has been pulled to the peak. Wang Hao. This is called making decisions, understand? Immediately afterwards, the picture began to change, returning to Chopper again. Everyone's spirits were raised in an instant. Here they come. Let's start letting go of their reactions now. Hurry up, it's time for drama. 151. Bad news has come. I want to return to the captain. The screen starts playing. First up is Nami. She was chased by a group of old men wearing magic hats, and she wanted to escape from this sky island to meet Luffy at the assembly point. While carrying an old man on her shoulders, she said to herself, Luffy, are you okay? Sorry, you have been supporting us all this time, it should be our turn this time. The old man behind was still chasing madly. Nami ran silently, running and running, tears and eyes wet the whole cheek. The silent crying showed how heavy Nami was feeling at this time. She felt very distressed about what happened to Luffy's Summit War. Why was she not by his side? Why? Then they seemed to catch up with Nami, who took out the newspaper and told them that the big event reported in the newspaper was that Straw Hat was his companion, and she needed to hurry to the meeting point to join him. While the old men were reading the newspaper and talking about it, Nami knelt on the ground, full of thoughts. While my companions are scattered, Luffy he still fights brutally alone. In order to rescue Ace, 303 got involved in the Summit War. Lost Ace in sight, but I didn't know about it. Luffy will definitely go to the rendezvous point. I want to meet him quickly and be his strength before his heart breaks. Nami supported her legs tightly with both hands, her body trembling uncontrollably. The more she talked, the more excited she became, and then she broke down and cried. In the projection space, everyone was silent for a long time and finally broke out. Before his heart breaks, meet him quickly and become his strength. It's so touching. How can you say such touching words? Woo woo woo. As expected of Straw Hat Boys Pirates, the relationship between the partners is really good. Because I didn't help my captain, I'm so sad. The bond between them deserves our reflection. Yes, as a client, Nami was in a low mood. They had already seen what happened. Luffy really collapsed at that time, but as partners, none of them were by Luffy's side. Instead, it was those, agad, outsiders who were constantly help him. What is such a companion? Advertisement. Luffy stepped forward, put her hat on Nami's head, patted her head lightly, and said softly. Nami, it's okay. My friends were all shot by the bear and flew to different places. There's nothing we can do about it. Nami raised her head and looked at Luffy with tears in her eyes. Even though she said that, she still felt sorry for Luffy. She held Luffy in her arms and Sanji was stunned for a moment. Damn it. Luffy's treatment. That's great. The scene changed, this time, in a place full of snowstorm. A bald man was wiping the barrel of a gun in his hand, and a child was running around the room, shouting, change, like a repeater. Boom. Suddenly, There was a loud noise, the ceiling above the uncle exploded, and a figure jumped down from it. Everyone took a closer look and saw that it was Straw Hat Boy's companion, Cyborg Frankie. At this time, Frankie was sweating profusely, his expression was extremely solemn, and he panted and said to the uncle, "Grandpa, I must return to my companions as soon as possible. Give me a boat. Give me a boat." But the uncle told him that except for the regular ship that comes once a month and the marine warship that comes from time to time, there are no more ships on this island.
Because this country is covered by thick ice, special icebreakers are needed to enter, which is very troublesome.
When Frank heard this, he immediately became anxious. He slapped the table, gritted his teeth tightly, and was sweating profusely. This uncle, who was usually greasy and a bit wretched, now looked unusually serious. He was angry, not at others, but at himself. Recalling the scene when Luffy invited him to be his partner, he shouted in a deep voice, "What on earth was I doing at that critical moment for that guy?" He sat on the ground with his hair covering his eyes, blaming himself deeply. That guy must be suffering now. I must hurry to his side. Without us, there is not even a close person around him. Thinking of this, even Frank couldn't help but cover his eyes with his huge palms and sob softly. This guy, who usually behaves like he's good at life but not good at life, didn't expect that he still has such a sentimental side when it comes to his companions. I'm so envious of the bond between their partners. After learning about Straw Hat, all my friends felt distressed and blamed themselves. It's so loving. Everyone has an impression of Frankie, but they didn't expect that he with such a personality would react so violently after learning about Luffy. Advertisement on the other side, we arrived at the place where Zoro and Hawkeye met before. When Perona and Hawkeye were discussing whether Moria was alive or dead, the door opened with a squeak. Panting heavily, Zoro stood at the door with a newspaper in his hand and his body still wrapped in bandages. When Perona saw this scene, she became anxious on the spot and shouted at Zoro. Hawkeye said that he had finished what he knew, and Zoro nodded when he heard this. Be more detailed. P.S. 7 updates today. The first update is here. My wife cares about her husband. What's the matter? What's the matter? I didn't even know that there was such a large-scale war. Luffy, is he really okay? Where is he now? Turning around and leaving, leaning on his own sword, hunched over, and limping towards the outside. That's not right. After all, they're also considered a CP group. Zoro looked up, his expression full of worry. Everyone joked ambiguously. What are you anxious about, with such a scarred body? But Zoro ignored Perona at all, and limped towards Hawkeye, hiding the heavy part, and said solemnly to Hawkeye. Eagle Eye, because I learned about Luffy's situation from you, how could I not be in a hurry? Excuse me. Before halfway there, Zoro almost fell to the ground because of his serious injuries, but fortunately he supported himself with his sword leaning on the ground. Wow, Perona cares so much about Zoro. Hawkeye seems dissatisfied with Zoro's current state of mind. Why are you up? Just lie down. 152. Straw Hat Crew's fetters help you become king. Zoro. Luffy looked at Zoro's limping back, and felt very uncomfortable. For such a powerful man, the back at this time looked extraordinarily sad. Everyone was also touched by Zoro's spirit. Even though he was seriously injured and had difficulty walking, he still tried his best to return to his friends. Compared with Nami and Frankie before, Zoro's behavior seemed more touching. Even some of the older generation watched this scene in shock. Straw Hat Boy, how did he get to know so many partners who were desperate for him? Next, Luffy's partners appeared on stage in turn. After learning about Luffy, they were extremely distressed and anxious to return to the captain's side. On the other hand, Luffy and Rayleigh once again returned to the Marine headquarters Marineford.
This shocked everyone again. What happened to the Straw Hat Boy? He managed to escape. Why did he go back?
Accompanied by Rayleigh, the Marines were defeated as soon as they met, and quickly stood in front of the ruins, mourning. Is he going to sacrifice his brother? But it's too risky, right? If you get involved with yourself, the gain will outweigh the loss. Everyone felt that Luffy's actions were thoughtless and impulsive, and so was Rayleigh, who actually let Luffy do whatever he wanted. And Luffy's companions looked at the sudden tattoo on Luffy's arm and fell into deep thought. 3D fork, 2Y. What kind of signal is this sending us? What exactly is it? No matter how smart they are, they can't figure it out. This is the future. They agreed to gather at the Sabaody archipelago 3 days later. They don't know this agreement now, so of course they can't guess it. They don't know, but they all accurately received the signal from Luffy in the future. The scene changes. On Sky Island again, Nami didn't seem to be leaving, and stayed to learn meteorological knowledge from these old men. It's really hard work, advertisement the old man in blue robe said. Nami slapped the table. Of course. This is about the lives of all the companions. I am a navigator, and I have a heavy responsibility when I am at sea. As long as the captain wants to go, I have to take him wherever he wants to go. She recalled the bullying she faced from Arlong. When she helplessly held up the knife to erase the mark of the Arlong pirates on her arm, it was Luffy who stood up, stopped her, and brought his most precious treasure to her, Straw Hat, and rescued her without hesitation. He is her Bai Yuguang, because Luffy said he wanted to become the Pirate King, so I can't just be an ordinary navigator. Nami said with firm eyes. This sentence made Roger feel very emotional. With such a partner, why worry about not being able to achieve great things? The strongest thing about Luffy is not his strength, but his charisma. The old man paused and said with a smile, what a happy captain, he can make his crew think like this. Everyone agreed, indeed, they were so happy. Nami smiled fondly. There is nothing we can do about it. That guy always likes to talk big words, but he knows nothing about the sea. He always does things in a mess. If you ignore it. Nami recalled the moment when Luffy lovingly put the hat on her head and smiled sweetly. If you ignore it, you will die. Nami looked out the window, seemingly across an endless distance, and saw Luffy. This time, I will protect you. In the projection space, everyone has completely forgotten about moving and other things. Why? Eat melon.
Luna, the eternal god. Love, love, Nami is so good to Luffy, right? Always thinking about him.
Sanji, you don't have a chance. I can see that Nami and Luffy really match each other. Tell me about you, Sanji. Don't disturb this young couple if you have nothing to do. Advertisement. While everyone was talking, they actually gave Sanji a beating, which made Sanji very hurt. Just forget it if you say that Miss Nami and I are not worthy. I tolerate it, but you actually asked me to stay away from Miss Nami to make room for Luffy and the others. Make room?
Who do you think I am, Sanji? Hey, what you said is wrong. Didn't you see just now? Sanji has become the same type as those ladyboys, and he has no interest in Nami.
Damn it, you are really a genius. This reminds you of this. Young man, you can't grasp this trick. Quick, let me do it. P.S. 7th update today. The second update will be delivered, the third update in the afternoon, and the Factory 2 updates in the evening. He is very scared now. Don't accidentally show up another scary scene. He has no face left to lose. My 50 years of waiting for a miracle finally paid off. Change again and arrive at Brook. Sanji. Okay, just give me a brief introduction, no need to go into too much detail. On the other side, Frankie originally planned to repair the icebreaker left by Vegapunk and join Luffy, but he received a message from Luffy and the rendezvous time was postponed to 2 years later. The other partners are all very afraid of him, but Luffy is not only not afraid, but invites him to become a partner. It has been 50 years, and it is such a happy thing for Brook, who has been floating on the dark sea for 50 years. Zero, please give me flowers. Then, everyone has seen what happened to Sanji before, but we didn't expect it to be like this. The water hit the ground, reflecting Brook's figure. Brook looked at his appearance on the water, and recalled the first time he met Luffy. In my eyes, you are so dazzling, Luffy, but I didn't expect that there would be such a result. Sanji also got news about Luffy, and accidentally learned about this recipe that can strengthen the body from the transvestite King Ivankov, so he decided to stay here for 2 years and meet these transvestites for a while. So he lived directly in Vegapunk's research institute, and decided to practice hard and become stronger, so that he could provide strong support to Luffy when he moves into the new world. Ha 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 ha. Let me see, maybe Sanji will turn around and grab Luffy with Nami. Sanji lost his temper in an instant. If he wasn't like this, he would always make an argument about it. There's no way I'm going to turn into AS asterisk 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 E. At this time, Brook was locked in a cage, and there were people all around him. They treated Brook like a monkey, and some even threw water at Brook. 153. Roger cried when Zoro knelt down on the other side. Here's the foot of the East Blue Bridge. Originally, he planned to set off to find Luffy immediately, but before he left, he suddenly received a message from Luffy. Robin decided to stay with the Revolutionary Army for the next 2 years. Robin leaned on the ship's side, blowing the sea breeze, recalling everything he had with Luffy. The tragic experience he suffered when he was a child was offered a high reward by Marine when he was only 8 years old, which caused him to be followed by all kinds of people wherever he went, leaving him helpless. Even when she was caught at the gate of the world and faced with Luffy's gang coming to rescue her, she didn't want to start this friendship. She felt that she probably wouldn't have any true companions in her life. She directly told Luffy that she didn't want to live anymore, so as to dispel her idea of saving herself. But what I didn't expect was that Luffy, this younger brother who was much younger than him, saw 103, piercing his fragile heart at a glance. I finally know who Robin's enemy is. Break through that flag. Luffy's voice was very calm, without the slightest emotional fluctuation, but he gave an order that shocked countless people. Usopp wore a mask, and a firebomb directly pierced the flag of the world government.
And Robin was finally touched. Luffy was calm when facing the world government as an enemy, but when Robin said that he wanted to live, he became extremely excited.
Luffy's group of friends, the one who touched Robin the most should be Luffy, and the second should be Usopp. Seeing this scene, the people on the field were silent. They had watched this video a long time ago, and when they watched it a second time, they were still shocked and touched by the same. Roger smiled lightly. Now you understand. Luffy is able to have such a companion. He fought his life back. You only saw that his companion was thinking of him, but you didn't see that before this. Luffy, what a shocking thing the companions have done. As for those things, each of them was very difficult for them. Only Luffy stood up and helped them desperately. I believe that deep in each of them, there's Luffy who is desperate for them. Figure. Such a team, with a strong leader, is not only powerful, but also able to unite everyone. Under the constant influence of the leader's spirit, all people become partners regardless of their own existence. It's bondage.
Those figures standing on the city wall were like a ray of light, illuminating Robin's gloomy life. Since then, her fate has begun to change.
Back to the present, Robin thought about all this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Luffy, wanting to become stronger for someone, never thought about it before. Meanwhile, on the Boeing Islands on the Grand Line, Insect Man and Fat Usopp are running around the island.
Advertisement. Usopp. This time, so what? Usopp looked determined.
Slim down first, then build up your strength. After a long time, probably exhausted, the Insect Man and Usopp lay down on the ground to rest. The insect man asked why Usopp suddenly became so energetic.
Usopp looked at the sky, his eyes were bloodshot, panting heavily, and said slowly. I received a message from our captain. Like other companions, he also recalled every bit of his relationship with Luffy. From the first time he boarded the ship to the subsequent battles, every time Luffy, no matter how powerful the enemy was, even if he was exhausted, he would still be able to fight in the end. Killed, but he was wrong.
I always thought that as long as I watched him quietly, that guy would naturally become the One Piece king.
But, I was wrong, even that guy has many unmatched opponents, Luffy, he will lose.
For the sake of his companions, he will force himself, and he will scream in pain. So, that guy needs my strength.
So Usopp began to learn from the insect man Hercules, he wanted to become stronger, and they ran in the forest.
Usopp is full of energy, waiting for me Luffy, in order to make you the One Piece. I will become the real Sniper King.
Yo, Usopp, I really have you. Nami patted Usopp, she was very happy, everyone wanted to help Luffy, even the laziest Usopp was full of energy. If possible, they really wanted to use their strength after training to travel to Summit War to help Luffy, maybe he won't experience the loss of his brother. Usopp shook his head, if he saw this happen to Luffy and he was still enjoying himself, he would not forgive himself, such a self does not deserve to be Luffy's 10th. That's what they're up to as Luffy's companions. The video is not over yet, and we are back at Hawkeye's castle.
Zoro, what will he do? This man must go crazy and become stronger.
I beg you. At the beginning, everyone was struck by lightning. I saw Zoro kneeling in front of Hawkeye, knocking his head on the ground.
Advertisement, Zoro. Luffy was shocked all over, and the smiley face turned serious in an instant. Even Zoro himself frowned, but then he relaxed, it really seemed like a choice he would make.
In the astonishment of everyone, Zoro in the video says to Hawkeye. Please teach me swordsmanship. Hawkeye picked up the red wine glass on the table and looked out the window.
I really misunderstood you, Roronoa. Did you ask the enemy to teach you swordsmanship?
Don't you know shame? Get out, boring man. Hawkeye's words were plain, but each word stabbed Luffy's heart like a sharp sword. What a strong man Zoro is, for him to kneel down to the enemy he wanted to defeat, and to be punished by others such a humiliation.
Luffy lowered his head, trembling inexplicably, turned around and supported Zoro's 2.3 shoulders and shouted angrily at him.
Zoro, even if I'm weak, it doesn't matter if I die. As the captain, I will not allow you to kneel to anyone.
You are the man who wants to become the #1 swordsman in the world. No one can stand your bow, not even me. Do you understand? Zoro looked at Luffy in a daze, and said he understood, but he was more determined in his heart for what he said in the video. For such a captain, let alone kneel down, it is worth not being the #1 swordsman in the world.
The partners also smiled when they saw Luffy's reaction, this is our captain.
In the distance, Rayleigh and Roger looked at each other, and there was water in their eyes.
154. Straw Hat Crew's deepest friendship, going merry.
It seems I overestimated you. Zoro was still kneeling on the ground, saying nothing, just kneeling quietly. When Luffy saw this scene, his anger became more and more intense. What are you doing? It's just going to look ugly. Zoro growled. I want to become stronger. Hawkeye calmly filled the wine glass in his hand.
I have nothing to teach the coward who was knocked down by a baboon and couldn't go out to sea, but still comes back as if nothing happened.
Before Hawkeye finished speaking, Zoro was kneeling on the ground with blood dripping from his chest. He said in a deep voice. As for the baboon, I have already defeated it. Hawkeye, who was drinking, shrank his pupils and put down the wine glass that had just reached his mouth. He looked at Zoro and gave those guys.
After that, only your head will be left. However, I am not stupid enough to think that I can defeat you yet.
It's really incomprehensible. Since you regard me as your enemy, why do you still ask me to teach you? For what? Hawkeye asked, but there was no doubt in his eyes. 06 seemed to have seen through Zoro's purpose. Zoro slowly raised his head, staring sharply at Hawkeye. In order to be able to surpass you. Hearing this, Hawkeye laughed.
Ha 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 ha, are you personally training a swordsman who wants to take your own head? What a strange guy, extremely stupid.
This cannot hide your disgraceful behavior. It seems that you have found something more important than ambition.
So Hawkeye asked Perona to heal Zoro's injury and start training after the injury was healed.
Zoro instantly became excited when he heard this. Great, you can become stronger. Luffy, wait for me. I will become strong enough to help you become the king. Hawkeye watched Perona and Zoro go out, then turned to look out the window. Advertisement. What a clumsy guy. When a man like you throws away his self-esteem, it must be for someone. Video ends. The most impressive part of this video is the scene at the end where Zoro kneels down to Hawkeye for Luffy. Everyone already has a certain understanding of Zoro from the previous videos. He is a very strong person, and he is willing to kneel down for others. This scene really shocked them. At the same time, I am also lamenting the bond between Luffy and his companions. To what extent has it reached?
Rewards are now being distributed. As the people on the list, and the entire Straw Hat Pirates, I will reward you with a set of formations, the Tai Chi 8 Trigrams formation. You can study it on your own. This formation can be used both offensively and defensively. Attack. Marine Admiral is vulnerable to this formation. Show. You can hold out for a quarter of an hour against the combined attacks of the 4 emperors.
What responded to the faint voice of the Universe Supreme was the vibration of the entire space. Marine Admiral is vulnerable. Even 4 emperors can't reach this level, can they? Straw Hat Crew can now? With this team together, even 4 emperors have to stay away from the edge for a while? It's so scary. Is Straw Hat going to become the 5th emperor? Golden light flashed, and the cultivation method of the 8 trigrams array had entered the minds of Luffy and the others, and the Supreme Lord of the Universe had selected modules suitable for their respective responsibilities. Everyone gets different things. When combined together, they become a whole. Whether it is the 4 emperors or the admiral, they're not afraid. Great, Zoro, now we are strong enough, you don't need to kneel down to anyone, remember. After receiving such a powerful reward, Luffy first gave Zoro an education. Zoro nodded, with a smile on his lips, indicating that he understood.
Wang Hao looked at Luffy and his gang thoughtfully. Well, wouldn't it be interesting to open a time channel and let them go to Summit War to rescue Ace?
Well, not bad, it's a very good idea. Okay, here's the next video.
Everyone then looked at the big screen, and the rewards became more and more pervert as they went on.
The previous combat power will definitely change drastically after this incident. Maybe the characters who were very powerful in the past suddenly stopped being awesome, but they were still the same in the past. The newcomer suddenly became the ceiling of combat power. Everything has become unknown. Top 10 touching moments, the one on the list is Golden Plum.
Advertisement. What? Seeing these words, everyone in Luffy's group was shocked, especially Usopp. That ship was given to them by Kaya. Although it had sunk in the sea, they would never forget when the Melee came to rescue them. Their scenario.
I still remember that when we were on Sky Island, Usopp seemed to have seen the ship Spirit of the Mary, and later, even more. After Luffy defeated Lucci, he lay on the ground completely unable to move.
The warship that the other partners were planning to use to escape was also destroyed by Marine, and they were already in a desperate situation.
Apart from the warship, they had no way to escape from Enies lobby, not to mention taking Luffy with them who was seriously injured. Luffy and his gang dared to challenge the majesty of the world government in public. Marine directly dispatched Buster Call, and countless cannons bombarded Nami and others regardless of friend or foe. Nami and others fled in all directions, and countless Marine soldiers were hit by their own cannons and sank into the sea.
Garp watched this scene and gritted his teeth. Is this the so-called justice?
He punched the void hard, causing many spatial cracks in the void. It looked like Whitebeard's shock fruit.
However, Garp penetrated the void entirely by relying on his powerful strength.
Sengoku was shocked. Garp's reaction made him instantly understand why he wanted to quit Marine. It was this false justice. After a violent bombardment, the bridge was blown away. Nami and others were forced to the top pillar, surrounded by Marine warships. A real desperate situation. Just when they thought Marine would continue to attack them, Marine's commander gave the order.
So fleet, target Straw Hat Luffy. Luffy was currently standing on the first pillar, unable to move at all, while Nami and the others were on the second pillar, far apart.
Luffy. All the friends shouted Luffy's name like crazy. Woo! Just when everyone was at their wits' end, a strange sound rang out. The first one to hear it was Usopp, who was instantly stunned. Who is it? What is this sound? 155. The legendary ship Spirit, who drove the ship. Afterwards, the partners all heard the voice and looked around. Who is it? And Luffy, lying on pillar 1, seems to hear it the most. Down? Look down. Usopp seems to have heard it too, telling them to look down. He climbed to the edge of the broken bridge and looked down. Seeing this, he was stunned. Zoro and the others were still looking for the source of the sound. The cannon on Marine's side had already aimed at Luffy. There were only 5 seconds left before the cannon, and the most urgent moment had come. Is Luffy going to die under the bombardment of the cannon? Where is Usopp lying on his back, tears streaming down uncontrollably? You guys are really, Luffy, jump, to the sea. Suddenly, Usopp yelled. Zoro and others were taken aback. What happened to Usopp?
Usopp asks Robin if he can transfer Luffy to the sea. Robin. Leave it to me. Zoro was startled. Luffy is demon fruit power. Besides, he can't move at all. Throwing him into the sea is courting death. 3. Marine's cannon has counted down to 3. It's saved. It will come to us.
Usopp's voice was trembling, and he said to Zoro and the others. Don't we have another partner, too? Nami didn't care so much anymore. Let Chopper take a look at what's below.
At this time, Chopper's eyes became wavy, and it was the same as Usopp, with tears streaming down his face.
I see. At this time, Robin shot 100 blossoms, lifted Luffy's body up, and teleported towards the sea. 1. It's the most critical moment. In the next second, Marine's cannon will bombard Luffy's location to pieces. The other people suddenly looked excited, and they all shouted loudly. Go to the sea. Go to the sea. Advertisement. They were excited, swept away the previous despair. Everything was full of hope. Everyone jumped into the sea. In the projection space, everyone was stunned by this scene. What's the matter? Why are they all jumping into the sea suddenly? Do you think you can escape the bombardment of Buster Call by jumping into the sea? It's even harder for them to hide when they jump into the sea. In the video, the Marines who fought with Zoro and others before also looked confused. Pirates, they all jumped into the sea. Are they idiots? Jumping into the sea is impossible to survive. Luffy and the others kept falling towards the sea. In midair, everyone looked confident, and their expressions were full of trust. That Usopp just said that they still have a partner. Could it be that partner came to pick them up? It should be, judging by their expressions, it should be that they have seen their partners on the sea. Otherwise, how could they have such expressions? There was a lot of discussion. Suddenly, an ethereal voice sounded. Come back, everyone. Luffy looked down and gave a big smile. As his gaze went down, the lens also moved down, and the people in the projection space took a closer look. It's a battered ship. The banner above is the Straw Hat Pirates. This is the Straw Hat Crew's pirate ship. Damn it, why does the boat of the Straw Hat Boys move by itself and run to save them? This is incredible. No, it is rumored that when the crew loves the ship very much, the ship will give birth to a ship spirit. You mean, their ships have spawned ship spirits? Only this explanation makes sense. Straw Hat Crew really keeps bringing us various surprises.
Gulu. Everyone was very puzzled, and someone who knew the legend came forward to explain. After hearing this, everyone became more and more admirable for people like Luffy.
These people not only treat their companions so heartily, even their pirate ships gave birth to the legendary ship spirits. They are really a bunch of interesting guys. Rayleigh and Roger looked at each other in surprise. Luffy really has the potential to become a true king, looking at the entire sailing world. Except that Roger's ship once gave birth to a ship spirit, it seems that he has never heard of others. Unity partners, kindness, fearless spirit, courage of a king, etc., etc. Luffy already possesses all of them. If he can't become the One Piece, it's a shame. Now, the only thing he lacks is experience and strength. Fire. Boom. Advertisement. Countless shells submerged where Luffy was before, turning it into flat ground, and Luffy and the others ran out of the damage range and headed towards the scarred going merry below. Back to that sea of adventure, the ethereal voice sounded again. Merry. Luffy yelled loudly, I'm here to pick you up. And Going Merry's sheep-like bow seems to be responding to Luffy's call, and it looks like it is smiling, which is very spiritual. Oh my god, that ship isn't laughing, it's amazing. Shout, people's boats will come to pick up people by themselves, and they can talk, and you will feel miraculous when you smile. On the shore, the Marines were still at a loss as to what Luffy and the others were trying to do by jumping into the sea. They couldn't survive at all, and there were some capable people among them. Suddenly, a soldier with a telescope saw their situation. Hey, wait. What is that? It's a ship. Look at the flag. It seems to be a pirate ship of the Straw Hat Boys. How did they get into these warships? It's totally unscientific. All Marine officers and soldiers, look at me, I look at you, the fruit under the tree, you and me on the tree. Boom. Sanji was the first to get out of the sea. The melee got on the rope ladder and fell down by himself. Sanji climbed up the ladder, good jow, and said to the ship before he arrived. I don't know who it is, but it really helped me a lot. Huh? What's going on? Sanji boarded the boat, but no one noticed. But how did the rope ladder fall down by itself? Then, Nami, Zoro and others boarded the boat one after another. What's wrong? Nami discovered Sanji's anomaly. It was obvious that someone threw the rope ladder down just now, but when I got up, I found that there was no one on board. Huh? Then who the hell drove the boat? Nami murmured. Don't worry about that, let's get out of this ghost place first. Zoro acted, it's not time to relax yet. Usopp cries and hugs Mary's pole. My Mary, 156. Luffy and Melly's tender talk. Seeing this, Spandam ordered directly. In that case, let's blow up Nico Robin too. The whole fleet is ready to fart. Oh no, fire. But Admiral Aokiji's order was to capture Nico Robin alive. Spandam ignored it and insisted on blowing up Robin. Just kidding, these people humiliated me so much, how could they let them leave alive? Boom. Marine's warship cannon aimed at the Mary. The whole fleet is ready to shoot, it's over, desperation. The melee was firmly surrounded by Marine's huge warships, besieged on all sides, and Marine's shells couldn't miss them. Everyone's heart is tense, what to do now? Boom boom boom. The warship fired, and in front of the huge warship, the melee looked so small, swaying on the sea, and the shells bombarded around the melee, but it was strange that none of them hit. What's the matter? Boom. In front of the melee, the warship blocking the way made a loud noise and struck. F*K. What's the matter with these Marines? How stupid is this? It's fine if you miss the enemy, but you actually hit your own ship. It's the sun. Day. Dog. 387 Marines with one operation. The jaws of the projection space dropped all over the place, not for anything else, it was just too nonsense. However, the more nonsense is still behind. I saw that Marine's warship seemed to lose control, and ran towards his own fleet. Boom. A ship. Boom. 2. Boom. The 4 huge warships surrounding the melee were all crashed in their own fleet, lost control, and were paralyzed in place. Many Marines were in a hurry, but someone discovered the reason. It turned out that the door of justice was delivered. It was the vortex generated by the sea current cut off by the door that caused the ship to lose control, and the automatic deviation of the shell should also be due to the vortex. It turned out that Sanji had slipped out and closed the door before. Ha Sanji, you are G genius. However, this is also a problem for Mei Li, advertisement. Nami waved his hand. HMPH, there's no sea that our melee can't cross. This waving is really Haki. So, in the turbulent Uzumaki, with Nami at the helm of Chopper, Sanji, Usopp, Zoro, Robin and Frankie combined to fend off Marine's torrent of shells. 1 knife style, 36 vexed phoenixes, shoot. Dazzling 100 blossoms, Yinwang, 3 consecutive gunpowder stars. Frankie. Why do you guys all have move names? Look at me, the strongest invincible whirlwind of the Big Bang. Immediately, Frankie threw the shell in his hand. Everyone on the field. The style is slightly insufficient, ha 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 ha. Spandam was stunned by this scene. What the hell, laborers and capital 7 big 7 warships, did you *CK eat Lu Wei Di Wang Wan, it's so fierce. He had to throw out the pie. 2nd Battalion Commander, bring out Laozi's Italian guns and hit me hard, and I will award medals to those who hit them. The Marines became energetic when they heard this, and after aiming, another round of bomb attacks headed towards the Mei Li. On the other side, Luffy watched his friends fighting and wanted to join in, but his body was unable to move, so he used his chin to crawl on the boat. Suddenly, Luffy was lifted up by Zoro and Sanji. One person grabbed Luffy's 2 hands, the other person grabbed Luffy's 2 feet, and directly opened a large net to catch the shells fired by Marine. 3, 2, 1, bounce. Luffy. Please, be human. Labor is still a wounded man. Ha 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 ha. These people are simply too interesting. Luffy is too miserable. He suffered such a serious injury, and he still has to be treated as a tool. Killing me. Luffy's companions also laughed. Didn't you ask to participate in the battle? We just want to satisfy you. It was a great help, Captain. Agfei, as expected of the captain. Sanji and Zoro said each other. Luffy is already unconscious. Usopp. Are you devils, everyone? I think it's also ha 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 hiccup. In the end, with the help of Frankie's wind spray and Usopp's smoke bomb, the Mei Li finally escaped from Eni's lobby. However, the story is not over yet, and now is the beginning of the main topic. Advertisement. Luffy asked someone to put him on the bow of the Mei Li. He gently hugged the head of the sheep of the Mei Li and said to it. Thank you, Mei Li, thanks to you, we can escape. I didn't expect Mei Li to come back to save us, but think about it carefully, we have been protected by you all along. It's great to have a partner like you, thank you, Mary. Luffy thanked again. At this time, Luffy looked so gentle, as if she wanted to melt the hearts of countless girls on the field. Ah, Luffy, so gentle, the Empress couldn't hold it any longer, she caressed her cheeks with both hands, blushing. Luffy was taken aback suddenly. Why is Usopp missing? Usopp in mask. Who am I? Where am I? Chopper also found out, carried Luffy on his shoulders and yelled for Usopp to get out quickly. If he doesn't come out, he will beat you up. P.S. The 7th update today, the 6th update is here. Ha 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 ha, no, I didn't see it. In the projection space, there are endless laughs. Sniper King? Oh, don't worry, he just went back by boat. But Nami also said that for some reason, she also felt the same way. On the court, there was a joyful atmosphere, completely forgetting the theme of this video, which is mainly touching. Even Luffy and Chopper realized their foolishness. The two moved in the same movement, touching their heads and giggling awkwardly. At this time, everyone thought of a question, who drove the boat over? Luffy and Chopper were shocked. Luffy. Hey, did you see Usopp, the Sniper King? Zoro couldn't believe it, how could the ship talk? The Straw Hat Kid and the Pet Chopper are too funny, have you seen Usopp, the Sniper King? Only Frankie was thoughtful, remembering a conversation with Usopp. Zoro. What the hell are these two guys doing to identify Usopp? Everyone was directly out of breath by Luffy and Chopper's mentally retarded behavior. Did you really not recognize it, or were you trying to make us laugh? Ha 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 ha. Luffy said that it was Mei Li's voice, and asked Mei Li to say a few words to listen. Ha 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 ha. 157. Thank you, Mei Li. Farewell in the misty snow. Usopp tells Frankie that he once seemed to hear the Mary speaking to him. It was at Sky Island, and Usopp vaguely watched a kid in a yellow hoodie, holding a small hammer, beating on the Mary. Said to him, "It's okay, I will drive you for a while." Usopp cried to Frankie and said, "Maybe it sounds absurd, but I keep thinking, isn't that the embodiment of Mei Li? You must think I'm crazy, believe it or not, I think you are indeed crazy, how can the ship talk?" Some people on the field did not hear the previous explanation to the ship's spirit and expressed doubts. Whether people believe it or not, that's a guy with a gavel, like a crew member. Frankie looked at the dilapidated Mary in front of him. Usopp was shocked, you know? So, little brother, you saw the ship spirit. Frankie said. Usopp. Ship elves, that is a legend passed down from generation to generation by the crew. Because you cherish this ship, the ship will thank you, crew. This ship did its best to take you to another coast, so it turned into a human form to meet the crew he wanted to carry. This ship is also very happy, isn't it? Usopp was stunned. He thought of Mei Li's ship spirit holding tools, and he was repairing the damage of Mei Li. Thinking of this, tears flowed down her eyes silently. In that case, the one who talked to me at that time was really you, Mei Li. In the projected space. Boat spirit? Is there a legend about this? Is it really a ship elf? It can't be a ghost? Who the hell is talking? Get out of here, I want you to have a good time today. Hearing someone say that there was a ghost, Usopp couldn't sit still. For Mei Li, his feelings should be the deepest, not only for Mei Li, but also for Kaya. Forget it, Usopp, it's just a joke, there's no need to take it seriously. Zoro grabbed Usopp, but he remembered how sad Usopp cried when he buried Mei Li, and it also led to the following things. Luffy and his gang were floating on the sea, and suddenly there was a boat approaching ahead, and everyone looked on vigilantly. Advertisement, with a sigh of relief, it's not marine, it's a Carrera ship. While the two parties were happily greeting each other, something went wrong with the Mei Li. Crunch. With a loud bang, Going Mary was disconnected directly from the middle. Mary. Usopp stroked the floor worriedly. What's the matter, so suddenly? Zoro was surprised. It's no surprise that Mei Li has been deemed a ship that can no longer sail. Sanji took a drag on his cigarette. Nami stared blankly at the crack on the Mei Li, Mei Li. Luffy ran to Mei Li's head and shouted to the people on the opposite boat. Uncle, it's not good, Mei Li is not good, think of a way, aren't you the boatman? Please, think of a way, Mei Li is the partner who has been with us in our adventures, and just now it saved our days. So, please, uncle. The uncle looked at Luffy, then at the crack going merry, sighed, and said in a deep voice. Then, let it sleep, we did everything we could. He remembered that when he saw the Mei Li on the beach before, he heard some strange noises and went to check on their ship. At that time, Mei Li was indeed destroyed by the gods of water. While he was deep in thought, a voice interrupted him. I want to sail again. He looked at the Mei Li blankly. As a professional boatman, of course he knew the legend of the ship spirit. He was greatly touched, and braved the heavy rain to repair the Mei Li overnight until it was ready for sailing. What on earth are you doing? It's obviously a hopeless ship. Just then, people on the shore called him. Mr. Bingshan, what are you doing there? Come ashore quickly, the huge waves are coming again. Hearing the shouts of the crowd, he packed up his tools, carried the box and walked towards the shore. Not long after he walked out, an ethereal voice stopped him in his tracks. Thank you, advertisement. He turned around and saw that this was obviously the sound of the Mei Li. In his shocked eyes, a huge wave came and involved the Mei Li. The Mei Li rode the waves and slowly sailed towards the distance, as if it had a target. Zero. Please give me flowers. So, he decided to set sail and follow the direction of the Mei Li. He wanted to see where it would go. Back in time, when he saw the Mary again, it was carrying Luffy and his gang, successfully escaping from Eni's lobby. He murmured. What I see now is a miracle of a ship that has already exceeded its limit. The next words he said were to Luffy and the others. After being a boatman for so many years, I have never seen such an amazing pirate ship. Its existence is really amazing. Luffy remembered Meli's voice at Eni's lobby. Everyone, I'm here to pick you up. Let's go back to that adventurous sea together. -0. He stood up, remained silent for a long time, and finally spoke. Luffy began to retreat in the direction of his friends. The flames burned brightly and completely covered the Mei Li in an instant. I wanted to take you to places farther away, I'm sorry, but I really want to take adventures with you forever. 17. They boarded the iceberg's boat, and Luffy raised the torch and told Mei Li. Maybe it's a good thing that Usopp is not here, he must not be able to bear such a scene. With that said, Going Merry was lit. Looking at the snowflakes all over the sky and the Mei Li swaying in the firelight, everyone fell into the memories of the Mei Li, and tears began to shine. I see. P.S. 7th update today. Ha 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 ha. It's finally come true. 7th update is here. 5. Thank you for taking us for so long, Mei Li. The ethereal voice sounded again. Next to Zoro, Usopp, who was wearing a mask, could not see his expression, but his words were still very strong. There is no such thing. When saying goodbye, men cannot shed a tear. When saying farewell, he must be mentally prepared. Boom. The companions on the boat were all silent. No one of them had any less affection for the Mei Li than the other. Now that they were about to lose the Mei Li, they all felt uncomfortable. At this time, snow began to fall in the sky without any warning. How about it? Zoro said, looking at Mary. Mei Li, the bottom of the sea is dark and lonely. We will watch you.
158. Touching moment, Usopp and Luffy. This time, not only Luffy and others heard the sound, but also Bingberg and his crew.
But before the voice continued, Luffy burst into tears and said. It's this who should say sorry. Mei Li. My steering skills are so bad that I crashed into an iceberg and damaged your sails. Zoro and Sanji are also idiots, they ruined many places on the ship. Although Usopp can fix it, he's clumsy, I should say I'm sorry. Luffy couldn't speak anymore, she pursed her lips tightly, tears kept falling down uncontrollably. But I'm very happy, thank you for always cherishing me so much. Thank you, I'm really happy, because I'm with you. 880. The heavy snow drifted away, seeming to reflect the sad atmosphere. Finally, in the midst of the fire, Going Merry left forever. Luffy raised his head to the sky and screamed, Mary. In the projection space, everyone was already crying. Woo, Mei Li, goodbye Mary. As soon as I heard Mei Li's voice, tears couldn't stop falling down. Woo woo, Mei Li. You didn't pay attention to it. During the fire just now, Mei Li also shed tears. How could it be? How could it be? The boat also has its own life. It is also our partner. The Straw Hat Boys, I'm so happy to join them. The atmosphere is so good. Even their boat has such deep feelings. Woo woo woo. Advertisement. I never thought that just a ship could feel so sad when it came to the Straw Hat Boys and the others. And it was this scene that made Marine's top executives take Luffy seriously. This kid and what happened around him are too legendary. If he is allowed to develop, there will inevitably be another existence like Roger. Sengoku even issued an order to adjust Luffy's danger level to S level, and the bounty is 4 billion alongside 4 emperors. And Luffy and others fell into grief again. Why is this so? I have cried once before, and I still want to expose my scars, and I have to suffer again? That is my dear friend. Need to add money. Wang Hao. Tell me, have you sneaked into our world to watch Shuchen now? Okay. The video is over, the old rules, rewards. Hearing what the Universe Supreme said, Luffy's eyes lit up and they rewarded Mei Li. But Mei Li is gone, so the Universe Supreme can bring Meili back. That's right, it's definitely possible. Even a dead person, the Universe Supreme, can be easily resurrected, let alone a ship. Thinking of this, they all looked forward to it. Come back, Meili. Going Mary. Do you want to go back to them? The faint voice of the Supreme Universe sounded, and then, a golden light pierced the void and stood in the sky. You can vaguely see Meili's appearance in the human form that Usopp saw in the previous video. Usopp looked at the figure in the sky, shaking violently all over his body. He wanted to reach out and touch it, and murmured tremblingly, Mary? Luffy and other companions looked surprised, especially Luffy, excitedly waving his hands at the figure in the sky. Hey, Mary. The figure paused, looked at Luffy and the others, and waved at Luffy with a curved mouth. Afterwards, he nodded towards the void, indicating that he wanted to return to Luffy and the others. Back in the affirmative, the Universe Supreme nods. Okay, if that's the case, I will reward you to continue to be their ship spirit, and you go to merge with Thousand Sunny. If the sunshine gives birth to a ship spirit, you can live with it. After the voice fell, a mass of white light entangled with the Law of the Avenue enveloped Meili, leading him to leave the projection space to merge with Thousand Sunny. Before leaving, Meili's ethereal voice resounded throughout the space. Everyone, I'm back, let me continue to drive you on more adventures. Immediately, Meili was taken out of the space. Advertisement. Luffy and others applauded loudly. It's great, Meili is back. This is their great regret. Only Frank noticed that the Universe Supreme said that two ship spirits could live together in one body. He frowned. This is really unbelievable. Will there be any problems? Others are also happy that Meili and Luffy have a happy ending. Great, Mary is back, Captain, we must take good care of our ship. Well, indeed, boats also have feelings, and we should take good care of our partners like the Straw Hat Boy. Luffy rushed in excitedly, and the others followed suit. Only Sanji stood on the deck for a moment, took a deep breath of cigarettes, and the next thing might be a bit of a blow to Usopp. Wang Hao. You guys. How the hell do I know what touching stories you guys have? Oda didn't say anything about it in 1.7? To be a supporting role, you have to have the consciousness of a supporting role. It's better to honestly witness the rise of the protagonist. What's more, it's enough to just disperse all the wealth and coat the boat with a thick gold film. The video starts. His current situation is no longer comprehensible to ordinary people. It is an exaggeration to say that what he wants to do now is to promote the development of the sailing world and reach the level of being able to travel to other worlds, and the effort required for this is a long way to go off. It was on the Mary, and Chopper shouted to Luffy and others who were talking about things below. And Luffy and other partners saw this scene and understood what was going to happen. P.S. The 6th update today, the first update is here. Okay, before everyone's feelings have completely dissipated, let's watch the next video. Open black lens bracket top 10 touching moments, listed, Luffy, Usopp close black lens bracket, Usopp he's awake. Why are they from Straw Hat Crew again? Did they get this round? The other partners also glanced at Usopp vaguely, which made Usopp even more ashamed. Usopp looked a little embarrassed. Why did he let these things out? The rewards have been taken by them, and we have been used further and further by them. How can we fight for this? A group of rookies who were at the same time as Luffy complained. After this video, a wave of love for boats has been successfully set off in the sailing world, and countless people have begun to regard their own boats as partners. Roger is absolutely supportive of this trend. He has similar qualities to Luffy, and he loves his partners quite a lot. 159. Doubt the captain. Usopp and Luffy go to war. It seems that Usopp failed to guard it well and lost 200 million belly, leaving only 100 million. Good guy. Why use only one? I don't have one either. Everyone comforted Usopp, as long as everything is fine, but if the money is gone, it will be gone. Usopp asked, but, Luffy, what about the ship? What about the Mary? Can the remaining 100 million belly be repaired? It is not easy to have the opportunity to repair it in such a first-class shipyard. 11. In order to continue sailing in the future, the hull needs to be stronger than before, and it must be completely repaired. If we have 100 million belly, can we get those people to repair it? Hearing Usopp's series of words, Nami clenched her fists tightly, and Sanji was smoking silently aside. Luffy looked at Usopp with a smile. Yeah, about this. Usopp, I decided to change my ship. Luffy tried his best to appear calm, just because he didn't want to make Usopp feel sad. But 06, when Usopp heard this, he was still stunned. He thought it was Luffy joking with him, so he pulled Chopper and said, Luffy, stop joking. You see, even Chopper is scared by you. Chopper held his hat with both hands, pulled it down, and covered his eyes. Apparently he didn't dare to continue watching the next scene. When he learned that Luffy was really planning to change a ship, Usopp exploded. Regardless of his injuries, he stood up and argued with Luffy. Is it because 200 million Baileys were robbed, so the repair fee is not enough? Sure enough, the cost of a first-class repair shop is also very expensive. No, that's not the case. That's why, please tell me clearly, are you taking care of my feelings? I didn't care about your feelings. This has nothing to do with the money being robbed. Then why do you say such boring things as changing ships? In the projection space, people are sitting in rows, eating melon. What? You are not eating melon. Come on. I have a lot here. Share some with you. Let me eat it. Advertisement Straw Hat Crew can also quarrel. I thought they were so good that they wished they could be one person. Usopp buried his head, unable to see or hear, unable to see or hear. My friends were all smiling, but the atmosphere was quite depressing at the time, but now I find it quite interesting. Mary also came back, so just treat this as a joke. Then, each of them brought out a watermelon, sat next to each other, and started eating. Luffy even specially hugged the biggest melon to Usopp. Usopp. I feel like you were targeting me, saying, do you hold a grudge? Back to the video, the partners asked Usopp not to get excited. This is a very important matter. He needs to calm down and talk properly. He also needs to pay attention to his body and not aggravate the injury. I don't care about my health. The captain said so lightly that he wanted to change ships. Can I just sit back and do nothing? That's not an understatement. I also made the decision after worrying for a long time. How much trouble do you have to make such a decision? Then tell me, it's not because the money was robbed that you have to change ships. What's the reason for that? Tell me, why are you not talking? Luffy looked at Usopp blankly. You idiot. Usopp was still arguing non-stop. Luffy couldn't stand it anymore. Let's just say it. Melee has. It can't be repaired. Usopp paused when he heard the news, his eyes bloodshot. The scene seemed to freeze at this moment, and everyone seemed to be still. Only Usopp was left breathing heavily, and he asked Luffy again in disbelief. What did you say? Luffy clenched his fists and said in a deep voice. Don't make me say it so many times, the melee can no longer be repaired. It can't be repaired, otherwise I wouldn't have said this. Yes, this ship is about to sink. It can no longer sail to the next island. Usopp didn't believe it at all. He thought that Luffy believed what others said after only knowing each other for a day. The melee had experienced countless storms and waves with them. We have gone through such a difficult journey smoothly, how could we not repair it well? Usopp's expression gradually became distorted, and he was extremely angry. Advertisement. Is that all this ship means to you, Luffy? Luffy seemed to be angry too, frowning, looking at Usopp very dissatisfied and saying. Then can you make a judgment? It's because there are no ship repairmen on the ship that you invited them to see it, isn't it? The underlying meaning is that none of us are professionals. Why do we insist on doing what we do even if other professionals say it's no longer possible? And Usopp clings to this last life-saving straw. Don't believe them, they're all liars. It's still the same as before. I will fix it, I will start now. On the contrary, you, rather than those ship repairmen who lie endlessly, should believe in the stability of the melee, right? Usopp stood up and grabbed Luffy's collar. Your self-righteous attitude and pretending to be a captain are nothing like making a decision. I was wrong about you, Luffy. Nami really couldn't stand it anymore, and Luffy was having a hard time during the previous discussion. She had to stand up and say something fair for Luffy. Wait, Usopp, Luffy, he was also. Before she could finish speaking, Luffy stopped her from continuing. Don't say 730 Nami, this is my decision and I won't change my mind. No matter what you say now, we will change the ship. We have to say goodbye to the melee here. Hearing Luffy's words, Usopp became even more excited. He touched Luffy's collar with both hands and almost lifted Luffy up completely. He shouted at Luffy fiercely. Are you kidding? There's no way I can agree. Listen up, Luffy, not everyone can live a positive life like you. If I abandon my injured comrade, I can't continue sailing. Projection space. Countless people were holding big watermelons, eating and watching to see if they had anything to complain about. Hey, don't you think Usopp doesn't take the captain seriously enough? Although he is a comrade, he still has to listen to the captain's decision. Well, it's a little bit, but it's understandable that Usopp also doesn't want to let go of the melee. It's just that his method is a bit too much. He is threatening the captain. If he abandons the melee, he will not continue sailing with Luffy. It's really interesting. Let's see, the conflict will probably become more intense next. 160. Luffy vs Usopp, a duel between brothers. Luffy grabbed Usopp's hand. Don't be stupid, even if you are a companion, people and ships are different. With that said, he broke away from Usopp's hand that was holding his collar. Usopp was injured and fell heavily to the ground. However, he stubbornly got up and continued to argue with Luffy. Saying, the melee also has the perseverance to persevere. The key lies in you. You are already very excited about the new ship. On the surface, you pretend to be reluctant to leave melee. When Luffy heard this, his anger reached a peak. His body bent slightly and his fists were almost raised. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Sanji hurriedly stepped forward to be the peacemaker. Hey, please calm down, you're so excited and you can't even talk about anything. Sure enough, Luffy exploded and pushed Usopp to the ground. Just stop it. Do you think you are the only one suffering? Everyone feels the same? Then there will be no decision to change ships. Usopp still insists not to change ships. Luffy was really angry. Well, since you are so dissatisfied with my approach, you will get off this boat right away. Boom. Before Luffy could say anything, Sanji kicked Luffy away and hit the melee hard. What did you just want to say? Calm down, stop talking nonsense, do you understand, Luffy? Sanji gasped for breath, almost, just almost. If he hadn't stopped him immediately, Luffy would have said hurtful words. Nami also looked at this scene at a loss. They had been partners for so long and they had never had such a serious quarrel. Only Zoro remained calm. Clang! Luffy got up from the mess and put the hat on his head. After being kicked by Sanji, he calmed down a little and said sorry. I'm sorry, I accidentally. No, it's okay, Luffy, that's what you mean. There was something wrong with Usopp's expression lying on the ground. Just abandon those useless companions and move forward. Advertisement. He sat up slowly, his eyes firm and even stubborn, and said to Luffy. Since you want to abandon the melee, then abandon me too. At this time, the projection space. Gulu, why is this Usopp so stubborn? It's useless to try hard if the ship can be used. You can't sail a ship that may break down any time. This is irresponsible to your friends. Oh, this is a normal thing. If the boat breaks down, it needs to be replaced. Isn't this natural? It's really not worth it if we get into trouble with our friends because of this. Yes. Usopp listened to everyone's comments about him and buried his head. Now he has realized his mistake, so can you stop letting it go, my supreme lord? The companions snickered. At this time, Sanji's role as peacemaker is fully realized. Hey, Usopp, don't talk nonsense. Usopp didn't look like he was joking at all. His expression was extremely serious, not at all like his usual cheerful self. He said in a deep voice, "No, I'm serious. To be honest, I feel like I can no longer keep up with you guys who are as powerful as monsters. I can't even take good care of the money today. I will only cause you trouble in the future." Having said this, Usopp stood up and looked at Luffy. "You don't need a weak companion, Luffy. You are the man who wants to become the Pirate King. I don't need such a lofty goal. Looking back, when I went to sea, it was you who invited me on board. It's just fate. Since we have different opinions, we can no longer travel together." After saying that, Usopp walked towards the door. Sanji quickly stepped forward and asked him where he was going, and he said without looking back, "It's my freedom to go wherever I want. I have nothing to do with you anymore. I want to leave you all." After saying that, he slammed the door and left. They wanted to try to persuade him to stay, but Usopp had already left. Sanji, Nami, and Chopper had worried faces, while Zoro was very calm, and even had unusually firm eyes. Luffy just sat in his previous position without making any move. Nami urged Luffy, "Hurry up and chase Usopp. Why are you still sitting here?" Advertisement, however, no matter what Nami said, Luffy didn't move at all. Seeing Luffy's appearance, Nami seemed a little disappointed. He opened the door and chased Usopp. Sanji and Chopper followed closely. Only Zoro stayed with Luffy. Let him go, play petty temper at every turn, who can stand it? It's too naive to stick to your own ideas and not consider others. Look why Zoro didn't respond at all. Haha, you are still too young. For a man like Zoro, if he decides that Luffy will be the captain, he will support Luffy unconditionally. Likewise, he will respect Usopp's choice. Well, Yi Liangshan Wang Hao, stand up again. Damn it, this is Suoda's pattern, it's so raw. Luffy also came out, standing on the side of the boat watching Usopp leave. Zoro followed Luffy closely. Suddenly, Usopp stopped halfway. What's the matter, has he changed his mind? Everyone's eyes narrowed. Hey Luffy, I can't go on with you anymore, until the end, I caused you trouble, that ship really belongs to you, the captain. Usopp turned and faced Luffy's direction on the Mary. So, fight me, Monkey D. Luffy, duel me. I will come back to Wang Hao. At 10 o'clock tonight. Let's have a fight and use the melee as a bet. I will defeat you and get the melee. Then my fate with you will end here. Boom. On the melee, Sanji, Nami and Chopper looked at Usopp and Luffy in shock. They saw their eyes staring at each other. Usopp was full of determination, while Luffy's eyes were more angry. What's going on here? Why did things develop to this point? Nami shouted helplessly. Usopp is going to duel the Straw Hat? Is he serious? It looks like it is. Where did he get the confidence to defeat the Straw Hat Kid? Sigh, I thought the friendship between Straw Hat Crew was indestructible, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen to them. Let me tell you, in this matter, I stand by the Straw Hat Kid. There is nothing wrong with him. 161. The strongest king, Usopp, is so powerful against his own people. It's 10 o'clock and Usopp is coming. This battle between brothers is about to begin. Luffy stood in front of the melee, quietly waiting for Usopp's arrival, and asked his companions not to get off the ship. The strong wind blew, and Usopp arrived as promised. Those warm memories of being together are like pictures flashing through the minds of the partners. Why, things have developed to the current situation. Luffy looked at Usopp closely. Here comes the one who didn't back down. No matter how you were beaten, don't regret it. This is the fight you long for. Usopp looked determined, without the slightest fear. Perhaps the Mary was the source of his courage. Of course, go all out. I will let you know how powerful I am. I already have a way to defeat you. Don't compare me with those enemies who don't know your details, Luffy. We have been together for so long. I know your abilities very well. Don't be surprised when I hear this, Luffy. I have 8,000 men. If you want to survive, surrender immediately. On the Mary, Chopper was shocked. Hey, there are actually 8,000 people, 400. The projection space is hilarious. Ha 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 ha, you really dare to say it and believe it. This Chopper is so naive, he really believes it. Usopp said he found a way to defeat the Straw Hat Boy. I'm still wondering what it was. This is his way, ha ha ha. It made me laugh. Usopp, what good does it do you to laugh us to death? Are you still helping Straw Hat become the Pirate King? If you laugh us all to death, he will have fewer competitors. Usopp's face was slightly red, and he simply treated the horse as a doctor. Here, I really have 8,000 subordinates. Okay, you have 8,000 subordinates, you have, we believe in you. Everyone joked. Usopp was at a loss for words. I didn't say what subordinates were, as long as they are all men, if you move your hands, there will be hundreds of millions of subordinates. They're the kind of kisses. Wang Hao. I understand this joke, young man, you are very meaningful. Luffy isn't so silly at times like this. Advertisement. Don't be ridiculous, I know very well that you don't have any subordinates. Usopp opened his arms again and cast a spell in a formal manner. AJ, Usopp spell. Blade stuck in all the teeth. Crowd. Are you sure you are here to fight and not to be funny? On the melee, Chopper suddenly covered his mouth. Ah, it hurts so much, everyone. Ah, this. Usopp then casts the spell. There are bamboo sticks stuck between all the fingernails. Luffy didn't seem to be in the mood to waste any more time with him, so he raised his fist and rushed towards Usopp. Rubber rubber. Before Luffy could rush to Usopp, suddenly, Usopp spurted out a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Luffy instantly stopped swinging his fist, and his friends looked at Usopp worriedly, as he still had injuries on his body. At this time, Luffy happened to enter Usopp's attack range, and saw that Usopp's injured appearance suddenly disappeared, but the blood on the ground was the ketchup he had prepared in advance. Damn it, this Usopp is using dirty tricks on his companions. He is taking advantage of his companions' concern. He is a werewolf. Then, in Luffy's eyes, countless rotten eggs had already hit him. He has a big mouth. Ah, what the hell, it smells so bad.
Must kill, chili star. Another shot of chili pepper was accurately shot into Luffy's mouth, causing him to spurt fire.
Usopp had already arranged countless nails in the area where Luffy was. As soon as Luffy fell to the ground, he was pierced by the nails and screamed. Another pepper bullet hit Luffy. Luffy sneezed all the time, fell down, jumped up again in pain, fell down again, jumped up again. Holy shit, this Usopp actually has the upper hand? Fart, didn't you see that the Straw Hat Boy couldn't do anything? Yes. Really? Advertisement immediately. Usopp began to launch a non-stop offensive against Luffy. Instead of simple harmless bullets, he replaced them with shurikens and shot towards Luffy. Luffy kept dodging, and suddenly Luffy seemed to notice something. He looked around and saw that it was already filled with smoke. It's smoked shellfish, because of the smell of rotten eggs. Didn't you notice that there is already gas around you? Usopp said with a fierce expression. In the venue, Zoro muttered. I've never seen you so awesome when dealing with enemies before. They also looked at Usopp with strange expressions. Everyone was shocked. Usopp didn't seem to have much presence in the team before, so why did he hit one of his own so fiercely? With the fire all over the ground, Luffy was lying on the ground. His whole body was burnt and black, but he didn't seem to be fatally injured. His eyes were calm, looking at the sky. Boom. Alas, Zoro and others on the ship were also affected by the shockwave and almost lost their balance. One can imagine how much damage Luffy, who was at the center of the explosion, suffered. I'm sorry, let's see. Is this the friendship of the Straw Hat crew that everyone yearns for so much? Straw Hat Boy must feel very sad. Having seen the previous scenes of the battle between Luffy and Katakuri, they knew that Luffy's combat power, even if it had not reached that level, would not be this bad. He clearly did not use his full strength and let Usopp's. P.S. Today's 6 updates, the 4th update is here. Usopp is also amazing. He really doesn't show mercy at all when beating Luffy. Usopp didn't hesitate at all, and shot a fire star towards the area where Luffy was. Wang Hao. Some people are secretly partners. In fact, they have even thought up combos to deal with you. When the flames met the gas, a violent explosion sounded in front of the melee. The resulting shock wave stirred up huge waves, causing the melee to sway in the waves. The memories with Usopp are still fresh in my mind, but now they're like brothers fighting each other. Use gas. Luffy hasn't attacked you yet. Don't you have any idea why he would attack your partner so viciously? Everyone began to sympathize with Luffy. In the final analysis, Luffy did nothing wrong and he could not treat his brothers like his enemies. Sure enough, the power of the explosion gradually dissipated, and the companions looked at Luffy's position with worried faces. Everyone's mouths were open and their eyes were dull. Is it okay to attack your companions? But Usopp seems to have no plans to hold anything back, using all his tricks and tricks. 162. Empress, let Luffy go. Let me take his place. Immediately afterwards, Luffy got up. He seemed to have made some decisions. Blindly forbearing would only make Usopp more wanton. He charged at Usopp again. Usopp was well aware of the terrifying power of Luffy's attack, and quickly fired several types of bullets. While being beaten, Luffy ran away looking for opportunities. It's now, after Luffy dodged an attack, while still dodging, the rubber pistol was swung at Usopp. Seeing this, Usopp's eyes flashed with panic. He had seen Luffy's fist before.
Boom. He punched Usopp hard in the face, sending him flying away with blood flowing like a waterfall. Seizing the right moment, Luffy charged at Usopp again, stretching his hands behind him. This move was much more powerful than the previous rubber hand gun. Rubber rocket launcher. Boom. Usopp is okay.
In his hand, is this shock bay. He absorbed Luffy's attack with his shock shell and stored it inside. Good guy, you are really good at it. I wish you were so good at dealing with enemies. But Luffy's attack didn't work, but his body still maintained its forward posture. Usopp didn't hesitate at all. With a fierce look on his face, he held the shock shell at Luffy's face and released it. Boom. Luffy was directly sent flying by his own attack, still facing head damage. Blood rained all over the sky, swaying down from Kuaifei's head. And Usopp himself was not feeling well. After bearing the reaction force of the impact shell, his whole hand seemed to be deformed and trembled slightly. F***K. This is a bit ruthless. Usopp didn't see it. He is so ruthless, he doesn't hesitate to hit his companion's head. On the field, some people were still teasing Usopp, but some people seemed to gradually understand something and became silent. Usopp, he is too inferior and wants to prove his strength in front of his friends. His heart should also be very heavy, and it is not as unbearable as everyone thinks. Advertisement. Oh, man, Luffy stood heavily on the ground, not defeated by the impact. This time, his eyes turned black, seriously, and he recalled every bit of the past. Look at Usopp in front of you again. His right hand violently stretched towards the rear, stretched far away before gradually stopping. This blow, let's decide the winner, Usopp. Rubber. Bullets. Wow. They faced each other, and Luffy's fist hit Usopp's stomach. Usopp flew out again. This time, a mouthful of blood spurted out. His eyes had lost focus. He slowly knelt on the ground, and then fell. Sure enough, the Straw Hat Boy is better. I said that he gave in to Usopp before. How could the captain be so embarrassed by his own crew? Are you going to die if you don't talk, huh? Shut up and watch? Marco complained, and Ace slapped him on the head unceremoniously, which made people confused. What's wrong? I praised your brother, what's wrong? Luffy also knelt down in front of Usopp, tightly holding the hand she had hit Usopp, trembling. Idiot, how could you beat me? Usopp appeared to have lost consciousness and was not responding. Luffy didn't say much, stood up, picked up the straw hat, and walked towards the melee. Mary is at your disposal. Hearing this sentence, Usopp, who was unconscious, seemed to react, and raised his head slightly. We're going to find a new ship and keep sailing. Usopp was lying on the ground, speechless, and the memories of his friends were flashing in his mind. He clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, his heart was also heavy. Goodbye, Usopp, I've been happy all this time. On the melee, Chopper carried his small bag and was about to treat Usopp, but was stopped by Sanji. Chopper thought that Sanji felt that Usopp was no longer a companion, so he directly transformed and wanted to attack Sanji. Sanji pressed Chopper to the ground and said in a deep voice. Just think how miserable it is for a man to be pitied after being defeated in a duel. How painful it is for the loser to be carelessly sympathized with. As Sanji explained, the scene switched to Usopp. At this time, he was lying quietly on the ground. Everyone knew that he was awake, but now, if he was awake, it would be even more embarrassing. 0. Seeking flowers. Advertisement. People in the projection space, whether they were those who thought Usopp did something wrong before or those who understood Usopp later, looked at this scene and heard Sanji's words, and inexplicable sadness rushed over them and swept the entire audience. At this time, Luffy had also reached the melee and his friends. He wore a hat to cover his eyes, but his trembling body and the tears constantly flowing from the hat showed that he was not so decisive in facing Usopp. So heavy. Zoro responded, this must be the captain. Don't be confused. If you hesitate, who should we believe? 0. Give him the boat, because we can't go back to this ship anymore. Luffy pressed his hat tightly, covering his eyes completely, and he was suffering silently. The camera moved to the other side, where Usopp was lying on the ground. Part of his head was already wet, and he was also crying silently. Are former partners really going to be strangers from now on? Shuai Suo exploded. This is the consciousness of the deputy captain. Zoro is the one who understands Luffy best. Except for seeing Straw Hat crying before when Ace died, this seems to be the first time I've seen him cry so sadly. Ooh, I feel so bad for Luffy all of a sudden. It's not easy for him either. Usopp, what are you doing? The Empress went too far and directly rubbed Luffy in her arms. Ah, Luffy, let me warm you and comfort your broken heart. Sanji. What's going on? Why do you always like to rub Luffy in your arms? He doesn't like it. If you really want to, let him go and let me take over. Brook. Well, Sanji-kun, actually, I think I am willing to selflessly dedicate 3 years to the captain. Wang Hao. Well, I represent the author, not me. I am willing to take my place. Really, none of you are suitable for such an uncomfortable thing. I have endured hardships, so let me do it. 163. The co-captain's awakening. Zoro is Luffy's Rayleigh. The scene changed. This time, the time span was larger, after they escaped from Eni's lobby. Luffy and his gang have changed their ship and named it Thousand Sunny. At this time they invited Frankie as a partner, and Luffy's grandfather Garp was on the warship, waiting to capture them. Sail. Following Luffy's order, the sails of the Sunshine were raised, and they sailed towards the depths of the sea. Wait a minute, Luffy, even Frankie is persuading. Is this really good, Straw Hat Boy, aren't you waiting for that person? Luffy seemed to be very calm. He had heard Sanji say before that Usopp was preparing to come back. What did he say when he saw Usopp practicing exercises at the beach? Luffy was surprised when he heard the news. Really, what, it turns out to be like this. Then go pick him up now. With that said, they walked out excitedly, preparing to pick up Usopp. Everyone saw it, and sure enough, Luffy still couldn't let go of his companions. No wonder Usopp. 173. Wore a mask when he was in Eni's lobby, maybe because he didn't want to be recognized by Luffy. Sure enough, only Luffy and Chopper didn't recognize him. However, just as they were about to reach the door, they were stopped by a voice. Just wait for me. The door handle Luffy was holding hadn't been opened yet. He looked back and saw Zoro speaking. I don't allow any of you to pick him up. Luffy was confused. Why? Zoro crossed his arms and said to Luffy with terrifyingly determined eyes. Even if you make a mistake, you can't be humble, Luffy. I won't forgive him until he bows his head and admits his mistake. Zoro, Luffy seems to understand Zoro's good intentions. But Nami and Chopper didn't understand. They walked towards Zoro and asked for an explanation. However, Zoro is not joking now, he is extremely serious. Shut up. Nami and Chopper paused. What's wrong, so serious? When Luffy and Usopp started arguing, no matter what they thought, no matter who was right or who was wrong, since the men decided to duel. Advertisement. Zoro passed Nami and Chopper, walked to Luffy, and looked directly at Luffy. Then the victory or defeat will be left to the battle. Then the guy lost and left without permission. With that said, Zoro pulled out his most important sword from its scabbard, tapped Luffy on the head with the hilt, turned back to his friends and said in a serious tone. Listen up, no matter how idiot you are, he is still our captain. He rubbed Luffy's face again and continued. We don't need a guy who doesn't even listen to the captain at the critical moment. A gang that doesn't even have the prestige of the captain will definitely collapse. Everyone was silent. Sanji smoked silently and didn't talk to each other from the beginning. Although he usually didn't deal with Zoro, he agreed with Zoro's statement at this moment. In the projection space, everyone applauded Zoro's approach. Zoro is right, Yin. This is what a deputy captain should be like, always maintaining the dignity of the captain. Swoda really respects the Straw Hat Boy. At the critical moment, we have to look at Zoro. He's so handsome. I can't stand these hormones. Well, Zoro has such a high emotional intelligence. He is so aware. He really worries about the captain. However, you can also see that he is really for Luffy. He wants Luffy to become stronger, not only in terms of strength, but also in other aspects. In some aspects, he is teaching Luffy. Usopp was shocked when he heard what Zoro said. Yes, at the critical moment, he didn't even listen to the captain. He was not a qualified crew member. Before it was over, Zoro finished educating his friends and started educating Luffy again at Luffy's expense. Listen up, I don't care how you get fooled usually, but you are a man above me after all. If you do such a useless thing, I will be the one who leaves next time. If that idiot wants to come back, forget it, but if this matter is not solved and you want to get away with it, I will never allow it. At that time, I will have to leave Usopp on this island. Nami would like to say a few more words. Clang. Zoro directly pulled out Wado Yimonji, stuck it on the ground, and stood in front of the door. Is it that easy to leave a team? Even Sanji, who had always stood by Nami unconditionally, spoke up. Unfortunately, he was right this time. Zoro dropped the ultimatum. If Usopp's first words when he comes back are deep regret, then forget it. If not, there will be no place for him to return. So, they had to wait for Usopp to come back on his own initiative in the few days before sailing. Advertisement. Back to the present, their boat has started to head out to sea, but Usopp still hasn't arrived. Luffy has lost much confidence, he said to Frankie. He can be happy alone. But the smile on his face, but it's so unnatural. Robin glanced at Zoro at the side, and Zoro was holding the sword in his hand tightly. Even though he said that, he couldn't completely let go of the friendship he had along the way. Nami was still thinking of waiting a little longer, not in a hurry to leave anyway, but something unexpected happened. Luffy's grandfather, Vice Admiral Garp, was driving a warship towards them and kept firing shells at Thousand Sunny, which forced them to set sail and leave early. Garp said that because many things happened, he had to take back what he said earlier that he would not catch Luffy here. In order to express his apology, he was the only one who took the shot, and asked his subordinates to bring the shells. Just when Luffy and the others were curious about what he was going to do, Garp made a standard medicine ball movement. The time of the shell flying in the air was almost negligible, and it exploded directly next to the sunshine, which was several times more powerful than a cannon. This scared everyone. Good guy. He is indeed a strong man on the list whose strength is a mystery. He can throw it so hard just by throwing it. Then, Garp directly asked people to bring in countless cannonballs, transformed into a humanoid cannon, and began to bomb the sunshine, and at this moment, Usopp came. He kept talking, as usual, joking, but no matter what he said, he didn't say anything about apologizing, except for Chopper desperately calling Usopp to come. Luffy and Zoro said they didn't hear anything. Seeing his friends getting further and further away, Usopp's heart almost sank to the bottom. He thought everyone would cheer him back as before, but he thought to himself. What is this? Do you really want to break up with me? Then let me shout one last time, let us never owe each other anything. However, as he knelt there with wet eyes, what he shouted with all his strength was, I'm sorry. It's me who wants to save face. I'm sorry, it's my fault. At the end of the shout, tears were streaming down his face, and he couldn't bear to be separated from his companions. I heard it. Luffy, Zoro and the other friends all heard this, and they all laughed. Okay. That's right, just admit your mistake and it will be fine. There are so many corrections. Things have been resolved satisfactorily and the Straw Hat crew is whole again. Now that he has spoken, Usopp no longer cares about face. Seeing his companions leaving, he cried and took back what he said before, let me go with you. Let me become your 1.1 companion. The corners of Luffy's mouth raised, and his hand stretched directly in front of Usopp as if stretched infinitely. Usopp raised his head. Luffy. When the camera turned, Luffy looked up. Luffy, who originally raised the corner of his mouth like the protagonist of a novel, was no longer as calm as before. His face was full of embarrassment, and tears were mixed with snot flowing crazily. Idiot. Catch me quickly. The video ends here. Everyone was still immersed in the excitement of meeting their friends again, and Usopp did not disappoint everyone. Is this the friendship of Straw Hat crew? Even if there is a quarrel, everyone will understand each other, give in to each other, and finally reconcile. It is really love. Everyone, we have learned a lot from Luffy and his group, such as courage, unity, tolerance, principles. They are all of very good quality. Now that you've finished reading, let's distribute the rewards. 164. Jefu with a broken foot, the transmission of dreams. The reward this time is a bit special, it's called Gemini Guardian. The two parties are bound to form an invisible guard for each other. This layer of guard has no impact on both parties. However, if at a critical moment, it can block a fatal attack for the other party. The cooldown time is 1 day. Everyone is already numb. To be honest, this reward is slightly lower than before, but he can save his life. The cooling time is 1 day, which means that you can wave once a day. With the protection of the twins, no one can be immune to death with 1 blow. In fact, this ability is quite strange. In the face of a strong person whose strength is too much stronger than them, even if 1 blow is fatal, what about the second blow? How to block it? Even though everyone told themselves that strange flowers are not worthy of envy, some people still drool. The parties Luffy and Usopp were shrouded in golden light, and they seem to have formed some special bond with each other. Wang Hao looks weird. Why'd I think this is for a man and a woman couple? That's right, this is exactly the magic weapon that the Universe Supreme used with his girlfriend in his early years. Awesome. Come on, next OO videos. Open black lens bracket top 10 touching moments, listed, Tetsuo and Sanji. Close black lens bracket. Sanji paused, and dropped the cigarette on the ground. Tetsuo. What touching things happened between you and Jefu? If so, when I was a child. On Germa 66's side, Judge narrowed his eyes slightly, INF. It's time to use some means to control Sanji. The scene begins. This is Sanji's childhood. In the sea restaurant, he and other chefs talked about his dream ALLBLUE and what kind of delicious ingredients there were on the dreamy sea. After the discussion, several other chefs started shikai to decide what leftover food was eaten by today's guests. They didn't dislike it and ate it on their own. And the little Sanji seemed unable to accept such food, and threw out a lot of food that didn't look good, and persuaded the chefs not to eat it. At this moment, there was a commotion in the restaurant. Someone ran into the back kitchen and reminded them. Advertisement, oops. There are pirates. It's Zeph the Redfoot's pirate ship. They're back from the Grand Line. Jefu boarded the ship at the restaurant on the sea and ordered his men to rob the wealth. Sanji refused to die in the hands of these people, so he stood up with his small body and 2 knives. Rather than being killed by you, it is better to kill you first. Seeing this, the red-footed Jefu said, what are you doing with such a troublesome brat? Be straightforward. After saying that, he dodged to Sanji's side, kicked him flying, the wall was smashed, and fell heavily on Sanji's small body. Unyielding, little Sanji climbed out of a pile of broken walls, climbed to Zafu's side, and bit Zafu's foot fiercely with his mouth. I'm not going to die. One day I'll find ALLBLUE. These words made Zafu's eyes darken instantly, but Zafu's crew members laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, he said he wanted to find ALLBLUE, what a great ambition. Captain, tell him quickly, there isn't even that kind of place on the Grand Line. Tetsuo raised his feet and kicked Sanji away again. This time he seemed to have no strength to get up. He was still a child now, but Tetsuo was a powerful pirate. Sanji lay quietly on the ground. The only thing that persisted in his thoughts was that I can't just die in the hands of these stinky pirates. At this time, Sanji was nothing more than a brat to Tetsuo and the others. They were too lazy to pay attention and were about to retreat. The rain was falling too hard now and it might be dangerous to drag him down. Suddenly, a huge wave hit the boat on the sea restaurant and Sanji was lying close to the side of the boat. He was swept away by the wave and disappeared from everyone's sight. Hey! Sanji was swept away by the wave. Luffy was surprised. At this time, what everyone didn't expect was that Tetsuo gave up the retreat, kicked off the sail, and then rushed into the sea in the direction where Sanji was swept away. This brat, see. Jefu saw Sanji falling continuously. Suddenly, he seemed to have a feeling and looked up. A huge shadow was heading towards him. Advertisement. Damn it, is it some kind of monster? It's so dark and scary. My phobia of the deep sea is about to break out. Why are you a pirate and you have a phobia of the deep sea? Are you having fun? Everyone was talking. Fortunately, it was not some strange creature, but the previous ship. After Tetsuo jumped into the sea, a bigger wave hit. Neither the pirate ship nor the sea restaurant could escape and were swept into the sea. However, an accident happened and his foot got stuck in the ruins of the ship. Boom. As if he had made up his mind, Jefu grabbed the anchor floating next to him and wrapped it around his feet. The scene changes and Tetsuo has begun to swim towards Sanji. Hiss. There was a muffled sound, and Jefu blocked the impact of the hull without being hurt at all. He once again determined Sanji's position and prepared to swim there. As the waves continued to roll, the hull connected to the other end of the anchor continued to float away into the distance, and the distance between the anchor tied to Zafu's feet and the hull became farther and farther, until finally, it should value. Wang Hao. The design of the 850 here is very unreasonable. Before, it could kick the boat away with one kick, but now it can't even pull out its kick. P.S. I got up late today, haha. I have 6 updates today, and here is the first update. Sanji took out a cigarette from his arms, lit it, took a deep breath, and then spit it out. He would never forget this past incident, because he caused Jefu to lose everything in his strength. Dream. Unexpectedly, Luffy completely understood that this was the inheritance of dreams. This Jefu must also have the dream of all blue. Seeing Sanji must have reminded him of his past self. There was a gasping sound. What's going on with Jefu? He's obviously a kid you've never met before, why are you trying so hard to save him? At this time, a thunder sounded, and the seawater gradually turned red. Jefu took a look at Sanji's current situation and realized that it was no longer possible. If this delay continued, Sanji might have to say goodbye. Many people can't figure it out no matter how much they think about it. Only a few people with dreams seem to have grasped something, but they don't seem to have grasped anything. However, no matter how hard Jefu tried, he just couldn't pull it out. Boom. Catch. 165. Endless hunger, Sanji's awakening. This old man actually broke his own foot to save such a child he had never met. Why? What is his purpose in doing this? Is it any good for him? I don't know. He robbed wealth before. At first glance, he was not a good man or woman. Why did he suddenly become a good man? Everyone was puzzled by Tetsuo's action of breaking off his foot to save Sanji. Although it was stuck, it could still be taken out as long as he patiently cleaned it up. His action of breaking off his foot was obviously because he was afraid that little Sanji would not be able to hold on. Sanji was silent, took out another cigarette and lit it. Watching this video, he had already smoked more than a dozen cigarettes, which was a bit useless. Jefu smiled lightly and didn't care about everyone's confusion. He didn't understand some things, but he did it. Maybe he heard this child's persistence in his dream. The violent weather at sea seemed to have calmed down, and Sanji gradually opened his eyes. Where is this place? Am I dead? While he was still confused, Jefu sat aside and interrupted him. Are you awake? Kid, you are so lucky. Sanji was shocked. It was a pirate. He quickly got up, but the pain in his stomach made it difficult for him to move. It's impossible to move. Do you think you were kicked by someone? Sanji asked Jefu where the others had gone. Jefu turned his back to him. Who knows, the waves were so big, maybe they all sank. And told Sanji that their current situation is also very dangerous. Only this reef is constantly corroded. If it sinks, they will be doomed. And the most terrible thing is that there are no fruits or other animals on the reef. There may be fish in the sea, but the reef is eroded by the waves at a very tricky angle. If you go down, you may not be able to get back up. At the end of the day, the fun is over. Advertisement. Sanji shouted to kill Tetsuo, but he didn't expect that if Tetsuo hadn't broken off his leg to save him, he might have been in the belly of a sea creature at this time. Just yell, if no one comes, we will have to turn into bones. That bag is for you. You're lucky, and there's food coming up. If you eat it as usual, it should last for 5 days. Think carefully about how to eat it. After all, we are still chefs. Tetsuo still had his back to Sanji and said in a calm voice. Sanji looked to his side, and sure enough, a bag was quietly placed next to him. He looked next to Jefu again, and saw a bag several times bigger than his, and he felt unhappy instantly. Wait a minute, that's your food. It's too much. It's 3 times as much as mine. Sanji stared at Jefu. He was afraid of Jefu. As a pirate, he must be very vicious, but when he was treated unfairly, he wanted to stand up and resist. Jefu didn't move, turned around and stared at Sanji. Of course, the stomachs of adults and children are different. Besides, it's good if I'm willing to share it with you. You have to count on me to sympathize with you. Tetsuo's eyes, which had been a pirate for many years, were full of evil, and little Sanji didn't dare to speak at all. That's right. He is a very vicious pirate. It would be a great mercy for him to give him a little food, but he still asks for so much. On the field, everyone thought there was nothing wrong with him. As for pirates, just have the will to do so. Even if you expect to be treated equally with me, you are overthinking it. But everyone also felt that it was a little unreasonable. Since Jefu had spent so much effort to rescue him, why was he being such a jerk now? As the sun set, Jefu and Sanji just sat here blankly, looking at the sea, waiting for any ship to pass by. This was their only hope of survival. Sanji took out all the food in the bag and began to distribute the daily food. He divided it into 20 days. He believed that in 20 days, a ship would definitely come. Advertisement time passed day by day, and an unknown number of days had passed. The planned 20 days had already passed. Sanji looked at the bread in his hand. After so many days, the bread was already covered with mold. At this time, Sanji, after so many days of torture, was already sallow and thin, and his whole mental state was very haggard. In the past, he would throw such food directly into the trash can, but now, without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and took a bite, not caring about the mold on it. It tastes delicious. He recalled that when he was at the sea restaurant, his fellow chefs ate the food left by the guests, but he threw it away. Now think about it, how delicious the food was. What on earth did I do at that time? I threw away such delicious food. In the Germa 66 camp, Sanji's sister Reiju looked at Sanji in the video. After he escaped from the family, he had such a tragic experience, and his beautiful eyes were full of heartache. And his father and several brothers all have sarcastic faces. This is what happens when you run away from the family. Sanji was crying while eating the last piece of bread. There will be no more food. What should I do? I don't want to die yet, plus I haven't found ALLBLUE yet. Boom. When Sanji wiped his tears, his hand slipped, and the bread fell directly into the sea along the rock wall of the reef. Sanji was stunned in place, and the last bread. The food was gone, but there was still no boat passing by. Little Sanji sat on the edge of the cliff, just sitting quietly. Time passed day by day, and there was nothing to eat. When it rained, he used a wooden board to cover it. When the rain stops, drink some water to fill your stomach. At this time, Sanji was already skin and bones, in tatters and disheveled, no different from a beggar. In the projection space, Sanji's friends, Luffy and others felt a sore nose when they looked at Sanji like this. Did Sanji experience such a thing when he was a child? No wonder he cherishes food so much. The partners unanimously decided that from now on, no matter what kind of food it is, it must not be wasted and must be eaten cleanly. Back to the video. Sanji suddenly thought of Tetsuo. Isn't that smelly old man dead? His body no longer had the strength to walk. He climbed with both hands toward the other side of the reef, where Jefu was. 5 NC 166. I can no longer be a pirate. This time, you have to go out to sea to find me. When he climbed to the position where Jefu could be seen, his eyes fixed, the old man was still alive. Looking at Zefu's side again, the original big bag is still as big, and there is so much food. Sanji's haggard eyes suddenly lit up, hoping he saw it. On the court, everyone noticed what Sanji didn't notice. After so many days, the big bag wasn't just not moving much, it was exactly the same as before, it didn't move at all. What's going on here? Could it be that Jefu is afraid that Sanji won't be able to control the daily food, so he intentionally left a lot of it as a backup? But Sanji has been eating like this for so many days, and Jefu hasn't eaten anything for so many days, isn't it? Suddenly, Sanji's eyes changed, and his small body was full of murderous intent. He took out a kitchen knife out of nowhere and pointed it at Jefu. He seemed to want to kill Jefu and take away his food, his only hope of survival. He knew in his heart that this smelly old man would not give him food, he had to kill him and grab it himself. He tiptoed and approached Jefu slowly, holding a knife, his eyes were very firm. 040 It's because of him that he became like this, I must live. What are you doing here, kid? See the boat. Even though he was careful, even if Zeph turned his back to him, he was still spotted. Now that he was discovered, Sanji simply stopped hiding and walked directly towards the big bag. I'm here to grab food, who made you keep so much for yourself? As he spoke, he inserted a knife into the bag, pulled it down, and the bag was cut open, and Zeph did not stop him. However, the next scene completely stunned Sanji, not only him, but also the people in the projection space. Where is the food in the bag? It's a huge bag, full of all kinds of gold and silver jewelry. This. Zeph gave all the food to Sanji. He did this for Sanji. What the hell is it for? Before I broke my foot, I wanted to save Sanji, and now I'm giving all the food to Sanji. I'm starving so many doctors. Advertisement. Everyone was stunned, they didn't understand why Zeph did this. He and Sanji didn't have any friendship, could it be that pirates are actually good people? Suddenly, those ordinary people who are not marines or pirates seem to have a new understanding of the image of pirates. What is wrong with this world? Marine, who keeps claiming to be righteous, is actually helping celestial dragons oppress the common people, and pirates can do this for a strange child. Sanji's body trembled, suddenly stunned for a while, and he didn't know whether it was because the bag was not food, which made his hopes dashed, or because of something else. It's ironic to have money but not to eat Zeph's side. Trembling, he walked to Zeph's side, grabbed his clothes, and shouted. What is this? Why is this? So you haven't eaten for so many days? Sanji gradually walked in front of Jefu. When he saw Zefu's appearance at this time, he was so scared that he took 2 steps back and fell directly to the ground. Everyone also looked intently. When he was in the sea restaurant, Jefu used to be as strong as a cow with all his tendons, but now, good guy, all the muscles in his body have disappeared, and he is skinny, as if only a skeleton is left. Well, it's almost the same as Sanji as a child. And, Sanji notices, not only has he lost weight, he's also missing a foot. Hiss. This is too miserable. What a miserable old man, he's been so hungry, AGEF, for nearly a month. He hasn't eaten anything, and I don't know how he managed it. Sanji was smoking a cigarette, with faint tears in his eyes. This scene, which he will never forget in his life, is deeply engraved in his mind. And the people in the restaurant on the sea looked at Jefu in a daze. It turned out that he and Sanji had such a story before. No wonder, Sanji treated Jefu like a father. This old man looks fierce on the surface, but in fact he is still very soft. Germacamp, Reiju looked at Judge with burning eyes. A stranger treats Sanji better than you, how do you become a father? Judge was also silent at this time, for Reiju's scorching gaze, he was piercing, and his calm heart also had a lot of ups and downs at this time. Sanji said in a daze. What's going on, where's your foot? Advertisement. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in my mind, and a memory flooded up. When I was in the sea, Zeph's foot got stuck. In order to save him, Zeph wrapped his foot with an anchor. 36. It was at that time, it turned out to be like this, it was to save me. Thinking of this, Sanji's eyes full of hatred disappeared, and tears began to glisten in his eyes. What about the food? Is it all you gave me? Zefu's eyes are terribly calm. Since Sanji came to the present, he has been staring at the sea. When Sanji asked him, he answered casually. Yes. You can't be a pirate without that foot, can you? Yes. Why? Don't mind your own business. I don't need you to be so nice to me, why? Sanji seemed touched, but not quite. Speaking of why, Jefu, who was originally calm, seemed to have a sudden light in his eyes, and his complexion improved a little. Because you and I have the same dream. Sanji was stunned. Didn't your companion also say that ALLBLE doesn't exist? Zeph shook his head. It exists, wait for the time is right, and go to the Grand Line. As you have seen, I can no longer be a pirate. This time, let me go out to sea to find you. After finishing speaking, Jefu fell down heavily, as if he was about to reach his limit. There was silence in the projection space. Everyone finally knew why Jefu did this. He also had the same dream as Sanji, but he probably didn't find it. And Sanji is still young, He doesn't want to see this kid's dream die before he can chase it. This is him passing on his unrealized dream to Sanji. I can't catch it myself. Let's change it to you, brat. 167. Sanji blushed. The reward I want is. Good guy. I didn't feel touched when Tetsuo cut off his leg and left all the food for Sanji to starve himself, but now it makes me feel really uncomfortable. Yes, men are so simple sometimes. There is no particularly complicated reason. They just touch their few sensibilities. Hey, I don't know if Jefu is still alive now. I'm afraid I can't continue to hold on. Everyone sighed and felt very sorry for Jefu. Since Sanji is standing here as an adult, it means that he has persevered. But this is not necessarily true for Jefu. He has never eaten. On this boundless sea, there happened to be it is not easy to see a ship passing by. At the end of the video, Tetsuo and Sanji said that if they could survive this time, they would open a restaurant in the middle of the sea and devote the rest of their lives to this restaurant. Then, Sanji felt something and looked towards the sea, only to see a ship slowly heading in their direction. Sanji couldn't hold back his tears at that time, it was the hope of living. Jefu also raised his head and took a look, then lay back down again, saved. Video ends. Great, good people are rewarded. Jefu survived. He said he was going to open a restaurant on the sea, he didn't know where it would be. I must go and visit it. Yes, I will go too. Having experienced a hungry chef, the food will definitely have a unique flavor. Then you should be careful. If you waste food, we might kick you out directly, ha ha ha. Don't worry, no matter how unpleasant the food is, I will eat it completely in front of Jefu. I'm quite aware, that is, upon hearing this, Sanji had a flash of inspiration and his smile gradually became wretched. He stood up. Everyone, do you all want to try the restaurant on the sea? Feel the delicious food made by Jefu? Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, and the corner of his mouth trembled a little. Good guy, you came out to advertise? Advertisement, yes. Everyone was also very supportive. Okay, then I will tell you the location of the restaurant on the sea, it is. Before Sanji could finish speaking, a passerby jumped out. I know. He is in East Blue. The restaurant is called Barati. It is the most famous sea restaurant in East Blue. It is really delicious. You can try it. Many people come from all the way to Barati. Even some of Marine's important characters will go to Latte's restaurant for dinner. And, no matter what your status is in this restaurant, they will cook food for you. Even if you are a fugitive on the run, as long as you are hungry, they will provide food. It's really great. Yin Tian Tu Fu. Jefu looked at this man. He had the impression that this man was the so-called fugitive. That time he was really hungry and had no place to eat. When he came here, he still provided him with food. Moreover, there were people from Marine in the restaurant at that time. They also recognized the fugitive, but they gave Tetsuo the honor not to arrest anyone in the restaurant. His restaurant can be said to be a rare peaceful place. Sanji was also taken aback, but then he laughed, and some people rushed out to advertise, but everyone in the province said that my mother-in-law is selling melons and boasting. And when everyone heard this person's words, some people's eyes flickered, and they were full of longing for this Balati restaurant, which is great. The people in Marine didn't say much when they heard this. Fugitives are also human beings. It's good to have such a place where everyone can coexist peacefully and have a meal with peace of mind. You know, not every fugitive will be afraid of Marine. In the Balati restaurant, it is true that Marine is giving life to the fugitives, but at the same time, it is also those vicious pirates who are giving Marine life. Everyone seems to have reached an agreement. Eat well, non-interference. Well, method rewards, thanks, red-footed Jefu, Wenji recipe, and also repair your legs and extend your lifespan by 100 years. While everyone was still admiring the magic of Balati restaurant, the Universe Supreme spoke. This reward is not for improving strength. It is actually the most suitable reward for Jefu. He regained his strength after recovering his legs, but he has no pursuit of strength at this time. He just wants to run the restaurant well. The 10,000 Realms recipe is the reward he wants the most, and extending his lifespan for 100 years here is actually an extra reward from the Supreme Universe. Such an independent place is worthy of respect no matter where it is. When Jefu heard the reward for himself, his eyes lit up, and he was about to turn into a star. F*K, your uncle's Universe Supreme, recipe of 10,000 Realms. 0, please give me flowers, Supreme. You get excited when you are excited, why are you scolding labor and management? Advertisement. Even Sanji got excited when he heard the reward. Isn't Zefu's reward his own reward? With this 10,000 Realms recipe, why can't he teach me? Luffy's drool is about to stay. Good guy, Sanji, hurry up and learn from that old man Zeph, I can't wait. The Universe Sovereign asked uncertainly, he really didn't expect such a strange request. As for you Sanji, I reward you. Okay, then I'll satisfy you. Sanji's eyes are firm. I can be weak, but I must not be regarded as evil. Everyone was puzzled by Sanji's request. Isn't it just a video? It still hasn't happened. Everyone just laughed and passed. What's the big deal? As everyone knows, Sanji attaches great importance to his own image. What strength is not important. There is still time to get rewards and improve later. Delete your memory first, so as not to talk about it every now and then. Seeing that the Supreme Being of the Universe was about to reveal the reward to Sanji, Sanji suddenly stepped in and interrupted him. Wait a minute, my lord. Good guy. Sanji is really willing. This is the reward of the Supreme Universe. He actually used it to do this. I want to erase everyone's memory of my ugly video. It's two-face saving. P.S. The 6th update today, the 3rd update, the new video of the next chapter is here. The golden light all over the sky, covered the whole space. Everyone, the memory of seeing Sanji transforming into a ladyboy before was gradually blurred. After a while, the golden light dissipated, and those memories also disappeared. Huh? Are you sure? Thinking about it, Sanji glanced at Zoro intentionally or unintentionally, and found that Zoro was looking at him playfully, his face blushed for no reason. Affirmative and sure. Sanji said firmly. Everyone looked at Sanji blankly. You were talking, didn't you tell the Universe Supreme to wait for you to have other ideas about rewards? Why have you been so stunned for a long time and still haven't opened your mouth? 168. Quack Dr. Hiruluke's encounter with Yukio Chopper. Okay, the rewards have been distributed, so let's move on to the next video. Everyone was still waiting for Sanji to speak, and His Excellency was already ready to put down the video. Huh? What's going on? Sanji's reward hasn't been distributed yet? Could it be that Sanji cut too many cutscenes, and the Supreme Lord directly chose not to give out rewards? Well, that must be the case. It seems that if you get rewards later, it's better not to make too many demands. Everyone secretly warned in their hearts, and at the same time they were full of ridicule towards Sanji, making you go through so many cutscenes every day. It's all right now, the rewards are gone. Little did they know, Sanji was secretly laughing at the bewildered reaction of the crowd. At the beginning of the video, under the urging of Luffy and other partners, Sanji got to Zafu's side and began to study the 10,000 world recipe together. Open black lens bracket top 10 touching moments, 580, list. Chopper close black lens bracket Chopper was dumbfounded, pointing to himself. Me? What touching thing do I have? Luffy and Usopp came up and rubbed Chopper's head. Unexpectedly, our Chopper was also on the list. What reward do you want? Chopper is getting excited. Me. I want to become stronger, I want to help Luffy. I also want to learn better medical skills, so that I can heal your injuries. The video starts. This is the place where Luffy knelt down to save Nami when Nami was sick. This is also where Chopper and Luffy met. At this time, Nami was lying on the hospital bed, and it was Chopper who saved her. Luffy clamored to make Chopper his partner, but Chopper refused to agree. Dr. Doriel seemed to be lost in memory when she heard Luffy's words, she said in a deep voice. Companion, how complicated is this word for Chopper, you don't even know it? Nami and Sanji both looked at her, waiting for her next words. Dory looked at them and then said, he has always been alone. There is only one person who makes him open his heart. Advertisement. The man's name was Dr. Cyrulic, a quack who named Chopper and treated him like a son. In the sky full of snowflakes, several men with guns were looking for Cyrulic, cursing quackery. From their words, it seemed that they were ordered by someone. And Cyrulic was hiding not far from them, watching them leave to search elsewhere. The scene turned to an ordinary family. The man was lying on the bed, looking very unhappy. The woman looked at the man's appearance and shouted to go find a doctor, but the man said that there were no doctors in this country anymore, only Waypol's exclusive Dr. 20. The woman couldn't bear to see her man suffer, so she suggested that she go find a Dr. 20. At this moment, a violent noise was heard, a hole was directly punched in the wall of the man's house, and a man with a hairstyle like a loudspeaker walked in. There's no need, I'll treat you. The person who came was none other than Cyrulic. Although his face was frighteningly ugly, the dying man suddenly became energetic when he saw clearly the identity of the person coming. He suddenly stood up from the bed and waved to Cyrulic repeatedly. No need, I'm recovering from my sudden seizure. He knew that many people's conditions worsened after being treated by Cyrulic. Projection space. Damn it, it seems that this Cyrulic is really a quack doctor. Look how frightened this child is. People's children can go out to play soy sauce, you call this a child? Labor and management are 78 this year, can't they be called children? An old man shouted at the young man beside him. The young man was at a loss for words. It seemed to be the truth, yes, absolutely yes. Your uncle is still your uncle, and he said it so forcefully. Under the man's horrified gaze, Cyrulic took out a pistol from the bag he carried with him. He explained that this was an anesthetic gun. Don't be afraid. I will only shoot the patient when she is in pain. That's what he said, but in the man's ears, it turned into giving the patient a shot when he disobeyed. Good guy, I saw the man squatting in the corner of the bed and shivering. The woman ran out and called the garrison. The man said that he didn't need to see a doctor and I would pay for it. How scary is this? Advertisement? No, I still have family. As the man screamed, Cyrulic injected what he called the latest panacea into his body. The man's screams stopped suddenly, and his skin turned green. He broke the window like a frog and jumped into the distance. Oops, did I get the ingredients wrong? I thought frog extract would be very effective. Then, Cyrulic ran away all the way. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something. Following his line of sight, he saw a humanoid monster lying in a pool of blood. On the field, everyone swallowed their saliva. Good guy, he is indeed a quack. He used medicines before clinical trials to treat people's diseases. Looking at the child, his face turned green. It's not a bad thing. When he ran to a bridge, he met the Dr. Doriel who appeared in the video before, and she was drinking wine. After speaking, he then ran away. I will not be caught by any doctor hunting. I will use my medical skills to save this country. Cyrulic ignored Doriel and said, what happened? How did Chopper get hurt? Everyone greatly agreed with 0.8 U Duolier's words. It's better to forget about your medical skills. If you don't heal people, it will be Amitabha. Why do you still want to save the country? Chopper looked at Cyrulic with a fierce look on his face when he saw a human approaching. Are you happy, young man? The the doctor hunting is finally over. It seems that you and I are the only two doctors left in this country. Wapple is chasing us angrily, but even so, you are still the most annoying guy in this country, because you are a poor quack. P.S. The 6th update today, the 4th update will be delivered. Luffy and others recognized it at a glance. This was Chopper in animal form. A gust of wind blew by, Doriel said something lightly, and then disappeared. The guard behind was not only arresting Cyrulic, but she was also within the arrest range. At this moment, people from the garrison arrived. Cyrulic apologized and quickly packed up his things and ran away. Cyrulic said nothing else but the kindness of a doctor. Regardless of whether Chopper was a human or not, he walked forward anxiously to check Chopper's injuries. Also, why does this country hunt for doctors? Doctors should be respected no matter where they are. What a strange country. Oh my, I should destroy this country. 169. Chopper is so cute, why would you hurt Chopper? Chopper recalled how he was injured, and it wasn't because of humans. He insisted that he was a snowman, and he chased and killed him when he saw him. In the end, he became like this in the hail of bullets. Cyrulic is also a human being, and his guard is extremely strong. At this time, Chopper hates human beings very much. Hylaluk opened his carry-on bag, began to look for potions, and at the same time took out the pistol that was called an anesthesia gun. Seeing the pistol, Chopper's eyes froze suddenly, thinking that Hiruruk, like those humans, was going to hurt himself. He struggled to stand up, and slapped Hiruruku away with a single palm. Chopper was extremely angry, and the scenes of humans shooting at him sounded, and he roared and was about to leave. Cyrulic got up from the ground. Are you kidding me? Who do you think I am? My name is Cyrulic, and I'm a doctor. The camera changed, and when everyone saw Shilu 06 Luke again, he was already naked, only something was still falling from the gun. Everyone was stunned. Good fellow, although the doctors are benevolent, you don't have to prove it like this. You let people who don't know the situation see it, and think you want to do something excessive to the heavy man. Chopper turned his head back, stared blankly at Hilaluk's appearance at this time, then rolled his eyes and passed out. Damn it. Chopper was stunned. Could it be that he was frightened when he saw Cyrulic's appearance and thought he was some kind of rascal? Someone said in surprise. Your brain is out of whack. It's because you bleed too much and faint. I don't know what unhealthy things you are thinking about in your mind every day. The people next to him looked at him with contempt. The screen turned and came to the shelter of Xyruluk. Chopper has turned into a small one at this time, with the appearance of an elk, which is very different from the previous macho image, which makes everyone sigh. It is still cuter like this. Advertisement wrapped in bandages all over his body. He woke up from the bed and glanced at Hylaluk, who was sleeping on a chair wrapped in a towel. Gulu, suddenly, Chopper's cute little face turned red. It was his stomach growling. He looked at the bread on the table beside him, got up from the bed, walked to the front with his short legs, picked it up and started chewing. After gnawing and gnawing, he left unsatisfactory saliva. Oh no, it was tears. Afterwards, Chopper began to learn medical skills from Hilaluk and went around to see patients. However, following Hilaluk, he was kicked out 11 out of 10 times, and was even hunted down by the guards non-stop. What's more, at the critical moment, Hirulik directly threw Chopper into the defense team as a bait and escaped first. This directly caused Chopper and Hilaluk to pinch each other. Although it was a fight, in the eyes of everyone, this scene was extremely warm. After a long time, Chopper was lying on the ground, and Grandma's voice said, Doctor, this seems to be the first time I've had a fight with someone. Hilaluk smiled, then this should be your first time, and then threw a hat to Chopper. Luffy and others recognized it at a glance. This is the pink tall hat that Chopper wears all the time. Like Luffy, he never leaves his body. Wang Hao. Let me interject, Luffy, Chopper, where do you buy your hats? The quality is so good, please tell me, I want to buy one too. I gave you a gift, which means we are reconciled. Chopper stared blankly at the hat in his hand. Since he became like this, it was the first time he received a gift, and his eyes were red. It's not easy for you and me to live, and we are also unwelcome people. But, don't hate human beings. This country is sick now. The hearts of the people and the king are sick, although people say that a sick country can be cured, but it's not like that. As long as my research and development is successful, this country can be saved. Once upon a time, in a certain country in the far west, there was a bandit who had a serious heart disease. He sought out famous doctors from all over the world to treat him, but no one could cure him. The man who was declared dead was very depressed. At this moment, he passed a mountain and saw a wonderful scene that he had never seen in his life. Advertisement, Sakura flowers. He saw the splendid sakura flowers blooming all over the mountains. Then, he went to the doctor again and was taken aback because the doctor told him that his body was no different from a healthy person, and that his disease was cured. Huh? Are you bragging? Everyone expressed 1000% doubts about what Xyruluk said. This is too unimaginable. How could it be possible to see a sakura flower in full bloom? Then I will plant countless sakura flowers in front of my house and open a clinic. Yell. This is a miracle. You think so too? As he said that, Hylaluk firmly believed that there is no disease that cannot be cured, and patted the skull flag on the wall, saying that if you want to fight like a pirate, the impossible becomes possible. The scene turned and returned to the scene where Luffy chased Chopper and made him his partner. Luffy told Chopper about the fun of being a pirate, which brought back memories of Chopper. Once, at the seaside, Hylaluk 490 carried him and told him that pirates are a group of very powerful people, and they can meet all kinds of incredible people and things at sea. He told Chopper, let Chopper go to sea later, and then he will realize how insignificant the current troubles are. Everything is developing in a beautiful direction. Careful people have discovered why when Luffy and the others came, there were only Dorial and Chopper. Where did Shirulik go? As soon as the scene changed, Hylaluk unwrapped the bandages on Chopper, told him that the treatment was over and you can leave, and then pushed him out of the door. Now, I'm going to be stunned by Chopper, aren't we already partners? Why do you want to drive me out? He kept begging Xylaluke that he could serve him tea and water and let him in without causing any more trouble. But for some reason, Xylaluke hid in the door and refused to let him in. Boom. With a sound, Hylaluk hastily opened the door, but saw Chopper jumping from the door in order to stay. His head was bloodied, and he pointed to the wound on his body and said, "Look, I'm hurt again now, let me stay." 170. Hiruluk Sakura Flower and Inherited Will. Hylaluk looked at Chopper in surprise, but he became ruthless, took out his pistol and aimed a shot at Chopper. The bullet slashed across Chopper's face, and a trace of bloodline appeared. It wasn't an anesthesia gun, but a real gun. Bang bang bang. Hylaluk kept shooting at Chopper, and Chopper finally gave up. He started to hide around with his head in his arms, crying, and gradually ran towards the distance. After Chopper left, Hiruluk covered his eyes with his hands, and he also burst into tears. "Ah, Chopper, forgive me. This operation has been completely surrounded by everyone. What's going on? I can't bear to drive him away while driving him away. What is this for? Hope for a better future for Chopper. Make him go to sea. Children, do you have many question marks?" As soon as the scene changed, Hylaluk drove away Chopper and came to Dorel's clinic. "How long do I have to live? I can't tell you because I know you don't have the money to pay for my diagnosis." Everyone suddenly realized that it turned out to be the case. Xylaluke was sick, and he was dying. He didn't want Chopper to be sad, so he drove Chopper away in advance. Sure enough, this Xylaluke's medical skills are not very good, but his heart is very kind. Hylaluk took out a gun and pointed it at Dorial, threatening her, and hurriedly told himself how many days he had left to live. But he was beaten up by Dorel. "Who are you going to fool with a tranquilizer gun?" Fortunately, Dorial said no, but she was very honest, and she still told Shiluluk that he still had 10 days to live. Not only is Shirulik not sad, but he is also full of energy. "Great, in 10 days, I will be able to complete my invention and make Sakura bloom all over the country." From their conversation, everyone also learned that the gangster who was cured after seeing the Sakura flower disease that Hylaluk told Chopper earlier was actually Hylaluk himself. He was originally a thief, and he sought medical treatment everywhere when he got sick, but he couldn't be cured, but he accidentally saw the scene of Sakura flowers blooming all over the place, and the disease was cured inexplicably. Recreate this gas miracle to save this dying country. But he didn't notice that Chopper was lying on the windowsill outside, listening to their conversation. Advertisement. His expression gradually became surprise. Dorial didn't believe Shiruluk's words at all, and was still arguing with him. This is basically impossible. Besides, how could there be a scene of Sakura flowers everywhere in this snow-covered country? Hylaluk doesn't care whether you believe it or not, he just walked outside, walking in the snow, he said to himself. "Chopper, I am very similar to you, Tilda Operator. So, at least before I die, I want to tell you, nothing is impossible in this world. You too, you can do anything as long as you do it. I'll let you see, the miraculous Sakura flower." In the projected space, Chopper was extremely sad, and Shirulik was the eternal pain in his heart, until finally, he died. Robin stroked Chopper's head gently as a sign of reassurance. Others were also very moved by Xylaluke's actions. Although this person is a little out of tune, he likes to brag, and his medical skills are even children's afraid of hearing his name, but he also has such a cute side. After that, Chopper also got the news that Cyrulik was about to die. He remembered that he and Cyrulik once heard the garrison say about a kind of elixir, Amy Black Mushroom. According to them, it can cure all diseases. So, while Xylaluke was not at home, he ran in and looked through the information, and finally locked the location of Amy Wugu. With that small backpack on his back, Chopper started his journey to find Amy Black Mushrooms. The small figure looked so fragile in the snow, and soon he met a herd of elk. The leader of this group of elk stared at him coldly, as if he dared to invade their territory, he would be threatened with a heavy price. If it was the old Chopper, he would be frightened by this look and would not dare to step forward, but he remembered what Shiruluk once said about the skull flag, turning the impossible into possible. He gritted his teeth, turned into a smaller elk, and walked towards the herd of elk. Just when he had reached the middle of the elk herd and thought he would get through it safely, the elk leader roared, lowered his head, and rushed towards Chopper with his strong and hard dust antlers. Chopper strengthened his heart again, and with the same fierce eyes, he rushed towards the elk. Advertisement. Chopper is too small, and although he is constantly cheering himself up, the fear in his heart cannot be completely overcome. This time, in the collision, Chopper lost. He was directly knocked out. Persevere. Don't give up. I can do it. One leg seems to be limping. This one is dragged on the ground, twisted and deformed. Its face is covered with bruises. Even one of the elk's most hard antlers is broken. Its body is covered with bruises, and the whole body walked back in one breath. Live, doctor. Yes, it was Chopper who came back, but Chopper's current tragedy is already no good, indescribable. In Shiruluk's residence, he was on the ground, coughing constantly, or was it close? Hey, can a reindeer be a doctor? P.S. Today is the 6th update, and the 6th update will be delivered tomorrow. Let's be more ruthless, and the 8th update. Good night everyone, I wish you a sweet dream. I want to fight too, just like a pirate. How to get there? Medicine, by, he tremblingly raised the Amy black mushroom in his hand, endured the pain in his body, and smiled at Hilaluk. The door opened, and Hilaluk pointed his pistol at the door. He thought it was someone from the garrison who came here, but when he saw the person coming, he froze in place. Chopper stood up again, this time, braver and more determined than before, and once again, he rushed to the elk leader. The screen changed, and Chopper came to a cliff with a turbulent ocean current in the middle, and on the opposite hill was his target, Amy Wugu. I want to be a doctor, you teach me how to be a doctor. Throwing away the gun in his hand, Hilaluk walked to Chopper's side step by step with heavy steps, and he recognized it was Amy Wugu. Did you pick this for me? Crunch, while Chopper was thinking, there was a sound from behind, and Chopper turned his head blankly, only to see the elk leading the herd just now, standing behind him, looking at him coldly. 171. Self-defeating, the black mushroom picked by Chopper frightened Dorial. Hirulik squatted tremblingly on the ground, listening to Chopper's words, tears flowed out uncontrollably. He held Chopper in his arms. If you can do it, you can do it. You will make an excellent doctor, because you are so kind. Chopper said weakly. Doctor, you are hugging me too tightly. Being held in Siruluk's arms, Chopper did not frown in pain because the wounds on his body were touched. Instead, he smiled lightly because he looked happy after hearing Siruluk's words. Siruluk cried. You be asterisk 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 D. In the projection space, everyone was crying. Yes, you be asterisk 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 D. What are you doing? It's so sad. Luffy and his partners felt distressed when they saw Chopper was so seriously injured. Luffy hugged Chopper tightly in his arms just like Hilaluk. Woohoo, Chopper, what a miserable reindeer, the scene changes. In a castle amidst the snow and ice. King Wobble was asking his men how the doctor hunt was going. 603. His subordinates told him that most of the doctors had been deported, leaving only those 2 doctors. Trash. What use do I need from you? At Hilaluk's residence, Chopper had already been bandaged by Hilaluk. Leaning on a small crutch, he watched as Zyruluk drank the medicine made from Amy black mushroom. How's it going? Is the Amy mushroom soup delicious? Chopper asked tentatively. It tastes really bad. But it's okay. After all, the good medicine tastes bitter, and this can prove that the Amy black mushroom is effective. Before he finished speaking, suddenly, Hilaluk looked in one direction and was stunned. He opened his mouth wide and looked shocked. Chopper also noticed Shiruluk's strangeness, and followed his line of sight to look over. Advertisement. I saw the glass ball that Siruluk had experimented with countless times and exploded countless times. There was no explosion at this time, but instead there was peace and quiet. The pink liquid in the ball flowed and was full of charm. It worked. It finally worked, Shillik said in a trembling voice. His body was like a robot, walking towards the glass ball step by step. Within the space, everyone's eyes froze. Was it really successful? Can sakura flowers really grow in the snow? If it is true, then it would not be an exaggeration to call it a miracle by Shiruluk. This is it, this reaction, I have been waiting for 30 years. Great Chopper, my research is indeed correct, not wrong, not wrong. Turning around, Siruluk shouted to Chopper with an excited look on his face. Then, he rushed out of the door and faced the snow and ice in the sky. Sakura flowers are finally blooming on this winter island. It seemed that he wanted to release the dull mood that the failure of more than 30 years had brought to him. Then, Hirulik packed up and saluted, and he told Chopper that he was going out and asked him to lie down on the hospital bed. Chopper readily agreed, watching Hilaluk go away, lying on the bed, still secretly pleased. Great, the doctor is very happy, I cured someone. Crunch, for some reason, Hirulik opened the door again, and said firmly to Chopper. You will definitely become an excellent doctor. I can promise. He gave Chopper a doting smile, and before Chopper could react, he closed the door and left. Everyone was taken aback by this operation. Why? Why does it seem like they are saying goodbye? Then, everyone got the answer, but after getting the answer, they were silent instead. After leaving Chopper, Shiruluk came to Dorel's clinic again. He begged Dorel to help him spread the experiments he had completed on the island, and let the island be filled with sakura flowers to heal the country. In addition, he also hoped that Dorel could teach Chopper medical skills. He told Dorel that Chopper would definitely become an excellent doctor, because his heart is so kind. Advertisement, however, Dorel directly refused. Do you want me to continue with your stupid pets and idiotic experiments? No way. Get the hell out of here. Boom. Hilaluk was thrown out directly, but he was not disappointed at all. Instead, he smiled. He and Dorel have known each other for so many years. Of course, he knew that Dorel said something that he didn't want, and he would help him in the end. Besides, Dorel just threw herself out, and the experimental results she brought were left behind, which is even more illustrative. After thinking about it, Doris felt that something was wrong. Did he really give up? He obviously still has 10 days. How long has it passed? Even if I take care of the pets for him, he should carry out the experimental results by himself. Suddenly, Dorel was taken aback. Could it be? On the other side, Hilaluk threw a few bombs at the garrison. Taking advantage of the confusion, he controlled a member of the garrison with his incapable pistol and asked him to take him to the city doctor. What? Why is Shilu Luke going to do? Surrender yourself. F*K. It won't happen, even if you are going to die. Why do you have to suffer this before you die? Everyone was very puzzled. Only Chopper and Dorel watched the video. Their eyes were full of something inexplicable. It was respect. As soon as the scene changed, Doriel rushed into his residence because she was worried that he would do something out of the ordinary. Chopper saw that someone was coming, and it wasn't Hiroruk, so he was so frightened that he dragged his seriously injured body in the house, and fled limping crazily. He thought it was someone from the defense team who came to the door. Doriel told him not to be afraid, she knew about him. Where did Hiroruk go? Chopper hid behind the bookshelf and whispered. Doctor, he's cured, and he's gone out. Healed? How could he be cured? The current level of medical treatment is not good enough. Doriel shook her head. Chopper was taken aback, it was impossible. He walked out from behind the bookshelf, looked at Doriel, and said seriously. It's true. I went to take this medicine for the doctor. He will be fine after taking it. He also said that I can become an excellent doctor. As he spoke, Chopper took out the remaining Amy Black mushroom and waved it in front of Doriel. When Doriel saw Chopper take out the Amy Black mushroom, she stood in place directly. Boom! Doriel got angry. She slapped Chopper flying out with one palm. Chopper fell heavily to the ground, looking at Doriel puzzled. 172. The end. The rampaging Chopper, the Sakura flower withered. That mushroom is. It's highly poisonous. If you eat just one bite, you won't survive half a day. Thinking of Hiroruk's current situation, even Doriel, who once had a heart of stone, silently shed tears. So, that idiot came to look for me. Doriel squatted on the ground, feeling very depressed, which showed that he was not completely indifferent to Hiroruk. Chopper didn't believe it, got up from the ground, and explained to Doriel. That's impossible. I've checked the book carefully. Although I lost that book, it's definitely a mushroom that can cure good illness. He recalled that Hiroruk once patted the skull banner on the wall and told him that he would use this skull to cure everyone of all diseases. And there is a skull logo next to the illustrated book of Amy Wugu. Isn't this the skull that Dr. Xylaluke said can cure diseases? Moreover, the doctor himself said that his illness was much better and he could not die. You are the one who lied to me. Doriel knelt on the ground and shook her head. He is very happy that you have such a heart. The skull pattern is a sign of poison. You're lying. I didn't lie to you. Remember, there is no cure for all diseases in this world. That's why we need a doctor. You're lying. Listen well, kindness alone cannot save people. If you want to save people, you must master the corresponding knowledge and medical skills. Without skills, you can't save anyone. Chopper also seemed to believe Doriel's words. When Doriel was speaking, he kept backing away, and at this moment he was already sticking to the door. He remembered the scene before Hiroruk left. It felt like he was explaining the funeral. Tears burst out with a bang. Ah! Chopper cried bitterly, and his whole body collapsed. Doriel picked up the sunglasses on the ground and put them on, but there were still tears flowing slowly on her cheeks. What a fool. Advertisement in the projection space. Chopper saw this scene and cried again. It's all my fault. I killed the doctor. Luffy didn't know how to comfort him. After all, it was indeed Chopper who had made a fool of himself, misunderstood the sign, and took the poison as a panacea. It was Doriel who came to the position of Luffy's group. She looked at Chopper quietly and said, Don't be sad. You are living with the will of Hiroruk. Even without you, he can't live for long. If you feel sorry, then use the medical skills I taught you, to protect the people around you well. Chopper looked at Doriel in front of him with red eyes, and threw himself into her arms, crying even more fiercely. Everyone was also shocked by Xylaluke's kind heart. Cry for me. Let me see who won't cry. Woo, I cried, but my girlfriend didn't cry, and my two skinny hunchbacks made her cry directly. Such a touching scene. Why don't you cry? It's really ignorant. Wang Hao. Good guy, you are really awesome. I never thought that the stock I saw before would become a reality. In the video, everyone also wondered what is the purpose of Hiroruk to take the initiative to go to the castle. It turned out that Wapol spread the false news that Dr. 20 was sick in order to get Hiroruk to take the bait. He knew that although Xylaluke was a quack doctor, for the sake of the patient, no matter how much risk it was, he would take it. At this time, Wapol's subordinates told him that it was successful, and that Hiroruk was really hooked. Hearing this, Wapol laughed triumphantly. And the captain of the garrison in the castle has a shocked face. Why? What is his purpose for doing this? In a snowstorm, Hiroruk shouted at Wapol and the others. Where are the patients? I'm here to treat them. Ha 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 ha. You are such an idiot. As you can see, Dr. 20 is not sick and is still alive and kicking, but you are sending yourself to death, Dr. Hiroruk. Wapol laughed maniacally. Guard, prepare to shoot. The captain of the defense team looked at Hiroruk with a puzzled expression on his face. Why did you come here? Hiroruk knelt on the ground. What, it turns out there are no patients, that's great. I thought something must have happened to the country, but it turned out that I was just cheated. 0. Seeking flowers. Advertisement. Hearing Xylaluke's words, the people present were all shocked. How profound and righteous this is. When Wapol gave the order to shoot Hiroruk, he waved him off. Wait a minute, you can't kill me. When do you think people will die? When the heart was shot through by a bullet? Or when you got an incurable disease? Or when you drank poisonous mushroom soup? No, none of these will die. A person's real death is when he is forgotten. Even if I'm gone, my dream will come true, and the sick hearts of the citizens will surely be saved. As he said that, Hiroruk poured himself a cup of the potion he had researched from the bag he was carrying. At the other end, Doriel also raised the glass in her hand and drank it down as if she was clinking glasses with Xylaluke to say goodbye. Thank you, Chopper. The crazy red eyes directly turned into the shape of a giant beast, rushing towards the guards in front of the castle. Yes, as long as there are people who inherit my ideals. After finishing speaking, don't drink up the potion in the cup. Farewell, quack. Recalling the bits and pieces of being with Chopper, Hiluluk raised his life high in his hands and shouted. I've had a really good life. On the field, when Chopper heard the words of Hiruluk, the tears of the pillar burst out again. Wow, doctor. Don't worry, Chopper, your mushrooms won't poison me. After a brief absence, Chopper went berserk. Soon a monster will come here, and he is my son. Don't hurt him. Boom, Hiruluk still thinks about Chopper until this moment. At this moment, the captain of the defense team is already in tears. Can this country really be saved? A huge explosion sounded in front of the castle, and Hiruluk's hat was blown away, falling in front of Chopper who was desperately rushing towards the castle. 173. Sakura flowers blooming all over the sky, shocking everyone. Everyone in the defense team looked at the monster in front of them and panicked. Shooting. Chopper acted as if he didn't hear it. At this moment, his mind was overwhelmed by hatred, and he rushed towards the defense team desperately. Wait a moment. The former captain of the defense team rushed out first, and his hands collided with Chopper, blocking his way forward. In front of Chopper, the captain said in a deep voice. Hurry up, get out of here. You who can't even beat me, you can't beat them no matter what. They laughed at Shiruluk's death. I apologize to you. Tick-tock. A tear fell on Chopper's face, the red light in Chopper's eyes gradually faded, and he regained consciousness, his pupils trembling as he looked at the person in front of him. Why, this person actually, 7,000, would apologize. With your strength, impulsiveness will only kill you needlessly. I don't want anyone to die for this country. Please. Chopper was in tears, and he didn't insist any longer. He took Hiluluk's hat and turned to leave. Afterwards, Chopper was covered with scars, and found Doriel, waving the skull flag of Shiruluk's house, crying for her to teach him medical skills. Since there is no panacea in the world, let yourself be the panacea. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The screen jumps back to when Luffy and the others came to this island. Luffy and his gang successfully brought down Wapol's rule, and once again convinced Chopper that the skull flag was a symbol of making the impossible possible. Under Luffy's repeated insistence, Chopper finally opened his vigilant heart and agreed to become their companion and go to sea with them. Before departure, Doriel asked someone to move several cannons out. Her smile was very thought-provoking. Chopper went to say goodbye to Doriel, but was told by Doriel not to leave at will. He was her only assistant, Chopper retorted, and Doriel used a similar method to Hiluluk, only this time it was more ruthless. Chased Chopper all the way to the city wall before stopping. Mountain. Hilton, the former captain of the defense team, stood behind Dorel. Advertisement. Is this way of parting really good? HMPH, it's just a pet that was fostered at my house, and now it's taken away by someone else. I hate crying goodbyes. That being said, there were still tears in Dorel's eyes, and she was reluctant to part with Chopper. Chopper turned into a reindeer, and led Luffy and his gang to run wildly on the snow. That's not a fantasy, Doctor. Your research must have been successful, but why did you still die? Did you say that to comfort me? No, the man who hangs the skull flag will definitely succeed. On the other side, the big explosion arranged by Dorel was ready to go, aiming at the sky. Fire. Boom boom boom. The sound of a series of cannon firing sounded, and a whole row of cannons had been fired. This surprised the citizens of the whole country, thinking that something big had happened, and thinking about how to avoid the shells. Here, Dorel ordered at once, turn on the lights. As the lights were turned on, these people froze in place. At first, they were also very puzzled. Why did they shoot? Now, they have the answer. The citizens of the whole country, the original panic was swept away, and they looked at the sky in shock, the dreamlike scene. On the other side, Chopper who was pulling Luffy also stopped, and everyone stared at the sky blankly. Luffy. Amazing, Zoro. Yeah. Nami's pupils flickered, it's so beautiful. Chopper was stunned, and the words that Shiruluk had said seemed to echo in his ears again. That's the answer I've spent 30 years finding out. I want the sakura flower to bloom. As long as my invention can be completed, this country can be saved. Listen well, these red dusts are not ordinary dusts. They can attach to the white snow in the air and turn the falling snow into bright pink. Advertisement. Chopper thought of these words, looked at the scene in front of him, tears gushed out like a river. Finally, he couldn't live in Bunbu anymore, and burst into tears. Doctor, Madam Doriel, so what exactly is the scene? The people in the projection space also look forward to it. Is the sakura flower really in bloom? In this snowy land? Immediately, the camera moved, and the scene seen by everyone in the video appeared in everyone's realization. The snowflakes falling all over the sky have lost their original whiteness and turned into bright pink, just like sakura flowers. As for the position where Doriel made the cannon fire, due to the thick smoke from the cannon, the entire hill of the castle was filled with pink smoke, which combined with the entire hill of the castle. Everyone looked intently. This is exactly the soul body of Shiruluk. What a nice view, and the sakura flower petals, falling all over the sky are all swaying from this huge, sakura flower tree. Then, it's over. Everyone was still immersed in this dreamy scene, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. Marine, have you seen that the pirate you have always regarded as the most evil has such power? Skull flag, pirate, what does this symbolize? Shiruluk realized his dream sakura blossomed and the country was saved by Luffy and the others. Even if I'm gone, My dream will come true, just like a gigantic sakura flower tree. Stop talking, Marine. What do you expect them to do? As long as their interests are not involved, how can they care about the life and death of civilians? I will make the sakura flowers bloom all over the country. In the void, a majestic voice came, followed by a bright golden light, mixed with the meaning of endless reincarnation, floating out from the depths of the void. P.S. The 8th update today, the 3rd update will be delivered. Hearing this, Sengoku was so angry that his teeth were chattering. How do you use it, little brother? Where did our marine offend you in 1.2? Or are you a pirate or a navy recruited by the Revolutionary Army? At the end of the video, Cyriluk's voice lingered in everyone's hearts. Blooming sakura flowers, the transmission of dreams. Cyriluk, I will give you rebirth, and go to realize your medical dreams. After all, Hylaluk has realized the dream he has been fighting for 30 years, making this winter island full of sakura blossoms. 174. Touching moments, Bentham and Straw Hat Crew's friendship. When Chopper saw Cyriluk's soul body, he was ecstatic and kept waving his short hooves toward the void. Doctor, it's me, I'm Chopper. In the sky, he seemed to feel something when he got the soul body. After a few flashes, he flew down towards Chopper's location. When it landed, countless particles gathered towards the soul body around the space, and continued to gather and compress, until finally, a complete physical body was formed. It was Cyriluk's original body. However, compared to the previous body, this body has been blessed by the supreme law of the universe and is more energetic. This is also an additional reward from the supreme being of the universe to this benevolent healer. After being blessed, this body is invulnerable to all poisons. From then on, he no longer had to worry about his health. After a while, the combination of Cyriluk's soul body and physical body was completed. He slowly opened his eyes, and what greeted him was Chopper's warm embrace. Chopper looked at Cyriluk right in front of him and saw that he could still hold 06. He rushed directly into his arms and burst into tears. Doctor, woohoo, great, you are alive again. Did you know that your experiment was successful? Sakura flowers bloomed all over the country, and the country was successfully saved. You succeeded, woo-woo-woo. Cyriluk touched Chopper's head and said with a smile. Well, I know all this. The Supreme Lord told me. Look, Chopper, there is no disease that cannot be cured in the world. How about you? You must have become an excellent doctor in these years. Chopper arched in Shiluk's arms and nodded. Well, these years I have gone to sea and become a pirate ship's doctor. The sea is really just like what the doctor said, it is extremely vast. I am very happy to have these friends. With that said, Chopper introduced Luffy and other friends to Cyriluk one by one. Luffy and others. Say hello to Cyriluk. They respect this, quack doctor, from the bottom of their hearts. Cyriluk also smiled and nodded at them. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he looked at the person next to Chopper, Medical Lil. Haha. Thank you very much for training Chopper into an excellent doctor over the years. Doriel shook her head, tears flashing in her eyes when she saw this former enemy. I didn't teach him, it was him who had to follow me and secretly learn the skill. But you idiot, actually succeeded in the end. Speaking of which, the people of this country still want to. Advertisement, Dr. Cyriluk, on behalf of the people of the country, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to you for everything you have brought to our country. Hilton walked up and bowed deeply to Cyriluk. Cyriluk was stunned for a moment and quickly helped him up. Hey, he didn't help much in the end. The blooming sakura flower was just a symbol. In the end, it was Luffy and his group who saved the country, and they should really be thanked. And the citizens of the country wanted to rush forward to express their gratitude to Cyriluk, but the Universe Supreme interrupted them. Okay, let's stop here for reminiscing about the past. You can talk about yours in private. Let's watch the next video. Just start as soon as you start, without a little bit of mud and water. Top 10 touching moments. The one on the list is Mr. Tu Xiaofeng. Close black lens bracket. In the crowd, Xiaofeng was a little surprised. Was it actually him? The Straw Hat Boys are no longer on the list. If you put it this way, I am actually one of them. After all, he is also a friend of the Straw Hat Boy. The others were a little confused. The previous people were basically from the Straw Hat Boys, and they already knew each other pretty much. This time, someone I don't know suddenly appeared. It's really strange. Who is this Xiaofeng? Crocodile was still the same, with a cigar in his mouth, and he glanced indifferently in Xiaofeng's direction. It was him? The video starts. Xiaofeng, company codename, Bentham. My real name is Ben Sam. With the rumored image of a tall ballet dancer, Mr. 2 is one of the series codenames from the Baroque group to which it belongs. Baroque, founded by Crocodile, was once a mysterious criminal organization that endangered one side. Each member is coded by a number, and is equipped with a female companion with the corresponding festival name. Everyone. Good guy, I don't know if your Baroque is still short of people. It doesn't matter whether you have a female partner or not. The main reason is that I admire your Baroque group. Wang Hao. Awesome 666 and Xiaofeng is the only senior agent without a female companion. Advertisement because he considers himself androgynous, he doesn't need extra female companions. This is the end of Xiaofeng's introduction, and the main text of the video begins. Ongoing Merry, Xiao Chong and Luffy's gang met for the first time. Luffy and his gang had just defeated Mr. 3 of the Baroque Company when they encountered Xiaofeng, who fell into the water by accident. They rescued him, and the unwitting hostile parties had a friendly exchange and interaction. Defong, who owns Clone Fruit, performed his face-changing skills in public. As long as you touch it with your hand, you can change into the appearance of the contacted person, and even the body can imitate the disguise technique. Are you blind or am I blind? People say the foundation of friendship is laid? Good guy, this friendship is too cheap, right? Can this be counted as friendship? Soon, Xiao Feng hooked up with Luffy and other fun-loving people and became friends. To deal with this kind of idiot, I actually want to use the gorgeous swan dance. The Luo-K swan dance faced Sanji's attack of raising his legs, head meet, shoulder meet, and back meet. Zhao Feng and Sanji meet again, but they become enemies. P.S. The 8th update today and the 4th update. Gorgeous swan dance meets mutton shoot. This battle, the two have brought a lot of hilarious scenes. In order to prevent the Straw Hats from destroying his long-planned plan to steal the country, Crocodile sent many of his masters to fight. Later, Xiao Feng, who was on mission, was picked up by his swan. The scene changes. The light body has been trained in ballet classes all the year round. Xiao Feng, who turned ballet into combat power, and Sanji, who is good at using legs, met on a narrow road. This makes Luffy and others call the good guy, Old Iron 608,766. Seeing Chopper, Luffy, and Usopp nosebleed wildly. In the cheerful atmosphere, the brief contact has already laid the foundation of friendship. When leaving, Xiao Feng was in tears, and was very reluctant to leave this group of interesting friends. Oh, I'm sorry, just treat me as a fart. Sanji. Wait, why not me? I want to watch too. 175. The foreshadowing of pretending to be a criminal, Sanji is on the list. Cheering up, Xiao Feng shouted, cheering for himself. I want to pull seriously, I want to pull seriously. Everyone looked at the subtitles and complained for a while. It's his uncles, who made the subtitles. Seriously, what the hell is it? What are you talking about? Are you playing? Are you playing? Wang Hao. I'm really sorry, it's just a typo. You don't know my ability yet, do you? If I use this trick, it can be compared with the composite editing technique. Then, Xiao Feng resorted to his trick. The world's most strange head. The world's most strange eyes. The world's most strange nose. The world's most strange mouth. Imitate, imitate, synthesize, even open. Ding. Xiao Feng made a face at Sanji. The audience's keyboard couldn't hold down. Damn you, at such a moment of life and death, this clown actually tries to win the battle by laughing the enemy to death. This is a bad pen. Talking about Shabi is an insult to Shabi's IQ. That's right, I've only seen the scene where I want to laugh the enemy to death in cartoons. I never thought that I would have the honor to see it in reality. At this time, Wang Hao, who knows how to promote anti-fraud knowledge, said, do you think the reality you are in is really reality? No, actually. You are in the cartoon. Wang Hao didn't say the following words, it would be bad if it caused some commotion. Back in the video, Sanji saw Xiao Feng's outrageous behavior and kicked him away. Getting up again, this time, Xiao Feng changed his strategy and became the face of Usopp. As a result, Sanji kicked him in the face without any hesitation. Xiao Feng got up and roared angrily. You are so vicious, this is your friend's face, what do you think of your friend? Advertisement on the court, Usopp looked at Sanji with a slightly angry expression, you have to give me an explanation. Sanji spread his hands, isn't this a fight? Such an obvious trick, do you want me to be fooled? I'm not an idiot. Usopp thought for a while, too, he became in front of him, this was obviously the enemy, and there was nothing wrong with kicking him. Sure enough, Sanji in the video said the same thing. I'm the type who won't be fooled by your illusions, people, don't they just rely on their souls? Good guy, Sanji, we think highly of you, if you are confused in front of your face, then there is really a problem. Everyone clicked their tongues. If you try to pretend to be a force, you don't give face, alas, really, the date is not serious. Xiao Feng never expected that this idiot cook would be so savvy about righteousness. Sanji. Scold again. Even in the battle, Xiao Feng, who was moved by the enemy, sincerely shouted to Sanji, Leosha 666. You are so handsome, I am so ashamed to be trapped by appearance. The next moment, Xiao Feng's appearance changed, and he turned into Nami's appearance. Sure enough, Sanji was handsome for only 3 seconds before he was stepped on by Xiao Feng, who became Nami. Usopp was immediately angry. Okay Sanji, you kept saying that you hit my face because you wouldn't be confused, so how do you explain it now? Sanji scratched his head, well, maybe my brain suddenly short-circuited at that time. Yes, it must be like this. I have never told you that there is something wrong with my brain. Maybe it will short-circuit. So, as my partners, please be considerate of me. Usopp doesn't believe it at all. Are you lying? Nami snickered from the side. Chopper got down from Hiruluke's arms, ran to Sanji's side, patted his head, huh? Are you okay? He was about to say something, but Sanji quickly covered his mouth, so don't let it slip. In the video, Zhao Feng found Sanji's weakness that he couldn't attack Nami. ******** hand knife and eyelash boomerang all went into battle, scarring Sanji all over. However, Sanji soon discovered Zhao Feng's weakness in clone fruit. When you become Ms. Nami's body, you can't use boxing. Although I really can't attack Ms. Nami, but the moment you attack me, you will definitely return to your original form. Xiao Feng, who was found to have a weakness, panicked instantly, but... So what, you are almost disabled by me. Let me show you the essence of boxing. Advertisement. As he said that, Xiao Feng took off a swan head that had been stuck in the back and installed it on the toes. E-boxing, exploding swan. Xiao Feng flew up and kicked Sanji, where the swan's head hit. A round hole was punched in the wall. The swan's soft neck and steel-like beak, the so-called true strength that is condensed a little, will not destroy superfluous things. This kick can already match the power of a rifle. It's just that the warhead of the bullet is a little bigger. So scary. Xiao Feng laughed. The winner has been decided. Backquote. E-boxing, a memoir of that winter. Rayleigh laughed to Roger beside him. Aside from other things, this E-boy. The name of this move is quite literary. When Tetsuo heard the names of Sanji's moves, he was disgusted. Can't you change the name of the moves? There is no connotation at all. Is it because you are afraid that others won't know that you are a cook? I saw Sanji, like a wise man, explaining the shortcomings of his moves. System. P.S. Today's 8th update, the 5th update, send it. Zeph. Oh, the weather is so nice today. Shoulder tenderloin, loin, back rib, belly, tail. So what? I'm willing to admit defeat. You won. Kill me. I've become a swan at the mercy of others. Just die with dignity. Xiao Feng, who was spinning and jumping with his eyes closed, was still happy too early. The increase in attack distance causes the recovery speed to slow down. He proposed to let Xiao Feng turn into Miss Nami again so that he would not attack him again, but Xiao Feng refused. Back to the video. Sanji was repeatedly attacked by Xiao Feng. Sanji kept holding back and waiting for the opportunity. What surprised Sanji was that Xiao Feng did not die in the attack just now. Immediately afterwards, Sanji put his hands on the ground and his legs swept forward like a whirlwind. Light a cigarette for yourself. Everyone has given in. It's my turn. Sanji is showing off. Get ready. I'm going to hear everyone's warm applause and exclamations in a moment. After dodging Xiao Feng's attack, Sanji's attack suddenly broke out and kicked Xiao Feng hard. Xiao Feng was completely defeated. Seizing this weakness, Sanji deceived Xiao Feng and returned to his original form. Sanji feels wronged. Isn't this the move you taught me? Have you forgotten? The last move is Exploding Swan versus Mud and Shoot. 176. Bloom. The way of S******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** he has quite a bit of backbone. Someone sighed. When Ivan heard this, he immediately became unhappy. What? What happened to the transvestites? Can't transvestites have a backbone? The dangerous aura in his words was very strong. If he were not in this projection space, he would have led his army of demons to rush up and eat this man alive. The man hurriedly shut up, nodded and bowed. Wrong, my little brother said the wrong thing. Sir, please don't blame me. It's okay inside, but if you meet someone outside one day, it will be terrible, and you might even be turned into a transvestite. I am a man. How can I be like Sanji? Huh, strange, why'd I say like Sanji? He was not turned into a transvestite. Sanji. Hey, are you still the supreme being of the universe? Can you be more attentive when doing things? What is the situation of this person? How did he remember it? Back to the video. Xiao Feng was still talking about asking Sanji to give him a fatal blow quickly. He raised his head and opened his eyes, but he saw Sanji extending his hand towards him. Sanji had a cigarette in his mouth, and his image was so tall at this time, he said. It was a really good duel. Yang 147 shouldn't be able to find anything else to say. You don't know each other without fighting. This is a true symbol of friendship with your opponent. Zhefu looked at this scene, nodded, and boasted to the people around him. Hey, look, that's my son. Why didn't you say that when Sanji made a fool of himself before? Now you show up and I say that Sanji is my grandson. Hey, how can you take advantage of me? Sanji is really my son. Yes, Sanji is really my grandson. Are you my long-lost son? Zhefu was furious. Boy, I have remembered you. You will wait for me when you go out. I have regained my strength now. It will be easier for you. Xiao Feng thought to himself, I won't cry, and then burst into tears. For many years in Baroque, Xiao Feng, who values love and justice, may have been carrying out criminal tasks without any friendship at all. Sometimes it is difficult to imagine that a small person who is a chess piece in the hands of others also has his own persistence and beliefs. The small friendship that Xiao Feng gained in this battle was treasured in his heart. The Straw Hats quickly defeated Crocodile, and the Baroque group collapsed. Xiao Feng, who left the organization, guarded the Golden Mary and planned to run away with the Straw Hats as a friend. But they were besieged by Naval Headquarters Captain Tina, known as the Dark Prison. In desperation, the Straw Hats could have broken through the siege, but for the sake of their partner, Princess Vivi, they decided to take risks. This noble gentleman's friendship moved Xiao Feng. He said to his crew, if I escape from here today, I won't be Feng. You risk your life to welcome friends like this. If you ask me to leave them alone, will you feel good about eating tomorrow? What a simple philosophy of life. His crew members were also greatly touched, and they readily agreed to protect the Straw Hat crew. The upright Xiao Feng transformed himself and his crew into the Straw Hats, diverted Marine, and Luffy and his gang escaped smoothly. Facing the approaching Marine, Xiao Feng knew that he could no longer escape from prison, but he did not regret it. Looking at his friends retreating back, Xiao Feng shouted. It's the same to walk the way of men, and it's also the same to walk the way of women, but it's also the same to walk the way of men. Let's wither. Let's bloom together under this sincere sky, the way of the monster. It's a joy to wither and then drift with the waves, the flower of friendship. This is the first time that Xiao Feng sacrificed himself to save his friends and was arrested and imprisoned. Well said. It seems that your understanding of the way of the monster is better than mine. E King Ivankov heard Xiao Feng's words, because. Xiao Feng stood up. Where is it? It has to be you, as a human, Aja, monster, who doesn't know about your deeds, who doesn't know. Although he is proud, he has not yet reached the level where he can be arrogant in front of the Monster King. He still has self-knowledge in this regard. Ivan didn't think so, he really thought that Xiao Feng was good, and he also praised him sincerely. Afterwards, Xiao Feng was imprisoned in the prison called Starvation Hell, on the third underground floor of Impel Down. Advertisement: it is called Hell because there are 4 floors underground, blazing hell with boiling blood pools and sea of flames. The rise of the heat caused the prisoners on the 3rd floor not only to lack food and water, but also to endure the heat from the ground every moment. Locked up here, it will soon be air-dried and turn into dust that shatters at the touch of a finger. But even in this environment, Xiao Feng did not give up his favorite ballet. What kind of heat is this? I won't lose to heat. Despite being tortured in prison, Xiao Feng is still practicing day after day. Seeing that you are safe and sound now, my waist is no longer sore, my legs are no longer hurting, and I have strength to go upstairs. P.S. The 6th update is here. However, he returned to his original state later, and his friends saw him, especially. The escaped Buggy and Mr. 3 released the hot and delirious Xiao Feng. When he heard that Luffy was going to the next floor, Xiao Feng chased after Luffy without hesitation. Xiao Feng has long heard that Miss Yifeng, the queen of the Kamabaka kingdom in the Peachy Paradise, who is known as the King, is locked up on the 5th underground floor. Wang Hao. Good guy, what kind of kidney treasure advertisement are you running here? Woohoo, Xiao Feng, I still remember that you were so desperate for us to be caught by Marine, but I have never been able to let go of it. Xiao Feng, who was finally free, did not forget to rescue his idol, but the journey was not so smooth. Sure enough, in the video, Luffy was devoured by the poisonous dragon. Even if he tried his best, he was no match for Magellan. Once it is touched, the whole body will be in pain like death. The powerful enemy frightened Xiao Feng. He tried his best to dissuade Luffy from fighting him, and even turned into Luffy, trying to cover Luffy from escaping again, but at this time, Luffy could not listen to these things, he only wanted to save himself brother. How to do it? Sincerely, he even changed into the appearance of Zoro when he met Luffy in order to create a surprise for Luffy, which surprised Luffy severely. Huh? Zoro got caught too. Luffy didn't know, but Xiao Feng knew very well that Magellan's venom could paralyze the nerves. Although meeting the jailer beast on the 3rd floor is still manageable, but before that, Luffy has already made a lot of noise. When he reached the 4th underground floor, he directly alarmed the prison warden of Impel Down and the owner of the poisonous fruit, Magellan. It was the time when Luffy made a big noise about Impel Down in order to save his brother Ace. The warden personally dispatched and blocked the way of Luffy and Xiao Feng. 177. Abandon friends? No, sacrifice yourself for your friends. Xiao Feng hid aside and was very entangled. What's the point of doing such a thing? What a fool I am. For the sake of my partner, I will not hesitate to risk my life. In the name of a transvestite, I have to face him directly. But with his strength, he can't hurt Magellan even half a point. So there's no way out. Little Straw Hat, can't I save my partner? Is there really no other way? Calm down and think about it. After trying countless plans, he couldn't beat Magellan even if he smashed his head. No way. I can't win. There's no chance of winning. I'm going to run away. Sorry, Straw Hat. Xiao Feng, who ran away with tears, kept apologizing to Luffy in his heart. This kind of behavior has attracted ridicule from everyone in the projection space. What? I thought friendship was so important to him, but it turned out to be nothing more than that. Shout, you acted so noble before, but now you're just running for your life and leaving your companions alone. What is this? Hey, this is also understandable. If you can't beat it again and again, you will die if you rush up. Haven't you heard a saying that you can keep the green hills without worrying about firewood? For my friends, even if I face the danger of dying, I will do it. That's you, idiot. Zhao Feng's approach is the right one. As long as we don't reach the desperate situation where both of us are ruined, there will still be opportunities later. Everyone has different opinions on Xiao Feng's abandonment of Luffy. Even though most people are very contemptuous of Xiao Feng's abandonment of friends, there are still many sensible people who support Xiao Feng. Back to video. No matter what everyone thinks, it turns out that Bird's decision is not too bad. After escaping, Xiao Feng turned into Nami and kidnapped the lustful deputy warden. He turned into the deputy warden again, got the key and successfully descended to the 5th floor prison, freezing hell, and Impel Down. Although he ran away before, he still did not forget his friend. Advertisement: the strategy of saving the country with curves actually made him come true. He saw a narrow escape in Luffy. Little Straw Hat, I'm here to save you. Stop this friendship. Afterwards, Xiao Feng took Luffy, who was soaked in venom and thrown down to die, and inquired about the whereabouts of Miss Yuan, the King. Some people say that Ivan has already encountered an accident, but Xiao Feng doesn't believe in this evil, so what is it? How could Miss Ivan disappear because of such an ambiguous reason? Although I have never seen him before, the person who caused so many miracles must also create miracles here. Miss Ivan is the god of the monster world. On the field, a group of monsters from the human monster kingdom cheered loudly. Boy, do you have a good eye? Given your level, we, the human monster kingdom, always welcome you to join us. Xiao Feng knows in his heart that if the venom is hopeless, only you, Ivan, can save him. All I can do is to strengthen this belief. Under the guidance of the prisoner, Xiao Feng walked into the army wolf's lair to look for hope. In order to protect Luffy from being hurt by the army wolves, Xiao Feng withstood the attack from the army wolves alone. Luffy, who was seriously injured, saw this scene of sacrificing his life for his friends. Someone was the icing on the cake, and what was even more rare was the help in times of need. At this moment, Luffy truly regarded Xiao Feng as his companion. Xiao Feng is the most worthy of the word, friend. At the same time, Xiao Feng's judgment is amazing, as if he had peeked at the script. The Demon King was really here, and then the two of them were rescued by Yi Fang's companions. Ivan is indeed not missing. He is still on the 5.5th floor, the mezzanine between the 6th and 5th floors of Impel Down created by his special ability, building a paradise in hell. When Xiao Feng and Luffy saw Ivan was moved by their spirit of seeking help for each other immediately regardless of themselves. Ivan, known as the Miracle Man, injected Luffy with hormones that could restore life. Xiao Feng, who was seriously injured, shouted, "Come on," outside the ward while Luffy was fighting a painful battle for survival. Little Straw Hat has been fighting for his life and destiny for more than 10 hours, and I can't lose to him. It was difficult for others to understand, but Ivan could see it clearly. Advertisement. This Feng boy is also fighting with the Straw Hat boy with pain. Even if the possibility is small and pitiful, he still shouts to come on, even at the risk of his own life. Yes, Xiao Feng was also seriously injured at this time. Such a loud call was also a great harm to himself, but he still called unremittingly. The weight of emotion can be learned from heaven and earth. 0. Please give me flowers. When friendship becomes a part of life, the pain of friends will be felt. Xiao Feng's spirit infected everyone present, whether in the video or outside the video. They all accompanied him and shouted loudly to cheer up. And those who had questioned Xiao Feng before were now very regretful. How could they question someone who valued friendship so much? They were simply not human, damn it. Finally, Luffy walked away from hell and successfully came back to life. When he thanked Ivan said, "If you want to thank me, just thank that boy Feng. I just used my ability to help you, but this guy, even if his throat is hoarse and he coughs up blood for several hours. I am also suffering here with you who is in pain." 0. He kept shouting, "Come on, stay alive. I don't think it has anything to do with you being able to survive this." Xiao Feng used his vivid life to interpret the most rare friendship in the world. Fight for this friendship. Xiao Feng did it from beginning to end. After rescuing Luffy, he learned that Ace had been taken to the execution ground. Luffy still had to continue chasing his brother. In order to seek help, together with Ivan, they released the Jinbei and Crocodile people one after another. Everyone suddenly realized that the people who followed Luffy to Marineford were brought from Impel Down. The snowball of prison escape is getting bigger and bigger. No matter what their purpose is, the prisoners must get out of this iron wall first. But even if you get to the ground, breaking through Impel Down's gate of justice is still a big problem. At this time, Xiao Feng stood up again and showed his righteous character. "I am the most suitable person for this task, so let me open the door of justice." Indeed, with Xiao Feng's ability, he is the most suitable person to play cover. He can easily transform into the prison warden, order the door of justice to be opened, and create the best opportunity to escape. At the critical moment, Xiao Feng, who has already made a decision, still thinks about not burdening his friends. He told Jinbei to keep it secret from Luffy before cutting off the communication because I need words to tell the difference between a human and a monster. 178. Wang Hao hit someone. Universe Supreme. What did you say? I do not see it. Woo, this Xiao Feng is so good. Everyone was deeply moved by Xiao Feng's act of sacrificing himself for his friends. Even Marine is trembling. Is this still the pirate we know? Aren't pirates a bunch of selfish guys who do all kinds of evil? How could a pirate do this? What about our Marine? If something goes wrong, the commander will definitely abandon the soldiers and run away alone without hesitation. This is the gap. Why is Marine now worse than a pirate? Sengoku looked at the low morale of Marine soldiers and felt bad. If this continues, Marine's lower class will resist Marine. We have to find a way. It seems that we need to rectify the atmosphere of Marine. Even pirates can do this. I don't believe that our righteous Marine can't do it anymore. 573. Returns to the video. Xiao Feng carried a rare spirit of sacrifice for him. For the sake of everyone who escaped from prison, and for his friends, Xiao Feng chose the most courageous retrograde move. Soon, the door of justice was opened, and Luffy and the prisoners fought for a chance of survival. But this hasty plan was quickly exposed. The real Warden Magellan hurried quickly. Xiao Feng watched the door of justice being slowly closed. Fortunately, everyone had successfully escaped from prison, and he felt relieved. This is a victory for Xiao Feng, although it also means that he will lose his freedom again. Why did you do the same thing again? Didn't we agree to escape from prison together? Luffy, who has become a close friend of life and death, still remembers that Xiao Feng once did the same thing and risked everything for his friends. The rescued prisoners suddenly realized. It turns out that the he sacrificed himself for us. But for Xiao Feng, it was great that Luffy remembered him and kept him in his heart. That was enough. The heartache from a friend is a precious trophy. The moment the door of justice was completely closed, the tearful, "Thank you," from outside the door is the best interpretation of his demon ways. Advertisement, Little Straw Hat, you must rescue your big brother. In the picture, the silhouette of Xiao Feng is like the most noble and elegant swan. The one who condemned Sanji, this is your friend's face. When they reunited, he transformed himself into Zoro to surprise Luffy. For Luffy, bet this friendship, Xiao Feng. Once again, perfecting my friends and leaving myself in hell. The picture ends here, and the last thing left on the big screen is the picture of the little bird. Everyone raised their heads and stared at the figure on the screen. At this moment, it didn't matter whether he was a man, a woman or What everyone saw was just a hero who selflessly dedicated himself to his friends. What a good She's more of a man than a man. Usopp said moodily. Zoro tightly held the knife at his waist. As a companion, he failed to help Luffy when he needed it most, but let this new friend make such a sacrifice. No, since I am a partner recognized by Luffy, when I reach the peak of my strength, I must cut down Impel Down and rescue him. Long thought about it, and asked Ivan to come over, and whispered a few words in his ear. Ivan raised his head in surprise. Is this really good? So, what did the dragon say to Ivan? It's like this. Ivan values Xiao Feng's precious quality of sacrificing himself for his friends, and the object of his friendship is his own son. Can he be included in his army and devote himself to this revolutionary cause? After careful consideration and watching the entire video, Long made a decision. It works. A person like this who is willing to help his friends will never betray him once he identifies someone or something. He is definitely a good teammate who can be trusted behind. Xiao Feng did not expect that because of this video, his image in the hearts of many people would become taller. Although he was a human being, he was called a gentleman. He also gained the friendship of the Straw Hat crew in advance, which may be the most precious harvest for him. Okay, everyone, I believe this video has given you a lot of feelings. Next, let's give out rewards to this lovely Xiao Feng. The plain yet majestic voice of the supreme being of the universe came and everyone stopped talking. Quietly waiting for the reward to be given to this gentleman. What kind of reward would be given to a person with such excellent qualities? Everyone seems to have figured out the habit of the universe supreme in issuing rewards. As long as they are related to Luffy and his group, the rewards seem to be good. Compared with those who are extremely evil, the rewards are also good, but they are not so shocking in comparison. 0. Advertisement. The supreme being of the universe probably doesn't like people with bad qualities either. Seeing this clearly made many people feel solemn. Back then, when I peeked at the village next door and cursed them for bathing, it was not considered a bad quality. It shouldn't be. I was only 2 years old at that time. Wang Hao. Good guy, you learned how to peek at others taking a bath when you were only 2 years old, doesn't that count? Are you playing? Everyone also looked at that person with disdain. You were really good, isn't he cool, Andy? Open black lens bracket PS close black lens bracket. The second update is here. When everyone heard this reward, they looked confused and thought they heard it wrong. What kind of reward is such a ban? That person was completely confused. Huh? Who am I? Where am I? Huh? Does this thing have any actual benefits? Or is it just a title? Others were also waiting in a daze, wondering what measures the Supreme Lord of the Universe would take. In full view of everyone, the rules were violated. Damn it, Your Majesty, this reward is a bit hasty, isn't it? No, I have to remind the person who was beaten by Wang Hao thought so. Noisy. Before the Supreme Being of the Universe could say anything, Wang Hao stood up first and slapped the man who questioned the Supreme Being of the Universe 1.4 on the face. Heavenly title. Gentlemen, why the hell do you eat shit? I was just curious at that time, how could I know which one smells better? Didn't you say that no one is allowed to do anything in the space? What's going on? How dare this kid do something to me? He raised his head and looked into the void. Sir, you are talking. This person named Yi Liangshan is provoking Your Majesty. Huh? What's going on? Does the Supreme Master make no sound? Can we start now? Snapped. Ahem. Well, it's better for you to discuss these matters among yourselves. Let's talk about rewards first, Xiao Feng. In view of your selfless dedication to your friends, my reward for you is. Even eating shit can't keep up with the heat. A long time passed, and there was no movement at Sun Point. 179. Touching moment. Sanji is on the list again. What? My lord, did you forget something? The man said cautiously. What? A majestic voice came. The Universe Supreme stands above the void, and others cannot see his figure, but Wang Hao can see him. He keeps blinking at the Supreme Lord, which seems to say, you can figure it out. What? Your Excellency, didn't you say that mobilizing people is prohibited in this projection space? This person was directly confused. What's going on? Why did this happen to me as soon as it came to me? No, as a new youth, I must defend my rights well. That's right, the deity said that whoever dares to do something, the deity will immediately abolish him. The Universe Supreme said. There seemed to be a little helplessness in the voice. These ordinary people are in a state of confusion, and those in high positions, such as Sengoku, such as Roger, Garp, etc., all smell a bit of intriguing meaning from it. This Yi Liangshan who came out suddenly, doesn't seem to be that simple. It's him. This guy named Yi Liangshan just slapped me with his hands. Your Excellency, please ask Ming Jian to give her the punishment she deserves. The 06 person who was beaten by Wang Hao pointed at Wang Hao and shouted angrily. I'm sorry, I didn't see it just now. Based on your words, I can't punish others at will. At this moment, the audience is silent. What? Didn't see clearly? Who are you? You are the supreme being of the universe. You told me that you didn't see clearly in front of everyone? This. Will the supreme being of the universe see clearly? Such a person with extraordinary abilities can easily upgrade a person's observation Haki to a level. Even if you want to find a reason, can you take some time? Countless people have heard the words of the supreme being of the universe, and they are all stupid, so outrageous. Advertisement and those with a little discernment were lost in thought. The supreme being of the universe obviously favored Yi Liangshan, but why? He is just a passerby who has never been on the list. What's so special about him? On Marine's side, Sengoku looked at Yi Liangshan with a fearful expression. Who the hell is this boy who suddenly appeared and could make the supreme being of the universe so blatantly favor him? Roger stared at Wang Hao with deep eyes, like a starry sky, as if he wanted to see through Wang Hao. With his strength, not to mention seeing through the cause and effect, at least he can see if there is anything special about him. The strong have their own induction. Suddenly, Roger's complexion changed drastically, and a trace of panic appeared on his face. Around Wang Hao, there seemed to be an invisible force of rules that shielded him from detection, and that force of rules had a faint tendency to bite him back. If he didn't feel something was wrong and cut off the investigation in time, the consequences would be disastrous. Rayleigh noticed Roger's strangeness and asked what was wrong. He was also shocked. He had been with Roger for so long, and he had never seen such an expression on Roger's face. Roger shook his head to indicate that he was fine. This person named Yi Liangshan was definitely not simple. It was better not to bother him, as long as he knew it himself. Telling them would only add to the trouble. That person was also speechless. What can he do? This universe supreme is obviously playing tricks and favoring Yi Liangshan himself, and if he persists, he will be the one who won't suffer. Forget it, just treat yourself as being bitten by a dog. Dude, you're the dog, your whole family are dogs. It's okay, if you have any opinions, you can raise them on the spot, and I will give you a reasonable explanation. The faint tone of the universe supreme has aggravated the tone in explaining the two words. It's easy to imagine that if he really dared to make an opinion, the end might not be so good. No, you don't need the Supreme Lord, it must be a small mistake. I'm really sorry for disturbing the cleanliness of the Lord. The man was very aggrieved, he had to be so humble after being treated unfairly. But there is no way, who is called strong, we little people can only bear it. Well, the Universe Supreme nodded in satisfaction. Let's get back to the topic. Don't be surprised, this title, he can increase the luck of the recipient. Advertisement, as for luck, there is a certain amount of luck in the whole world, and each person gets a different amount of luck. If one person has a lot of luck, then others can get less. So, this luck is quite precious, and there is also the role of luck. You can compare luck. For example, if a person's luck is ridiculous, then he can encounter good things just by going to the bathroom. After the series of explanations given by the Universe Supreme, everyone thought about it and immediately understood how awesome the reward given to Xiao Feng was. Recalling that he knew everything about the nautical world and other worlds before, Roger couldn't help thinking about it at a deeper level. But until before, he checked Wang Hao, and he was suddenly shaken. This man who has been holding back is 10,000 times more terrifying than Luffy. Ignoring that everyone was still discussing what to do with this luck, the Universe Supreme waved his hand and started the next video. This is simply an increase in luck. Open black lens bracket top 10 touching moments, listed, Shanna, close black lens bracket. P.S. The third update was sent, and I was hit. There is a newcomer in the group, and the daily update is 40,000, which is so frightening. When will I be able to achieve 20,000? Can't figure it out. Roger shook his head. This Yi Liangshan is full of a big mystery. How did he appear? It seems that no one in the whole world knows him. Hurry up, go out and buy a prize ticket, maybe it will be distributed on the spot. Otherwise, there is no way to explain it. The power of the rule that is blessed in the body comes from the supreme being of the universe. Could it be that he, like Naim, underwent 277 immortality operations? If he came from another world, how could he know so much about the sailing world? He never imagined that the world they lived in was just an anime, and Wang Hao didn't have any awesome status, just a modern ordinary person. But Zhao Feng himself didn't have too many surprises. It doesn't matter if luck or anything. Getting the friendship of the Straw Hats is more important than anything else. But if I have luck, can it affect the Straw Hat Boys? The supreme being of the universe nodded. Children can be taught. Roger's eyes flickered. Luck? In the last era, the son of luck should be me. In this era, after previous observations, he always thought it was Luffy. As my friend, it stands to reason that he can also get some bonuses. In fact, he has lived countless years and traveled to other worlds. 180. Sanji beat and scolded Luffy. Everyone got angry and started scolding. Yi, look, I said that the last reward was not wasted. No, it's me again. Now I'm getting stronger. Sanji gets excited. It is more or less too extravagant to use a reward from the Supreme of the Universe to eliminate his own scandal. He has no idea in his heart. If he can't get the reward later, his strength will have a huge gap with the entire nautical world. Gap. Fortunately, it was on the list again so quickly. But why? Why do rewards revolve around our team every time? The corners of Wang Hao's mouth twitched. How could it be? If you're not a crew member on Luffy's ship, see if you have a chance to be on the list. Others have become numb. This series of videos is destined to revolve around the Straw Hat Boys. They may be the darlings of this era, and God favors them as a gang. Forget it, let them go. We are getting rewards later. According to so many experiences, the farther we go, the more outrageous the rewards will be. At the end of the entire inventory video, maybe the person who gets the reward is directly invincible. Then you think too much. Rewards are issued according to the current most suitable. Alright, without further ado, the video begins. Luffy has a big belly, and he doesn't know how much he ate. I didn't know, I thought I was pregnant. He and Nami are on a giant tree stump that still moves. From his conversation with Nami, everyone learned that Sanji is currently in Germa 66's team, and they are going to Bigmom's castle. They came here to take Sanji away, and in front of them was Germa 66's convoy. Upon hearing this, Luffy, who was still lying down, jumped up directly, and her belly, which was swollen like a balloon, flattened instantly. The corner of Luo's mouth twitched. The Straw Hat Master really showed his ability to the fullest. Luffy excitedly ran towards Germa 66's convoy. Great, if he took Sanji away before they reached Bigmom's castle, it would save a lot of trouble. He shouted Sanji's name excitedly, and Nami waved in the direction of Germa 66 to greet him on the tree stump. Sanji, long time no see. Luffy jumped directly onto the side of the carriage, and said to Sanji in the carriage. I'm here to pick you up, Sanji. In the car, not only did Sanji, but also Reiju and several other Sanji's brothers. Sanji's father Judge was also there. Seeing this sudden situation, the soldiers under him quickly rushed up with their guns and aimed at Luffy. Advertisement. Luffy was still talking to Sanji. Although you left a letter saying you would come back, I don't like waiting for others. Originally, I wanted to come alone, but if it's just me. Boom. Before Luffy could say anything, he kicked it flying with one foot. Following the lens, the person who stepped out is Sanji. Damn it, what's going on? Why did Sanji attack the Straw Hat Boy? Is there another scene where the brothers break up? Buggy the Clown twitched his eyebrows. Sanji frowned tightly. Why did he do such a thing? Like Usopp got into an argument with Luffy over what? No, absolutely impossible. Usopp. Come out and explain. Do you have any prejudice against me? Also, why did I go back to those people? There must be some reason for this. What exactly is it? The friends also looked at this scene with worry. The matter between Luffy and Usopp was over, and the result was good. But what happened in the video hasn't happened yet, and they don't know what the outcome will be. Will Sanji really turn against us? Sanji smiled at everyone. Don't worry, I won't leave. Even if I did so in the video, I would still feel uncomfortable. I know myself. Such a thing cannot be done easily unless I am under coercion. Wait, coercion? By the way, they must have used something to coerce me. What could it be? Another new question made Sanji fall into thinking, but he couldn't find the answer for a long time. He doesn't seem to have anything to use to intimidate. Companion. No, Luffy and the others didn't act like their companion was tied up. Suddenly, Sanji glanced at Tetsuo, who was still studying the recipes of all worlds in the distance. His pupils shrank, and he knew what people like Judge could do to threaten him and still do it without being noticed. Tetsuo. Advertisement at that time. Jefu was missing a leg, so he would definitely not be able to stop their capture. Haha, you are really my good family, Sanji sneered, but now he wasn't too worried. Firstly, he knew the plan of Judge and others, and secondly, now Zefu's leg has recovered. Furthermore, Zefu's restaurant is now very famous, and there will definitely be many big shots visiting it at any time. If they dare to cause trouble, they will be docilely dealt with by the big bosses of all parties without even needing his help. Back to the video. Nami saw Sanji kicking Luffy out, and asked Sanji with a shocked look on his face. Asterisk backquote. Hey, what are you doing, Sanji? Open black lens bracket PS close black lens bracket. The fourth update is here. The crowd was excited. They had been infected by Xiao Feng's friendship before, but now they saw this scene again. They couldn't bear it anymore. F*K. Don't call him trash, you are simply promoting his team. Haha, look at how Xiao Feng treated Luffy before. You gave us a sharp contrast when you came out, a perfect negative teaching material. Go back. Low-level Heyman. Sanji was directly greeted by the 18th generation of his ancestors. Why are you so fierce? People are so scared. You are such a white-eyed wolf. When you find your own family, you will immediately abandon your friends who have shared hardships together. But I really have you, Vinsmoke Sanji. Sanji was still the same, with a cigarette in his mouth and still unlit. Exploded, everything in the blink of an eye exploded. But at this time, Sanji's eyes completely lost the friendliness. He looked at his companions. Instead, he looked slightly gloomy, and said to Luffy in a cold tone. F*Ku. Trash Sanji, what nonsense are you talking about? My name is Vinsmoke Sanji, and I am the prince of the Germa kingdom. After all, it's so miserable for you to say it. I didn't expect to be able to catch up here. It's really hard work. I'm really sorry for hiding this from you. Hiding behind his friends and not daring to show his face at all. You're right. This shit is worse than garbage. Go back. What are you calling? De Wang Zhao. 181. A sad duel. Luffy versus Sanji. You be asterisk D Sanji. If I were here, I wouldn't be able to kill you. Captain, you said that this Sanji is really not a thing. We have all seen that Straw Hat Boy. We really have nothing to say to our partners, but... Buggy complained angrily to Roger. Roger shook his head. You are still too young. Based on the relationship between them, excluding the slightly naive Usopp before, the rest of them would never do such a thing. The only explanation is that there is another reason. You will have to watch the video to find out the specific reason. Back to the video. Sanji continued to talk. The gap between you and me is clear at a glance. As long as you stay here, you can spend whatever money you want and have soldiers and maids at your disposal. Back on your boring ship. Marry 4 emperors' big mom's beautiful daughter here and live with him. After all, where's the happier place? There is no need to compare. Hearing this, Zoro groaned and pulled out the sword from his waist. Hey, sexy chef, you must give a reasonable explanation today, otherwise I will have to make a few gestures on you. Although Sanji was used to quarreling with Zoro, he did not refute at this time. After all, he felt very guilty now, so he told his 297 conjecture to his friends. After Zoro heard this, he put away his 100-meter machete. HMPH, even if you pass the test, if you really dare to say this, I will definitely give a perfect explanation to my companions. Sanji touched his head awkwardly. Yes, you don't need to tell me, I can just make a decision on my own. Sure enough, Suo Da is the one who protects Luffy the most. The first officer is convinced. In the video, Luffy did not accept Sanji's reason. Yuji in the car decided to drive them away, but was stopped by Sanji. You are not allowed to take action, I will end it with them myself. Hearing this, Nami and Luffy both looked serious. Do they want to fight with their partners? Zephyr looked at this scene and frowned. This is not Sanji's character. How could it be? How could he become like this? Advertisement, oh ho ho ho, so scary. Kizaru, who had not spoken for a long time, looked at the two brothers who were about to take action again, and smiled obscenely. This gave Sengoku a headache. You said you were a marine admiral after all, but that represented justice, but you laughed so obscenely every day. Agfe. Long looked at Kizaru, and he also smiled, but the smile was a bit meaningful, and maybe only he knew what it meant. Thank you so much for coming to pick me up, but if you really thought about me, shouldn't you do the opposite? Instead of following you poor people, I would be happy if I belonged to the powerful and wealthy BIGMOM pirates. Sanji walked up to Luffy and never stopped talking. Hearing Sanji's words, Tetsuo couldn't hold back anymore. He put away all the recipes of all realms that he regarded as treasures, rushed in front of Sanji, grabbed him by the collar, and roared with great anger. Road. You be **************************************** Is this what labor and management taught you? Look at you. What nonsense are you talking about? These are your friends who have been with you through life and death. Aren't you afraid of hurting their hearts when you say this? Seeing the angry Tetsuo in front of him, Sanji felt so miserable that he couldn't express it, and he didn't want to tell Tetsuo that all this was because of him. This will put a burden on the elderly. The friends knew the reason, so they came up and pulled Zephyr away, and explained to him in a good voice, but they just made up a random excuse to fool him. They also knew that Sanji definitely didn't want Zephyr to know the specific reason. Seeing the tacit understanding between his partners, Sanji also smiled. What a good partner, Bogmom. She is nothing. Being with you and joining the BIGMOM pirates, is there any comparison? Of course I am happier being with you, Sanji thought silently in his mind. But that's not what Sanji in the video did. He keeps saying hurtful things to Luffy. I actually doubt whether you can become the pirate king. It's human nature to choose the dark horse. Nami couldn't listen anymore and interrupted Sanji. Wait a minute Sanji, what have you been saying since just now? Sanji didn't respond to him, just stared at Nami with his cold eyes, and Nami shut up. Advertisement, damn it. It seems that Sanji has really turned against the Straw Hats. Even his favorite Miss Nami can look at her with such a look. It's so cool. The Straw Hats have to lose one of their companions. Well, it makes sense. It seems that Sanji pretended very well before. In the last video, he extended an olive branch of friendship to Xiao Feng. I even admired him a little bit. Oh, stop talking. You know people but don't know their hearts. Sanji is a complete hypocrite. Everyone should be careful from now on and pay attention to the people around you. Maybe one day they will turn against you. Everyone pointed at Sanji and glanced at Luffy's position intentionally or unintentionally while speaking. It seems to be specifically for him, and now that Sanji is still in the Straw Hats, they are reminding Luffy to be careful. Luffy didn't take it seriously, he was completely relieved about his partner, not to mention, Sanji had already explained. A mouthful of blood spewed out from his mouth, along with a front tooth. Luffy, who had no defense against his companions, was kicked out directly. He adjusted his body shape, landed on the ground, and slid for a long distance before stopping. Boom. As a rubber man, he bleeds just from being kicked. What does that mean? Sanji used Haki. Sanji. Do you really want to give Luffy to? She didn't say the following words. The facts that happened now are too incomprehensible. Sanji held a cigarette in his mouth and slowly raised his feet. In the video, Luffy calmed down at this moment and said in a deep voice. Boom. Why on earth is this? Why did Sanji suddenly become like this, and put such a heavy hand on Luffy? Seeing Sanji's move, both Nami and Luffy looked unhappy. It seems that Sanji is serious, and he is going to attack Luffy. Nami was stunned. Amidst Nami's exclamation, Sanji didn't stop at all. He bullied towards Luffy and kicked Luffy hard in the face. With a flash of fire, Sanji unleashes his demon wind kick. That means you have been lying to me. Yes, that's right, I actually look down on you with Ben in my heart. Peeved. 182. Brotherly duel, Nami's merciless slap. Sanji didn't speak, he looked at Luffy quietly. Hit me, use Haki, you're going to die. Luffy was panting heavily, and Sanji's kick made him feel uncomfortable. I'm just talking to you again, why Haki? I won't fight you. Sanji's eyes froze when he heard this. Sure enough, this is what Luffy looks like. There is no other way, we must make a stop, then disappear. Sanji rushed towards Luffy again. The devil's wind feet are flaming and winged, swaying in the wind. One can imagine the speed of Sanji. Reject this too. Luffy was still standing there, not moving a bit. You were always so headstrong. Boom. What he said proved that Sanji still knew Luffy very well, but he didn't show mercy at all, and kicked Luffy heavily on the head again. Luffy failed to defend and was kicked out again. Regardless of the injury, he stood up again, but it was not as easy as the first time. Sanji, on the other hand, just kicked twice, and already started panting heavily, not sure if it was because he was tired or for some other reason. Stop it Sanji-kun, we're just here to pick you up, Luffy. He stayed up all night fighting with the local cadres to come here, his body is all ready. Nami wanted to say something else, Luffy stopped him. Don't interrupt, this is a duel. Sanji seemed to think of something, he didn't accept Luffy's statement, and he bullied Luffy when he mentioned the devil's kick. Luffy said it was a duel, but he never made a single move from the beginning to the end, and was beaten all the time. Boom, boom, boom. One kick after another, Luffy was kicked by Sanji non-stop, and there was still no sign of fighting back. Every time after being kicked, he just looked at Sanji with firm eyes. Advertisement, quickly get out of my sight. Seeing Luffy's behavior like this, Sanji's offensive became more violent. Luffy retreated all the way, and more blood dripped on the ground, which made Nami feel very distressed. Luffy was already seriously injured, but with this style of play, what will happen to Luffy? On the field, all the partners stared at the screen with red eyes. Luffy was really nice to his partners, he didn't want to do anything to Sanji. But Sanji had to take this method to drive Luffy away due to special reasons. Whoa, Sanji, stop kicking Luffy. Chopper's cute big eyes glistened with tears, and he choked up with his mouth curled up. Sanji was smoking a cigarette, his eyes were covered by his hair, and his expression could not be seen clearly. However, it is conceivable that he would not be in a good mood at this time. On the other hand, Roger greatly appreciated Luffy's behavior. Good job. He should have guessed the reason for Sanji, but he still didn't want to do anything to his companion. Very good, this kid has a pure heart and will become a great weapon in the future. Rayleigh is smiling too, good boy. Ace and Sabo didn't know the truth of the matter, seeing their younger brother being beaten like this, they were furious and stared at Sanji not only unkindly. Luffy hurried forward to explain something, to avoid the trouble of the two brothers going out to find Sanji. This is the best. If anyone dares to bully our younger brother, he will definitely have to pay the most serious consequences. Throwing down a threat, Ace and Sabo stopped. This is not just for Sanji, but for everyone present. Luffy has a relatively simple personality and is easily deceived. I originally thought that with so many reliable partners, outsiders should not be able to deceive Luffy. However, they ignored the inside of their partners. If any of their partners had any bad intentions, there is a 10,000% chance that Luffy would be fooled. After being kicked by Sanji again and getting up again, after being kicked again, Sanji seemed to lose his patience, and kicked Luffy away, and Luffy fell heavily on the stone, smashing the stone to pieces. Then, everyone's eyes became serious. Sanji seems to be going big. With his devil's feet on his body, he rushed towards the sky, climbing towards the sky step by step. Climb to a very high place, and then, like a meteor, fall rapidly. Seeing this scene, Nami became anxious. Enough, stop it, Sanji, we'll be back. Crack. Sanji's meteor-like heavy feet hit Luffy's head fiercely, his eyes did not change at all, only the curly eyebrows were trembling slightly. Advertisement 0, please give me flowers. Luffy's firm eyes only lasted for a few seconds, then he rolled his eyes, lost consciousness, and fell down heavily. Nami was full of emotions and jumped down from the huge tree stump. She shouted Luffy's name urgently, but Luffy had lost consciousness at this time. His whole body was full of blood, not a single drop came from Sanji, it was all Luffy's. From the beginning to the end, Luffy persisted, never moving a hand. Sanji turned around and walked towards the convoy, not caring about Luffy's life. Luffy, come on. Nami kept shaking Luffy, hoping that he would wake up, but no matter what he did, Luffy didn't respond at all. In Nami's image, Luffy rarely suffers such an injury that he can't even wake up from, let alone this time it was brought by his companion. Distressed, she stood up slowly and walked towards Sanji. Wait a minute, Sanji snapped. It's rare for Kid to look serious, and he can do the same with his companions, so he really appreciates Luffy. But Luffy not only did not have the slightest doubt, but even ran over to explain himself. Luffy seemed to ease everyone's dull mood, laughing on Sanji's shoulder. How about Sanji, it doesn't feel good to be slapped by Nami. P.S. The first update will send 5. Without the slightest hesitation, a merciless slap was slapped on Sanji's face. Sanji was moved by Luffy's behavior, he hugged Luffy tightly. Respect from competitors is the rarest thing. Straw Hat Master, is this your awareness as a captain? Even if the crew betrays you, you will not take action against him. Hey, Luffy, I hope you'll forgive me, and Luffy has achieved this with his own charisma. Sanji looked at Luffy in a daze. Even though he had explained the reason, neither he nor his partners could accept the picture in the video. In this regard, I am not as good as you, This idiot, really. Then without looking back, he ran towards Luffy who was in a pool of blood. Luo was silent. Goodbye, sorry for doing unnecessary things. Within the space point 182. Shocking, Sanji proposes to travel to the future. Luffy grinned. Of course. Nami looked slightly startled, this sentence seemed familiar. I still remember that when I was dealing with fishmen and dragons, I was desperate and desperate. When she was most helpless, it was Luffy who stood up and gave her his most precious hat. Of course, Nami will always remember this sentence. She felt Luffy's warmth and smiled. The screen rotates. After beating Luffy, Sanji returned to the car and continued to move towards Bogmom's castle as the convoy continued. In the car, Sanji held his head with his hands, covering the entire company. Hearing the sound of Sanji walking away with the motorcade, Luffy, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground, climbed up from the ground with difficulty again. He took a deep breath and shouted in the direction of the motorcade. Wait a minute. 430, Sanji. You are a low-level pirate. Say some words you don't want to say. Stop lying. Do you think you can drive me away like this? What a joke. No matter how much you kick me, it will only hurt you. The scene switches to Sanji. At this time, Sanji held his head tightly with his right hand, closed his eyes, pursed his lips, and tears fell silently. His mood was not as indifferent as before, and he was full of guilt. What's going on here? Why Sanji, crying, aren't these his original intentions? If that's the case, then this really makes me feel a little uncomfortable. For some reason, Sanji must have felt very uncomfortable having to do something to his close partner. 1. Alas, we misunderstood him before. Seeing this scene, everyone suddenly realized that Sanji was not who they thought, and he didn't want to do anything to Luffy. There must be some reason why I have to do this, and I must make a break with my partner. He must also feel very sad. Seeing this scene, Zhefu was completely relieved. Advertisement: if Sanji really becomes like this, then he will decide to sever ties with Sanji from now on. I don't have a son like you. Nami is still confused. Why Luffy, what reason does he have to do this to you? It's so noisy. Luffy interrupted Nami and yelled at the convoy that was almost disappearing. The journey is still on its way. I will wait for you here. If you don't come back, I will starve to death here, because you are our cook. I only eat the food you cook. No matter if I'm hungry or if a knife comes from the sky, I will stay where I am and wait for you here. You must come back, Sanji. Without you, I can't become the Pirate King. In the car, Luffy's repeated bombardment made Sanji burst into tears even though he was suppressing it. He could hardly control himself and bent his body. His sister Reiju said softly, "Want to stop? No, keep going." With a trembling voice, Sanji has reached a point where he is close to collapse. If he continues to stay, he is afraid that he will not be able to face it. The scene changes. Sanji followed the convoy into the town surrounding Bigmom Castle. What passed by them were countless armies, including many powerful people. They were walking towards the outside of the city, each one fierce and murderous. Yuji kept chattering next to Sanji. How much is the total bounty for these people? But that captain is not an idiot. He didn't run away when he saw so many troops. Not only Sanji's pupils, but his entire eyes were trembling. Luffy, he would definitely do what he said, and he would never run away. Thinking of Luffy's bruised body and the more serious injuries he had just kicked, what would he do in the face of so many enemies? The screen ends here. Sanji was stunned for a moment, and then his brows knitted together. The army is heading in the direction of Luffy. His current condition is very bad. If this continues, Luffy and Nami will be in danger. Not seeing the results made everyone complain for a while. Really, sooner or later, I'm going to drag out the guy who edited the video and beat him up. He's so good at playing. He disappears every time he gets to a key place. Advertisement. But Straw Hat Boy and Miss Nami are in danger. Their condition can no longer continue fighting. The Empress looked worried. Next to Luffy, she also knew that Sanji had a reason for doing this, but what was going to happen next was not a duel with Sanji. Sanji would not be ruthless enough to kill Luffy, but these people are real enemies, so how can they show any mercy? Above the void, the supreme being of the universe gave Wang Hao a thumbs up. Good boy, there is a way to edit this. With your talent, you can definitely work in the Chiandu or Penguin department. Then he began to hand out awards. Sanji, I will reward you. Wait, your majesty, Sanji interrupted him loudly. He sighed, thinking that the reward last time would be used to delete his scandal, and this time it would be used to improve his strength, so that it would be even. Who knew that something like this happened, which gave him a new idea about this reward? Sir, can this reward send me to the time in the video? I want to help Luffy. The 5 elders were the same. They thought that if they could travel to the past and snatch the op-op fruit before Luo ate the op-op fruit, then. Some were shocked, while others were surprised. Traveling to the future, but changing the future? Everyone was surprised and uncertain, waiting for the answer from the supreme being of the universe. Open black lens bracket PS close black lens bracket. The second update is here. Immediately, he said something to the void that shocked the entire audience. For example, Luffy and Sabo thought that if they could travel back to Summer War, they could save Ace. They are also eager to know whether this novel idea proposed by Sen 1.6G can be realized. Thinking of this, the 5 elders looked at each other with ambitious smiles. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. It was obviously only a short time, but in the hearts of everyone, it seemed like countless years had passed. Roger and Rayleigh looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Incredible. This idea is too novel and bold. Can it still be like this? The crowd just exploded. Damn it, is this really possible? Boom. 183. The Great War is coming, Sanji's rescue from the past. However, you will exist in the same time and space as your future self. The only thing you have to pay attention to is that you can't meet your future self. Once you meet, time and space will be chaotic. You may be lost in the turbulence of time and space forever, and you will never come back. Then, the Universe Supreme talked about the disadvantages of time travel. Sanji doesn't care. The self in the video should not go to Luffy's place in a short period of time, and he just traveled to rescue Luffy. It's nothing serious. Luffy grabs Sanji's hand, trying to dissuade him. There's no need to waste the reward on this. Sanji shook his head. This matter is nothing to Luffy. He is more nervous. He will do it if he has to fight, and he doesn't care if he can hold on. But Sanji can't do what Luffy is like. He watched the previous video and found that Luffy's predicament was caused by himself. If possible, let him make up for it. He nodded firmly to the void. Okay, come on, my lord, I'm ready. The Universe Supreme also nodded, waved his hand, and a dark blue energy tunnel appeared in front of Sanji. Roger looked at the channel 06 that suddenly appeared. His eyes sparkled. Is this the channel of time and space? This Cosmic Supreme is really powerful. He has never seen a figure before, and he can open a space-time passage leading to the future from such a long distance. Sanji nodded earnestly to Luffy and other partners, and then without hesitation, he threw himself into the space-time channel. In the blink of an eye, the channel disappeared, and Sanji's figure also disappeared. Originally, I planned to put down another video. In this case, the progress will be slowed down again. It's okay. Don't you guys want to watch the next battle? Come on, let's see what Sanji will do in the future. As the voice of the Universe Supreme fell, the scene of the previous video was reproduced on the big screen. Everyone got excited. They had been watching the future and the past all the time. This was the first time seeing people from the present travel through the future. Look forward to. The video starts just as Sanji has already entered the city and the army is already heading in Luffy's direction. Suddenly, on the open grass, an inexplicable energy channel appeared, and Sanji got out from it. It's Sanji. He really got there. It's amazing. My lord's ability is really unpredictable. Everyone sighed. Sanji looked left and right, and muttered to the stranger around him. Hey, this supreme being doesn't send me directly to Luffy and the others, but I have to find it by myself. Fortunately, I'm not the road idiot the green algae head is, otherwise the battle will be over if I find someone. Sanji's words offended two people at the same time. Universe Supreme and Zoro frowned fiercely. What the F***K? Advertisement relying on the previous memory, Sanji reckoned and determined the direction, and the newly realized moonwalk rose into the sky, rushing towards Luffy's direction. On the other side, the sky is covered with dark clouds and heavy rain is pouring, which seems to imply the imminent war. Luffy sat on the ground, panting heavily. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something, and hurriedly urged Nami to find a place to hide. Those guys are coming. When Nami heard it, he looked around in all directions, and finally, in the hazy rain, the figures of a large number of people and horses gradually appeared. They come in all shapes and sizes, and many of them don't seem to be very weak. What followed was an endless army that could not be seen at a glance. Now, it's dangerous. Nami climbed up to the huge tree stump and urged Luffy to come up quickly. The situation was not good. It was better to retreat first. Luffy stood up, staring at the approaching army. I'm not leaving here. Nami kept persuading Luffy, even if he had to find a place to hide first. This is the territory of Bigmom. Looking at it again, the entire grassland is densely packed with the bottom of the field. Such an army cannot win. Luffy insisted, maybe Sanji will come back during this time, stay away from me. The army in the distance also spotted Luffy's figure and locked onto the target. The war is about to break out. Hurry up and stay away from me. Wait, Luffy. Before Nami finished speaking, the big tree stump under her ran towards the forest frantically. Then respect is worse than obedience, Garp laughed. Ha ha ha, this tree stump is really interesting. It's still a tree stump afraid of death. Dayton was next to Garp, and a chestnut hit Garp on the head. Hey, that's your grandson. The situation is very dangerous now. How did you manage to laugh? For Garp, Dayton doesn't like how he sees it now. He feels that he doesn't care about the safety of his family at all. Hey, you're Luffy the Straw Hat. Advertisement, that's right. It's a shame you didn't escape. You still can't move your feet because of the shaking. You have other companions. Yo, there's a big tree. The Cadres said one by one, and ran away, but when Dashu heard that he was mentioned, his eyeballs were about to fall out. It doesn't matter. Luffy said. Of course there's something to it. How could the vile She-353 hit the General Star alone? The guys who defeated Big Brother Cracker are all targets of revenge. It's annoying. I'm the one who hit the biscuit B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Burly Kadri couldn't stand Luffy's arrogance anymore. His fists were wrapped around Haki, and he hit Luffy. This kind of enemy, that is not just hitting him casually, he was sent flying with one punch, smashed into the crowd of the army. Countless soldiers were implicated, and were also smashed heavily on the ground. That's it? Very well, let me crush you, come on. The army was overwhelming, and the dense crowd rushed towards Luffy. Luffy was seriously injured, facing so many enemies, how could he win? Chopper is in a hurry, why hasn't Sanji arrived yet? Zoro snorted coldly. I also said that I am a road idiot, and I don't know who can't find the way. At such a critical time, if I lose the chain, I am really a waste. Luffy. Here I come. Just when the war was about to break out, a voice sounded, and both sides stopped and looked at the source of the voice. Luffy was shocked when he heard this voice, and stared at the sky in surprise. 184. Hypnosis at the beginning of time travel, Zoro. Trash. Above the sky is Sanji walking on the moonwalk, however, he has a different temperament compared to Sanji who played Luffy before. The previous Sanji looked more mature, now Sanji has not experienced 2 years of hell. The cadres in the army looked puzzled. Sanji? Didn't he go to his mother's party with Germa's people? Why did he appear here again? They saw it when they left the city. Boom! Sanji used his strength several times in the air to sneak to Luffy's side and hugged Luffy. I'm sorry, Luffy. When his partner returned, Luffy's mood instantly became high. Ha 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 ha, I knew you would come back. Nodding, Sanji blocked Luffy behind him. Captain, you are injured. Take Miss Nami away quickly, I will stop you here. As he said that, he turned his attention to the cadres. Come on, let me show you how powerful you are, one of the cadres asked tentatively. Sanji, aren't you partying with your mother at this time? What are you doing here? Didn't you already agree to marry Pudding? Why are you here to help the Straw Hat Boy again? Stop blabbering and let's fight. Sanji interrupted him and the demon Windfoot came out. Luffy, stand back and let me come. No, I want to fight with you. Telling Luffy to back off. How is that possible? Haki wrapped his hands around each other and rushed out side by side with Sanji. As brothers, we should advance and retreat together. What do they have to worry about when there are so many of them? When their partners are by their side, they just do it. Zoro suddenly became worried. Sanji rushed into the future so recklessly. His strength has not been improved yet. Can he deal with these enemies? If I had known earlier, I would have let me go. With my current strength, these enemies should not pose a threat. Sanji was confident when he made this decision, because the Supreme of the Universe told him that if he traveled to the future, his own strength would be in sync with his future self. Advertisement in other words, the strength he has now is that of future Sanji. Then, Zoro's worries are unnecessary. The cadres had no choice but to fight if they wanted. Mom couldn't blame us. It was Sanji who didn't know what was good, and the bandits wanted to go against us. Come on. The two sides launched a charge towards each other again. Sanji did not confront the cadres head-on, but led Luffy into the camp of their soldiers. Shoulder, loin, rib, rubber bullets, rubber pistol, rubber siege cannon. The two of them seemed to have entered an uninhabited territory, killing everyone in all directions. Wherever they passed, not a single founding bond stood. When the cadres saw these two brave brothers, they were at their wits' end. In the original video, it was because Luffy insisted on waiting for Sanji where he was that he defended the cadres and attacked, but now Luffy no longer has this worry. Along with Sanji, he kept dodging attacks from the cadres and killing indiscriminately among the army. What should we do? If we let them continue fighting like this, even if we catch them in the end, we will suffer heavy losses. What else can we do? Let the army retreat quickly and deal with the two of them. We cadres can do it. The human sea tactic will not work. Well, it seems that this is the only thing we can do. It's really frustrating. So, the cadres gave the order to retreat. As the order was conveyed, the densely packed army on the grassland retreated toward the rear like a tide. Gradually, there was no one around Luffy and Sanji. The only ones left were the powerful cadres and the soldiers who were beaten to the ground by the two men. The real battle is about to begin. Luffy, can you still do it? If not, just find a place to rest. I can handle it by myself. Sanji and Luffy were back to back, and he whispered to Luffy. Luffy shook his head, his clenched fists saying it all. Then come on, Captain, I have never looked down on you and I believe in you. You will definitely be able to become the Pirate King. Those words you said before were due to some special reasons. Okay, stop talking. Of course I know that was not your intention. You forgot, I have observation Haki. I saw the scene where you were crying in the car when you left just now, ha 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 ha. Luffy squeezed Sanji with his body, but Sanji was stunned. He was seen crying. Advertisement. Then he smiled. He believed that even if Luffy didn't see it, he would unconditionally believe in his partners, not just him, but any of his partners. Because, this is Luffy. This is the man they really follow to become the Pirate King. HMPH, don't be complacent. A cadre who was covered in snow-white body and seemed to be made of cream stood up. Cream monster. Gululu, countless amounts of white cream separated from his body and swept towards Sanji and Luffy. Luffy's right hand was wrapped in cream, but it was getting hotter. It's the sweet power of the cream, which slowly heats up and burns you all over. Seeing this, Sanji used the moonwalk to directly lift Luffy out of the torrent of cream. Who is it? Seeing that the big knife was about to cut Luffy in two. Only two people, Sanji and Luffy, were seen. Their bodies were swaying and their eyelids were drooping, as if they were about to fall asleep in the next moment. Not good, Sanji secretly thought, but still looked at him. Open black lens bracket PS close black lens bracket. The fourth update is here, it's hypnosis. You loser, have you forgotten what you are here to do? You are such a loser, why are you running away? On the other side, a cadre swayed his body, like the pendulum of a clock, swaying regularly from left to right. He even got himself involved. Zoro yelled. Slowly, Li Mo Jiao. Sanji and Luffy closed their eyes completely and fell towards the ground. I got it, and the Katakuri who implemented hypnosis took out a machete with an extremely exaggerated expression. Sword of Swift Wind. He excitedly rushed towards Luffy and Sanji's place. He didn't dare to kill Sanji. He was the one his mother wanted. He could go back to Luffy. Everyone also clicked their tongues. Indeed, what Zoro said was right. If the Straw Hat Boy explained it like this, then there would be no difference between going and not going. While shaking, he shouted, Straw Hat Boy, Sanji. At the critical moment, a voice sounded, and the sword in the Katakuri's hand flew out. 185. Brothers side by side, escape from birth. The Katakuri watched the knife in his hand disappear and looked up. A huge tree appeared in front of him and Luffy Sanji. On top of the big tree, Nami was holding a weather stick, pointing at him. After such a torment, Luffy and Sanji also woke up. Luffy called Nami, but Sanji's face didn't look good. He didn't know how to face Nami. Nami glanced at Luffy lovingly and then turned her attention to Sanji. Now that you're back, let's get along well with each other, but I won't forgive you for what you did to Luffy in a short time. Huh, Sanji exhaled and said, this is fine, as long as Miss Nami doesn't hate him, he will wait for his future self to find a chance to explain later. Someone among the Katakuris noticed the tree and said, King Bam, you have betrayed us. King Bam was anxious. No, he recalled just now. He was running away frantically, but the woman holding a life card with the aura of Bigmom threatened him to go back. I am also helpless. The Katakuris didn't care about the 020 and regarded him as an enemy. It's just 4 people, let's fight. 3 big man-like Katakuris launched an attack on Luffy together. Luffy doesn't show any weakness either. He blows, his fist becomes bigger, Haki wraps around. Elephant gun. The 3 big men also entangled Haki in Luffy's giant fists and slammed into each other. For a time, they were in a stalemate with each other, and it was difficult to tell the difference. But at this moment, the cream officer from before once again swept towards Luffy with a torrent of cream. Boom. At the critical moment, Sanji made a move, and kicked him away with a devilish kick. I don't care what you do. Logia Devil Fruit. Haki's kick is always effective, I'll kick him. Luffy and Luffy looked at each other and smiled. Luffy suddenly exerted his strength and directly sent the 3 giant men flying away. To be honest, even if Luffy is seriously injured, none of these Katakuris can be Luffy's opponent if they fight alone. Only by cooperating and using different abilities together can they have a chance. But now Sanji suddenly appears. Unlike Luffy, he is still at his peak at this time, so it will be difficult to deal with it. Sanji and Luffy cover each other and are at ease among the many Katakuris, coping with it easily. Advertisement once again, Luffy was wrapped in the cream monster, and his whole body was in severe pain, but he endured it, drove 3rd gear, and armament Haki entangled him. Aren't you awesome? Your body is right in front of me. I endure the pain and can hit you with Haki. Let me see how you can block it. Elephant gun. The cream officer was directly covered. Damn it, how could this Straw Hat Boy be so fierce? At the critical moment, the Katakuri who stood above him like a clown used his ability to bring Luffy's spirit into the strange otherworld in the book through the fists that Luffy waved. It looked like Luffy was still where he was, but he seemed to be unaware of everything around him. Sanji was shocked and rushed toward the Katakuris in the sky on Moonwalk. ****. What did you do to Luffy? The man relied on the power of stepping on the book to dodge flexibly in the sky. While he was dodging, his spirit entered the world of books. The world of books. Luffy looked around in confusion. This is it. Where? Everything around you is like a painting, like a fairy tale world. Suddenly, the wall next to Luffy began to burn, and a figure walked out. It was the Katakuri from before. This is the world of books. Then, endless flames swept towards Luffy. Ah, hot. In the real world, Luffy kept shouting. Nami looked at Luffy confused. What's going on? In the book world, Luffy saw monsters constantly attacking him. He wanted to defend himself, but these monsters disappeared before he could get close. But Luffy was confused. Those monsters were actually Katakuris wielding weapons and attacking him. They disappeared because Sanji repelled them. Several Katakuris came up and surrounded Sanji, giving other Katakuris time to deal with Luffy. The 3 big men from before rushed towards Luffy. At this moment, Luffy's spirit was released. When his consciousness returned to his original body, he saw the big man's fist right in front of him. Thunder and lightning weather. At this moment, 3 extremely violent thunderpillars descended suddenly, wrapping up the 3 big men who attacked Luffy. Everyone stopped and looked at this violent power. Advertisement. It turns out that Nami used the dense thunderclouds in the sky to unleash a super large lightning attack. The 3 Dachauchi, covered in darkness, fell heavily next to Luffy, and their attacks just missed hitting Luffy's body. By then, Luffy will be seriously injured even if he doesn't die, which is a pity. First time again. Cream Katakuri rushed towards Luffy again. Sanji was still under siege at this time and could not rush to rescue Luffy for the time being, so he could only watch anxiously. I hope Luffy can cope with it. Only once, Luffy still used his old tricks, resisting the burning of the cream, waving his fist, and headed directly towards the Katakuri's body. The previous trick came out again. When Luffy was waving his fist, the book once again blocked the way, trying to take Luffy in again. Hoo-hoo, boom. Seeing Luffy's body now covered in scars, he felt unspeakable guilt. Nami shouted at Sanji. After making up his mind, Sanji held Luffy in his left hand and Nami in his right hand, stepped on the moonwalk, and rushed towards the sky. Sanji. We can't fight for longer, Luffy can't hold on any longer. Ape King Spear. Luffy shifted into 4th gear, but instead of attacking the cream, he rushed towards the cadre in the sky who controlled the book, his legs spraying water at extremely high speed. A heavy punch directly hit the cadres in the sky on the ground, making a huge hole in the ground. Haha, you want to use the same method twice? Luffy was breathing heavily after returning to his original state. He had been holding on to his body to fight, but now that he was in the 4th gear, his body was overdrawn too much, and now his physical strength was somewhat unable to keep up. The people in the sky did not expect that Luffy's target turned out to be themselves, and Luffy's reaction speed was so fast that he had no time to respond. Sanji finally broke through the siege, kicked down the last cadre who besieged him, and came to Luffy's side. Nami hurriedly stepped forward to support Luffy, fearing that he would fall down next moment. 4th gear. P.S. The 5th update is here. It's all his fault in the future. Even though Luffy was injured, he kicked him like this and got injured one after another. At this time, Luffy has reached his limit. If he continues to fight like this, he will lose the purpose of traveling through time. Let's go. 186. Touching the top of the list, what's going on Momonosuke? Stop them. Don't let them just run away. Avenge brother Snickers. You got kicked in the head by a donkey? Big brother is called Cracker. What the hell is a Snickers bar? Oh sorry, slip of the tongue. The caller said sorry, took out the phone and said, hello, is it Snickers? When will your advertising fee arrive? Boom boom boom. The cadres kept attacking towards the sky, but they were perfectly dodged by Luo. Boom. 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 Sanji stepped on the moonwalk and disappeared into the sky with Luffy and Nami in a few dodges. The only one of these cadres who could go to the sky was also knocked down by Luffy. They could only watch Luffy and them go away. Take Nami and Luffy to a secluded place, safe for now. At this time Luffy was completely unconscious. Sanji looked at Nami, hesitated for a moment, and said, Miss Nami, actually you don't need to say anything, you can talk to Luffy when Luffy wakes up. Nami refuses to listen to Sanji's explanation, this. Sanji was at a loss for words and had no choice, so he told Nami to go out and investigate the situation, and then left. When he left a note, which he had prepared before he came. After all, if they rescued them but left suddenly, they would still go back to find their future selves. Nami looked at Sanji's back and sighed, but found the note Sanji left behind. Open it up and see. Miss Nami, Luffy, in fact, I come from the past. For some special reasons, I was controlled. At the same time, it was also to protect you from being hurt by BIGMOM, so I did the things before. I hope you don't blame me, you go away first, I will definitely join you when I finish solving the matter here, I promise. I'll say it one last time, don't blame me, I'm really sorry, Luffy, you can definitely become the One Piece, and I've never doubted this. Your chef. Sanji stay. Nami froze in place. From the past, Sanji? Advertisement on the other side, Sanji came to the place where he crossed over before. With a sound of, shua, the space-time channel was formed, and he turned around again to take a look at the future world, and finally got into it. Forgive me, Miss Nami, Luffy. In the projected space, a space-time channel appeared, and Sanji came back. He looked at his partners, smiled slightly, and said, living up to expectations. Zoro muttered, it's not living up to expectations, it's not running away in embarrassment. If I go, I will chop up those trash on the spot. Sanji. Hey, I have a bad temper. Let's go to the ring. Isn't that just letting it go? It hasn't been used yet. If you don't accept it, let's fight. Zoro said nothing, and shouted, I don't have the same knowledge as you. Your current strength is almost at the bottom. Fight me. Forget it. You don't have the habit of bullying the weak. Although Zoro didn't say it, Sanji could already see everything from his expression, and he was about to explode immediately. Fortunately, Nami stepped forward and said something softly to Sanji. Thank you, Sanji-kun. Sanji immediately forgot about Zoro, his bones were about to melt. It's not hard, it should be, however, the strength of the future self has improved a lot. Before using the strength of the future, he was not used to it for a while, and could not control the strength. For the first time, Sanji's eyes flashed the desire for power. I want to become stronger, Luffy. You said you can't become the Pirate King without me, since you have me. Then I must help you become the West Blue Pirate King. In the distance, Roger looked at Sanji who shuttled back, paying attention to the energy fluctuations around him all the time. At this time, Sanji still had the power of time and space rules that had not dissipated. He is enlightening. He is worthy of being the son of luck of the previous era. The rewards have been distributed, now, we can watch the next video, come on, the last person on the list. The Universe Supreme nodded, shook hands and played the next video. At this time, Sanji also discovered his own space-time rules. He hurried to sit behind his partners and pondered over the power of space-time, maybe it could cause unexpected changes in his strength. At the same time, the video also started. Open black lens bracket top 10 touching moments, list winner, Momosuke. Close black lens bracket. What? It turned out to be that brat who deserves a beating. How is it possible? He deserves such a beating. I don't believe he can do anything touching. I don't believe it, it's absolutely impossible. Advertisement, I don't believe it either. If it really touches me, I'll eat shit on the spot. 0. Ask for flowers. Even Buggy got involved and swore such a poisonous oath. Wang Hao. Are you suspicious of me? I think you are deliberately cheating on shit. Even Momonosuke was stunned. On the list? Touching? Is it? The maid holding him was very pleasantly surprised. Wow, young master, you are on the list, and if you can do something touching, I know that the video you posted before must not be your nature. Huh. Yeah. 1. Momonosuke dodged his eyes. You were wrong, it is indeed my nature. Kazuki Hiyori looked at his little brother with a strange expression. Why did you admit it? Where's your face? Seeing everyone's reaction, Wang Hao hid in the crowd and laughed. Ha 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 ha, you are all thinking wrong. It's not that he did something earth-shattering. The person they want to touch is you. With anticipation in mind, everyone stared at the screen intently. They wanted to see what this perverted little brat who deserved to be beaten at the top of the list had done, and the touching moment was actually at the top of his list. The screen begins to attract attention. Like the previous video about beating up, Luffy teased Momonosuke, and Momonosuke was angry. He thought he was going to fight Luffy to the death, but he didn't expect him to rush towards Nami's arms. F*K. What's going on? Why let us watch this scene again? Could it be a mistake? Show us this repeatedly. Is this trying to bring hatred to Momonosuke? Could it be that the video editor has a grudge against Momonosuke? Someone wondered. You are stupid, even if you have no hatred, don't you have the urge to be a saint when you see his behavior? Yes, some can no longer exist. I will kill Momonosuke in this life. Yes, One Piece can be inappropriate, Momonosuke must die. Ever since, such slogans sounded throughout the space, of course, they all came from pirates. The next moment, everyone's pupils grew suddenly, because they saw something different from the previous video. I saw, rushing towards Nami's Momonosuke's head, a few line officials suddenly appeared. Open black lens bracket ha 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 ha, you fools, I just found an excuse to enter the gentle embrace, do you really think that I will fight you desperately? Close black lens bracket. In the video, everyone except Momonosuke was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the writing on Momonosuke's head. 187. When Nami Robin saw Momonosuke's thoughts, Momonosuke also gradually stopped throwing himself into Nami's arms. Huh? What's wrong? Why is everyone looking at me with such strange eyes? Is there something on my face? Thinking about it, he also touched his face. No, then why are they looking at me like this? In the projection space, everyone was shouting excitedly. Oh ho ho ho, this is the work of a genius, it's so awesome. Ha 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 ha, it's so satisfying, this is exposing his true inner thoughts. Momonosuke never dreamed that things would turn out like this. What about the touching moment that was promised? Are you messing with me? The maid who was holding Momonosuke no longer believed in her young master this time. She screamed and quickly let go of Momonosuke's hand. Unprepared, Momonosuke fell heavily to the ground. Ouch, it hurts me so much, what are you doing? Yes, I'm sorry, young master. I suddenly feel a little unwell. Please find someone else to hold you. The maid hesitated and ran away. This is so scary, young master. It turns out that the young master is really a green tea. When the people around him saw that the maid who had always supported Momonosuke also left him, they cheered loudly. There was nothing more satisfying than this. Back to video. Momonosuke didn't care why they looked at him strangely, and then rushed towards Nami's arms, but Luffy grabbed him and looked at him fiercely. Momonosuke immediately resorted to the trick of being cute and coquettish, and asked Nami for help. Sister Nami, please help me, he is bullying me woo woo woo. At this time, a few more ministers appeared on his head. HMPH, you idiot, you are helping me now, Nami will definitely cherish me even more, and you will definitely be beaten up by Nami. Luffy looked at it and raised his eyebrows. Good guy, are you still calling me an idiot in your heart? Boom. Advertisement immediately. A chestnut hit Momonosuke on the head, making him scream. This time it really hurt and he screamed. Damn, you really dare to hit me. No, I have to cry, so Nami will come and deal with this idiot. Close black lens bracket. So Momonosuke raised his voice and cried loudly. Whoa, 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 no one is here to save me. I'm so pitiful, helpless, and being bullied. Whoa, 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 and who's his own? No one, no one, no one to save me. Usopp and Chopper couldn't help but tremble at the corners of their mouths. My dear, if I hadn't known that this was your performance, I would have been deceived by you. The same goes for other people. For a moment, they really felt that this child was actually quite pitiful. But his thoughts quickly brought everyone back to reality. No, no, you must not be deceived by this evil kid. What's wrong with Nami? Why am I crying like this and she doesn't react at all? Momonosuke thought so. In the video, Nami was completely stunned by this child. What is the situation? Why can we see his thoughts? It seems, can he see it himself? Alas, I thought he was an innocent and cute child, but I didn't expect, I was almost deceived by him. It turns out he is an old man. Faced with Momonosuke's trick of pretending to be pitiful, Nami was indifferent and just looked at Luffy and Momonosuke with a smile, as if they were watching a good show. Open black lens bracket. This melon woman dares to be indifferent to this young master's request for help. When this young master takes revenge and becomes famous in the future, I will definitely make all of you look good. Close black lens bracket. An idea popped up, and Luffy rewarded him with another one. You still want to make us look good? I make you look good, make you look good. Bang bang bang. 3 chestnuts in a row hit Momonosuke's head heavily, but he didn't care about the severe pain coming from his head. On the contrary, there is panic on his face. Why? He knows what I'm thinking. His terrified eyes looked at others, and finally, at Nami. But he found that they all looked like they were watching a play. This man was covered in cold sweat. Open black lens bracket F*K. What's going on? They don't all know what I'm thinking. Close black lens bracket. Luffy pulled his face and said with a playful smile. Yes, we do know what you were thinking, so we all know your evil thoughts before, you bad boy. Advertisement received an affirmative answer from Luffy. Momonosuke rolled his eyes and passed out. Open black lens bracket F*K. Pretend to be dizzy now, it's too embarrassing. No, 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 I can't walk with these people anymore. They see through me. Are they the devil? Close black lens bracket. Luffy and the others were speechless for a while. Good guy, it would be a waste of your talent not to become an actor. Brook smirked. Yo ho 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 ho, this kid is really interesting. Kinnaman covered his face. It's too embarrassing. Why don't you restrain yourself a little? You've lost your face outside. You're pretending to be dizzy. What should I do? I'm dizzy too. I'm sorry, the young master is still young and ignorant. You all have to bear with me. Off the court, Buggy curled his lips. Not sensible. Wrong, he is too sensible. It's an old skin at such a young age, but it's still great when it grows up. The scene changes. On Thousand Sunny, Momonosuke clamored to go wash with Robin. Sanji strongly objected. No, absolutely not. Robin smiled and said. It's okay, Sanji, he's just a simple kid. The next moment, Robin was also stunned. I saw a few large characters suddenly appearing on Momonosuke's head. He, you idiot yellow-haired monster, you also think about it, but unfortunately you don't have a chance. Let me help you experience it. I'm here to tell you what it's like after I've experienced it. Sanji is burning with anger. 1.3, you little brat, how dare you tease me like this? Huh? How can I see his thoughts? Is it just me or other people can see it? Looking up, Sanji saw Robin's shocked expression, and immediately, he stopped being angry and looked at Momonosuke with a playful smile. I can't feel it. That's right, it's a pity, you don't have that blessing either. Momonosuke made a face at Sanji and was about to go to Bong Ra's hand to go to the bathroom with him. That peach, I thought about it, you should let Sanji take you to wash up. You are a man. Washing with a girl will lose your manly demeanor. After speaking, Robin turned and entered the room, closed and locked the door, leaving Momonosuke dazed in the wind and Sanji sitting beside him laughing. P.S. The 7th one is here. .188. Touched. Jaime shed tears. Beating Momonosuke violently became a reality. Open black lens bracket. What's going on? Why did Robin suddenly change his mind? Did he see my disguise? Close black lens bracket. Momonosuke was very confused. Didn't he say it well before? Why did he suddenly change his mind? Open black lens bracket. Could it be because of Sanji? Close black lens bracket. Saying that, Momonosuke looked at Sanji suspiciously, and Sanji waved his hand. Don't look at me. I don't have the charm to make Miss Robin make a decision because of me. Well, that's true. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Wait. How does he know what I'm thinking? Close black lens bracket. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke ring, said lightly. I don't know. Anyway, I know. I guess Miss Robin also knew what you were thinking, so she changed her mind. You little s***t. You failed, ha 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 ha. In the end, Sanji laughed heartily. The people in the projection space also laughed along with Sanji, because it makes people happy. This nasty little devil has finally received his retribution. 5 elders shook his head. This video is purely made to be funny. It's too spoof. 06. At this time, in the direction of Wano-kuni, among the group of people with Momonosuke, everyone looked at Momonosuke with strange eyes. Is my young master so virtuous? How come I didn't find it before? Momonosuke stood helplessly in the crowd. He looked at the people around him with disdainful eyes, and now he really wanted to cry. Anyway, he was really just a kid. In the face of so many people's accusations, he is quite timid. Momonosuke was helpless and became Mamayuki. The screen changed again. This time, it was no longer the pictures I had seen before. In a dark room, Momonosuke was tied up by 5 flowers. Standing next to him was a shadow-like person. His whole body was pitch black, and he couldn't see clearly at all. Like the kind of black people in Conan animation. At this time, the figure waved a long whip in his hand, and a whip hit Momonosuke's body, and he screamed in pain. Stop! Stop hitting! Stop hitting me! You have to tell me why you hit me. Momonosuke groaned. Are you moved? Kuroying suddenly said something inexplicable, and Momonosuke was stunned. Dare to move? Dared to move what? Snapped. Advertisement. Another whip was slammed on Momonosuke's body. Hey, don't hit me. You were talking about the reason, brother. No, sir. Are you moved? Momonosuke was still dumbfounded. Snapped. Hey, don't dare to move, don't hit me. Finally, Momonosuke realized that he hit him because he didn't answer his question. Not moved. Kurokage seemed to have heard an answer he didn't want to hear, so Kaka gave Momonosuke a slap. Oh, I was wrong. I was wrong. Dare to move, Dare to move, don't hit me, sir, I have no grievances with you. In the projected space. This operation made everyone's heart skip a beat, isn't that a bit cruel? It's too exciting. The most important thing is that the video still has subtitles. The Black Shadow always asked whether he was moved or not, and Momonosuke, like a mentally handicapped child, answered 10 straight questions whether he dared to move or not. Really, who will be beaten if you are not beaten? Seeing himself being treated like this in the video, Momonosuke swallowed hard. This is too miserable. This kind of thing has never happened in the past, so it will happen someday in the future. Who is this Shadow Man? What kind of hatred do you have against yourself? You want to abuse yourself like this? Ask you again, are you touched? The Shadow Man spoke again. Not moved. Momonosuke also seems to have discovered that the question asked by the Shadow Man is not whether he dares to move or not, but whether he is moved or not. He tentatively replied. Snapped. The reply was another whip, which mercilessly hit his calf, causing him to howl incessantly due to the pain. I'm so moved, really, I'm so touched, woo, look, I'm so moved that I'm crying. Momonosuke seemed to have grasped at straws, and almost shouted out. If you are moved, you will be moved, you chicken feather. Snapped. Woo, Grandpa, I won't yell anymore, don't hit me anymore, please. Advertisement. Momonosuke is already in despair. Why is this person like this? You don't know that a gentleman speaks but does not act. You are so quick to act, what a hero. Let me go if you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one. Then let me ask you one last time, do you dare to move? The Shadow Man asked in a deep voice. Moved, really touched. Momonosuke answered firmly, but tried his best to make his voice neither too loud nor too soft. Quite satisfactory, now you have no problem to choose. Momonosuke is proud of his ingenuity, snapped. Hey, I said uncle, why did you hit me again this time? I don't speak loudly or quietly, I also answered correctly. Momonosuke never expected that he would still be beaten. Usopp swallowed his saliva. This black figure was obviously playing with Momonosuke. You see, he asked if he was moved before, but later he asked whether he dared to move. What kind of hatred is this? I promise, I will never do this again after I get out. Everyone suddenly realized that the co-author had just watched the previous video, and then went out to tie up Momonosuke and beat him up. Then, the Shadow Man took out a rectangular machine from his arms, on which was a picture of an apple that had been bitten off. Momonosuke was aggrieved and shed tears, looking at the black figure in front of him. Sir, I was wrong, please forgive me. And many of them looked at the people in the crowd who were clamoring to kill Momonosuke. Snapped. Shanks shook his head, really flustered. Could it be that one of you did it? Buggy laughed. Snapped. Huh? Killing Momonosuke. This is just talking. Who the hell has nothing to do to go all over the world to find this kid? Snapped. P.S. The 8th update is here. This is the end of today. Let's work hard, brothers. Good night. Got it in front of Momonosuke. There is a screen on the machine, and the screen is playing the 687 content of the previous video of counting the beatings. Now I know I'm wrong. It's too late. I still remember that when I stayed up all night watching Poseidon, my boss's lungs were going to be blown up by you. If I don't give you a good beating today, I'm sorry for the vast sea rice. Good guy, this person really holds a grudge, he has remembered it for so long, and he really kidnapped that brat when he got out. Everyone looked left and right, and no one felt that they did it by themselves. In this dark room, the sound of whips and Momosuke's screams were heard continuously. 189. Top 10 famous scenes. Shanks Whitebeard. Yes, that shadow person is Wang Hao. In order to satisfy the wishes of everyone in the sea and maritime world, Wang Hao asked Universe Supreme to fabricate such an environment and shoot the video. So the pictures in the video are all fake, just for everyone's enjoyment. So at the end of the video, Wang Hao specially used very small words to indicate in the corner of the video. This story is purely fictitious. Any similarities are purely imaginary. Of course, most people don't notice this. Only a few attentive people saw it, but they didn't make a sound to remind them. Use this video to scare that kid and make him change his ways and start a new life. Why not save the quality of a young man? Then the video ended and the screen fell into darkness. Momonosuke stood in the crowd and shivered. It was so scary. Is this my future? Why is this happening? No, I have decided that as long as I don't do those things, I will definitely change in the future. The Straw Hats and the gang are at odds with me. I have to stay away from them. As for his sister Kazuki Hiyori, she saw the boy who appeared on the screen before, but she didn't tell her brother. You deserve to be treated like an old man. Change your bad habits. Well, okay, then I will give out this final reward. Momosuke, as a person on the list, the reward I give you is Innocent Heart. From now on, your thoughts will be directly revealed and everyone can see it. Over time, you will have a frank and upright heart, which will be of great benefit to your entire life. The Supreme Lord of the Universe said, with an inexplicable smile in his tone. This is what Wang Hao came up with. Haha, you still want a reward? It would be nice if I don't punish you. But in front of so many people, it just doesn't make sense if I don't reward you, so I will show mercy and help you be a good person. Advertisement. You didn't have a choice before, now I want you to be a good person. This. Supreme Lord. Can I not want this reward? Even if there is no reward, it's nothing. This reward. Momonosuke looked like he had eaten shit. This is considered a reward. You might as well kill me. No. The Supreme Lord is doing things according to the rules. Everyone has a reward, but you don't have one. How can you show the Supreme Lord's fairness? Before the Supreme Lord of the universe could speak, Wang Hao stepped forward and scolded Momonosuke angrily. When other people heard this, they also agreed and supported Wang Hao one after another. In fact, it's not because Wang Hao is right, it's simply because they can't stand Momonosuke's behavior in previous videos. And this reward can perfectly restrain him and prevent more people from being deceived. Well, I have already decided. Although this reward is good, you are worthy of it. No need to say more, just accept it, peeved. The Supreme Being of the universe couldn't hold back any longer and actually chuckled. When everyone heard the chuckle from the Supreme Lord of the universe, they all snickered. It seems that the Supreme Lord deliberately messed with this little devil. Haha, the Supreme Lord also has such a mischievous side. Ah. The golden light flashed, which was a precursor to the distribution of rewards. When Momonosuke saw the golden light, he let out a scream like a slaughtering pig, which resounded throughout the space. Then, the golden light dissipated, and Momonosuke looked around in horror, finding that everyone was looking at him, wanting to see what he was thinking now. Do they know what I'm thinking now? No, I have to leave this space first. If this continues, my thoughts will be exposed. Then his body flashed and disappeared directly from the projection space, and he escaped. Everyone felt a little regretful that they hadn't seen any interesting ideas come up yet, so why did they just leave and play for more than 10 more? I'm afraid Momonosuke's future life will be difficult. Only Roger didn't think so. If he could really control his inner thoughts from leaking out, act naturally, follow his own personality, and have no fear of prying eyes from others. That could really make him a great person. Okay, many things have ended, let's move on to the next series of videos. Next series, Top 10 Explosive Scenes. Advertisement. At this time, the voice of the Supreme Being of the universe came, opening a chapter in a new series of videos. Explosion. Everyone was excited. This scene was much more interesting. Even before it started, many people shouted, "I'm on fire." The video starts playing. Top 10 explosive scenes, listed, Whitebeard, Gux, close black lens bracket. When everyone saw the people on the list, their breathing became rapid. Is this a video of the battle between Whitebeard and Shanks? This is really an explosive scene. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We don't get the chance to see the showdown between 4 emperors. Yo, Shanks, have you dueled with Whitebeard before? Luffy asked Shanks. Shanks thought about it for a moment. He seemed to have fought against each other before, but how could it be regarded as an explosion? It was obviously very dull. On the other side, Ace is also asking Whitebeard, and Whitebeard also says that he doesn't know. He can only know by watching the video, and it cannot be said that it is something that happened in the future. Whitebeard and Shanks also made eye contact, both with a lot of confusion. They said they were opponents, and they said they were not opponents. Whitebeard and Roger were once rivals, but good friends. Of course he knew that Shanks was Roger's crew member. Therefore, Whitebeard has no hostility towards Shanks, and the same is true for Shanks. In this case, there should not be any big fights between them. Roger is very interested. One is his friend and the other is his crew member. The battle between these two people is worth looking forward to. He quipped to Whitebeard. Hey, Newgate. How do you get so strong? You could compete with me before, but now my crew can compete with you. Whitebeard snorted coldly. I just let him, you know what you were doing. Roger looked at Whitebeard's reaction and laughed twice. Let's watch the video. The video starts. On Whitebeard's pirate ship, Shanks' crew came to deliver a message to Whitebeard. Shanks. It's really nostalgic, Whitebeard sighed. 190. Haki's exposed man. Yes, it seems to be very important, so I sent it here just in case. Rockstar explained to Whitebeard. Well, that's really hard work for you. No, I'm still a rookie in Red Hair Pirates, but I'm also a pirate, so I'm pretty famous. Hey, have you guys heard of Lockstar? Rockstar turned his head to the crew on the Whitebeard pirate ship and asked expectantly. Ah, what is that? The crew was dazed. Roger laughed. Ha, Shanks, your crew is really interesting. Shanks smiled awkwardly, unexpectedly. He was not like this usually, and gave Rocks a wolfish look as he spoke. Kacha, unexpectedly, Whitebeard, who was originally amiable, tore the letter from Shanks to pieces. You actually asked someone else to deliver the letter. When did that boy Shanks show off so well? Rockstar looked at the debris on the ground, and said to Whitebeard angrily. The boss said this is a very important letter. He's that redhead, are you sane? 850. Whitebeard took a swig. I'm Whitebeard. Go and tell that kid with red hair, if you want to talk to me about something, ask UB**************** D to come over with a good drink and talk to me, and if you understand it, go back. Whitebeard looked down at Rockstar. Ace shouted. Daddy mighty Haki. Roger is jealous. Hey, I'm your father, okay. Immediately afterwards, the screen changed. At sea, still Whitebeard's pirate ship. One crew member reported to Whitebeard. Daddy, the redhead wants to see you, Daddy. Advertisement Whitebeard is still drinking, let him come over. That kid brought some good wine. In the space, countless people were trembling with excitement. This is the 4 emperors. If there is any battle between them, the power will be so magnificent. Many of them are ordinary people, where there is this opportunity to see the energy of the 4 emperors with their own eyes, and now they can see it, they're even more excited than entering the bridal chamber. Marco saw Shanks coming, and he told, Aja, to the people around him. Young people all quit. Your body can't stand it. The body can't stand it means, some people still want to ask the specific reason. Marco urged. Don't ask, go inside quickly, boom. Suddenly, the crew member behind Marco fell directly to the ground. Boom 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 boom. After the first one started, the crew kept falling to the ground, unconscious. Joe said in a deep voice. Don't be nervous, you just passed out, you can't even stay awake in front of that man with half your mental capacity. Enter 4 Emperors Shanks, aboard Whitebeard's ship, dragging a giant wine bottle, flanked by unconscious Whitebeard crew. It's still the same, awesome Haki, Whitebeard's husky voice sounded. Everyone suddenly realized that it was Haki. This conqueror's Haki is too strong. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates can only block it. As expected of Shanks. Boom. The powerful conqueror's Haki shook the side of the Whitebeard pirate ship to the point that countless small cracks were opened. I'm sorry, I just got on the enemy ship, and then I got off my horse. Shanks walked up to Whitebeard and looked up at Whitebeard. Seeing your face, the scar that B************ D left on me hurts. I brought healing water, I don't mean to fight, I want to discuss something with you. Advertisement. Is this what Haki's exposed man said? You B******************************************** D. Ha ha ha. Immediately, Whitebeard asked the crew to back down. Shanks was not here to fight, and let the two of them stay alone for a while. On the quiet boat, Shanks sat on the floor opposite Whitebeard, poured himself a large bowl full of wine and threw the entire bottle at the beard. They were recalling the stories of the previous era, and everyone was listening to them. They had already known a lot of news in the previous videos, and they were still very shocked. In particular, Shanks was just a trainee crew member on Roger's ship, but now he has grown to the level of Whitebeard. His strength has grown so fast, it is truly terrifying. For a man of your level, if he came back from East Blue with his arm missing, everyone would be amazed as to who cut it off, that left arm. Whitebeard asked, staring at the location of Shanks' missing arm. Roger is also curious. Shanks has grown to such a point, there should be no one in this world who can cut off his arm unless he is voluntary. Buggy. Deserves it, Shanks smiled wryly. This guy, he still remembers the grudges from back then. Pointing to the 3 scratches on the left eye, Inkers continued. Blackbeard teach. The one who snatched Whitebeard's fruit ability before. Later, Shanks and Whitebeard got down to business. That guy has been biding his time, neither vying for the captaincy nor fame, hiding himself, has been hiding in the shadow of Whitebeard's famous name until now, and then got the power and started to act. I'm not being careless, you know what I'm trying to say, Whitebeard. No, the cause of that incident was Ace. Whitebeard went there to save his son. This was not a conspiracy, it was an overt conspiracy. Even if Whitebeard knew it was a trap, he had no choice but to go. Only Luffy understands that when he was young, Shanks was bitten off by the Sea Kings in order to save him, and now he also understands how terrifying Shanks' strength is and how high his status is. Someone said regretfully. Sure enough, in the video, Shanks touched his crippled shoulder with soft eyes, and he thought of Luffy. But to save him, an unknown brat, who lost an arm, what a kindness this is. Sure enough, Shanks got it right. Alas, what a pity, Whitebeard, if he had listened to Shanks' advice, it wouldn't have ended like this. The wound was neither from the adventure nor from Hawkeye, it was your son Blackbeard Teach who wounded me. In the end, he will aim at the apex, and with his own will, one day he will come back and snatch your position. This. I blocked him on the new era. Open black lens bracket PS close black lens bracket. The second update is here. I have experienced countless battles, and I have suffered countless scars, and now this scar is the only one that hurts. Field point 191. True. Cut the sky with a knife. Shocked the whole audience. What do you want me to do? That's the point. Whitebeard watched Shanks silently, waiting for his next words. Stop Ace. The young man who can be the captain of your ship's second team, Ace is strong. I know this very well, but reputation and trust will make things worse. Now is not the time for those two people to conflict. Tell him not to touch Blackbeard Teach. I just want to ask you about this. As Shanks kept talking, the wine in the bowl in front of him was shaking uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha. After hearing what Shanks said, Whitebeard laughed. Marco and the other crew members all looked in the direction of Shanks and Whitebeard solemnly when they heard Whitebeard's laughter. The snotty kid has become eloquent. That guy committed the crime of never killing his companions on a pirate ship. He broke the iron rule. As long as he gets on my ship, he is my son no matter how stupid he is. He was killed. Where will the soul of your son go? As Whitebeard spoke, the medicine in the medicine bottle beside him began to tumbling. Owing benevolence and righteousness. This is a mine that cannot be crossed. Isn't it my responsibility to teach that B******************* D teach the truth? Throwing the bottle down in one gulp, Whitebeard yelled at Shanks. Got it, idiot. If you want to tell me what to do, you are 100 years too early. Boom. Whitebeard threw the wine bottle Shanks gave him on the ground heavily. Shanks raised a black face, picked up the wine bowl in front of him, drank the same gulp, threw the wine bowl aside, and stood up. It's time to fight, it's time to fight, Usopp screamed from the sidelines. Here we come. The duel between two men standing at the pinnacle of the world. Zoro is a fighting maniac, and he also has an expectant face. The duel of the strong will make him realize his gap and give him the motivation to keep going up. Kizaru. It's scary. Everyone ignored Kizaru and stared at the screen, and they were about to see the collision between 4 Emperors Shanks and 4 Emperors Whitebeard. It will become unstoppable by anyone. Shanks drew the long knife from his waist. This era of rampage, Whitebeard drew the symbolic weapon from behind him. Advertisement. There's nothing to be afraid of, I'm Whitebeard. Ding. Whitebeard's and Shanks' weapons collide hard. Boom. The dark clouds were directly cut from the middle by the shock of the attack, and an incomparably huge sky scar appeared in the sky. The whole day seems to be cut to pieces. Ahaha, Shanks, are you so strong now? Roger patted Shanks on the shoulder hard and laughed. Shanks understands in his heart, but Whitebeard is old. If Whitebeard in his peak period, he can't do this level. Whitebeard watched the video lightly, without saying a word. This exploded. What a fuss, others didn't think so. They stared blankly at the sky that was cracked by the aftermath. This shit is the power that people can create? Is this the energy contained in the 4 Emperors? No, the abilities contained in the 4 Emperors are probably a little more terrifying. Whitebeard and Shanks just made a random move, and didn't use their full strength. If it was a full blow, Gulu. The rest of the words, this person did not say it, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It is really unimaginable. So strong. Zoro looked at the screen solemnly. His goal was to become the #1 swordsman in the world. The #1 swordsman should also be at the top of the world. Those who can compete with these people, not to mention defeating them, are at least evenly matched. Looking at the power and influence created by the confrontation between Whitebeard and Shanks, he felt the pressure, the gap between himself and them. The gap is not enough to describe. One day I will defeat them all and become the strongest. One Piece must be me. At this time, Luffy saw this scene, not only did not feel the pressure, but was full of energy. When Zoro heard Luffy's words, his whole body trembled, and then his wrinkled ones stretched out. Yes, Luffy is the man who wants to become the Pirate King. As a subordinate of the Pirate King, he must not be too weak. They're very strong now, and we are not standing still. One day, we will catch up with them, and surpass them. 0. Seeking flowers. Furthermore, these people are all from the old generation, and the others like me are still from the new generation, so there is naturally a gap in strength. Video ends. Universe Supreme announced that the rewards for this video will not be issued for the time being, and will be issued together after the series of videos are all over. Advertisement. Then again, the beginning of the next video. Open black lens bracket top 10 deflagration scenes, listed, Zoro, Mick. Zoro's pupils shrank, me and Hawkeye. Could it be time for me and Hawkeye to decide in the future? Has the strength finally reached the level where he can compete with Hawkeye? Hawkeye took a look at Zoro. This kid, he was very impressed, and even in the future, he himself taught him swordsmanship. Has he finally grown up fully? The video starts. On the surface of the sea, a huge ship was parked there, and Nami had just snatched the melee, leaving Zoro's 2 little brothers behind. That man. On the sea restaurant, Zoro also saw clearly who was coming. It's Hawkeye, in the projected space. At this moment, this man was right in front of him. Countless people shook their heads. Even the current Zoro is not an opponent of Hawkeye, let alone this happened in the early years. Zoro popped out the word, Hedao, on his waist, and he decided to F***K. Boom. P.S. The third update is here. The people on the boat that had been cut apart were shocked when they saw the man's appearance clearly. Swallowing hard, Zoro's head was dripping with sweat, and his expression was serious. Suddenly, a huge slash rushed past the middle of the ship, and the whole ship was also divided into 2 parts from the middle. In front of this huge ship, the ship of the sea restaurant is like a kitten meeting an elephant, insignificant. His goal in going out to sea is to defeat the strongest swordsman, take Kuina's share, and become the strongest swordsman in the world. Both Zoro and Hawkeye sighed. It turned out that at that time, they thought they could see the future duel in advance. I didn't expect to see him so soon, at the appointed moment, finally. Next to it is the sea restaurant that Zeph opened before. From the middle of the cracked boat, a small boat floated slowly, with a man standing on it. .192. Hawkeye versus Zoro, I want to be the strongest. B****************. D. Hey, what grudge do we have against you? You want to attack us like this? Next to him, the crew of the split ship shouted at Hawkeye. Just to pass the time. What he got was Hawkeye's calm answer. Do not make jokes. The man got up angrily and pointed 2 pistols at Hawkeye. Hawkeye just calmly pulled out the big knife from behind and stared at him. Bang bang. The man cut off the gun, and the bullet moved like a turtle in Hawkeye's eyes. He adjusted the arc of the knife slightly, and the bullet rubbed against the blade and changed its trajectory, and passed in front of Hawkeye. As expected of Hawkeye, this pretender. What, I clearly aimed at it. The man was extremely shocked. After all, he was just a nameless little pirate. How could he understand the strength of Hawkeye? At this moment, Zoro came out from behind him and explained to the man. It made him miss the shot. He used the blade of his blade to gently change the trajectory of the bullet. How is this possible? Who are you? Zoro really ignored the man and walked slowly towards Hawkeye. I have never seen such a soft sword, he said to Hawkeye. Hawkeye glanced at Zoro and saw that he was also a swordsman, so he explained. A swordsman who has only strength has no strength. Is this ship also cut with that sword? Exactly. I see, it really is the strongest. Zoro's forehead was already sweating, but he still said to Hawkeye. I went to sea to see you. What's the goal? The strongest. Hawkeye sneered, not sure if it was Zoro's target of ridicule or if he wanted to challenge himself. How stupid. Advertisement. Zoro took off the turban on his arm, put it on his head, pulled out Wado Yimanji, and pointed the sword at Hawkeye. You are free, let's compete. Competition? HMPH, the weak who returned to grief. Shua. In the blink of an eye, Hawkeye was at Zoro's side, staring at Zoro with his sharp eyes. If you are really a first-class swordsman, even if you don't have a confrontation, you must be able to see the gap in strength between you and me. If you dare to face me with a sword, should you say you have courage, or is it due to ignorance? In the projected space, everyone talked about Hawkeye. Hawkeye, I will be your apprentice from now on, so you should be gentler. This Hawkeye is too cool, he doesn't take Zoro seriously at all. He's so powerful, he's the strongest swordsman in the world, and he doesn't know Zoro. Think about it, what kind of cat or dog can challenge the strongest swordsman in the world? Don't argue, just watch. So everyone turned their attention to the screen again. It's because of my ambition. Zoro put Hedao Yuen in his mouth, pulled out the other two knives, and assumed a fighting posture. Also, this is for an agreement with a close friend. Seeing that the battle was about to break out, Hawkeye took off the cross necklace hanging around his neck, and pulled out a small knife the size of a fruit knife. Zoro is angry. What the F***K do you mean? It's too pretentious. I would like to call you the King of Kings, the King of Kings, the King of Ham Sausages. One section is better than 6 sections. I'm different from a stupid beast who puts all its strength to hunt rabbits. Although you are a famous swordsman, this is the weakest ocean among the 4 oceans, East Blue. Unfortunately, I don't have a smaller knife than this. Hawkeye responded to Zoro lightly, the contempt in his expression was beyond words. To put it bluntly, you are such a rubbish, you can't beat me with just a knife, don't get me wrong, I really look down on you. Sure enough, after hearing Hawkeye's words, Zoro was completely angry, and he yelled. There is a limit to looking down on people, don't regret it until you die. The mouth with a word in it was biting it tightly because of anger, and Zoro rushed to Hawkeye. It's just a frog in a well, let's see how big the world is. Hawkeye squinted at Zoro, not paying attention to Zoro who was attacking him. Advertisement, ghost / ding. There was a crisp sound of sword collision, everyone in the space looked intently, and when they saw clearly what happened, they all took a breath. Hiss. As expected of Hawkeye, he precisely blocked Zoro's attack with a knife. Not to mention anything else, Hawkeye's pretentious level is real. Shanks has a smile on his lips. What are you doing, bullying a young man? You know an old saying, don't bully a young man to be poor. 10 years in Hedong and 10 years in Hexi, maybe one day you will be overtaken by him. In the video, Zoro looked at the knife in front of him in shock. How can it be? And, to his horror, he found he couldn't move. I can't move anymore. What did he do? No one has ever been able to see through this trick. He was given this kind of toy-like thing. How is this possible? Is there such a huge difference in our strength? How is it possible? How is it possible to be so far away? Suddenly, he thought of Kuina and was startled. Thinking of this, Zoro was dripping with sweat, not because he was too tired, but because he was frightened. Zoro got up from the ground again. In order to become the strongest, I will fight. Memories about Kuina are constantly circling in Zoro's mind. He is not alone. He is still fighting with Kuina's share at 0.8. He can't just give up so easily. He was sweating profusely. I didn't swing my sword so far just to be teased by this toy. Open black lens bracket PS close black lens bracket. The 4th update is here. Peefed. But in this gap, Hawkeye knocked Zoro to the ground with a backhand on the handle of the knife. With the continuous attack, Zoro felt more and more the gap between himself and Hawkeye. Hawkeye dodged his attack by turning slightly sideways, and then Zoro fell to the ground. Zoro was not convinced, and launched an attack crazily, but no matter how fast his sword swung, Hawkeye just straightened his arm, holding the toy knife in his hand, and blocked all his attacks. I can lose. The sound sounded almost at the same time. Before Zoro rushed to Hawkeye, before the attack landed, Hawkeye's knife had already pierced Zoro's body. Tiger hunt. The world is impossible to be so far away. So, he got up, tremblingly waved the kind sword towards Hawkeye again. Hawkeye also noticed Zoro's mood change, and he asked. What are you carrying? What do you desire at the end of your strength, weaklings? 193. I won't lose again, One Piece. Tick. The picture seemed to be still, and Zoro slowly lowered the knife with his hand. Blood drops. Do you want to be pierced through the heart? Why not back? Hawkeye maintained his forward stabbing motion and said in a deep voice. I don't know, and I don't know myself. I just feel that even if I take a step back here, those important vows and agreements so far will all disappear. I can never come back here again, Zoro replied. Yes, this is called defeat. I won't quit. Will you not retreat even if you die? Better dead? Zoro's calm words made Hawkeye's evaluation of Zoro instantly increase. What a strong heart. Instead of being defeated, can the minister die? Pulling out the short sword inserted in Zoro's chest, Hawkeye took 2 steps back and solemnly said. Boy, sign up for 06. Zoro once again put on a fighting stance. Roranoa Zoro. Different from the previous contempt, this time, Hawkeye pulled out the long knife behind his back, the black knife, I will remember, long-lost strong man. Then, in order to show the etiquette of being a swordsman, I will use this world's strongest black knife to make you die in the sea. That's beyond grateful. Zoro looked dignified. This is the final blow. Is it the strongest in the world, or death? Hawkeye swung his knife and was about to charge forward. Seeing this, Zoro quickly used his current strongest move. Three swords technique, 3,000 worlds, fall. Ding! As soon as Hawkeye rushed over, the two swordsmen stood back to back like this, just like the duel between peerless masters in the movie. After the confrontation of unique moves, they always coolly wait for the result. Who will fall first? Clang, advertisement, peeved. The crisp sound was accompanied by the sound of blood pouring out, and there was no doubt that Zoro was defeated. Except for Yidao Yuan, the two knives in Zoro's hands were all shattered without exception, and a huge wound was made on his body. Lost, never thought I would lose again. Is this the strongest force in the world? Zoro took the words out of his mouth, retracted the sheath, stood up, and faced Hawkeye. Open your hands. Hawkeye was amazed. What? Zoro grinned. The scars on the back are the shame of a swordsman. Amazing. Hawkeye praised Zoro, swung his knife down. Peefed. A huge scar was cut on Zoro's chest, a letter in his hand fell to the ground, and he fell into the sea. Zoro. Luffy shouted Zoro's name from the sidelines. However, Hawkeye has no intention of killing Zoro. Don't rush to die, the power of youth. Zoro's two little brothers jumped into the sea to save their big brother. Usopp drove the boat over, pulled Zoro and two younger brothers up, and began to give Zoro medicine. Luffy was extremely angry, and regardless of Hawkeye's status, he rushed over to avenge Zoro. You are that swordsman's companion, thank you for watching. Don't worry, that man is still alive, he said to the rescued Zoro. It's too early for you to want to die. I am Dracula Mahawk. See yourself, know the world, change. No matter how many years pass, Wen Chang is waiting for you. Overtake this sword, overtake me. Roronoa Zoro. On the field, everyone's blood boiled with enthusiasm. From Hawkeye's contempt when he first met Zoro, to the fact that he started to look squarely at it later, and now he appreciates it, all of this is because of Zoro's strength that conquered Hawkeye. Similarly, everyone present was conquered, not because of how powerful Zoro is, but because of his strong heart. Advertisement Shanks smiled lightly. To make Mahawk say such a thing, this kid is really good enough. It's great that Luffy has such a partner. Roger froze for a moment, then smiled at Shanks. Speaking of which, you are the one who brought Luffy into the world of pirates. You are his guide. To have a 4 emperors as a guide is enough for this kid to brag. Wang Hao twitched the corner of his mouth. That's it? Are you adding his father and his grandfather? F*K. This is a 3rd-generation ancestor. In the video, Hawkeye turned his head back and asked Luffy. Boy, what is your goal? One Piece. Without the slightest hesitation, Luffy stared at him with eagle eyes and smiled. That's a harder path than surpassing me. I don't care, anyway, I just want to be. Luffy said, and made a face at Hawkeye. Luffy, can you hear me? Roronoa Zoro, you will definitely become a great person in the future. One Piece. At this moment, Zoro's voice came, and everyone looked over, and saw Zoro covering his head with one hand, holding up the remaining knife with the other hand, and saying a word. After thinking about it, let's forget it, settle down, and wait for the incident here to end. I will go to him to duel again, the world's strongest swordsman, it must be me, Kuina, don't worry, I will fulfill our agreement. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Hawkeye drew the black knife behind his back. Ha 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 ha, Hawkeye, you are really courageous. No matter how many years you pass, you will wait for him in the strongest position. He has grown up. Do you have the confidence to remain the strongest for so long? Now the rookies are all very strong. Whitebeard laughed. Whoever refuses to accept, come to see me in the ring. If I don't become the strongest swordsman in the world, you will be very troubled. On the contrary, Zoro is a little ready to move. Will I be his opponent after receiving the supreme reward? Until I defeat him and become a great swordsman, I will never lose again. Do you have any objections? 1. Those who are at the same level as Hawkeye don't think that's necessary. They are not at the same level. They all have self-knowledge, which can beat a ghost. Hawkeye smiled. This is the strong person he recognizes. The so-called strong person does not necessarily have to be strong, but more importantly, there must be a strong heart. I won't lose again. Zoro's voice is not very loud, but it resounds throughout the sea and projection space. P.S. The 5th update is here. However, there was a huge crowd of people on the field, but no one stood up among the densely packed people. With that said, he walked towards the arena. 194. When Luffy meets Luffy. Rewards are given out last, and the next video will follow. Open black lens bracket top 10 deflagration scenes, listed, Monkey D. Luffy. Close black lens bracket. Sure enough, there was him. Roger's eyes sparkled. The darling of this era, almost no list has his footprints. Yes, with the rewards from the Universe Supreme, the strength of the entire sailing world has been improved. However, Luffy has received so many rewards, even if all boats rise, he is still the highest one. The video starts. Boom, it started with a gunshot. Everyone looked intently, only to see people dressed exactly the same as Luffy's group sitting on the sofa in the tavern. Kneeling in front of him was a dignified man. Shanks was shocked. The person sitting in the middle is Luffy. Fat body, greasy face, are you kidding me? How stupid do you have to be to think you're Luffy? Everyone sighed for a while. Obviously, this group of people was pretending to be the Straw Hats. It seems that the reputation of the Straw Hats had been widely spread at that time. Are you kidding? The bounty is 55 million Baileys. In my capacity, those who offer rewards below 70 million Baileys will be ignored. You are worthy of talking to me? F*K you trash, labor and capital are the sons of the Revolutionary Army Dragon. Luffy said to the people on the ground with a look of disdain. Rao is a dragon who has always been aloof, but at this moment his face is shaking. Don't you mistakenly recognize your father? You look like this. You can be my father. I can't give birth to a son of your species. Ha ha ha, this guy is too funny. I'm afraid that others don't know the identity of Luffy. It's so pretentious. No, Luffy's identity is quite bluffing. The son of the Revolutionary Army, Shanks backs him up, Garp is his grandfather, and his two elder brothers are not weak. Among them, Ace is also the captain of the first team on the Whitebeard ship. He has an ambiguous relationship with the Empress. If something happens to Luffy one day, the entire nautical world will be in trouble. Someone sighed. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. What the hell, it really is. This Luffy is simply a beehive. If anyone does not open his eyes and pokes twice, the end may be a bit miserable. As a result, Luffy's image in everyone's mind instantly expanded, and some even put Luffy on the list of people who must not be provoked. Boom. Luffy fired another shot, killing the person in front of him directly. The others in the tavern were silent. Luffy is really ruthless, but who made him have such strength? Advertisement. The partners looked at Luffy and covered their mouths and laughed. This is the worst time Luffy has been hacked. At this moment, Luffy stared at a woman who was drinking at the bar. Hey, the woman who has been sitting there all the time, don't sit there alone, come to me, I'm the best. The woman turned around. It was Nami. No, I'm waiting for another man. And, with your identities, you are not worthy of letting me drink with you. You just said, what's your name, like a straw hat? Nami stared at Luffy and said. The people in the whole tavern were shocked, really ignorant and fearless. That person is Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid. Rejected directly. Sure enough, Luffy had an angry look on his face, and he took out his pistol and was about to come up and teach Nami a lesson. But it was stopped by Nami, who took the pistol from Luffy. Let me do it, Captain. Who do you think you are talking to? We are Straw Hat Crew. There was a riot at the Marine headquarters 2 years ago. Do you know the name of our captain? Besides, I'm also a bounty pirate. My code name is Thief Cat Nami. As he spoke, he put the muzzle of the gun on Nami's head. Good guy, the story of the true and false Monkey King will never be outdated. On the field, everyone was speechless. How dare you talk a little bit more? No, you imitated the Straw Hats, so you didn't take a good look at the arrest warrant? It is really enough to meet someone who is still showing off in front of others. Before Nami could respond, a voice suddenly sounded. Kill it, Green Star. Boom. With a loud noise, a huge weird plant emerged, biting Nami tightly, and then the plant continued to extend, entangled Luffy and other partners. Ma'am, I wonder if I can buy you a glass of wine. Next to Nami, a familiar voice sounded. Nami turned her head and saw a strong man wearing a hat, sitting next to her. The man stretched out a finger and lifted the hat up slightly, revealing his face. Advertisement. It's Usopp. Nami was pleasantly surprised, and after a pleasant reunion, Nami took Usopp and left the tavern, ready to find Luffy and the others. After they left, countless bubbles appeared around Luffy. They gathered above the tavern and burst, forming a huge dark cloud. Boom. As Nami and Usopp receded, a bang came from the direction of the tavern. The whole tavern was bombarded by a thunderstorm. Luffy and his friends climbed out of the tavern with charred bodies and looked angrily at the direction Nami was leaving. Go and find these two people, I must kill them. The scene changes. Chopper was walking on the street alone, holding a small stick in his hand and eating buns in his mouth. The steamed buns are still delicious. I don't know how everyone is doing. I really want to see them soon. The other side. Luffy was walking alone on the street with a big backpack and a cloak on his back. After 2 years of practice, he is now going to Rayleigh to join his companions. Boom. Suddenly, Luffy met Luffy and walked past him, and the huge backpack directly knocked Luffy to the ground. Did I knock you down? I'm sorry. Qian Nuo Jiao, I'll go to La Guo first. Luffy turned around with his head down and said something before walking forward. The crowd watching the theater all looked dignified. It's over. Doesn't this kid know the Straw Hat Luffy? It's over. He's dead. Wait for me. Sure enough, Luffy refused to let it go. Maybe it's because I pretended to be this identity for a long time, so that I have completely assumed the role of Luffy. Am I not Luffy? What is Luffy's strength? In the face of you, a young brat, am I still afraid of you? With so many people watching, I must give you a good meal. Luffy stopped, turned around completely, looked at Luffy on the ground, and was slightly taken aback. This. P.S. I went out to drink and drank too much last night, and today I am in a state of confusion, so I am sorry, brothers. I drank more than half a caddy of white wine and drank a lot of beer. I am really uncomfortable. What a mistake to drink. 195. When Luffy meets the pacifist again. Luffy slowly got up from the ground, walked to Luffy's side, took the gun and fiddled with Luffy's face. I think you did this on purpose? The people around him were already frightened. This was Straw Hat Luffy. He was so powerful that it was scary. Not only was he strong, he was also extremely ruthless. The last person who contradicted them was still lying in the hospital. Some of them couldn't stand it anymore. They were afraid that Luffy would be bullied like before, so they kindly reminded him. You should apologize quickly. Luffy stood there without speaking. Have you finally realized your mistake? Luffy said sarcastically. Nami also sneered. I'm afraid he was so frightened that he couldn't speak. I'm so sorry, I'm in a hurry. Luffy looked at the crowd around him and Luffy and his group said something lightly and continued on his way forward. Luffy was angry. Good guy, you know my identity and you dare to be so arrogant. If I don't teach you how to be a human being today, I won't be. Straw Hat Luffy. As he spoke, he pointed at Luffy's gun and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom. A gunshot rang out, and the onlookers screamed in fright, 040. The scene slowed down, and the bullets shot towards Luffy like a snail. Luffy's body leaned back slightly, and the bullet almost grazed the tip of his nose. Perfectly dodged the attack from Luffy. Everyone on the field was speechless. Good guys, you are probably not the reinforcements invited by the monkey. This is too funny. Even if you are not familiar with Nami and Usopp before, this is Luffy himself. You pretend to be someone else, but you can't even recognize the captain. You deserve the cold shoulder. They can already imagine that if Luffy stalks Luffy and doesn't let Luffy go, the consequences will not be much better. After all, after 2 years of training, his strength should be even more terrifying now. Advertisement. Sure enough, Luffy, who had dodged the attack, suddenly raised his head, his pupils trembled, and an astonishing momentum burst out, sweeping everyone in Luffy's group, but it did not affect the onlookers. Immediately, he ignored it and walked straight forward. Luffy, and the others, who were originally in a menacing mood, were swept away by this astonishing momentum. Under the shocked eyes of the people around them, they could not hold on for a second. They rolled their eyes and fell towards the ground. Luffy is already far outside the scope of their implementation. Rayleigh smiled. It seemed that this kid was already very proficient in using Haki. The Empress snorted. Oh no, he is indeed the man I have fallen in love with. Look at that. How Haki, how attractive. The reaction of these people is there, but not very big, because most of the people at the upper level of strength can use Conqueror's Haki. But those ordinary pirates were astonishing to civilians. Straw Hat Luffy. Conqueror's Haki, it's only been 2 years, but he's already so skilled in it. Well, I remember that during the Summit War, he used it accidentally. Now he can use it directionally. It is indeed very powerful. Luo and Kid looked at the video with solemn expressions. They did not know Conqueror's Haki at all. Although this was not a decisive judgment of strength, the absence of conquerors meant that they did not have the qualifications to be kings. This made them lack the same level in front of Luffy. The confidence to compete. If you think about it, those powerful players, almost all Conqueror's Haki come standard. Roger, Rayleigh, Shanks, Whitebeard, and so on. The video is not over yet. The picture changes. Because Luffy had previously recruited a large number of pirates in the name of Luffy, it had attracted Marine's attention. Now Marine's personnel are already moving towards the place where they gathered. Move closer. And all of this, Luffy and his gang are completely unaware of. Luffy followed Zoro and Sanji, who met by chance and came to the place where Luffy and his brothers gathered. By the way, you have changed a lot in the past 2 years. You two have become a lot quieter. Luffy said to Zoro and Sanji. The two people next to me were swaying profusely. Sure enough, this guy really knew the Straw Hat crew. At this time, Luffy, who was standing on the stage, had just stirred up the emotions of the boys. When he saw Luffy coming, he shouted to them to teach this guy a lesson for embarrassing the captain. The boys shouted loudly, but before they started to attack Luffy, suddenly, a large wave of Marines rushed out and surrounded the pirates. Advertisement. Luffy saw that he had so many subordinates, and many of them had bounties of over 100 million, and he was immediately filled with pride. Small sect. Whoever kills the most sailors can become a cadre. Kill him. Wet-haired Caribou took the lead and followed the pirates to attack Marine. Facing pirates with a bounty of over 100 million, these weaker ones had no power to fight back. For a time, Marine was retreating steadily. Suddenly, something unexpected happened again, and several huge figures appeared. They were pacifist robots. The situation reversed in an instant, and even the pirates with a bounty of over 100 million were vulnerable to the pacifists. And Luffy saw that these pirates couldn't resist, let alone himself, and ran away quickly. When the pirates felt that they were no longer able to defeat the pacifists, they remembered Luffy. Yes, they couldn't defeat him, but the captain could definitely do it. However, when they looked at the position before Luffy, where was it? If there were any other figures, they would have disappeared long ago. Boom. The escaping Luffy suddenly knocked over Zon Momomaru, which attracted everyone's attention. When the pirates saw Luffy, they were still faced with the two pacifists and Zon Momomaru. I thought he was going to take the initiative to attack them. This is going to be interesting, Caribou said. With so many people watching, Luffy had no choice but to bite the bullet and yelled at Zon Taomaru, who asked about his identity. Do you know my identity? How dare you stand in front of me? Listen carefully. I won't scare you to death if I tell you. I am the son of the revolutionary dragon, the grandson of the hero Garp, the great pirate with a bounty of 400 million, Straw Hat Luffy. Boom. Before he could gain momentum, Zon Taowen punched him hard on the head. Zon Taowen shouted angrily. Straw Hat is not a loser like you. With just one blow, Luffy was left frothing at the mouth and fell unconscious to the ground. The pirates around him were frightened and said, "This is Straw Hat Luffy. How could this be?" Immediately, Zon Momomaru sneered at this group of pirates. This is just an imposter who will fool you trash, but it's also a blessing in disguise. the real Luffy happens to be here. PX5, aim at that guy. Boom. 196, so handsome, Luffy instant pacifist. Boom. Luffy landed safely on the ground, and such an attack was as slow as a snail for him. Easily avoided. However, his evasive movements were too violent, causing all the disguise on his body to fall off, revealing his true face. What are you doing? I still have my precious lunchbox in the bag. Luffy scolded downwards. However, the pirates below ignored his scolding and looked at Luffy on the stage in shock. Some people even took out wanted notices and were trembling all over. This is exactly the same as the one on the wanted poster. The group of guys pretending to be the Straw Hat crew also reacted. It turned out that the guy who had been following them didn't know the Straw Hat crew. What's even more exaggerated is that he was actually Luffy himself. This frightened them, and they met the rightful owner. Straw Hat. Zon Talwin shouted loudly. Luffy looked at Zon Momoan. It's you again, hindering me again. Zon Momomaru has officially joined Marine at this time, and this time, she wants to formally arrest Luffy. PX5. When the pacifist next to Zon Momomaru heard the order, his mouth opened wide, and he fired several bombardments at Luffy. Luffy stood up, with a calm look on his face. He casually tilted his head a few times and dodged all the pacifist's attacks. Everyone on the field became excited. Damn it, the Straw Hat Boy is so handsome these times, he's so handsome. This handsome dodge is really a show-off, I'm on fire. You are so handsome that I have a girly heart. Ha 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 ha, you really have the same demeanor as I did back then. Garp also laughed when he saw Luffy's operation, advertisement. It made people around me roll their eyes. Bah, I really don't want billion. Usopp was angrily, damn it, he was tricked, I want this handsome dodge too. Chopper looked at Luffy in adoration, wow, Luffy, it's really you. Along with Chopper, he looked at Luffy and the Empress with shining eyes. This is Luffy's loyal and #1 female fan, how come she is missing? In the video, Luffy was wearing a straw hat and lowered his head. He could not see his eyes clearly, but he just said lightly. Too slow. This operation completely shocked Zon Momomaru. How long had it passed? Can Luffy, who was helpless in the hands of the pacifists before, be so calm now? Luffy raised his right hand in a completely different way from before, everything seemed so calm. Yeah, second gear, second block. It was at this time that PX5 launched an impact towards Luffy, its mouth wide open, and its entire body erupted. Luffy jumped up, avoiding PX5 while reaching above him. Rubber. Jet pistol. Boom. After his fist stretched out, it hit PX5 hard on the head like a meteor falling to the ground. The huge body of PX5 was like a bouncy ball. After being hit, it bounced twice on the ground, followed by another loud noise that was several times more violent than before. Boom. The pirates who were watching were all dumbfounded, looking at the PX5 that defeated so many of them in front of them, and smashed the ground into a huge deep pit. Immediately, it exploded with a roar, and debris fell everywhere, immediately scrapping it. Defeated the pacifist with just one move. Zon Momomaru looked solemn. 2 years ago, she could easily defeat the Straw Hat Boy because Luffy couldn't use Haki, but she could. Now, she can see that Luffy is fully using Haki. After Luffy was beaten, he ran away with his backpack on his back. It wasn't that he couldn't beat him, but it was unnecessary. The first priority was to rendezvous with his friends. In the process of running away, Sanji and Zoro also arrived. One of them used their feet and the other used their sword to blast the other pacifist that was coming towards them into a pile of scrap metal. All the pirates looked shocked. Advertisement, it's the Straw Hat crew, the real deal. They all showed up, and they're far more powerful than before. Then, Luffy ran away with Sanji and Zoro to find other friends. Suddenly, Luffy stopped, looked uphill, and laughed. He shouted at the figure appearing on the hillside. Rayleigh. At this moment, the Marine who was chasing behind and the pirates who were watching were frightened. This was the crew member of One Piece, Rayleigh, known as Pluton. 0. Please give me flowers. The Marines don't dare to act rashly. Rayleigh can dismiss them with a wave of his hand. It's not necessary. It's really not necessary. It's not that we are afraid. Rayleigh ignored the Marines and looked at Luffy with smiles in his eyes. He just came to see if Luffy had any problems dealing with these people. Seeing that Luffy easily defeated the pacifists, he was completely relieved. Hard comes. Luffy expressed his sincere thanks to Rayleigh. Rayleigh, thank you so much for the past 2 years. Boom. Luffy put down his backpack, took 2 steps forward, raised his fists high, and said solemnly to Rayleigh. Rayleigh, I will definitely succeed, Pirate King, I am determined. After saying that, he grinned and laughed. His confidence was beyond words. At this time, Luffy was full of pride, and his whole body exuded a breathtaking aura. Rayleigh remained silent, and anyone with a discerning eye could see the appreciation in her smile. Time seemed to have stood still. One old and one young, one at the top and one at the bottom, did not speak. They just smiled and looked at each other quietly. Everyone on the field seemed to see that a new era was about to rise. This era's name is Monkey D. Luffy. Countless people are excited for it. This kind of enthusiasm does not matter how fierce or shocking the battle is, but the excitement from the heart that a strong man is about to rise. They had heard Luffy's words. I'm determined to be the Pirate King, countless times, but this time, they truly felt Luffy's confidence and determination. They recognized in their hearts that Luffy was qualified to compete for the position of Pirate King. Above the void, a hazy figure nodded. He was also smiling. He admired Luffy very much. he was a strong man. It's been a long time. The picture hasn't stopped yet and then changes. On an empty ground, the Straw Hat crew was there, and they were surrounded by dense enemies. However, there was no trace of panic on their faces, but a trace of expectation. It was time to test the results of the past 2 years of practice. 197. The battle of 10 people vs 100,000 people. The fishman Hody said to Luffy fiercely. I will drag all the humans in the world to the bottom of the sea and treat them as slaves. After that, no one will dare to resist the Murlocs. The same is true in the world of pirates. All pirates will surrender to our new fishman pirate group. Look. The miserable state of these once self-righteous pirates is now. This is your future, Straw Hat Boy. Huodi's words aroused the anger of all human beings. How dare you make such a calculation, you really deserve death. At this time, the human beings united together and surrounded the Murlocs without saying a word, just staring at them viciously. Although there is no verbal conflict, the human race has already felt the anger from human beings. At this time, the silence was louder than the sound, and the atmosphere suddenly became extremely solemn. It seemed that as long as the fishmen showed a little arrogance, the humans would rush forward and tear them to pieces. Even Hody, who was involved, wanted to yell a few words, but seeing so many people approaching the limit of anger, he still remained rational and did not speak out. Shua. A slight sound sounded, and a transparent protective cover suddenly rose from the Murloc's position to envelop it. Hody was taken aback for a moment, and then realized that this was the protection of them from the Universe Supreme. He was overjoyed, his previous caution was swept away. He arrogantly looked at the humans outside the protective cover, and taunted. Ha 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 ha, you idiots, even if you know my plan, what can you do? Just wait to be enslaved by me, ha 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 ha. Everyone looked at the extremely arrogant Hody in the protective cover, and their veins burst out of anger, but there was nothing they could do about him. The supreme being of the universe has already come forward. This is no longer possible. Let alone whether we can break through the protective shield of the supreme being. As long as we dare to attack the protective shield, we are touching the majesty of the supreme being. Who dares to touch this? Bah. What the hell, you wait for me, you'd better not go out, as long as you leave this space, thousands of miles away, I will kill you. Buggy stared at Hody in the protective cover and spoke viciously. His words attracted the praise of many people, and Buggy suddenly became complacent. Alas, there is no way, he is so attractive. Hey, as expected of the crew of One Piece, the righteousness is awe-inspiring. Is Buggy so concerned about the entire human race? In order to protect the entire human race, he even swore an oath to kill him. Wow, why didn't I see it before? It turns out that Buggy is such a man of justice. I have decided to follow him. Wait, I'm going too. As a result, there were a large number of people in the projection space who took refuge under Buggy. Advertisement Buggy refused to accept anyone who came, and his face was almost broken with laughter. In fact, he didn't have a deep sense of justice. He simply couldn't stand Hody's arrogant look, so he made a few remarks. Who would have thought that these people would be so good at thinking? I am worthy of being the real pirate king. Before Hody finished speaking, everyone secretly said that it was bad. This guy actually said in front of Luffy that he wanted to be the pirate king. If he held it in, he would be beaten. However, when they thought about it, everyone patted their heads. Yes, the Straw Hat Boy is there. This reckless villain even went out of his way to knock down the muzzle of the gun and get on top of it. We are still so angry that he will feel better soon. Sure enough, Luffy slowly raised his head and repeated. One Piece. I can't see his expression again. According to what I have observed for so long, Senior Luffy is definitely angry and about to start a fight. A green-haired man in the crowd roared excitedly. Everyone glanced at him, nodded, what he said made sense, and then looked at the screen. Hody laughed. What can you do with 10 weak little pirates? There are 100,000 people here. As if in response to Hody's words, the surrounding 100,000 troops shouted. For a moment, the shouts of killing were deafening. Gulu, facing this number of people, can Straw Hat Luffy and the others win? Even the people who had high hopes for Luffy and his gang before can't help but worry about Luffy and his gang now. There are 100,000 people. Manpower is sometimes scarce, and it is difficult for 2 fists to defeat 4 hands. The human sea tactic has always been a classic tactic that remains unchanged throughout the ages. No matter how strong a person is, if the number of enemies reaches a certain level, they will still be exhausted. So, Luffy and his gang are in dire straits. Kill them, new fishman pirates. Finally, Hody gave the order, and Tien Wan's army launched a charge towards Luffy and the others. Seeing the crowds approaching, Chopper and Usopp were so scared that their legs weakened, and even the calm Robin sighed. Advertisement, I feel like I'm going to be crushed before the war even starts. Nami-san pulled Sanji, Zoro and Usopp in front of him and said with high spirits. What's 100,000 people? Come on, let's have a big fight. There was a burst of sighs from the audience, and Nami also smiled sheepishly. Sorry to bother you, but I am actually the comedian in the team. Is he planning to fight against an army of 100,000 people alone? You won't win if you have more people, and they are not marine elites. What are you afraid of? P.S. I drank wine last night, so there was no update in the morning. 5 updates today, and it will return to normal tomorrow, with a minimum of 7 updates and an upper limit of 10 miles. This is the second update. Sanji had a cigarette in his mouth. Among the Straw Hat crew, apart from Luffy, the only ones who were calmer are Zoro and Sanji. When Sanji heard this, he didn't care about what kind of enemy he was. Labor and management must compete with you first today. Who is scared? UB asterisk 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 D green algae head. I don't know how big their hearts are. Thinking about it again, Luffy is on the list and is famous, is it true? Usopp was angry and complained to Nami, if you have the guts, don't use us as a shield. While everyone was guessing, Luffy had already walked in front of the army. The enemy had already slashed at him with a knife, and the attack was about to fall on Luffy. Everyone is speechless. 100,000 troops are about to attack us, and you two are still arguing here. Zoro was disdainful. 0.6 at this moment, Luffy, whose expression was invisible throughout the whole process, stepped forward, separated Sanji and Zoro, and then walked straight towards the army. Suddenly, Luffy, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly looked up. The pupils in his eyes exploded. 100,000 people, which means none of us want to kill 10,000 people. Both the Straw Hat crew who were facing the army and everyone in the projection space looked at Luffy in confusion. What is this? Just what I wanted, you nosebleed cook. 198. One person can earn 50,000 in an instant. Luffy the Eternal God. As Luffy raised his head, a terrifying aura swept over him. The same scene seemed to have happened before. While at Marine's headquarters in Marineford, Luffy had a similar attack. At that time, Luffy was still a person whose potential was unleashed in critical moments. Looking at it now, he has completely mastered this Emperor's unique skill. Moreover, its powerful power and wide range are absolutely unusual. Although people with Imperial qualifications are rare, there are many, and many people present have also seen those strong people use this unique skill. But where have you ever seen such an exaggerated scene? Back to the video, Luffy faced an army of 100,000 and showed the results of his 2 years of training for the first time. What he used was none other than the one-of-a-kind Conqueror's Haki. Luffy's pupils trembled, Conqueror's Haki swept countless pirates, and all pirates wrapped by Haki seemed to be still. With Luffy as the center, it radiates in all directions. After a brief moment of stasis, the pirates suddenly rolled their eyes and fell to the ground heavily. About half of the 100,000-strong pirate army fell unconscious and lost their fighting power. Shock. Whether it is the other pirates at the scene, the onlookers of the Aborigines of the Fishmen Island, or everyone in the projection space, they are all shocked by the lethality caused by Luffy alone. One person can defeat thousands of troops. The partners are also amazed at Luffy's growth in the past 2 years. Sanji sighed. Conqueror's Haki, that guy is really talented. Advertisement Zoro also smiled. He has always admired Luffy. For a man with such a strong self-esteem, the loyalty above his status must make him feel sincere admiration to make him willing to do this. And Luffy happens to be such a person. If you can't even do this, the captain will have to be replaced. Luffy did something that shocked everyone, but he was unusually calm. His expressionless face turned towards Hody and said calmly. Hody, right? I will definitely beat you away. I don't have any objection to you becoming the king wherever you go, but I am enough to be the king of pirates. Yeah, Luffy, so handsome. The Empress seemed to have drunk too much and fell into Luffy's arms with a drunken expression. I don't blame the Empress for being so gaff-like, it's really because Luffy's actions in the video are so irritating. Rayleigh looked at the high-spirited Luffy in the picture, and smiled at Roger beside him. At this time, Luffy indeed had the rudiment of One Piece momentum. As can be seen from the previous video, Luffy's 2-year training was guided by Rayleigh. Rayleigh has always given priority to giving advice. He would only tell Luffy what to do to improve his cultivation. For the rest, Luffy had to figure it out on his own. Luffy's current strength is entirely due to his own talent and hard work. Of course, Ace's death in front of his eyes also had a certain spurring effect on Luffy. These big shots were still like this, and the ordinary people were even more shocked and speechless. After a long time, some people in the group recovered from the scene. He sighed and said slowly, "Is this the real strength of the Straw Hat Boy? 10 people against 100,000 people. We were worried about it for a long time, but just one look made 50,000 people fall in seconds. Oh my god, what is this?" The concept means that Luffy only needs to release Conqueror's Haki twice to completely handle these 100,000 people. Yeah, it's amazing how far his Conqueror's Haki has reached. I think if he is given time, the 4 Emperors Shanks, who are famous for Haki's strength, may not be his opponent. You are overthinking. The relationship between Shanks and Straw Hat is not ordinary. There is no need for them to compare. Advertisement, yes, it's just an expression, however, he really deserves to be a Straw Hat Boy. This wave of operations by Luffy shocked everyone even more intensely than the previous battle between Shanks and Whitebeard. Because, for the first 2, their strength has left powerful seeds in everyone's hearts, but for Luffy, they are still unknown to them. He is still a newcomer, and every time he gives them a different shock. In the picture, Luffy was standing in the middle of many pirates, and around him were densely packed fallen pirates. Luffy is wearing a red robe, making a hunting sound in the wind. He has a kind of kingly Haki. One man is in charge and no one can stop him. He is really domineering and unparalleled. Seeing such a scene, the remaining pirates had no confidence to continue fighting, and many of them had already begun to retreat towards the rear. However, they were stopped by Hody's men. What do you want to do? You deserve to die if you run away on the day of the Fishmen's Revolution? Even if 50,000 people were killed, there would still be 50,000 left. The pirates are now in a dilemma. We can't defeat Luffy alone, let alone the others. This is clearly asking us to die. They were already frightened to death by Luffy. Not to mention them, even Hody himself at 220 had dull eyes. Just go out and fight like this. 50,000 people will be F asterisk 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 G gone. You uncle, of. The scene ended with Hodi's stunned expression, and everyone was still discussing Luffy's handsome operation. It was really burning, I was going to burn to ashes, but it was a pity that I didn't see the scene where Hodi was beaten. What's the pity? Look at the Straw Hat Boy who is so fierce now, isn't it easy to beat a little Hodi? Moreover, I have a feeling that after 2 years of training, Zoro and Sanji won't be able to. How weak is that? Hodi was hiding in the protective cover. When he heard this man's words, he roared like a drake. What a crazy fart. How can a kid like you imagine the power of labor? Just him. I can crush it with just a finger? Shua. Suddenly, the protective cover covering the fishmen melted away, and Hodi and other fishmen were exposed in front of everyone. The arrogant smile hanging on Hodi's lips froze instantly, and he looked at the people around him with embarrassment. Haha, what, you guys? How are you guys? The weather is really nice today. 199. Colossus Circer, a battle plan that shows off its cuteness. Fortunately, the pirates did not lose their minds. If it was before, they might really rush forward desperately to beat Hodi in groups. But now, after watching the video, their hatred for Hodi is less intense. Some people clean you up, Okay, everyone can abide by the rules, I am very pleased, let's watch the next video, 117. The Universe Supreme said something, and then the video started playing. Open black lens bracket top 10 deflagration famous scenes, listed, Roronoa Zoro, close black lens bracket. Seeing that he was on the list again, Zoro raised his eyebrows. Rewards are next. This time, is it the future or the past? If it is the future, you can see how much stronger you have become. Sanji was sullen at the side. Why is this green algae head always on the list, also as the 3 main players of the Straw Hat group color? How can Luffy and Zoro become regulars on the list? He is like soy sauce, always because of some strange things. Weird reason for the list? Garp glanced at Zoro next to Luffy, then glanced back and forth between Luffy and his friends. His eyes were deep, and there was thought in his expression, and he didn't know what he was thinking. In the Revolutionary Army, Ivan, the dragon's subordinate, said to the dragon. Your son is really powerful. All the partners around him are frighteningly lucky. If he doesn't become a pirate and participates in our cause, it will definitely increase the strength of our Revolutionary Army by a large margin. Long shook his head. Luffy has his own life in pursuit, let him go. The screen starts with Doflamingo's territory, Dressrosa. Sekka, the cadre under Brother Ming's command, is integrated with the earth at this time, constantly using the fruit ability to manipulate the earth to burst out huge stone pillars and pierce the pirates. Zoro was wearing a black suit and holding a black knife Kiyoshue. He was very annoyed by Sekka's attack method. Especially his attack, since it passed through the ground, there was no trace to be found, and someone who didn't pay attention came from behind. But Zoro can face it calmly, no matter where the attack comes from or how unexpected it is, he can easily cut it off. But such a long-term consumption is also very detrimental to him. Boom! Suddenly, Sekka's attack seemed to stop, and then, a huge roar sounded. Advertisement. The picture moves, only to see in the center of the city, a huge rock giant with a height of 1,000 meters stands there. The stagnant rock giant actually started to move, and the picture zoomed out, just like Sekka. In Marine, Kebi watched this scene in shock. He thought that after such a long period of training, he had gradually drawn closer to those powerful pirates. But the scene he saw now told him that he still had a long way to go. It was such a cadre under the command of 7 warlords of the sea. Judging from his current strength, even if there were 10 of him, he would not be able to come. There is no chance of winning. Brother Ming wears sunglasses. He knows Sekka's strength, but since the person on the list is Zoro instead of Sekka, it's very telling. Sekka standing behind Brother Ming was not as quick thinking as Brother Ming. He just felt that in front of such a huge body of his own, what Zoro, isn't it just a matter of punching? Furthermore, he is more confident in his defense in this state. Let's talk about it after you can cut my body. On the platform where Zoro stood, everyone looked at the huge Sekka in astonishment, all with serious expressions. Seeing that Sekka raised his height again, looking down at everyone in the city, he said, "This is Don Quixote country." Then, he stared in one direction. There is the highland of the king of this country, where the former king who was usurped by Mingo, Usopp Kinemon and others are all there. The former king looked at Sekka calmly, without any fear. As soon as the picture changed, Zoro kept running. His expression was very solemn. He seemed to realize something. If Sekka fights with him, he is not afraid at all, but if Sekka ignores him and attacks those who are weaker in fighting power, it will be devastating. Sure enough, Sekka didn't intend to continue fighting with Zoro at all, and walked towards the king's heights with huge steps. He was going to kill the former king and make Doflamingo, his boss, the only one in this country, king. Zoro realized the seriousness of the matter, and he tried his best to catch up with Sekka, but at this time, Sekka was too huge. He took a step and Zoro was going to chase him for a long time, and he couldn't catch up at all. Now that he was in a hurry, Zoro actually started to conceive a plan in his mind. What should he do? Option 1. Slash through the air. No, the distance is too far, and the power is not enough to cut it off. Solution 2. Jump left and right. I jump over. After thinking about it, I still can't do it. How far can I jump in one jump? I haven't run fast yet. Advertisement. Option 3. Shout out to warn that Usopp is in danger? Or not, they can't hear me at all, from this distance. Solution 4. By the way, I can tell them with a phone bug. Zoro suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and immediately touched his arms. Huh? It's the first time I found out that Zoro is in this format, it's so funny. Wow, Zoro, you are so smart. You can come up with so many battle plans in such a short period of time. As everyone knows, the partners are all covering their mouths and laughing. Good guy, when did you learn to be cute, Zoro? I didn't see it. While Zoro was thinking, Circa was about to reach the Highland of the King. Usopp looked at Circa, who was getting closer and closer, and also felt his purpose. Backquote. Hey, I said Zoro, are you serious and funny? Ha ha ha. Don't come here. So who, Luffy, Chopper, are you serious? Or did you forget to add the dog head? That's it. Where is the problem? F*K. I don't have the habit of carrying phone bugs. Are you a devil? God damn, you don't have the habit of carrying phone bugs. Only Luffy and Chopper looked at Zoro adoringly, now weeping. Zoro himself didn't change his expression in his heartbeat. Why? Isn't this the battle plan that normal people should think of, Wang does? Zoro folded his hands on his shoulders and said disdainfully. Everyone was shocked. Good guy, are you so proud of yourself? 200. He who has no self. The world is vast. All the pirates who participated in order to get the Mera Mera fruit looked at the giant statue of Sekka in front of them, and understood his purpose. King Prodance, Elizabello and the former King Liku are close friends. Now watching King Liku fall into a life and death crisis, the king's fist, which has not been used before, is ready. He was going to rescue his old friend, but before he started, Zoro arrived here, and he stopped Elizabello. As I said, it's useless to destroy its body. If the main body is not destroyed, he will be resurrected continuously. Then what do you say to do? The pirates were all looking at Zoro, waiting for him to make a good suggestion. Zoro's eyes were firm, he looked at Sekka and then scanned the pirates. Seeing that Sekka has come to the king's heights, there is no time. In a few seconds, Sekka's attack will completely fall on the king's heights. At that time, both King Liku and Usopp will bomb it into a pulp. Zoro glanced at Elizabello, the corner of his mouth raised, he tied his combat turban, and drew out the sword at his waist. Wait for me for 2 minutes. 567, Battle Plan 5. Jump into the air and cut it off with a single knife. Feasible. F*K. Is it real or fake? It's so big? Cut it off with a single knife? Seeing Zoro's Battle Plan 5, Shimodabaki said in shock. The key is that the conclusion given by Zoro is actually feasible. Luo was also shocked inexplicably. This attack span is really a bit outrageous. Even the largest range in his previous video could not cut Sekka with a single knife. If Zoro can really do this, it will be a bit awesome. Hawkeye's expression is calm. If after 2 years of teaching by himself, he can even cut such a small piece of trash, then he has really cultivated to a dog. People at the level of Hawkeye are not surprised, but those ordinary pirates are boiling. Good guy, it is enough to cut off a ship with a single knife. The giant was cut off with a single blow. How cruel. Awaken, King Riku. Sekka's voice in the video brought everyone's attention back to the screen. AGDJ. Advertisement. I saw Circa's huge body, with his arms raised, and his huge slap was about to take a slap towards King Liku's position on the king's high ground. As soon as the screen changed, Zoro finished warming up and said to a pirate. Hey, Admiral, couldn't you throw people like bullets before? The Admiral looked at the Zoro in his hand. Is this really okay? It's not a skill for throwing people out safely. He was quite worried about Zoro's proposal. It was definitely a question of whether the person who was thrown could land safely because of the excessive force. Zoro is completely in the posture of swinging a sword. Since he can't rush through by himself, he should use the power of others to shoot out as he did with Sanji before. Just do it, there's no time. Boom, on the other side. Sekka slammed down towards the king's heights like a slap the size of a town. The huge impact pierced through the air, forming a bursting gust of wind. King Liku stood on the high ground of the king, quietly watching the ever-enlarging slaps, looking unusually calm. And the souls of Usopp, Kinemon and others are all dead. The town is falling. Killer bowling. On this side, after a short period of energy accumulation, the Admiral finally projected Zoro out. Zoro shot out like a bullet, spinning in the air several times before controlling his figure. Due to the high speed, Zoro's skin trembled uncontrollably due to the strong wind that cut through the air. Facing the strong wind, Zoro pulled out the last knife from his waist and held it in his mouth, and Haki entangled him instantly. 9 mountains and 8 seas form one world, and thousands of worlds gather to form a small thousand worlds. This world is multiplied by 3, and there is no ego. 3 swords techniques. At this time, Sekka's slap had already reached the top of the king's highland, and the distance was completely close to only the last dozen meters of height left. Whether Zoro's attack was really as he said, whether it was possible to live or die, cut it off with a knife. On the field, everyone's hearts are almost in their throats, and many people's palms are sweating. Is it going to work? Advertisement. Zoro 2. How much has his strength improved over the years? According to his current strength, it is completely impossible to cut off such a huge stone statue. At least he needs many times his current strength to be able to do it. At the most critical moment, Zoro finally flew behind Sekka and saw his pupils froze sharply. 1 big and 3,000, big thousand worlds. Shua. Boom. An incomparably huge slash across Sekka's body in an instant, and even had a lingering power, extending a large section. There was a bang from Sekka's body, and the upper and lower body were separated from the waist, and the broken part was like a flat ground. It was this tall giant, Zoro cut it in half with just one knife. The real one knife cut it in two. This knife, like a shining shooting star, was so dazzling that everyone was amazed by it. The eyes of the people who were still holding their hearts were about to fall out at this moment. What a powerful slash it was. However, the attack was not over yet, Zoro observed, and Circa's body was transferred to the upper body. Zoro flew past along the crack in the middle of Circa's waist after the cut, and borrowed strength on the wall of King's Heights. Boom! It was another explosive slash, and Sekka's upper body was cut into two vertically. Zoro kept falling in the air, ignoring the shocking shouts of the people around him. He calmly observed the upper body that was cut in two. One side was a non-moving stone and the other was a moving stone. No matter how many pieces it is divided into, the main body must be in a certain individual, and it is absolutely impossible to separate into two places. Boom! This time, it was an air slash that broke an arm, and Zoro continued to climb on the falling stones. Wherever Sekka's consciousness appeared on the stone, he would constantly cut it off, constantly reducing the range that Sekka could hide. Since it is in the air, Sekka cannot escape underground, so there is no place to hide. Get out, Sekka, you have nowhere to hide, Zoro yelled at the last few stones left. 201. Detonation scene, Jinbei on the list. It's so cruel. Such a big stone statue was chopped down to only such a small piece. Thanks to Zoro, if it were anyone else, Usopp and King Nariku would be in trouble. With one big move and a few flat moves, Nasurka was knocked down. That's awesome. Everyone was talking and praising Zoro more and more. Unknowingly, Zoro had accumulated a large number of fans in the sailing world by virtue of his own strength and character. Moreover, most of them are male fans. Behind Brother Ming, Sekka snorted coldly. HMPH. What's so awesome about it? Do you think you can defeat me by forcing me out? Brother Ming looked back at Circa and didn't say anything. In his heart, the outcome was already determined. Circa was definitely not Zoro's opponent. He still had this bit of vision. Unlike the villains in movies and TV shows who were so stupid as to follow pigs or no different. Back to the video. Seeing that there was nowhere to hide, he simply stepped forward and faced Zoro. Sure enough, a person's personality will not change easily, and Circa in the video said the same thing. Do you think you can defeat me by forcing me out? As long as I have Haki here, you can't hurt me. The people present laughed when they heard Circa's words. Are you the only one who has Haki? Are you invincible if you have Haki? Are you afraid that you are not here to be funny? As long as I knock you to the ground, you will lose. Circa covered armament Haki and said to Zoro. Zoro smiled contemptuously. The premise is that your Haki must be better than my Haki. He pointed his sword at Circa. Since you are so confident in your Haki, let's compete. Circa seems to be very confident in his own strength, and he doesn't look down on Zoro at all. Of course I'm stronger than you. A guy like you is no match for me. Zoro looked at Circa, remembering the first time he went with Hawkeye. Hawkeye once said a word to him. Frog in the well, let's see how vast the world is. Advertisement at this moment, everyone seemed to see the figures of Hawkeye and Zoro overlap. Zoro, who was once vulnerable to Hawkeye, has now become such a strong man. It's really amazing. I don't have enough free time to spend time with someone like you. Similarly, Zoro also looked down on Circa, so he zoomed in again. Simultaneously, Sekka also attacked Zoro. Go to hell, Roronoa Zoro. 9 mountains and 8 seas, those without ego, 3,000 worlds. Peefed. There was no atmosphere like a duel between strong men. Zoro was like a draw. He only heard the sound of flesh and blood being chopped open, and Circa was defeated directly. This one-sided abuse. After finishing the chop, Zoro turned back to Circa and said, don't cause trouble to the people here. It's like an adult educating a child and then reasoning with him. Even Wang Hao, who has seen this scene countless times, is excited. He roars and blows the rope, and the rope is so powerful. Eagle Eye looked in Zoro's direction. Zoro seemed to feel something and looked at Eagle Eye. The two swordsmen who admired each other nodded at each other, and Hawkeye recognized Zoro's strength. Zoro is thanking Hawkeye for his teachings. Although it has not happened yet, in the future, he will indeed inherit his teachings. Look, Naseka's Haki is black, and Zoro's Haki is purple. Is this the legendary black to purple color? Where are you kidding around here? However, I have to say that Zoro's Haki is indeed powerful. He easily cut through Circa's Haki. Since Circa can cover his whole body with armament Haki, this is enough to show that his Haki attainments are not low, but he was still easily chopped down by Zoro. Zoro is really awesome. In the crowd, the pirates analyzed Zoro's strength among each other. Some people thought that Circa was too weak, while others thought that it was not that Circa was weak, but that Zoro was too strong. Zoro gives everyone the feeling that up until now, he has almost used no force at all. To put it a little exaggeratedly, it was just a flip of the hand and the Sekka was chopped over. Advertisement Usopp, Chopper, and Luffy looked at Zoro with exaggerated expressions. Wow, Zoro, you are too good. Sanji hugged his shoulders and shouted, what's the big deal, let me come, me. I should probably, maybe about the same. 0. Seeking flowers. The screen ends here. However, each of these famous explosion scenes is so shocking that everyone can't get back to their senses every time they watch it. By this time, not only the top pirates, but also the top brass of Marine also saw something else. Why is there traces of Straw Hat Crew on every list? And it still occupies a lot of places, which is something. The first thing they thought about was not about luck or bad luck, but whether the supreme being of the universe intended to cultivate them. Sengoku's eyes flickered for a long time, as if he had made some decision. He slowly walked to Garp's side, put his arm around his shoulders, and pulled him aside to whisper something. This also caused countless people to wonder, what on earth were they discussing? Roger squinted his eyes slightly, looked at Luffy, and then at the five elders, seeming to understand something. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. It seemed that not all Marines were idiots. On the other side, Kid clenched his fists tightly. He really wanted to become the Pirate King, but now he is getting farther and farther away from this goal. Even Luffy's crew has become so powerful. In the future, he can really want to compete with Luffy. For the first time, this supernova with an astronomical bounty had doubts about himself. In other words, his mind was unstable. However, Luo was more open-minded. He didn't have such a strong desire to become the Pirate King. Now that Mr. Clark has been resurrected, his life is almost complete. The only thing he still cares about in his heart is that the five elders are eyeing his abilities. This has to be guarded against. Go on to the next video. The Supreme Master speaks less and less, which is what everyone is happy to see. He talks less and goes directly to the video, which is simple and rude. Immediately afterwards, the screen flickered and the next video began. Open black lens bracket top 10 deflagration famous scenes, listed, Jinbei, close black lens bracket. 202. Jinbei provokes the majesty of the ant and scares everyone. Jinbei? Is that the Murloc who accompanied Luffy to make trouble in Marineford? Well, this time I'm no longer a member of the Straw Hat crew, so it's a chance for us to get rewards. Come on, it's just you, still want to get rewards? Even if it's not Straw Hat crew, it's not our turn. This guy still needs to be a little self-aware. Shanks laughed out loud listening to these people. It was really interesting. As the person involved, Jinbei was also taken aback. Who is on the list and himself? In his impression, he has never done anything exciting, he is not young, and he has always been more mature and stable in his work. In terms of combat power, it hasn't reached the level of Whitebeard Shanks, so it shouldn't be a scene of fighting someone. Jinbei also became curious about what 887 is. The video starts. It was Luffy again. He followed Jinbei and others, planning to destroy Sanji and Pudding's wedding. Especially when Jinbei told Luffy to destroy the photos that are very precious to Big Mom, it will be much easier for them to escape when Big Mom goes berserk. After all, even if the strength is much stronger than before, at least for now, there is still a big gap between the four emperors. Luffy also readily agreed. On the field, everyone was sweating deeply for the courage of Luffy and his group. This is the four emperors. Ing plan to destroy their daughter's wedding? Why do you want to destroy Big Mom's most precious thing? This is really not something that ordinary people dare to do. Sure enough, on this side, among the Big Mom pirates, Big Mom looks very ugly. How dare these people challenge their dignity and make such a plan? It is unforgivable. He was about to run away immediately, but he was stopped by his son Katakuri. This place is no different than the outside. In this space, everyone is protected by the supreme being of the universe, if he does it rashly. It is inevitable that they will be attacked by the supreme of the universe. Even if the four emperors are already at the peak of their combat power in the nautical world, there is no chance of victory in the face of this god like supreme of the universe. Not to mention winning, I'm afraid I don't even have the ability to fight back. Fortunately, this is only a matter of the future, and it hasn't happened yet, and the ant has not completely lost her mind, and her emotions gradually stabilized after hearing Katakuri's explanation. However, she still looked at Luffy viciously, wishing to eat him alive. But what made her even more angry was Jinbei. Jinbei drank the younger brother's wine and joined the Big Mom pirates. If he really told Luffy the news like in the video, it means that he betrayed Big Mom pirates and her Charlotte Linlin. Advertisement. This is absolutely unforgivable. She doesn't need any explanation from Jinbei now. Waiting for the video to continue to download, you should be able to see the reason why Jinbei betrayed the four emperors regardless of his own safety. So, go ahead and watch the video. Back in the video, Luffy jumped up, and when he was about to smash the photo, suddenly, a large group of unknown objects attacked, covering Luffy's hands and feet. Following Luffy's line of sight, it is Katakuri who had a duel with Luffy in the previous video. He predicted Luffy's target with his powerful observation Haki, which was the photo on the table next to Big Mom. He knew the importance of the photo to Big Mom, so he stopped Luffy and asked how Luffy knew about it. Luffy said nothing. How could he betray his friend? Seeing that the execution of the plan failed, Jinbei simply stood up. A sea current fell over his shoulder and rescued Luffy, and faced the ant directly. I broke the news to Luffy. The ant looked at the side in front of her, and her mood eased a little at this time. You gave up and left us, right? However, you shielded the prisoner who destroyed the cake. I can take this as conspiracy, right, Jinbei? There was an invisible evil spirit in the eyes of the ant, waiting for Jinbei's answer. Facing Ant's implicitly threatening words, Jinbei didn't hesitate at all, and also looked straight at Ant, and replied word by word. Please be sure to understand it that way. Jinbei's words aroused the panic of countless people in the projection space. Good guy, this Jinbei is so brave, he dared to speak like that in front of Ant. It really is a famous explosion scene. Jinbei recalled the meeting with his younger brothers a few hours ago. He said to the little Murloc, one day Luffy will change the world. My darling, compliment Luffy. Then suddenly he punched the ground and let out bold words. Advertisement, I want to help Luffy. He is going to board Luffy's ship and risk his life to help Luffy become the One Piece King. This will also become the key to the Murlocs being able to truly gain freedom. Deputy Captain Aladdin said, "You have regarded Luffy as an idol, what can we say? Naturally, there is no objection." Jinbei listened and said shyly, "Where do I have it?" I heard the younger brothers laughing. Then Aladdin told Jinbei to go at ease, and other younger brothers also supported Jinbei one after another. Seeing that the younger brothers are so sensible, Jinbei didn't know what to say, so he nodded deeply to show respect. Suddenly, a Murloc's words broke the passionate atmosphere. But Ant still won't let boss Jinbei go, and the deputy captain, Aladdin, is married to the Ant's daughter. This relationship cannot be erased. 5.9. At this time, a mermaid ran out suddenly. She was the Ant's daughter Charlotte Praline. Praline said, "There is nothing to discuss about this matter. I will definitely stand by my husband Aladdin." Jinbei asked her if there were any people who were still alive after breaking away from the Big Mom pirates. She shook her head, no, not one, but from her expression, it seemed that Ping Shi had found the solution. Oh, back at Cake Island, Auntie sneered when she heard Jinbei's answer. HMPH, you were quite courageous, Jinbei answered calmly but firmly. I'm quitting the Big Mom pirates and joining the Straw Hat crew. 203. The real warrior, only 4 emperors old Jinbei. What, this Jinbei also wants to join the Straw Hat crew? I was saying before that someone who is not from Straw Hat crew finally made the list, but in the end, it's still from Straw Hat crew. Is Jinbei too brave? He actually said in front of Big Mom that he would quit the Big Mom pirates and join the Straw Hat crew. Does he think Big Mom would never kill him? Haha, I have to say that Jinbei really doesn't think too much of Auntie. Jinbei is not young and the 4 emperors are strong, but he doesn't care. In such a long life, I have never seen any big storms. Back to the video, the ant laughed. That's okay. After you quit here, you can do whatever you want, but since you want to leave here, you have to settle with me. You don't want to live with the shame. Sure enough, it was impossible for the ant to let Jinbei go so easily. There are conditions. Jinbei seemed to have known that Big Mom would make such a request, and he responded unusually calmly. Yes, as long as you promise me not to attack anyone else, I will give you as much life as you can get. When Luffy heard this, she became anxious on the spot. What are you talking about, Jinbei? If you die, you can no longer be our partner. When the ant saw Jinbei agreeing, she probably felt confident. This man can't leave this island. How much life can I get? Haha, of course it is all of them. This is almost a well-known thing. Facing the soul torture of the ant, as long as there is fear, the life will be sucked away by the ant. I see. It seems that I am really hated. Rather than staying in a place I don't want to stay, why not die? I have no sympathy for you. Boom, Auntie's pupils suddenly changed and she entered the soul spell state. Okay, let's get started, you stupid person, stay. Advertisement, boom. Big Mom's body was shaken violently, and her pupils trembled violently. The powerful conqueror's Haki from 4 emperors swept out. Countless people fainted on the spot. Almost only Luffy, Jinbei, Big Mom and Big Mom were left on the field, sons and daughters. Or life. Auntie used conquerors to intimidate her, but Jinbei's expression remained unchanged as he stared at Auntie with a firm tone. I choose life. The ant smiled cruelly and stretched out her hand to Jinbei, ready to suck his lifespan. Suddenly, the ant was stunned and didn't learn anything? She didn't believe it and asked Jinbei again, stay or life? People around me also noticed something was wrong, so why didn't they react? On the field, the pirates were also frightened and made a sound. The spirit. The soul has not come out, is it true? Could it be that Jinbei is not afraid of Big Mom at all? As if to respond to everyone's questions, in the video, Jinbei stood as steady as a mountain in front of the ant, his face unchanged, and said extremely firmly. Of course, I am the man who will become the crew member of the future Pirate King. How can I be afraid of just the 4 emperors? Boom. The entire projection space exploded. Damn it. These words are so powerful. Haki, Jinbei is so handsome. Ran, burn, this is too hot, it's just 4 emperors, it's so awesome. Although Jinbei may not be able to defeat Auntie, his unparalleled courage makes me kneel down. Really, his burning is different from everyone before, it is really burning. I am so excited that my whole body is shaking, no matter what cannot stop. Me too, I'm getting goosebumps, this part is so explosive. If the people present were dynamite, then Jinbei's words, 4 emperors, were the fuse, directly detonating the whole place. The ant's children also looked at Jinbei in the video solemnly. This is not just talk, the fact is before everyone. Not only did Jinbei say he was not afraid, he also really had no fear in his heart, because Auntie's spell had no effect and could not take away his life. Advertisement. Jinbei waited for a moment and slowly knelt in front of his aunt. He took out a wine glass from his sleeve robe. Since you can't take away my lifespan, I will return this wine glass to you. I will quit the BIGMOM pirates here. Thank you for your kindness. This is the glass from which Jinbei drank his younger brother's wine when he joined the pirate group. Returning it to his aunt means that the friendship is over and there will be no more relations from now on. Luffy and his friends watched this scene in a daze. He was touched by Jinbei. He was in the Big Mom pirates and was protected by Big Mom of the 4 emperors. No one dared to provoke her. In order to become his partner, he resolutely went to the opposite side of Auntie. Luffy looked at his friends, and after receiving affirmative answers from them, he walked out and came to Jinbei. He looked at Jinbei, and Jinbei looked at him, and they smiled at each other. Hey, Jinbei. Be my partner. Good, Luffy grinned and stretched out his hand towards keeping. Upon seeing this, Jinbei stretched out one of his hands and shook it heavily with Luffy. Since then, Jinbei has successfully joined the Straw Hat crew, even eliminating the need to quit the Big Mom pirates. After all, as everyone has seen from the video, Big Mom has no way to deal with him. Roger and Rayleigh glanced at each other, and some of their suspicions became clearer. This Jinbei also went after Luffy, and he also had the qualities to become a member of the Pirate King's crew, being brave and fearless. The ant's face was slightly angry, but she didn't say much. She couldn't do anything here, and she was very restrained. If it were outside, these people would not end well if they held back. Jinbei said goodbye to his brothers and followed Luffy to his friends. Welcome, Jinbei, welcome, we will be a family from now on. We will advance and retreat together and take care of you. The partners also warmly welcomed this new partner. Jinbei was calm. He is older and more mature and steady than Nami and others. He can contribute to the team's planning in the future. And his combat power is not low, and the 3-day calendar can now be expanded to 4 days. Jinbei also smiled at his new partners. Although the process was a little ahead of schedule, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it, even though he might not know as much about Luffy's group as he did in the video. However, after watching so many videos, he is very optimistic about Luffy. Just like the younger brothers said, Luffy has almost become his idol. 204. Zoro in good times, Luffy in bad times, Usopp in desperate times. On to the next video. Top 10 deflagration famous scenes, listed, Usopp. Close black lens bracket. Seeing his name, Usopp immediately became proud, pulled Chopper and kept saying, look, how can the scene of deflagrating famous names be without my Sniper King? It made Chopper envious for a while. Wow, Sniper King, you are too powerful. There were no surprises for the partners. Usopp still created many miracles. There has always been a saying among them. Zoro in good times, Luffy in bad times and Usopp in desperate times. It can be seen that Usopp is still very useful at critical moments. Others don't think so. Usopp, isn't it the one who fought fiercely with his own captain? Why, he came out to fight other partners again, causing a wave of explosions. Hearing everyone's comments, Usopp was trembling with anger. This is the past tense. Can you stop mentioning this? Don't you know that it is impolite to sprinkle salt on other people's wounds? At this time, Sengoku and Garp came back, and they set their sights on Luffy together. Garp nodded to Sengoku and motioned for him to speak. Sengoku sighed. He never expected that he would bow to a pirate, however, he still spoke to Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy, after the unanimous decision of our Marine senior management, we will cancel the rewards for you and your accomplices. As a condition, your Straw Hat pirates are not allowed to attack our Marine in the future. Look, how about it? What's this? Kid was excited. With Marine's actions, he was afraid of the Straw Hat crew. Even when Roger was here before, Marine had never seen such a compromise. Why? The crowd was noisy. Everyone was talking about Marine's intention in doing this, whether it was because he was afraid of the Straw Hat crew or because he had some other agenda. However, what surprised everyone even more was that Luffy did not hesitate at all and rejected Sengoku's proposal. No, I refuse. Marines and pirates are enemies to begin with. You can come to arrest me. If you can't defeat me, it's because we don't have the ability. If you don't come to catch us, our adventure will lose a lot of fun. Advertisement. When the friends heard Luffy's words, they had different expressions. Zoro's lips raised. This is the kind of adventure he likes, and this is also the perfect captain in his mind. But Usopp Nami is not so optimistic. Are you stupid, Luffy? Without Marine's pursuit, how much trouble would we save? Besides, if you rejected Marine Marshal face to face, wouldn't he hold a grudge and hunt us down even more aggressively? Sengoku looked at Luffy in front of him blankly. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Garp. Garp spread his hands. Look, I told you that Luffy has a very weird temper and he won't agree to it. Sengoku took a deep breath, not feeling depressed, and cheered up. When he looked at Luffy again, he was full of determination. Well, since you have such a lofty ideal, I wish you success. We will meet again in the mountains and rivers. When we meet on the battlefield, I will see the true seal in my hand and say goodbye. After saying that, Sengoku left calmly and without any hesitation. Roger laughed. Good boy, we give up on you, come on. Luffy smiled and nodded. The former Pirate King was also ready to fight, but not now. Originally, it was okay to have no One Piece. Now that the Pirate King has been resurrected, if you want to become the Pirate King, how can you not have a good fight with the previous Pirate King? Back to the video. This is the Kingdom of Sand, and Usopp and Chopper are fighting Crocodile's subordinate Mr. Four and a Mole Man. At this time, Usopp and Chopper are not very strong. They have no way to face these two enemies. The Mole Man and Mr. Four cooperate very well. They dug into the ground, and there was a dog beside them that kept spitting baseballs at Usopp and the others. The baseballs were actually bombs. Although Usopp and the others were able to successfully avoid the first launch. But Mr. Four will suddenly come out holding a baseball bat and hit the baseball bomb, and the baseball will fly towards Usopp and the others at a faster speed. This made it difficult to dodge. Several times, Usopp and Chopper were almost hit by bombs in dangerous areas and narrowly escaped. Chopper realized that as long as Mr. Four was beaten away, he would not be able to hit the baseball. At this time, their tacit understanding became apparent. Advertisement. When Chopper rushed towards Mr. Four, the Mole Man got out of the ground and grabbed Chopper's feet. Mr. Four saw the timing and swung a baseball at Chopper. Seeing that Chopper was about to be hit, Chopper suddenly dodged, returned to his original form from the giant beast, and then dodged. Chopper looked at the holes in the ground. The two men came out from here and then there again. There was no trace at all, which was very difficult to do. At this moment, Mole Man and M4 suddenly started looking around. What about the Usopp people? Usopp suddenly jumped up, came behind Mr. 4, waved the big hammer in his hand, and slammed it down on Mr. 4. Buggy gave a strange laugh. He had never thought that he himself had been in the same position as Usopp on Roger's ship, and he still had the nerve to laugh at others. On the field, everyone laughed. Where are you? Suddenly, the Mole Man looked down at himself. Could it be that? It's not like I couldn't beat him, so my comrade ran away on his own, haha. Usopp got angry on the spot. Labor management is this kind of person. You guys are biased against labor management. Let me see, you were envious of labor management Sniper King's peerless talent. You were really thoughtful, digging so many underground tunnels, but as the name suggests, this fighting method has loopholes. Boom. Chopper also discovered this problem after being reminded by them. P.S. The first update is scary. Yes, you are not the only ones who can move in the underground tunnel that was finally dug out. Good Jiao Jiao. Suddenly, Usopp's voice came from nowhere, startling Mole Man and Mr. 4. You, gone. Where did the man with the long nose go? I guess, you're quite smart if you don't notice the long nose. The scene turned, and in a dark environment, Usopp pulled out a huge hammer from nowhere. .205. Isn't this Bebo Ran? Dwang. This unexpected hammer hit Mr. 4 on the head hard, causing a big bump on his head. Everyone's eyes froze, and they saw that the hammer in Usopp's hand actually weighed 5 tons. F*K. Usopp, when did you become so strong? Nami asked shocked. Usopp said slowly, almost synchronized with himself in the video. I have roamed the world's oceans, stepped on the corpses of countless famous enemies, and sunk countless ships. Everyone calls me the king of destruction and fear. Remember my name well, Captain, Usopp. The Mole Man was really frightened by Usopp's remarks. It was so scary. This guy could actually carry a 5-ton hammer so easily. It seemed that he did have some strength. If this hammer hits me, I will probably be as cold as Mr. 4. Chopper on the side screamed repeatedly. Usopp, you are so powerful, I misjudged you before. Come on, Usopp. Usopp's head was dripping with sweat. He glanced at Mr. 4 who was lying on the ground. Unexpectedly, it was really effective. Mr. 4 fell to the ground. He looked at the Mole Man again. Marmot, come and try the power of these 5 hammers. I have said that labor and management are moles. Boom 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 boom. No matter what, Usopp carries a giant hammer and plays a game of whack-a-mole with the Mole Man. A crazy hammer, a crazy hide, fighting for a long time, but he didn't hit the king even once. Just when the Mole Man was complacent, it was useless even if Usopp couldn't hit him. Usopp started to show off again. Hey, let me tell you something first. You should also have heard that many members of the Baroque working group were eliminated by us. Actually, that was all my doing, Usopp said with firm eyes. If those present had not seen the video of Sanji defeating Xiao Feng before, they would have believed it. Advertisement Princess Vivi pursed her lips and snickered. Usopp, you still love to brag. Good guy, this Usopp looks like the legendary braggadocio. Have you seen the cows flying in the sky? It's all Usopp's bragging. Someone joked. Ha 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 ha, the whole audience burst into laughter, and Usopp blushed. He could pretend to be cool, but he felt a little embarrassed to be exposed in front of the whole world, especially since everyone could see that he was bragging. Everyone knew it, but he didn't know about the Mole Man in the video. And seeing Usopp lifting a 5-ton hammer so easily, he really believed it. Sweat profusely. Usopp didn't stop and continued to blow. Besides, I still have 8,000 subordinates. Oh, really? Before the Mole Man said anything, Chopper was already shocked. When did it happen? Usopp actually had 8,000 subordinates. Why didn't I know? Did he hide his strength? Usopp raised his hand. 5 tons, amazing, 5 tons. Amazing. He and Chopper just sang, and Usopp's image in the eyes of the Mole Man instantly grew taller. Does he really have 8,000 subordinates? They didn't notice that Mr. 4, who had been hammered by Usopp before, suddenly woke up. He touched his head and found that not a single lump had grown. The Mole Man also noticed the situation of Mr. 4. He was hit by a 5-ton hammer and survived unscathed. The dog next to him suddenly spat a baseball on the hammer in Usopp's hand. With an explosion, the hammer in Usopp's hand was suddenly reduced to a wooden stick. It turns out, Agda, is a balloon. Chopper was shocked. Shit, it turned out to be a fake. Usopp yelled angrily, nonsense, how can I lift a hammer weighing a ton? When the Mole Man heard the conversation between Chopper and Usopp, his anger exploded like the skills of the ghost swordsman. Damn it, you be asterisk 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 D, how dare you play tricks on me? I will never let you go again. Earth Dragon Shield Technique, Earth Dragon Fish. Advertisement with a click, the Mole Man got into the ground again. Usopp carefully looked at the surrounding burrows, but this time, the Mole Man was really angry. For him, it was not necessary to get out of the burrow. The holes are just for the convenience of Mr. 4. In the soil, he can swim freely as if he were swimming. Suddenly, the Mole Man did not follow common sense and came out of the ground next to Usopp and slapped Usopp away. As soon as the scene changed, Chopper swallowed the blue wave ball and turned on the brain enhancement. There was no way to defeat them if he continued like this. He could only take advantage of the blue wave ball's few minutes to carefully think about their weaknesses. But Usopp was in a miserable situation. He was brutally abused by the mole man, beaten constantly, and his body was covered in bruises. I know what your weaknesses are. Suddenly, Chopper shouted, ignoring Mr. 4, and rushed straight towards the dog that sprayed the baseball. Running in front of the dog, Chopper kept throwing sand on the ground at it. He spotted the moment when the dog was about to sneeze and pointed the dog's head towards the hole in the ground. Dong 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 dong, a large number of baseballs were shot into the hole. Then Chopper took Usopp and ran quickly outside the scope of the cave. Boom! Red light emerged from countless burrows, followed by a huge roar, and the entire ground collapsed, trapping the moles and Mr. 4 within the burrows. Ha, Asean. Is this the end? Are you burning? I'm so sleepy that I'm burning my asterisk. Wang Hao. Isn't this better than Bo Ran? Before it was over, the three mole men rushed out of the thick smoke and grabbed Usopp's feet again, making Usopp cry loudly in fright. Ha! If the captain is so weak, the crew must also be cowards. The mole man looked at Usopp's useless look and mocked. Unexpectedly, Usopp, who was originally crying, stopped instantly when he heard Luffy. Captain. What happened to Luffy? He asked the mole man eagerly. The mole man is not in a hurry to kill Usopp. The best way to get revenge is to defeat him from the bottom of his heart. Of course Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, was killed a long time ago. He died at the hands of the boss. Besides, the rebellion has already begun. Well, if you want to blame it, you can only blame the other party for being too strong.